a little rinky-dink rear-engine car and blew them into the weeds, and that was a revolution at Indy.
We also have the Ferrari 375 Grand Piston Ring Special 4.5 litre V12 back from 1952. This car.
And we forget that at that time, Indianapolis was part of the World Championship for Grand Prix cars.
Indeed, the $500 race on a road circuit like we ended up with, yes. Chris Keith Lucas is next away in the Jaguar C-Type.
C-Type, but Bill Lyons of Jaguar realised that a win at Le Mans would be the best publicity for Jaguar, so he got Malcolm Sayer to design a car purely to win Le Mans, and that was the C-Type, and it won the race in 1951 and 1953, and in 1953 it won primarily because of disc brakes.
It's the Curia Cuss car, isn't it, in the blue colours. Then you've got Kevin Haggerty on the line as Chris Keith Lucas in Stefan Ziegler's Jaguar C-Type then, with a proper history of that car. Of the Scottish team goes up now through Welcome Corner. 14 wins that Jaguar took in 1952, 1953. Right, there, good to go, is 139, the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2 of Simon Kidston, which is driven by Kevin Haggerty. Away it goes. This car taking you to, 1966, and another glorious shape.
It's a lovely shape, isn't it? You almost could say Alfa Romeo can't design an ugly car.
This is true, yes. Although we're going to have another quirky shape, Ferrari coming up after it, just to whet your appetite. But the TZ2 then, the second iteration of the Giulia TZ, unveiled at the Geneva Motor Show back in 1964. 170 brake horsepower engine prepared by Auto Delta. And there, through Melbourne Corner, goes the Simon Kidston owned car, Kevin Haggerty at the wheel of it. And after this, there's going to be the Ferrari 250 so-called bread van, short wheelbase 250 GT. Emanuele Pirro at the wheel of a car that he's raced, of course, at the Revival, and another great Goodwood enthusiast.
Yes. This car started life as a classic 250 GT, short wheelbase, had a monumental accident, got rebuilt with this lovely, well, lovely to some eyes, bread van. It got immediately christened the bread van, as you can see why. But it's a classic and very rapid 250 GT.
And it makes a fantastic noise, as all Ferraris do. And Emanuele Pirro, great student of the history of motorsport, fantastic enthusiast, still puts a huge amount into it, not just as a driver, but as an FIA steward, as an ambassador for Lamborghini, as a television broadcaster, just loves the sport and loves the history, and that's why he's always so keen to come back to Goodwood. But a 1962 car, this did stay ahead of the factory Ferrari GTOs for 4 hours at Le Mans at its time. It ultimately retired from the race, but it might have been a one-off, it might have been a bit quirky, but it certainly had the pace, and it was a very, very popular car with the fans at the time as well.
And it's great to watch in-car footage of Emanuele racing this car, particularly at Goodwood, and you realise the great skill and precision involved. He's a brilliant driver. And a lovely character to talk to as well.
Absolutely, yes. I've not yet touched on all his Le Mans victories. Ex-Grand Prix driver, touring car driver. Right, Miles Brown comes next with the Bentley 3-litre, William Metcalfe's car.
This is an early 3-litre Bentley, 1922 car, but the classic, what's called the Van der Pla sports body, reminds us that Bentley won Le Mans numerous occasions in the late 20s, early 30s, and then sadly went bust and were bought by Rolls-Royce.
So that car up past Flint Wall. Just to make the point, if you're new again to Goodwood, at the end of each batch of cars, you'll see the course cars go up the hill with the lights flashing. That is the indication that the course is closed, so that batch has gone through, and I think that's what we've now got, in fact. So this is going to be the last car in this section.
And part of the fun, David, is when they come down the hill.
This is true.
And it's a great spectator sport to watch them coming down the hill. And there are lots of donuts and burnouts.
Yes, indeed.
Not from the Bentleys, of course.
Not yet. So there is the Miles Brown Bentley completing its first round of the day. Well, that's whetted your appetite, everybody. You'll see all of those cars again. Every batch gets 2 runs on each day, so there's another chance to look forward to these cars later on. And, in a little while, all be regrouped from the top of the hill. They'll be brought back down into the paddock. Paddock, a place to go and have a look. I know that it's going to be busy, and that you might want to avoid at certain times if you're conscious of space and so forth. But it is, if you get the opportunity, do go and have a look around, because there are lots of cars here, Chris, that are only static displays. They won't go up the hill.
That's right. I've been looking at the times, and the two quickest times in that batch so far, husband and wife, James Wood, Karina Lyman. James in the Alfa Romeo P3, and Karina in the Eldorado, the Indianapolis Ferrari 375. So it's a husband-wife battle. See who does the washing up tonight.
Be a rather quiet supper at this rate.
I think it will.
Yes. So the crossing at Molecombe open for the moment. If you want to go from one side of the hill to the other, paddock on one side, the other side of the hill, where we are based up at Molecombe, is where you'll find all the manufacturers and the various exhibitors and trade stands over here as well. And so batch one is completed. There is plenty more to come here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
Well, I'm here in the assembly area at the middle of the hill, I'll say, and we've got some drift cars ready to head down the hill. So we've got the Skoda here with a very, very famous name on the side. C. McRae. What a great, great driver he was. And the Skoda's going to be hitting the hill. But I want to come to this car right now. This is the Mach-E, the Mustang Mach-E 1400. And driving it is this man, Paul Swift. Paul, I was talking to you a few moments ago about this car. It's quite unique, isn't it?
It's absolutely incredible. I've never driven anything as powerful as this. It's a great experience.
So how powerful is it?
1400 horsepower, effectively, which is from 7 motors. And yeah, it spools. At the moment, we've got it in rear-wheel drive, so it's about half that power. But
that's all you need, right? 700.
It just lights up the tyres.
And you've got a big tablet in the middle. It's so different inside the cockpit. It's such a bizarre experience to be.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, and I'm very.
And so you're going to get out on the hill and do some drifting for us. Yeah. How difficult is it to get into this car and drift it as opposed to a normal ICE engine?
To be honest, the amount of torque that it's got, it lights up the back tyres like nothing else. So I think my biggest problem is going to be keeping it in a straight line.
Well, that's all right. We don't care about straight lines, not with
It's got
drifting.
60 degrees of lock. I'm sure I'll be using all of it.
Absolutely. Well, you need your wheel on first, so we'll let you put the steering wheel on.
Thank
And
you,
Paul, I'll
sir.
take that off you. Thank you very much, and good luck out there. There we go. Paul Swift getting in the car, the Mustang Mach-E 1400. It is absolutely stunning, and you can see it for yourself up close and personal in the F1 paddock on the house side of the hill on the way up to the top end.
So we'll look forward very shortly to our next batch of cars, which is going to bring us to touring cars, rally cars, some from the drift discipline, and also NASCAR. Got plenty of Americana here this weekend, so that will be our next batch on the hill. Again, the format is that each batch heads to the top. They're all gathered at the collecting area, and as you'll now see if you're near Bolton, for example, brought back down to the paddock. So this is when you have the long line of cars, and it's a good opportunity to get yet more photographs. And by this stage, drivers are a little bit more relaxed about life. Then, as they come down one side of the hill, so down to the start to go the next batch, there's another turning circle there. They loop round, you can see the cars heading under the start gantry. All of those then have to be turned around and brought back in the right direction. So inevitably there's a small gap between each batch, and you can tell when the drifters are on the hill because there's already task mode. That's even going to the start. They haven't even set off yet, but that's another inch of rubber burnt away. You can see the four galaxies from our NASCAR celebration making their way through James Dean's BMW drift car, getting set for the Drift Karma opening round a little bit later on in the day. So the next group, next batch, heading to the start. Some of the cars are timed, not all, but some are timed, and individual runs just out of interest. And then we have that standalone timed shootout practice, which we get on each of the 3 days up to Sunday when we have the shootout itself. Some Cobras rumble through, Galaxy rumble through. The beast of Turin has just made his way down the hill. Rover 3500 there, the touring car section. You can see the rear of behind the Steve Darcy's Camaro the Swiss Mini with the door open. The evocation of Richard Longman's the championship winning car from 1978-1979 behind Nigel Garrett Chevrolet Camaro. The yellow Rover there is the Vitesse from 1983, the car that Steve Soper raced in the British Salute Car Championship, won the European Touring Car Championship Tourist Trophy round, the Wet and Silverstone that year, sharing with the French driver René Mech. We're celebrating all-rounders this weekend, but actually the more you think about some of the other names connected to some of these cars, they were all-rounders themselves. We touched on Vic Elford yesterday, he's a great racer and rally driver. So too was Tony Pond, who was a Rover rally racer. René Mech did quite a lot of rally too, in things like Dakar. And also factor in Mike Dewey, who was part of Rover's race and rally team at the time, and still involved now as a race official. He too was part of that Rover Vitesse program. So Ken Clark is the driver of the yellow Cadillac Classic Rover. He was a mechanic on it in the period. Now he owns it, drives it, races it. Julian Thomas with the Andrew Sierra. Tom Andrews, Alfa Romeo 155. The ex Mark Dewey, in fact, Eric Ellery, Spa 24 Hours BMW 320. So lots to look at in this next batch. There is Jake Hill, touring car racer with Rick Woods, Nissan Skyline. Godzilla, as it was dubbed when it trounced everybody in Australian touring car racing. So, and the Mark Jones driven Renault Laguna from the Super Touring era of the British Touring Car Championship. The car that our menu Jason Plato drove in. So all of those cars now making their way to the start area, start line. There, Subaru from the rally set to join in as well. You've got the two Toyota Corollas there from the British Touring Car Championship of this year and next, because you'll see the hybrid Corolla heading up the hill as well. Great to see the Quattro, the Ford RS200 Group B rally cars there as well. So lots to look forward to as their batch one makes its way back into its paddock. So the next group of cars set to be brought forward shortly. Romeo Giulia TZ is there. You've got Johnny Westbrook's Audi A4 Quattro, which should have him anyway. Pirro. has been at the top of the hill. He's dashed from one car to another. So contemporary rally cars as well as the 1980s, the Peugeots and the Citroëns. There is the Sam Smelt, Rory Butcher Corolla. I think, like I said, it's Sam driving in the individual runs, but it's Rory that will do the timed shootout blast in that car. So they make their way to the start, and we've also got, I think I'm right in saying, Rick Woods, Commodore. There are the Toyotas, the Toyota Corolla Gazoo Racing, the GR. So Sam Smelt, Rory Butcher raced those cars in the British Touring Car Championship this year, and if you look behind, you'll see the hybrid Toyota Corolla that Speedworks is developing for M Sport and Cosworth, and that will be the car, the regulation set for next year. So it did a lot of miles at Alton Park at the start of the week. The teams were there testing on Tuesday and Wednesday, straight in the truck down here, unload and then charge up the hill. So it's been a busy time for the Northwich team, and big screens will relay the action for the moment. You might find yourself on the screen, yes. There you go. Give us a wave. Brilliant. Isn't this great? Lots of people, all enjoying yourselves, no face masks. It feels a bit more like normal, doesn't it? So the next group of cars, as I say, getting ready. They'll be released very, very shortly. It's a day of lots of activity on the hill, but don't forget all the different elements on track as well, and in the sky. We've got the red arrows to look forward to during the day. If you've not yet done so, can I encourage you again, as Radio Goodwood did earlier on today, to go and buy a copy of the programme for the event. The entry list inevitably has changed a little bit. It continues to change during the weekend as different drivers are invited by others to have a go in a different car that will try and stay on top of it. But the programme does give you lots of history on lots of the different cars that are here, plus the big feature stories of the weekend. And we'll be celebrating many of those key moments during the course of the next few days. I think batch one has now made its way off the hill, so the hill should be clear. It's just a case now of getting the next group of cars into position, and then we should be good to go. The course cars are there, and it's going to be the new Ford Puma, I think, that is going to be the first one away. This car that was really unveiled yesterday. Again, looking at the future of rallying, because inevitably hybrid and or electric technology has to be increasingly factored into the future of different categories. The Formula One course cars loaned this weekend by Aston Martin Racing there. Of course, closed for the moment. Right, we're just about ready, I think, down at the bottom of the hill, and there is the Ford Puma being made ready. Of course, the long line of cars means that as some go, then others can loop forward and get themselves in line. So I think the race officials just making sure that there's nothing else that we are awaiting from out of the Cathedral Paddock. Then the next group should be good to go. Quattro from the Group B rally era is back to us. They have the final official vehicles making their way down to the start. So as soon as the last of the course vehicles are off the hill, we are getting closer to releasing the cars. Puma, they're good to go. This car that's had its launch yesterday, 1600cc EcoBoost petrol engine with an electric motor and 3.9 kilowatt battery in that. That's going to be the first one away. Right, before we look at batch 2 then, let's just go to the top of the hill once more. Ed Foster caught up with one or two of the drivers, such as Ben Collins, after that first run earlier on.
Ben Collins in the Blitz and Benz. It's quite a busy day for the Collins family, isn't it?
It is a busy day, yeah. I don't know if I'm more nervous about driving this car or seeing Archie driving the other car, but no, it's all good. Great to be here. Amazing that the events managed to go ahead, and you know, we're all delighted to be here as far as competitors are concerned.
There are always so many wonderful smells when the pre-war cars come up the hill. You did describe to me once what you had to do to this car in order to get it round a lap of Goodwood. Just tell the viewers exactly what you're doing behind the wheel.
So it has a push-on handbrake here, which is kind of backwards to normal. And then because it's still got, this car held a land speed record in 1909 at 142 miles an hour on a beach, at Daytona Beach. And it's still got the land speed record carburetor on it. So it's really, really good at full throttle. But anything else, it's horrendous. Doesn't like to start particularly well, doesn't tick over. So here you have a mixture control, the other side of the steering wheel. And if you leave it on rich when you're coming into a corner, so there's rich there. So if you leave it on rich when you're coming into a corner, and on a light throttle, the whole thing sort of fills up with fuel and turns into a large bomb. So you have to lean it off as you're coming in, and then as you come out, you have to richen it up. And it's got a massive cone clutch on it, and you know, there's some quirky things about it. But once you after a couple of laps, you're in the groove. It's all easy.
Ben, thank you very much.
Pleasure. Nice to see you.
So Ben Collins explaining the art of driving the Blitz and Benz from the turn of the 1900s to the future. As I say, the first car away is going to be this M Sport Ford World Rally Team Ford Puma, the car that's going to usher in the new era of electrified competition from 2022 World Rally Championship. We've also got, I'll tell you what, like, the Mach-E is going to be first to go, forgive me. So the Ford Mach-E with Richard Westbrook and Paul Swift will be driving. Well, Richard gets the competition version on the weekend as well, but Paul Swift has a go in it this morning. So we are in business for batch 2, and the Ford Mach-E, which was very, very quick in the Speed Week shootout last year, heads to the top of the hill. Paul Swift does some rallying, but perhaps better known as a stunt driver, and Ford embracing the electrification. The Mach-E, we saw lots of examples yesterday in road trim. Now, this is the competition version, which is going to be a very rapid bit of kit, I suspect, in the shootout. We've got the next car going up the hill being from the rally batch, Steve Rockingham's Subaru. The Mach-E whistles its way up towards the timing line. There's the Ford Puma I was mentioning earlier on, blasting away from the line. So this is next year's style of World Rally car with this EcoBoost hybrid system. Adrian Formo is the man behind the wheel of it. Ed Sport Ford committing to a 3-year agreement to introduce hybrid technology to this top tier of rallying. It's got this hybrid powertrain. And also for next year, Rally 1, the FIA World Rally Championship Rally 1 competitor having to use a fossil-free fuel as well to blend synthetic and biodegradable elements, 100% sustainable. And as you can see, a proper World Rally Championship bit of kit, as in it is very, very fast indeed. Still in its pseudo-camouflage livery, but Adrian Formo pressing on. Travis Pastrana is next on the hill in his Subaru, car that you're going to see also in the Driftcarna competition potentially. And then you'll have the first of the drift machines as well. Alexandre Claudin will take to the hill next. So there it is, the Dodge Charger of Alexandre Claudin. This is a 1968 car, but Alexandre, who's a driver for the Netflix Hyperdrive series, it is a very good car and a mighty, mighty bit of kit, and with that enormous rear wing. sort of apes a 1970s Formula 1 car with a huge wing on stilts. It looks like the wrong sort of thing to go drifting in because it is just so big. But Alexander is a real master in this, and Bruce Jones, like all good drift machines, it is very noisy indeed.
It really is. I had the benefit of going down to the turning area at the bottom of the hill, hoping to catch the cars before they went up. But you're quite right about that Dodge Charger. There's a small turnaround zone. It filled all of it. So with that rear wing literally hanging over the top of the straw bales, they are super spectacular. And I'm such a fan of drift cars. If you'd asked me 5 years ago, I didn't really know what they were. But I've seen them since. And if you think they're just loose and airy, David, it's all precision. And of course, this year, now with those sensors they have to get close to garner the points they go up the hill, they've got to be even more precise. But they really, really are just absolutely extremely precise, accurate, fun people. But they have, look at them, coming around Moulcombe, right to the edge of the circuit. All agreed they were forced entries to despair on the outside. What's going on?
Yes, that was George Barkley. This is Martin Richards, and Martin, multiple drift champion, getting the Nissan Skyline all sideways, and they're not bothered about the time, so they'll do plenty of donuts in front of the house, lay lots and lots of rubber down, and if you've been to Goodwood before, you'll know the drill here. The more you cheer, the more they will light up the tyres, so the noisier the better. Tessa Whittock next to go. One of the few female competitors in drifting, but very, very accomplished. There's a big, big drift through Moulcombe. Out of sight goes Martin Richards. Tessa Whittock here attacks the first corner. And again, great noise from these cars. The more power, the better.
Exactly, and every year they seem to have tapped another 100 horsepower. She looked across yesterday in the top paddock at James Dean's phenomenal BMW M3, and he's got 800 horsepower, so she's got to get some of that. This is her first visit to Goodwood, and a stunt driver in her spare time. She absolutely loved it. You couldn't stop her smiling. Actually, you've got to get back in the car now. Can I carry on smiling, please? So we love it when we see that enthusiasm.
Absolutely. Big, big wave from out of the cab. Right now, this is the car that was really spectacular yesterday. It is Axel Hildebrand in his Nissan 200SX. A mere 700 brake horsepower in this car. He was, again, absolutely loving it yesterday and doing what he did yesterday again now, which is to lay loads of rubber down on the ground.
And he was tickled pink to find out the top of the hill that he'd been the best point scorer. You know, of course they're competitive beasts, but this is a sort of hybrid event for them, if you will, because they normally have a lot more space to play with. Their minds are clearly focused here. But every single one of them just talked about how fantastic A, it is to be here, B, to have a crowd of people, because they are show people, these drift corner drivers. And Kevin Quinn, why do forwards when you can go sideways, left and right? That's on the straight, of course, coming away from the start, up to the first of the two right-handers, and of course the nose is pitched in and the tail is kicked out. Super precise though, look, those front wheels just mere centimetres away from the apex of the corner.
800 horsepower in the...
Could you say that again?
Yeah, 800, yes, 800 horsepower, the wildest Nissan Silvia around. Not quite sure where drifting goes to when we go electric, because part of the appeal is the noise, isn't it?
I think this means we can have a foot in the past.
Fine.
Or the present, as we call it. But now, here's James Dean. He's a driver who has risen inexorably to the very top of drifting sport, carrying a fantastic rear-facing camera, just to show that you get a constantly changing view, because the tail of the car is being wagged like an enthusiastic dog when sausages are on offer.
A mere 900 horsepower for this. It just gets more and more outlandish if you think about how in the 80s rallycross horsepower is going up and up and up, so drifting is almost in its arms race now. Who can get the most out of it? 900 horsepower for this car.
And just trying to handle that and manage it. You certainly want, when you started drifting, I think maybe a 300 horsepower would be about the right sort of power, but maybe the 1,000 horsepower we reached for next year for James Dean.
Oh, look at this! Fantastic slide. The nose the wrong direction into Moulcombe. Pendulums it in the right direction. The smell lingers in the air for a long, long time after he's gone by. Now, there's a bit of a straight here, so he can unleash all of that power. But there's a right-hander through which he can get all sideways, skim the wall, more tar smoke. And James doing exactly what we anticipated, which is playing to the gallery. Even at low speed, he can lock the rear, burn up the tyres again, launch it over the line. A master of his art.
100%. But I'm just, is he going to drop the score? Is he not going to get the hand out the window for the wave for a couple of points? Across the start-finish line. Hasn't finished. Sorry, the finish line hasn't finished, though. Up to the top paddock he goes. It's a long run-out zone. He'll come into the top paddock. He's going to have to reverse it or spin it round into a parking bay. Not everyone was very good at that yesterday, but by today, I'm sure they'll have it nailed.
Another big slide as Paul Smith go through. Now Steve Biaggioni is next with his Nissan Gtr, and this is a 7.4 litre V8 turbocharged car, and this will generate, you ready, 1200 horsepower. So this is the one that tops 4 figures and then some.
Don't forget, that's a mere 800 horsepower less than the most powerful car up the hill yesterday. That was not a drift car, though. That was the Lotus Evija. Unbelievable. I'll say that again, 2,000 horsepower. Now, luckily, Keith Lucas in the magnificent E-Type is not going to be doing drifting, but it's a mean racing machine.
What he might do, though, is encounter traffic, because Bagsley has decided to do more donuts for us near the crossing of Old Corner. He doesn't mind about in time. He is entertaining, and a great reception. Thanks everybody on the outside of Molecombe Corner there, giving him a great reception as he goes by. So, yes, Keith Lucas is on the hill as well. And then you've got the Ford Galaxy 500 there, absolutely filling the start line. This might look like a very unlikely race car, but it was good in NASCAR, and the Galaxies raced in touring car racing around Europe as well. So this car from 1963, 450 brake horsepower, 7-litre engine. It doesn't leave, it's an awful smell of burning rubber still in the air. It doesn't leave much room for anything else on the hill here, does it?
No, one feels if you'd have to walk sideways to get past it. Certainly it's very narrow down at the front, but these cars are surprisingly nimble. We then had the Ford Falcons that followed. They were smaller, but certainly when they arrived on these shores in the early 1960s, the jaws must have hit the Ford. You're not going to race that, are you? It's like an aircraft carrier.
Exactly right, yes. And as you'd have seen from many of the Goodwood race meetings, put this on the grid with a Mini, and a wonderful battle comes, because A, this occupies most of the road, but B, the Mini was great through the corners, and this was great in a straight line. You need balance of performance.
No, that is balance of performance. Quick in one part, slow in another, but fabulous. And also the drivers of the Galaxies often good to see those pesky little Minis hanging under the rear end. And of course, the rear end goes on seemingly forever. So a gentle line through Molecombe. Thank you.
And this is an ex-Dan Gurney car, incidentally. It was the car that Dan Gurney drove to win the Motor Trend 500 at California's Riverside circuit, Riverside International Raceway at the start of 1963. Now, more recent NASCAR machinery comes next, because this is the Dodge Avenger, Ross Pannell's car. It was built by Petty Enterprises, brought to the UK by Ross Pannell, and it's in the 2007 Bobby Labonte colours, but the Dodge Avenger taking us to a more recent time of NASCAR.
Well, NASCAR is just such an extraordinary series. Think back, David, to days when they raced on the beach at Daytona, and then eventually they deigned to come and have a go on the circuits. The circuits got larger and larger with the super speedways. A totally different environment from the short ovals where they go racing, where effectively it's like a band of colour spinning around the circuit. There's no gap between the first car and the last. But for Jack Tetley, he's good at kicking the tailor. It makes just such a thumping noise. It gets you right in the sternum. So power down out of Molecombe. The point that NASCAR's not in their natural habitat, facing a flint wall. Nice and tidy through there.
850 horsepower then, as Jack Tetley, who used to be part of the Goodwood Festival of Speed event team, now race car dealer for Duncan Hamilton's business, powers his way up towards the flying finish, through which he will go. A little bit close to the bales there. A lot of commitment put into that run by Jack Tetley. We'll see him out in the time shootout. The next car up the hill is the Chevrolet Impala. There it is. Nick Padmore, that record holder on the race circuit, at the wheel of Ed Foster's car, which looks absolutely immaculate, doesn't it? But this is something rather different from things that Nick is used to racing.
It certainly is, but, you know, what does a historic racer enjoy the most? Trying machinery they haven't done before, but one that can put a smile on your face. Not necessarily when you want to get the braking done in the Impala. Is a lot of weight. So he's being cautious. The other end of the spectrum, we talked about the Galaxies and the Minis, but the little Bevan in the Hillman in, Jonathan Bevan driving. It's tiny, you could put it in the trunk of that Impala, but such success in the British Saloon Car Championship back in the 60s, where you didn't have to have the fastest car to win. It was a class championship. If you were top of your class, you were in with a shout.
And that's Sam Hancock in the Rover from the French Touring Car Championship. The 3,500 came into the UK in 1980 in the Touring Car Championship, and then started to be more popular both in France and Belgian touring car racing. From an earlier generation, Nigel Garrett in it, Stewart Graham, evocation Chevrolet Camaro, the Z28, at the time when still the big V8s were ruling the roost within the British Saloon Car Championship. It was then badged, and eventually the rule maker said, right, enough's enough, we've got to get rid of all these yank tanks. So the upper engine limit was reduced down to 3 litres, which effectively made it only a category for Ford Capris. But this car successful, both in the Tourist Trophy, Stuart and the Supercar Championship. And this was the type of car that won in 1978 and 79 in these colours. Richard Longman, with his 1275 GT, was the champion. This is Nick Swift, hooray, at the wheel. Nick, a mini maestro. He's never actually done the Festival of Speed before, but you wouldn't think it, because as ever, Swifty, with his foot nailed to the boards, is giving it his all.
That was proper momentum over a tiny rise just before Moulcombe, and the story is if you can see Moulcombe and you haven't started braking, you're too late. But the track suddenly looks a whole lot larger without a big American car in it. And Nick Swift, he was popping and banging, got the car hit when he got out at the top of the hill climb yesterday. Ever effusive, had such starring roles down the Goodwood motor circuit, but he is loving his time tackling the hill climb. And he's one of these drivers, 100% is the starting point for his attack.
We've got Simon Clark in the ex-Steve Soper Rover going up the hill. That's Dan's car, Ken Clark's Rover. So Nick Swift goes through 85 miles an hour across the speed trap at the finish, and Nick is going to be great value. That is the genuine car that Steve Soper drove in 1983. I was touching on it earlier on. It won the Tourist Trophy in the wet, Steve Soper and René Mech, and but for all sorts of wranglings over the legality of Rovers at the time and counter-protests from the BMW teams, Steve would have been British Saloon Car champion, but it wasn't to be. It all ended up in the courts in the middle of 1984, and Austin Rover said, right, enough's enough. The car was ultimately excluded from, not the championship, but a number of races post-dated through 1983, and it gave the championship to Andy Rouse. And this is an Andy Rouse car from 1988, the Sierra RS 500 that Julian Thomas used to watch race, and he named up the chance to buy one. And by 1988, the British Saloon Car, British Touring Car Championship, as it was then called, it had been renamed, was starting to grow. 88 was the year it got highlights on BBC Grandstand, and this car captured the imagination, and boom, the championship took off again.
How well one of these cars, the RS 500 Sierra Cosmos, looks magnificent, but just remember these were hunting in packs of 8 to 10 at a time, belching flames as they eared down for the tighter corners at Silverstone and other circuits. No wonder Julian Thomas was hooked. It's a hugely exciting car to drive. You know what, David? I love the different sounds. The Rover 3.5 litres just makes such a mellow grunt. We haven't got a Ford Capri here. That was a much harder barking sound. Yeah. But when you haven't heard them for a long time, you hear them again. You realise how much sound you remember.
Indeed so. Now there's a glorious car from 1994. It's in the colours that Gabriele Tarquini carried to win the British Touring Car Championship. It is Tom Andrews Alfa 155. This car actually came out of the Italian Touring Car Championship, and it's in BTCC colours. Bit of smoke out of the front right corner, but that was because of its rear wing that wasn't fitted to the road cars. It was in the boot, but it was there for the race cars. It rather drove coach and horses through the regulations. Matthew Holmes' BMW 320 here, powering its way up to the top of the hill. This car from the Spa 24 Hours, that these days is a wonderful GT race, but for much of its history was a touring car race.
It was, and Bastos, an inimitable race livery, the Bastos Belga competition. One lot would do BMWs, one would do Ford Capris, or whatever at the time. And the fact is they've supported that race for decades, and it is such an amazing race. If you've never been, shame on you. Do make sure you go. Such a fantastic circuit. Now, Grant Williams had a bit of a problem yesterday. The brake stuck on his Jaguar when he was going up the hills, so that's why he was rather slow. Just Nick Swift suddenly saw the back of that near the top of the hill. Now, one little issue this morning as Sam Smith goes up in a far more contemporary bit of BTC machinery. It's a lovely day, but when they get up towards Blickball, it suddenly goes into darkness. And again, at the very top by the finish, if you look at a giant screen, you'll see. Imagine that if you're walking up, it's hard enough. You're going at a lick, as these drivers tend to do, it's an issue.
Sam Smelt using this car this year in the British Touring Car Championship. He was Goodwood. He's going to do these batches. Rory Butcher will do the timed practice sessions at the shootout. So the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with these two works-coloured Corollas, and Sam Smelt returning to the British Touring Car Championship, having raced the Toyota Supra in GT4 last year. And then behind you see James Cole in a moment or two in the hybrid car. You've also got Mark Jones in the Renault Laguna heading up the hill. And it's on our menu, Jason Moto chassis.
Sam Smelt going quite slowly at the top of the hill. I'm sure this is just an exploratory run. Luckily, nobody too close behind, but Sam takes the flag, but not with the sort of time that he'd been gunning for. But it was caution, learn the course, because don't be a fool in front of 70,000 people.
Indeed. Now, here's the future of touring car racing. This is the car, or a car, but the technology you will see next year, the hybrid that's been pioneered by M Sport and Cosworth. M Sport winning the contract, worked with Cosworth for the hybrid technology, and James Cole, race winner in the championship, now the Touring Car Series driving standards advisor, driving it here. It's a lot of development done initially by Darren Turner, recently by Andrew Jordan, and James Cole, part of the championship these days, but as I say, behind the scenes, driving it here this weekend. So hybrid comes to the BTCC from next season onwards, and the Liverpudlian James Cole is the man behind the wheel of it. And after that, we're going to go back to an earlier period of touring car racing with the Audi A4 Quattro. Emanuele Pirro is heading up the hill at the moment in Johnny Westbrook's A4. Johnny, who's one of the driving forces behind the Super Touring Historic Race Series that operates. It's got a great selection of cars. And Emanuele Pirro in a car that he raced in period as well in the 1997 German Super Touring 2-litre Championship, the Tourenwagen Cup. Right, the hybrid Toyota finishes. There is the Audi A4 then in its German Touring Car Series colours. So this was the ADAC's championship, and the manufacturers, as ever, through star drivers at it, the likes of Frank Wheeler and Emanuele Pirro and Dindo Capello driving in that German championship, and Emanuele reunited with this car. And as I say, Johnny Westbrook, great enthusiast, and this car making a good work out. David Kenwood in the fabulous short wheelbase Quattro.
It just makes me smile, David. You can see the nose bobbing down under braking, powering up, again rising as the power goes down. But the Sport Quattro, talk about a car made for purpose. It just ripples with its sort of attitude. But the way the Audi Quattro transformed rallying, the first really successful four-wheel drive car, everybody else had to follow. But for so many people of my sort of age, that's 110, these were very, very popular cars on the period. If you ever got a chance to drive an early Quattro, grab it with both hands.
Now, the Ford RS200 looked great, but it didn't really achieve what it should have done. I mean, again, it was one of those cars like the 6R4 that we discussed yesterday. It arrived late into the Group B era, and then circumstances beyond Ford's control killed off the category at the end of '86. It had great success in Rallycross, where all the Group B cars tended to go. Mark Lovell won the British Championship with one of these, but Ford arrived a bit late and not quite up to speed.
It was a big party, and the trouble was it was a moving target, because Audi got in there first, and were always constantly developing away from the competition. The Citroën BX gave it a good shot, but again, it was playing catch-up. But it's so hard to actually just encapsulate how astonishingly fast these cars, how capable they were. And I think rallying has gone through many changes since, but there are more than a few rally fans who tear down their cheek when they see the Group B cars.
I mean, one of the reasons they were killed off at the end of 1986 was because they were deemed to be too fast. Well, we've gone past that speed now in the type of car that you see here, Max Jurado in the Citroën C4. So this is a 2008 car, but yeah, even that has rapidly and radically
it is the constant game. We see it across sports car racing, GT racing, touring car racing. You say, right, that's enough, the circuits can't cope with you, we'll degrade you, and then guess what? They bounce back, the cars, just by doing it in a different way. Of course, Group B rally cars delivered in really spectacular style, whereas the more contemporary cars are much less dramatic to watch, but they get their power down better.
Got John Hall in the Subaru heading up the hill. Then there's Mark Turner with the Peugeot 206 WRC. So this is the car now from the year 2000. Sort of car that Marcus Grönholm would have driven in anger with great success. In fact, he won the 01 Wales Rally GB. This car.
I can't believe it's that long ago. It still seems really contemporary to me.
Scary, isn't it?
You have to keep having these moments, but carry on as we do. We look to the future, but we're enjoying looking back to the past, we can tell you that for sure. Great to see so many people here. And the drivers, David, they've all said that yesterday. It's just so good to see people lining the tracks. You know, they've had their competition through the last few years, well, the last year and a half, pretty much to empty stadium.
Indeed, and many, of course, not even having the opportunity to compete at all. And we are delighted that the event is back on, that British Motorsport is continuing, that the British Grand Prix is back next week as well with the crowd. Let's make the most of the return of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So Mark Turner might turn out to be the last driver in this batch, because I can't see anybody else on the start line. The rally stage, by the way, the rally course up at the top of the hill is already in action, so if you fancy something different, we're looking at rally cars at the moment, but go and have a look at them on a loose surface stage in their natural habitat, if you like, for many, then it's well worth taking advantage of.
It's tight and it's contained, and I tell you what, we've had years when it's been very dry, and the advantage this year, the cars get a bit more sideways, but you don't get coated in dust, because the dust at the top is really, really fine. At the end of the day, you realise it's got into every orifice known to man. You're filthy, but happy. You've seen them in there. Absolutely. Doing what they do.
And it's a poor rally when you don't go home filthy dirty.
Absolutely.
It's like going to a shale stock car meeting. If you've not got shale in your eyes, it's been a bad night. And your teeth and your ears and everywhere else, yes. Right, course cars are making their way up the hill, so that is the end of our second batch. More nostalgia enjoyed. And, of course, up at the top of the hill, plenty of sights and sounds to enjoy, and drivers too. And let's go join Ed Foster and find out more and hear from some of those drivers right
now. This has to be one of my favourite batches. We've got drift cars, we've got British touring cars, we've got rally cars, and all the drift cars come up to the top of the hill and light up their 600 or 700 brake horsepower, get the tyres, the rear tyres spinning, do massive burnouts, massive donuts. However, there was one car that they all stopped and watched, and that was this, the Mark II Jaguar, driven by Grant Williams. Grant Williams, you came up here and you put on an absolutely fantastic show. You had all the drift racers cheering you.
She's an old girl, but she does well for me, actually. Yeah, look, this is all about fun this weekend. It's great to be back out, you know. So, yeah, I just want to enjoy myself and burn some tyres out. But in the afternoon, I'm going to go for the serious run. So I want to try and get as fast as I can up the hill. So I did a 58 last year. I'm trying to aim for maybe a 56 or 57 up here. So, yeah, I'm going to play. I'm going to play in the morning, work seriously and hard in the afternoon then.
Now, Grant, as you alluded to there, you're a very serious racer, but this is also a very serious car. Just tell me a little bit about the history of it.
Basically, this was Sterling Moss's car. It's a factory-built car, 60. It was the same as buy one, basically. Aluminium dash, aluminium doors. It was lightened off, triple carburetors. Yeah, it's got a lot of history, the car, and we've had it for years. Just sat in the shed, basically. So we got it ready for the 2019 revival for St. Mary's. Yeah, it's sort of just back out now, so I'm just sort of, you know, breaking it in a bit.
I think it's probably just about broken in. Grant, I can see cars starting to move off. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Thank you much. Enjoy myself. Thank you.
So good to hear from Grant Williams, always one of the most spectacular drivers. I know we go on about Nick Swift and the Mini, but Grant's probably the Jaguar equivalent, isn't he?
Well, he can get the tail further out because it's a longer tail to wag. It's not the car we've seen him in over the years down at the Goodwood circuit, but it's been fantastic. Now, a person we really want to hear from, James Dean, not that James Dean, the drifter. And Ed caught up with him earlier. He's a superstar.
James Dean, we're stood behind your Eurofighter. You won Speed Week in it. Are we going to see another win this weekend?
Yeah, well, the most important thing this weekend is to put on a show for all the people watching. It's brilliant to be back at Festival of Speed, and great to have the car back. That's one good way to wake up in the morning. Man, you're going so quick up the hill, so narrow, so tight, but we're passing the finish line pretty much sideways at over 100 miles per hour. It's a great way to wake up, and we're excited for all the runs we have ahead this weekend.
Now, I have been wondering, how much fuel do you get through on each run, and how many sets of tyres?
Yeah, so a set of tyres per run. So every time we come up the hill, we need to change tyres. And fuel, not far off, about 15 litres per run. So it's 800 horsepower. It's a very thirsty car. It's running on ethanol fuel. So, yeah, definitely likes to drink a bit. But it's brilliant. It's so fun to drive up here, and it never gets old. Every time you pass that finish line, you're like, you know, thank God we made it. It's brilliant.
Well, we all love it, so thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
James Dean, great ambassador for drifting.
Baggsy, every year the drift cars seem to get madder and madder. What's it like threading this thing up the hill? Because there's not a lot of space.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of space. It's very much a risk for reward type of hill climb. We're doing the best we can. It's awesome to see so many people here. We're able to stop outside the house, do a few donuts and such like we've got the Drift Corner coming up this afternoon as well, which will allow us to do a little bit more drifting. But other than that, it's a big sigh of relief every time we see that finish line. A few donuts up the top here, and it's done for another show. So it's awesome. It's such an honour to be able to showcase drifting here as well at Festival of Speed. It's amazing to have a show like them that get what we do, and we're so thankful for that.
You mentioned the Drift Corner there. You had your practice yesterday. You're competing today, tomorrow, and Sunday. How are you finding it?
Yeah, the GTR's a big old car. We've just fitted a new Liberty wall body kit, so it's even bigger. I can't see me doing particularly very well in the Drift Corner series because it's such a big car, it's very heavy. It has got a huge amount of power, but you need a very nimble car to be good at the Drift Corner. And yeah, my money would probably be on Travis or James probably at this point.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much.
No worries, man. Thank you.
So great to hear from the drift drivers up at the top of the hill. When we get to the drift corner later on, prepare to be amazed, because not only is it the sight, the sound, the smell, but it's the car control as well. And at that point, we start to introduce other elements like style points. Also, there is going to be the proximity sensor element to the competition. There are two sections of that. More will be explained later, but they've got to get so close to these proximity sensors to set them off. So again, the precision comes in, and there's a timed element to it from the very start of the hill to the top. There's parking up there as well. So there's an awful lot that will go into that run for Drift Corner a little bit later on. But we've had plenty to entertain us already this morning, Bruce Jones, have we not? And there's more to come. But highlights so far of your day?
All of it, David. It always is all of it, and that's the beauty of the Festival of Speed. Yeah. And the next event I see will be my next favourite. I'm just quite simple like that, and I hope everybody here is enjoying it and lapping it up in the sunshine. We've got a lot of people to meet.
Indeed, it is a fantastic day thus far, a great weekend in prospect, and another of the people here is Alex Summers, and he's with Gemma Scott.
Well, this year's festival is all about the road to 2030, electrification, and getting all the electric vehicles built, designed, converted, whatever it might be. Alex Summers joins me now, 2015 Hill Climb champion. And this is the only hill climb here at Goodwood that you've never driven before this weekend.
Yeah, quite strange really, but obviously a huge privilege to come here and try something different, see some different things. So.
And behind you here, this car is very different, the McMurtry Spearling. Can you tell me a little bit about the car? It looks like a Batmobile.
Yeah, that's not what we were aiming for, but so it's a team set up by Sir David McMurtry to develop a track-only car, EV, to try and change perceptions, to try and develop the technology. We've got two fans creating downforce, so it's an ultra-low drag concept, high power, low weight. We need to develop cars that have range, that have appeal to a broad range of enthusiasts, and we think that downforce on demand is a really good way to get that range, to have that power, very, very low drag. It develops the technology into a space where you can start doing very long stints on one charge.
So this is the kind of car you can take along Pikes Peak, you can do on a 1 minute hill climb, you could do a long Silverstone run.
Yeah, so we aim at, and we believe we can do GT3 pace for about half an hour.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, so, but you could also, you can tell the motor what you want. You can have it, you can have walk drive or sensible. And the great thing about an EV is it's quite an accessible, if you drive a V8 car, an F1 car, it's always scary. Whereas with this, depending on the driver and the situation, you can decide your range, your power, how much regen you want,
And in terms of this particular car, when was this first driven, first tested?
A week ago.
Oh, so literally 7 days ago?
Yeah.
In Wales, I believe?
No, we were at Bruston initially.
Oh, okay.
And then we were at Llandow in Wales, which is a great sort of grassroots test facility, not far from St Athan.
And what's it like to drive?
Oh, amazing. When the cars that normally drive have big wings, and obviously to try and get the range, we've taken the wing off. And what you don't realise is most single-seaters that are over 100 mile an hour, they start to get, a lot of that drag comes in and the acceleration really leaves. But this, it just does not stop accelerating. I put my foot back down at 130 mile an hour and wow, it's more like being in an aeroplane. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, I'm talking, give me less.
And you took this up the hill yesterday.
I did, yeah.
First experience of the hill, how was that?
Oh, wow. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been an ambition to drive up here, and it's something that's just so different, and that you can see people engaging with it. And you get to the top and you think, wow, we've done it. It's a big push from the team to build the car. Personally, hugely exciting, but for the guys and girls back at the shop, it's a huge achievement, and so everyone's really happy.
I've got to ask you about the sound, because electric cars have that lovely, don't they? Very small, quiet hiss. This one's not the same.
No. So we've got, obviously, to create that downforce, we have an evolution of the fan car concept. Two, I believe it's 80 kilowatts, but I'll probably get shouted at for that. With two big fans behind the driver, and they pull air up from the ground. And when you stand behind it, it's about 120 decibels of noise. So we can make it sound exactly like a jet.
Can we hear it?
We can hear it.
Listen
Alex?
to this, guys. This is amazing. You're right, it sounds like a jet.
It does, yeah. We like it.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to seeing it go up the hill today and throughout the course of the weekend, driven, of course, by yourself, Alex, and shared with Derek Bell as well throughout the weekend. So thank you so much for your time. Have a great weekend.
And you, cheers.
More from us here throughout the weekend. Stay tuned.
You know, they always say motor enthusiasts love Alfa Romeo, and it is absolutely true. Just see these beautiful beasts behind. Now, I have owned 2 Alfas in my life, and I've loved them and hated them in equal measure, as you're supposed to. But this man here, James Wood, has had the privilege of driving this one up the hill. Tell us a little bit about this Alfa, the P3.
About this car, thank you. It's a Tipo B P3, which was a their first single-seater Grand Prix car, which was the evolution of the 8C 2.3, 2.6, as raced in Mille Miglia, Targa Florio and Le Mans, winning multiple years. So this was the Grand Prix car, started off as a 2.9 litre engine, the same straight 8, and then he evolved to 3.2. This car was very special, being originally a works car. So it had factory cars and then customer cars, and this is a factory car that then had a life as in America, in the United States, racing 4 or 5 times in the Indy 500.
Which is amazing, and that is why it looks a little bit different to most Alfas. It has got an Alfa badge on the front, but the design of it is slightly different, and this Don Lee written on the side.
Yes, that's right, because normally, well, actually to start with, it would have had the quadrifolio, the Alfa Corsa symbol, or even then the Scuderia Ferrari emblem, the shield. But that, when it went to the States, everyone had sponsors and so on, and Don Lee, being a local broadcast company in Indianapolis, had their name on this car. And in fact, they actually had a live transmission from pit car radio during the 1947 Indy 500.
In 1947.
Yes.
That is incredible. Now, let's have a look around it then, because the couple of things to show, really. Leaf springs, well, we all know what leaf springs are, but this has got a slightly different system on it as well, because you can adjust them, the dampers.
Yes, so you've got the leaf spring, but with a friction damper. So it is an adjustable shock absorber, in fact, and the friction, so there are plates here, which therefore rotate, slide top and bottom, and with to tighten or loosen the damper, adjust it, is on there, and then you fix it in place. So, so specific whether it's circuit to circuit or conditions, you could adjust your suspension on all 4 corners.
And big old drum brakes, as we used to see in these sorts of cars. Let's have a look inside the cockpit itself. So this is the business end, really, where you get to sit. And now it's really rough, it's really ready in there, isn't it? Tell us what we're looking at.
Well, it's great. It's also beautiful, I think. Well, a few things, transmission-wise, what's unusual is that for this model, for the Tipo B, they splayed the drive shaft. So the drive comes to a central prop shaft from the gearbox into 2 prop shafts. And then a differential on each side for the rear wheels. So and it allows you to sit a little bit lower and gives the direct drive into the right corner. The gearbox is centrally mounted, as you'd expect, but the lever kicks across to the side. But so you are changing gear between your legs, effectively.
Right, okay, that's comfortable.
But it's fine, you get used to that. This doesn't have the centre throttle, which a number of the cars did, so that's something that's slightly more normal for us. But it's got 2 rev counters, and I think in case of failure, you would always have a reserve. They mostly read the same,
as it should be
on all of the Imperial cars. But otherwise, yes. So you've got fuel pressurised system, so the tank and air valve, so with the fuel tap on, open the fuel, the air pressure, and then pump up.
It's fascinating to see inside these things, because they are so. When you drive it, it must be a real visceral experience, because you get to feel everything and hear everything. It's so noisy, it's so smelly. It must be a beautiful experience.
Yes, it is very, very special indeed, and the sound is magic. Of these 8 cylinders, straight 8, supercharged.
Yeah.
Because they have about 300 horsepower, which is really impressive on the narrow
terrifying in something like this. I imagine
the narrow wooden rim wheel, which is standard for all of the cars. It's very comfortable, in fact. But yeah, it is exactly the smell, the sounds, everything there, and you feel every vibration through the car.
I bet you do. I love it, and I bet you love it too.
Well, I do. I'm just very privileged to be able to drive it. Being asked by Jenny Taylor, who's here. Yes, to drive the car for them.
It's amazing, James. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you.
So good to hear from James Wood. We'll see more of him not only in the Batch 1 second run, but also in the timed practice for the shootout. Now, the rally stage I mentioned a little earlier is in full swing up at the top of the hill on the Hannu Mikkola designed course. As ever, not only is it a great rally stage, but it's a wonderful entry that has been assembled with cars across all decades, really, of rallying's history. So there's lots to go and enjoy up there, and there is the tractor that will take you up there, have a ride up there rather than having to go for a long walk, and you can go and enjoy the cars at the top of the hill on that rally stage. So the entry, as I say, is a very, very good one indeed, and there's been a busy amount of action up there this morning with Ford Escort Mark IIs, for example, in the Ari Vatanen 1981 World Championship winning colours in 1981. The car that David Sutton prepared for the World Championship that year, and David Richards, who of course were celebrating Pro Drive's heritage this weekend. That also was part of his CV, because he sat alongside Ari Vatanen to win the World Rally Championship that year. The Russell Brooks Andrews Heat for Hire Ford Escort, that was initially a Lassie Lampe car, but it was in Russell's hands and colours, but it had great success in British Championship events. So that's there as well, and you see how dusty the course is at the moment. The rain that we've had earlier on in the week has long since dried out, so it's nice and slippery. And if you want to have a wander up to the rally stage, it is, as I say, well worth it. And when you get there, you can be in safe hands, because describing all the action as ever on the rally stage, Xavier McCartan and Tony Jardine.
Thank you very much indeed, David. It is great up here. Yes, the sun is out, but as you said, as ever, the course is quite treacherous. As you can see, what's been happening this morning, and that's one of the X-Works Golfs, sponsored by Cough Suite, and Andrew's Heat for Hire car as well. It was getting down to the Delta section, where you have the open area. It changes to the tarmac and onto the concrete, very, very dusty, catching people out. But we've had shades of Marco Allen up here, two wonderful 131 Mirafioris. This was the car from John Bloxham, and the beautiful 1.3S Lancia Fulvia, Simo Lampinen, etc. Monte Carlo winner. This car will be on the Roger Albert Clark rally in November this year with Steve and Tony Graham. They're in that beautiful car. And this was originally a Loveland car built by John Bloxham. John Bloxham, who sadly passed away this year, but he was Motoring News rally champion and a great exponent of the Fiats.
And in the background with me, the Subaru Boxer engine takes off. But we have had a terrific history of rallying where these are original cars. This is a Hannu Mikkola World Championship winning car. Of Kent Talbot Sunbeam, evoking memories of Henry Toiven and Tony Pond, to mention many others. And of course the great big rumble in the forest of the V8 Triumph TR7 that had the likes of Tony Pond, Per Eklund and many others, evoking memories of past rallying. And of course great spot for spectators, very like it is down with you. And the Alitalia Fiat 131, evoking memories of Volta Roll and Marco Allen in the national airline colours of Italy. It has been driven very well by Ian Gwynn here this morning, part of Steve Rimmer's collection, of course, of which we're very spoiled by, aren't we?
Yeah, and there's some fantastic sounds as well with the V6. Austin Metro 6R4, normally aspirated, and that shrill noise has been ringing out this morning. And Ian Gwynn then onto the 131 Fiat.
Well, guys, as ever, we are decidedly jealous, not only of the cars, but all of those fantastic liveries bringing back memories. We'll come back to you later on in the day. Enjoy yourselves up on the rally stage, and we'll be back with you for more action later on. Our thanks to Xavier McCarson and Tony Jardy. Then up at the rally stage, we'll be back with them for another look at what's going on there later. But as I say, the tractors with the trailers on which you can sit will take you up there, so you don't have to have a terribly long walk. Terry Grant's also been in business on the hill, and we're going to be getting ready shortly, I think, Bruce, for our next batch of cars, which starts to celebrate the careers of different people. Mario Andretti, a real legend, if that's not an overused word. Roger Penske, who perhaps still in Europe is not quite appreciated in the way that he should, and Jackie Ickx, who is, for my money, another rather underrated hero of the sport.
All three of them been there, seen it, done it, but understated in their own ways. You're quite right, and I really love it when you think you know quite a lot about someone, you come here and you're re-educated because there's so much more. Yeah. And for Roger Penske in particular, I think his career's been truly phenomenal. You'll get to enjoy an amazing array of cars coming up the hill. At the moment, we've got Terry Grant doing something with a green Aston Martin tucked away. He's being released just before Morecambe. Anyhow, yesterday went up in a Jaguar on 2 wheels and very nearly made it the whole way up. Just a bit like you getting to the car park this morning, David.
Absolutely, yes. Terry miserly saves on rubber in his old age, so he drives everywhere on 2 wheels, you see.
I had never thought that through. Now I know.
He's a businessman at heart, you see. How can I save a few quid? I know, I'll drive on 2 wheels. I mean, if he does it again today, everybody, you need to watch it, because the precision, it might only, as I said earlier, be 1.16 miles long, this course, but to do it on 2 wheels, with the narrowness, with the bumps, with the corners, with the elevation change, with the wall, with the straw bales, oh, fair play.
Another drivers go up and they complain it was a little bit bumpy. Of course, he doesn't feel all of those. So we're looking out for Terry Grant, but we're just trying to see if he's been sent back into the paddock or not. But anyhow, we're getting ready for an amazing batch of cars and bikes. We have Barry Nutley standing alongside to leap in, because we're celebrating 110 years of the Tourist Trophy race on the Isle of Man, 50 years of the amazing Suzuki races. So I'm going to move over, and Barry, primed, is going to hop in.
Well, whether we go cars first or bikes, we'll wait and see. But while we get the batch ready, let's just touch on bikes in general, Barry, because there's an element, I know, when we get to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, to think that it's largely about cars, and it is, but the motorbike element of this, the machinery and the people are stellar as well, but admittedly from a different motorsport world. But if you're a car fan, don't ignore the bikes, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely, and you know, that admiration comes from the car drivers as well, because an awful lot of them have had bikes on the hill already. We've got 10 times Isle of Man TT winners Ben and Tom Birchall on their 600cc Honda CBR-powered LCR. LCR Lewis Kristen Racing, the chassis builder who 35 years ago basically was building racing cars, took one wheel off, built a monocoque chassis for a sidecar outfit, and that chassis has survived in its design to this day. It cannot be better. Now, the Birchall brothers have taken on manufacture and distribution of the LCR chassis here in the UK, operating out of Mansfield. They are the go-to people for LCRs. This with a Honda engine in is the long chassis, not the bike they campaign in the TT. These long chassis are short-circuit outfits. There, by contrast, is Maria Costello on her Kawasaki, which is a short chassis and which is an LCR designed for the roads. So much more rugged.
I do still find sidecar racing absolutely fantastic, perhaps almost more in some respects than pure motorcycle racing, because of the effort that the passenger puts in.
Well, it's a question of teamwork, working together, knowing each other. Number 2, easing up there. Well, that's a lovely, lovely Manxnort just bellowing along, just looking so good. As I was saying, just quickly, the teamwork with the two working together, it's an absolutely essential part. Out into the sunlight, we've got a complete mix, 110 years, as Bruce said, of TT machinery here. The very oldest being the Norton twin, the 1907 Norton, which in the hands of Rem Fowler won the very first TT. That looks like the KTT Velocet. Very difficult to pick them out here in the sunshine, but it's a Rudge 500, Mike Farrell's bronze head radial valve Roach. We saw Mike Farrell ride that with Charlie Williams in the revival in the wet, and actually took a win in the wet against contemporary motorcycles. So that was an impressive thing indeed. Vincent Black Shadow There, the 1000cc 1951 Vincent. Built in Stevenage, Vincent. They were the quickest motorcycle in their day, 135 miles an hour for a road bike. Not too shabby. So that Vincent. Sammy Miller on board. We've got the marshals down the bottom there. The number 78 stranded by the side. Well, I can't see the Goodwood number, but looks like a Gtr to me. It is Gtr 4. That's Mike Jones' Gtr 4-cylinder, 500cc. That's a shame. It's only got about 50 metres off the start. Number 11 there, Max Norton, at the top of the paddock. Looking back down, KTT Veloset there. These bikes just waiting to get away. Somewhat frustrated, but let's get that Gtr out of the way, the Mike Jones Gtr. Another Mike Jones machine there, the Max Norton, the number. Oh, that's the Kawasaki, the Widowmaker, ridden by the number 10 Mick Grant back in the day. That machine almost stole victory in the TT, broke down on the last lap, broke its chain, and would have broken Mike Halewood's domination. As it was, Halewood went on to win the race. Gtr being pushed backwards ignominiously, really, for the Italian fire engines. Their thunder was taken over in later years, of course, by MV Agusta, and we got one or two of those running here.
And also, Barry, some star names that you have. I mean, we talked about some of the machines, but also some of the riders themselves have got amazing histories.
Indeed. John McGuinness, looking down the list of TT winners, of course, Joey Dunlop sits on top of the pile with 27. John McGuinness is on 23. And will he ever top that record? I don't know.
Is John one of the very few two-wheelers to be an honorary member of the British Racing Drivers Club? Valentino Rossi is one. And another has been made in the last couple of weeks, Jonathan Ray.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great sound as well.
That's the Sammy Miller Gtr with Sammy Miller on board. 500cc Quattro from the Sammy Miller Museum down there in New Milton. And this veteran, in his heyday, one of the greatest all-rounders, a good trials rider, the best trials rider the UK has ever seen, having won something, if my memory serves me well, like 1,300 national trials events on that famous 500cc Ariel Gov 132. Veloset KTT. Veloset took their first TT win in 1929 with their K series. K meaning camshaft. That's because the man who designed the Veloset was in fact a German, and camshaft was spelled with a K. Lots and lots of smoke. Ooh, that one's not going to make it all the way off the line, I'm sure. A bit of frantic paddling going on there. Coming off the line, a bit of a bump start. Can he get it going again? Has he got it fired up? Mercifully. Yes, he has. Look at the smoke. That is no. Lots of smoke on that. Ducati 900 SS. This is the machine on which Mike Halewood made that famous comeback, winning the 1978 Isle of Man TT after an 11-year layoff. Sports Motorcycles and Steve Wynn up there in Manchester put that Ducati together. This looks like the Gemini, Honda RS 250 Gemini, owned by Adam Childs. Yes, it is. The RS250 Honda was the machine, the 250, which they basically produced for customer sales and dealer sales, followed, of course, later by the NS250 and the NSR 250 subsequent to that. But the RS250, very much a production machine sold by Honda for Grand Prix privateers and dealer-supported national racing. Is that Duckham's North? I'm not sure whether it's Duckham's North. It's not. It's in Duckham's livery. It looks like Ian Simpson on board. 1994 British Superbike champion. Number 25 there, the Honda RC45. There's a whole bevy of RC45 V4 here. The subsequent model to the RC30, which was made so famous. That sounds like the SP1, the Vimto SP1 that John McGuinness rode. Joey Dunlop also rode one of those. That is indeed the Andy Caddick bike. And it is the 2001 V-twin Honda, built by Honda to compete with Ducati and World Superbike, and did so very successfully, winning 2 championships. Colin Edwards did quite a good job on one of those, let me tell you. The Texan Colin Edwards, the likeable Colin Edwards, who I've shared a commentary box with on many occasions. Good fun to be with, good fun to be around. The days of the American superstars momentarily in decline, or in remission, shall I say. BMW M1000 RR, OMG Racing, James Hillier is going to be competing in that, and not only is he going to be competing on that, he's going to be riding in the Paris-Dakar when the season eventually gets underway. Castrol livery. RS250. There, the Mick Grant XR14. We are celebrating also 50 years of Suzuki in Grand Prix racing. And Granty there having a go on that one, carrying his number 10 in true typical fashion. Mick Grant, such a successful TT racer, and indeed short circuit and Grand Prix racer. Looking rather compact in his leathers these days, I must say. Mick's still an avid trials rider, does an awful lot of classic trials riding. Big friend and, of course, team manager for James Whittam back in the day when he ran the Suzuki team. Granty, always a popular campaigner here. The next machine, the XR14 RT500, Chris Rich's bike, 1975. These were all RGs, and from the time that RG developed the Square 4 disc valve two-stroke, they were absolutely dominant for something like 18 years, with Grand Prix races being won right, left and centre, and of course Barry Sheen in 76 and 77 taking back-to-back World Championships on the RG, which was effectively 4 125cc cylinders and pistons, brought to the UK when Ernst Degler, the MZ East German rider, defected from East Germany, hid his family in the boot of a Wartburg, came to this country and took the technology to Suzuki. They won the World Championship the following year with a 125. This is Kenny Roberts Jr. lifted the title on in more recent years after so many years of Yamaha domination. The Valmoto, looks to me like the Valmoto Triumph. Jack Valentine and Steve Miller, V&M Racing. The distinctive red and yellow. Number 27, let me give you that. It's the David Jeffries R1, Nigel Milbanks. There's Sam Sunderland on the KTM Dakar winner. Sadly not this year, But Sam Sunderland 2 years ago winning the Dakar. Last year injured, this year from the well, it's time for me to hand back to 4 wheels. Bruce Jones is alongside Henry Weaver and Dan
So as we turn our attention back to cars and all-rounders, we've got Sebastian Loeb on the hill. So the multiple World Rally champion at the wheel of the BRX Hunter. Another remarkable bit of kit this from the Dakar Rally, part of ProDrive's celebration for this weekend.
We didn't really mention that before. We talk about great all-rounders, what do they not touch in terms of gold. Again, it's just a chance to run back through just what you've arrived here thinking you knew, and it's the bits you didn't know that really adds the bit as far as I'm concerned. So fabulous batch of cars to come up. But David, it's safe to say, is there a shape or size of a car that's not on display here this weekend? We start right back almost 120 years ago, but it really is something.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether it's on two wheels or you're learning all the time, because there are cars that we just don't get to see, either because they are very old or because they're absolutely latest technology, but in events we don't cover, or, as we've already had a couple of examples, they're next year's cars.
Entirely so. Nothing stands still at all. But one person who never stands still is Dave Coyne. And you and I used to watch him in Formula 4 racing up to Formula 3000. Ifs and buts. Got the build of a wrestler more than a racing driver. He won't mind me saying that. But as soon as he's slotted back into historic cars or into historic cars for the first time, it's 100% or nothing.
And what did he do in between giving up Formula 3000 and coming into historics? He went stock car racing.
Exactly.
He had a go in super stocks and was absolutely ideal because he could drive and he was always fairly robust. He was an absolutely natural fit. Dave Coyne is another great character.
Now, one of the things we'll often talk about is race liveries, and the Allen Man Racing gold above red stands the test of time. I think back to the cars that I used to get pictures of when I was little. That Ford P3, glorious endurance car. Didn't work very well, but red with the gold on top looked brilliant. And then, I'm not going to use the word that starts with I and ends in C, but the magnificent BMW livery, still so crisp. And on the Batmobile going up the hill at the moment, it just looks so right. BMW big presence here at the Festival of Speed for these 4 days, and certainly yesterday very much in presence when it really was the manufacturer's days going up and down the hill. But from our point of view, on Whistle gets a little bit wet with the right sort of cars, and that to me are racing cars.
Absolutely, that's how touring car racing was in the early 1970s. The so-called Batmobile, the 3-litre CSL that takes you to the Jackie Ickx part of our great all-rounder celebration, because Jackie was, as you know, so successful in sports cars, but also Formula 1 and touring cars, sharing that type of BMW that Alex Elliott drives with the great Hans Stuck. Right, let's go to ProDrive next, because they built very successful rally cars. Porsches, under ProDrive's guidance, were very good in the Middle East and also very good on tarmac rallies in Europe.
And again, that was the thing. A lot of people, when they only had one eye on the World Rally Championship, they thought it's snow, it's ice, it's gravel, but tarmac, it always provided a different twist. And quite often the people who won on tarmac on events like the Tour de Corse didn't have such great success elsewhere. But I like that combination. That's the whole point of rallying. It should be on every sort of surface, from everything from absolute sub-zero to the very top. Now, if it's not a rally car on the hill, it might be a sports car, it might be a GT, and it's not just any GT. This is the start of the Roger Penske celebration. This is the car that he raced back in 1963 on what was his last visit to the circuit. It's Holly Mason Franchitti driving it up the hill, because the car, this glorious 250 GTO, one of her father Nick Mason's absolutely colossal collection of magnificent cars, and certainly her husband Marino Franchitti doesn't need much of an excuse to get his tail end into that car, because it is, anybody who's been fortunate enough to drive a 250 GTO will tell you it's the sweetest of things.
And there is the Lola T70 Spider, another of the early Can-Am cars. Tony Sinclair at the wheel of this car, the sort of car that John Surtees had great success with. British company, Lola, but they went stateside, took on Can-Am opposition. Massive Chevrolet engine in the back of it. The cars, of course, as Can-Am progressed, became ever more outlandish, but this was, in at the beginning, successful.
In at the beginning, but again, Goodwood Festival of Speed, it's an array of colour, but it's also an array of sound, and that visceral note from that big Chevrolet V8, still one of the soundtracks that I absolutely adore hearing. And Tony Sinclair driving it very hard across the finish line there.
Untitled Chapter at the wheel of the Lotus 49, celebrating the career of Mario Andretti, another of those great all-rounders. Mario, Formula One world champion in 1978, 4 times an IndyCar champion, runner-up at Le Mans, won a NASCAR race, won the Daytona 500. There wasn't much Mario Andretti couldn't do.
Never won at Linden Hill, apparently. But, of course, the beauty of this...
It irks him to this day.
Yes, I know. Just the one Indy 500 win, but none at Linden Hill. But, of course, the 49B... This was the first car he drove in Formula One, dropped into his local Grand Prix circuit at Watkins Glen, whacked it on pole. They knew he was coming, they knew how brilliant he was, and really there was no debate thereafter. The Formula One career was a bit in and out, because largely he went away after that, did a little bit with Ferrari, but it came back with Parnelli, then to Lotus, and then history started to be written.
The Lola T332, the Formula 5000 chassis, which again celebrates Mario's career. This is the 1974 built car. So Eric Broadley was building the Can-Ams. He was building these Formula 5000 chassis. This was a car that he had great success with in America. And the Roger Penske driven Porsche here. This Penske team car won the Sebring 12 Hours, and a great man at the wheel of a great car.
Just remember, Roger Penske hasn't just built a racing empire, he's still racing, or still out there in racing cars in his ninth decade. But Roger took this car to the States. It was LMP2 class against LMP1 runners, and just was stupendous in terms of what it managed to do. But actually, some of the drivers on board have quite a history at Goodwood. It was also Romain Dumas, who's been here recently, setting phenomenal speeds in that VW ID.R, the car that conquered Pikes Peak, and he was part of this lineup with Timo Bernhard. Porsche always so strong in keeping strong driver lineups together.
I'm slightly hesitant to say that's Roger Penske, given the pace of the car, but the timing screen tells us that Roger was driving it, and he is meant to drive it over the weekend, but I wouldn't necessarily put lots of money on Roger having driven it up the hill just yet.
We'll wait and see. Yeah. But it's, whoever's driving it is being suitably cautious. So it could be anybody. It could be someone who's thinking, I better not drop the car. It's Roger's. And a very special one. That was 2008 generation car in the end. Yeah. But really, a car that sort of almost redefined the American Le Mans series. It was going through a bit of a change, and that sort of drove it in one direction.
And it also woke up Porsche as well, because having not really cared about sports car racing and focused, as it has its periods of doing, on one main championship, suddenly, admittedly it was an LMP2 type car, but yeah, we could be doing things in sports car racing, and it started to permeate through the psyche that, yeah, maybe we should be building an LMP1 car, and eventually we got there. But they were really good for the customer teams as well, a bit like 962 era.
Yeah, no manufacturer complains, about succeeding in the States, quite a good market to succeed in.
Very true.
And also, yeah, you do have to remember, selling cars to customers worked in Group C for Porsche, but that's the batch come to an end. And David, I think we're ready for more, but a little break.
Absolutely right. Lots to enjoy still to come here at this 2021 Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
Maria Costello, you're the only lady to have raced a bike and a sidecar at the Isle of Man TT. I know you want to get back there next year in a sidecar. How is it coming up the hill?
It's amazing coming up the hill. This year's so special. So great to be at Goodwood, showing off my new look sidecar that will be taken to the TT next year.
Now, you've got Vicky Cook sat beside you. Do you have a sort of team talk before you come up the hill, or do you just see what happens?
Yeah, we actually even looked at a video because she's not been up here before, and yeah, but it's just that whole feeling and atmosphere as much as coming up the hill. Do you know what I mean? Being at this event is very special.
And how much are you looking forward to that TT in 2022?
I mean, there aren't words. There aren't words. Just can't wait to get back there. We're so ready to go, using this year and next year, you know, to get lots of track time and build up our relationship so that we are ready to have a great TT.
How much does the performance of a sidecar rest on that relationship between the rider and the passenger?
Hugely, and particularly at the Isle of Man. As you can imagine, you know, the course is 40 miles long with over 200 corners, and that's, I feel like we have the best relationship going forward. Every time we're getting on the bike, we're building up on that, including being here, so it's just a bonus all round.
Well, it's great to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Steve Parrish, you have ridden a myriad of motorcycles up this hill. Tell us a little bit about this Suzuki.
Well, I guess iconically it's the bike that Kevin Schwantz won the World Championship with, a great hero of mine. I'd finished racing when Kevin started, but I always followed his career. It's a Suzuki, which I rode for alongside Barry Sheene, so I have a great affinity with them. And it's a beautiful bike. It's much, much better than anything I ever raced. If only I'd have had one of these and no one else did, I could have been a great world champion. But it's lovely, and it's just nice to be on a bike that's got so much kind of prestige value, I guess, with it, and kudos that goes alongside it. And it's lovely to be here this weekend because it's very much a Barry Sheene kind of anniversary, and I get to ride the famous number 7, the 1976 and 77 World Championship bikes as well. So I'm like a kid in a sweet shop, as always at Goodwood.
Now, you famously obviously knew Barry Sheene very well. Just tell viewers who perhaps obviously didn't know him in periods kind of what kind of a man he was.
Well, difficult to describe Barry Sheene unless you've got about an hour, but he was a real character. Unfortunately, we don't seem to get so many characters these days, and that's not their fault. It's because nowadays you have to start off in some kind of an academy as opposed to driving a van around smoking a fag like Barry Sheene was when he was about 17 years old. So you kind of come through normal life and then you start racing. But Barry was so good with his public. He spent hours and hours sitting waiting to sign autographs. He was a very talented rider, of course, a real character, a lot of fun, and I got into a load of trouble with him, which we can't talk about right now. But it was sort of the 70s and things when that kind of thing went on, really, I guess, and when we really enjoyed life to the fullest. And I think a lot of that was to do with it was very dangerous, you have to remember, back then, and there was a lot of people got killed, and so it was a bit of a war zone, really, and you went out and enjoyed yourself as much as you could whenever you could, and then you rode your motorcycles as fast as you possibly could, and as long as I kept my helmet, and I got prettier girls.
Steve, hopefully we can hear those stories about Barry over a beer sometime, but thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much indeed, I certainly will.
Now, of course, we are celebrating 110 years of the mountain course at this year's Festival of Speed, and that means I'm absolutely surrounded by all the TT bikes. The Tourist Trophy on the Isle of Man has been going, as I said, for 110 years and really is one of the most iconic, incredible motorsport experiences that you will ever go to. If you've never been, I very much implore you to go. Now, down here, I can see the 2010 bike for Jenny Tinman, the number 68 here, and that's Jenny's bike from the 2010 Isle of Man TT, and Jenny is the fastest, got a bit of noise in the background, the fastest woman on the TT course. Jenny, it's great to see you again here. You've got your 2010 race bike. Is it nice to be back on it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. The last time I rode it was here, actually, last time, so yeah, it's really great to ride it again.
And we've obviously been missing the TT the last 2 years. How have you been sort of keeping up to speed?
So I'm getting ready for British Superstock Championship, so I've been got a newer Honda, so I've been out on that a little bit, so it's been good.
It's great to see you back, and we're looking forward to the TT in 2022. We've also got Sam Sunderland here, who's on a slightly different machine, his Dakar bike. How is it on the hill?
Yeah, I've got the wrong tyres on by the looks of it, but no, obviously here in Goodwood's always a great atmosphere, and super happy to come back and see everybody, especially you know, after all the COVID and lockdowns. It's nice to see people out and about, and the weather's good, so yeah, having a good time.
Now, the Dakar obviously is a world-famous race, but just tell people a little bit about it, because it really is like nothing else on earth.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crazy adventure, you know, 12-day race across through the deserts, in mountains and dunes, and yeah, the fastest man wins, you know, the same as any race, but a lot more sort of factors come into play over such a long race, you know, navigation and the mechanical side, so quite a lot going on.
I mean, it looks mind-bending in a car, but on a motorbike, there are huge risks, aren't there? But you've got to take them and get the time.
Yeah, that's it. You know, we're trying to navigate and ride as fast as we can, whereas the car drivers obviously have co-drivers helping them with the navigation. And yeah, like you say, if you want to win, you need to be pushing the limits. And sometimes you find the limits, but it's all a bit of a balance, you know.
Sam, thank you so much. And Jenny, thank you. Enjoy your weekends.
Thank you.
So we have the next batch making their way down to the paddock, and the cars coming back onto the hill ready for our next batch, which will include lots of Formula 1 machinery to get excited too. Before we get to them, let's go and join Bryn Lucas, who's been out and about and chatting to guests. We will get to Bryn, I promise you, in a moment. So busy chatting is he, he's still chatting, so we'll get there. Formula 1 cars then down to the start line, and there you can see the Corsica back Fittipaldi. It's going to be part of this next batch, celebrating the different eras of Formula 1, including the 1.5 litre period, including the 3 litre Cosworth DFV engine period as well. And very shortly, once everybody is there, because there are still cars making their way from that holding area, then we'll be in business for this next batch of cars for the first opportunity for many to make their way up the hill this weekend. We did have some cars in the sort of highlights batch yesterday, but we're going to be celebrating, for example, BRM, as well as the cars from Tyrell, cars from Aston Senna, FIA batch is the one cars that are presented by the FIA this weekend, the governing body. In celebrating the event of Touring as well. They're not a Formula 1 car behind the W Series chassis single-seater. It's more of a Formula 3 style car, but it runs out as a support race to Grand Prix, so we'll let that one in just about to the variety, Bruce.
Well, just supported the two Austrian, no, not the two Austrian Grand Prix, the two Grand Prix in Austria, of course, the Austrian and then the Styrian Grand Prix. Next stop, Silverstone for the British Grand Prix. And again, much like having crowds admitted in here, it makes the world of difference, not just for the coffers, but for the whole atmosphere. And Silverstone, likewise, was given the green light a while ago. And it does make the world of difference to everybody involved.
Yeah, Silverstone has been working very closely and very quietly with the DCMS to try to make sure that the Grand Prix was open, a bit like Goodwood has been working so hard, so discreetly as well, to make an event like this possible. And we've got the result we all want as fans.
And we've got sunshine, and we've got noise, and we've got cars. It's a fantastic show. But really, what I love is when you get the changing of one batch to another, and suddenly you've got a different sort of sound coming up, and a little bit more speed. It's a classic day ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, just before we get these cars up the hill, let's rejoin Bryn Lucas, who, as I say, has been busy chatting to guests like Marino Franchitti.
I love being in the assembly area and speaking to different drivers. Marino, we caught up with you. You're about to go up the hill. Tell us about why you're here and how exciting it is to be back.
First of all, it is amazing to be back here, to the Duke and all his team that made this happen. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's Jackie Stewart behind us. It's just, this is Goodwood, and it's great to see it up and on its feet again.
Yeah.
Yeah, this morning I'm driving Gordon Murray's BT44B up the hill, which is really exciting for me. Especially poignant this week, having lost Carlos Royterman, who raced this in period. So, yeah, we'll try and make some smoke off the line and celebrate his life properly. But from this, it's straight over to supercars and our Singer DLS, so it's all go.
I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you which cars you prefer to drive, because that's evil. But what is it like to drive something like this, especially, as you say, at the moment with that name Carlos written on the side for Carlos Royterman?
Yeah, as I say, it's even more poignant having just lost him. Anytime you're driving a Ford DFV, the 3-litre, the V8, the noise off it is unbelievable, and it's one of those rare cars where it sounds as good inside as it does out, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I am as well. Quick word about the amount of people here and looking around and seeing all these smiling faces. It feels a bit weird, doesn't it? But it's just fantastic.
Yeah, I keep running away from people. I get but it's great to see the event on, to be back with all your friends doing what you love. It's like being a kid again. It's my 8-year-old's up the top watching in the top paddock with his friend Freddie, and I feel like them. You feel like an 8-year-old again, so it's great to be back.
It's come home, hasn't it?
It really has.
It really has. Marino, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a word about Carlos Royterman, as you've heard from Marino Franchitti. Very sadly, Carlos Royterman, the Argentine Grand Prix driver, died yesterday from complications relating to liver cancer, from which he had been diagnosed in 2017. He was 79 years of age and became, in 2007, an honorary member of the British Racing Drivers Club. He was the runner-up in the 1981 Formula One World Championship, but came into Formula One in 1972, initially for Brabham. He drove for Ron Dennis as well in Formula 2 in Brabham, and moved through to Ferrari, for which he drove in 77 and 78. In 1979, he went to Lotus. After Lotus had cleaned up in 1978, Carlos thought, well, if they were that good last year, they're going to be even better next year. Well, the Lotus 80 was not a successful car, so he moved on to Williams and went to the last Grand Prix as the World Championship leader, was defeated by Nelson Piquet. And although Carlos Royterman started the 1982 World Championship with Williams, he retired from the sport after a couple of races. He tackled the 1985 Argentine Rally in a Peugeot 205 T16, but it was really into politics that his career moved. He became governor of Santa Fe province. He was elected to the National Senate, although he did resist attempts to stand for president. And all of us send our best wishes to Carlos Royterman's family. Now let's turn our attention to the cars that we have at the start line. I think we're going to start, Bruce Jones, with BRM, but we've got not only Formula One cars looking down there, we've got some of the sports cars as well, as we continue to celebrate different manufacturers, different drivers, different disciplines, different anniversaries, as we become very Goodwood again.
We most definitely do, and BRM, it was a big, ambitious project for Britain to take on the Grand Prix world and conquer it. It didn't really work to start with. Raymond Mays created that, got British industry behind it, but it took reorganisation after Alfred Owen took it over, backed by his industrial empire, and that first win finally came in 1959. Joe Bonnier at the Dutch Grand Prix, but it was the early 60s when the Formula went to 1.5-litre engines that it really found its form, its métier, and Graham Hill delivered the title, driver's title and the constructor's title in 1962. Still one of the sweetest looking cars, the P261, such a brilliant car. Didn't work quite so well when they moved on to the 3-litre formula in 1966, and eventually by the mid-70s it was all really starting to unravel, and BRM moved on. But let's go down to the assembly earlier, because Bryn went down to catch a little bit of atmosphere, and there's an awful lot of that. Down to Bryn.
Well, it's very noisy in the paddock here in the assembly area. All the cars are fired up. I have no idea if you can hear me, but it gives you a sense of the roar, the noise, the visceral experience that you get when these cars really do fire up. And when you hear it like this, you get a sense of what it must have been like at the start of a Grand Prix with these sorts of cars on the start line. It's absolutely fantastic. In the blue Tyrrell over there is Jackie Stewart. He's heading out on track in just a few moments' time to go up the hill. You pan around, there's a W Series car, very, very current. And in the back over there, we've got the more modern Formula One cars as well. And I tell you what, I'm in my happy place, and it's so exciting to see all these cars back at Goodwood for the Goodwood Festival of Speed 2021. Wow.
Drivers everywhere, and I've got another one with me now, Rob Bell, of course. I'm shocked to have learnt just a few moments ago that this is the first time that you've driven here at Goodwood this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone is when I say that, because yeah, I've been around the motorsport scene for quite a while, but there's usually a race meeting on. So this is one of the few times I come to the event, and I had been up the hill previously as a passenger, which was scary enough. But yeah, so it's fantastic to actually be able to get my foot down and be let loose on the hill.
Who were you passenger with?
Oh, a journalist chap who was perfectly well behaved, but it still seemed quite daunting at the time because I was in a McLaren road car, which are obviously very, very fast.
So this time you're driving. Yesterday you drove the hill for the first time in this car that's behind me, the 720S, right?
Yes, absolutely.
What was it like?
Again, quite tricky because actually in the morning it had rained quite heavily, and a lot of the people who've done it quite a lot were saying that the track was very, very greasy, lots of difficult conditions. So the first run up, I was like, what have I let myself in for here? But luckily, we did 2 runs in the morning and then the timed run was in the afternoon. And by the time we got to the timed run, it was a little bit more grey and yeah, it felt a little bit more what I'm used to. So I enjoyed the last run, but the first 2 runs, yeah, I was thinking of trying to see if I could have the day off after that, to be honest.
For somebody that's used to circuit racing, you know, you've got runoff, you've got a slightly wider track.
Yeah.
How different is it doing a hill climb?
It is actually very different. It's a different mindset because, as you say, on the circuit, if you make a slight error, you've usually got a little bit of, you know, a bit of room for error. Whereas I quickly learned yesterday, if this goes wrong, there's none of that. There's no coming back. So you've just got to probably build up a little bit slower. So I expect to find a little bit more time in us today, actually, and yeah, we'll keep pushing and see how we go, see how the competition goes. But it was nice to be at the sharp end yesterday.
Absolutely, and of course McLaren have got a huge presence here.
Yep.
A number of cars down here. This is the Supercar Paddock, so if you haven't made your way over here, please do. It's on the other side of the start line. You just need to cross over the bridge, but there is so much to see. And McLaren have got a great, of course, number of cars down here, but also the great stand over on the other side of the Goodwood house, and there's a lot going on with McLaren.
Yeah, there always is here. We support the event really well and we love the event, and I think that shows really. So we've got a number of cars going up the hill from old to new, and of course on the stage we've got everything up to the latest car just out the Artura. So yeah, we love the event and love being a part of it.
Fantastic. Well, listen, I know you're busy. What time are you? You're up the hill throughout the weekend, aren't you?
Yep. Today, 12:10, I think is the first run. Don't quote me on that. But I think we get one timed run up the hill today, and then 1 or 2 other opportunities to drive up the hill. So 3 times today in total, but 1 timed run, which is an important one.
Fantastic. Enjoy. Thank you very much for talking to us, Rob. And don't forget to make your way over here to the Supercar Paddock and enjoy everything that's on offer.
Now gets a chance to have a look at the 1 cars from myriad eras right up to the present day. Esteban Gutierrez has been a star at Speed Week, coming to the Festival of Speed this year. We have not only Mercedes but Ferrari representation as well, and it's another fascinating look at how Formula 1 cars have evolved from lovely shapes to perhaps not quite so attractive more recent cars with so many little aero aids just tacked on.
And we might just get them off. The cars will look much purer, but you can imagine that at least 50 people in any design department would sort of swoon and their heads would hit the screen because every single part of these cars has a part to play. But certainly, if ever you see the graphics that show the difference in size of an early 60s Formula 1 car through to the present day, you are talking a little bit of spread in every single direction.
I mean, people go on about certain circuits being narrow these days. It's not the circuits, they haven't shrunk, it's the cars that have got much, much wider.
And you know what, if you said to me, compare a 60s Formula 1 car to, let's say, McLaren M23 from the mid-70s, you'd have thought they'd become so much bigger, but actually at this year's Monaco Historique, there was plenty of space for mid-70s Formula 1 cars to race. The spread came after that. Yeah. So for the drivers in the newest machine, there's not a lot of space to play with here at all. But it's just fantastic as the batches of cars are coming out. We've got Formula 1 cars coming out, hopefully from the early 1950s right through to present day. So it really is a history lesson on the move. Cars going down to the bottom of the course, even that, having to turn around in that tight area at the bottom paddock, there's not a lot of space, but then we're about to treat you to all the sights and sounds and, of course, the noises here as they go up the hill climb course.
I mean, one of the cars that should be in this next batch, we saw it yesterday, is the 6-wheel Tyrrell. Yes, 6 wheels, because, again, in the 1970s, when designers could come up with
whatever they fancied,
unfair advantage. You know, it was down to their fertile imagination and a bit of string and a ruler and a protractor, and how could they make the best shape and get the best traction, and Tyrrell thought 6 wheels. And the way that they kept that a secret until the car launched was quite something.
There were certain journalists who popped down to Ockham, to the wood yard, the timber yard where the factory was, and walked in to see Ken, walked out, and they didn't realise they walked past the six-wheel Tyrrell. It was under covers, but they just saw a car under wraps, walked on past. Oh, the scoop that went missing.
Absolutely right. Well, that should be in this next batch as well. The 50th anniversary of Tyrrell's 1971 Constructors title. That's why we're celebrating Tyrrell. Of course, 1971 was Jackie Stewart as a driver. It was Tyrrell as a constructor that won the World Championship in a season that, in a sense for Tyrrell, began the year earlier, because they launched the Tyrrell 001 at the end of 1970, having had a March which wasn't very successful, and all those lessons learnt at the end of 1970 were put into very good use in 71, and they came out fighting.
It's unusual for a team, yes, to have a two-part championship, but don't forget, when March arrived, they had a March that started from next to nothing just a year and a half before, and they suddenly occupied literally the front two rows, the season opening race at Kyalami, but then the world moved on. And also, if you invest in your own car, it may well be better than one that's being sold almost at cost as a customer car, which I guess was the problem.
True. Yes, and we touch on March, just also to recognise that one of the founders of that company passed away just a few weeks ago, Max Mosley, who, of course, had gone on to then be the president of the FIA, the governing body of motorsport. So, an acknowledgement to Max Mosley's contribution, which was huge in the 1990s in terms of safety after the tragic 1994 at Imola.
Yes, the FIA had to move very, very quickly indeed, and it's quite difficult to reinvent circuits at the drop of a hat, so the temporary chicanes were put in next time around at the Spanish Grand Prix, so through the season, and then the cockpit side started to come up in subsequent years. So you can't just reinvent the Formula One car, but they did it as fast as they could for safety.
Indeed so. Right, let's get into the batch then. There is Gary Pearson at the wheel of the Jaguar D-Type. Gary Pearson is another Goodwood hero, and very, very versatile historic racer and preparer. And the Jaguar D-Type is on the line, ready to blast away. This was the, as the name suggests, the next car in the line from the C-Type, with which Jaguar had enjoyed success in sports car racing, but the D-Type took it to the next level.
It really, really did, and I still, if you put them side by side, I still nod towards the C-Type in terms of my personal desires, but the D-Type, and particularly when you got the long nose model, it just had so much more stability, and of course that big dorsal fin behind the driver's set, actually offset, it's not in a straight line, just helped with driver comfort. Going down that long Lausanne straight, it removed the buffeting, and if anybody, their first time in a single-seater or a sports car with a small aero screen, one lesson I learnt when in a friend's car was that he had the aero screen, I didn't. I was nearly beaten to death by my collar. Thereafter it was button-down shirts only, but preferably a race suit. But D-Types, they make a great sound too.
And they had a great pedigree at Le Mans, because it was a Jaguar D-Type that won the tragic 1955 race, but D-Types won again in 56 and again in 57. And the car that Gary Pearson drives, there it is from the small Scottish team, the Border Reivers team. We talked about Ecuria Cos earlier in the context of the C-Type, but it was Ian Scott Watson's team, Border Reivers, and Gary Pearson sits ready to blast up the hill. The car from 1955 makes a great noise, does the D-Type. Huge steering wheel. Gary will be sawing away at the wheel of it, and he's another driver that will put maximum commitment into this.
And I think, David, when you're talking about those two great Scottish teams, they were incredible patrons of the sport. You think of the number of drivers they brought through, very patriotic, and I think every country needs a few teams like that with wealthy individuals who have a love of the sport and they want to bring talent on.
Gary Pearson doing it properly. Open face helmet, goggles on, ready to go. Fires it up, and the Jaguar D-Type then blasts away. Again, narrow, skinny tyres, but this was the type of car that was the car to have for those seasons in the mid-1950s, in the equivalent of the World Endurance Championship now.
Entirely so, but of course they could be driven to the circuit, and don't forget, of course, Aston Martin used to be at the Hotel de France, which is nowhere particularly near the Circuit de la Sarthe, and they just wanted to be away from the action, and they had a nice garage behind the hotel and courtyard that they could keep the cars secure in. But again, just think about people who weren't going to the race, but they'd see the racing cars come past, perhaps on Sunday afternoon, go back in the other direction with the trophy rammed in alongside the driver.
So after the D-Type came the E-Type. It debuted at Alton Park in 1961, and Graham Hill won first time out. And this car, ECD 400, a Tommy Sopwith run car from Keephead Denver, but this is the one that Graham Hill drove at. I think it was Roy Salvatore second behind him, and the legend of the E-Type was born. There, Phil Perkins blasts away with the BRM P261 as we start to have a look at Formula One cars. Look at that, no aero, no rear wing, no front wing, low line car. That was how Grand Prix racing was.
They call them cigar tubes, and you can see precisely why. You can see exactly what the driver is doing. You can see what the suspension is doing as it travels up and down. There's the gearbox visible at the back. Pure and for purpose, and very successful. This was the greatest era for BRM. The mark from Bourne up in Lincolnshire. And we get to see them down at the motor circuit, but here's a car that makes me smile very, very much indeed. We're moving on to the world of Lotus. David, what you'd have watched in childhood?
Oh, absolutely. This is the car that Mario Andretti took to win the wet 1976 Japanese Grand Prix. His win rather forgotten because that was the Hunt Lauder Championship Showdown. Andrew Beaumont, who owns this car, who's driving this car, as you will have spotted from his crash helmet, a massive Ronnie Peterson fan. So it is Ronnie Peterson's helmet to a T. And yes, this is the Lotus 77 from 76, which was a good car, but it wasn't a standout. But as it got closer to the Lotus 79 for 1978, Lotus was right up.
Well, they really were, but one forgets just how poor Lotus was at the start of that season. 1976, drivers came, drivers went, but Mario had the faith. And if you've never seen the 1976 Japanese Grand Prix, take a look. The weather on the foothills of Mount Fuji was absolutely ghastly. He alone seemed to keep it in a straight line and take it to that famous win. A couple of cars bunching at the top. Andrew Beaumont's caught onto the tail of that BRM 261 as they go from bright sunshine into the shade at the top of the course. But a history lesson on the move.
Indeed, so yes, the 1976 season, the Hunt Lauder battle, is the rough plot of Rush. If you've seen the movie, it's sort of on nodding terms with history, but it's largely
it's entertainment.
It's entertainment.
I went with some friends and I started complaining of inaccuracies. 30 seconds in, I was told by my wife, we're here for an enjoyable evening, and then I had to just enjoy it, and I really did. Any chance to see these cars on the move, I absolutely love them.
Now there's the six-wheel Tyrrell, James Hansen at the wheel of the car that Jody Schenzer drove, lastly Patrick Depailler drove. You've also got Adrian Beecroft here with the Aston Martin DB3S. Aston Martin we talk about now again as a Grand Prix team, but of course it's really with sports cars that the Mark had great success. The DBR1, I should say, rather, making its way up past the pit wall. Adrian Beecroft, exponent of the cars, and being suitably cautious this morning.
Well, one knows the value of the DBR1s, particularly the ones with the ultimate pedigree. It's no, you can't afford it, is really the answer. But exquisite cars, and it's great to see Aston Martin spreading its wings all over. Talking of wings, how large would you want them to be? This is a car that fits the Ferrari that Mario Andretti drove with such success in the early 1970s, winning the Sebring 12 hours, Daytona 24 hours. It's huge. The 512S is definitely one of the jewels in Nick Mason's crown. And listen again, different engine notes, and just fantastic to see. But it does make the track look so, the hill, so narrow.
And another car immortalised on the small screen in the excellent Le Mans movie. Just comes to a mouse, because that was the type of car that took on the gold Porsche 917s at the time. Now behind this, you've got the Porsche 956, Rainer Becker's car, with which Mario Andretti, along with Philippe Alliot and Michael Andretti, his son, finished second at Le Mans in 1983. There, having crept in again, is the Adrien Fourmeau Ford Puma, which is next year as well, the rally car. Ahead of him going up the hill is Anthony Reid in the Rally Escort WRC. Carlos Sainz's car owned by Nick Jarvis.
And again, it's new ground for Anthony, but give him the car, give him the Goodwood Hill, he'll drive anything up there. Now, the future of rallying, the Puma, rallying, changing its spots very fast indeed as hybrid machinery is embraced. Ford, in many ways, leading the way. Adrien Fourmeau enjoying his time up here, but take a look. Rallying, like racing, never stands still. It's constantly changing, and it's much more purposeful than you might have imagined when you look at the ingredients.
I mean, that as a hybrid makes a noise, but it's got better electrification, so it sort of ticks all boxes, doesn't it?
And it pops and it bangs, a little bit of lifting before the flint wall, but who am I to comment, because they're driving up at great speed, diving into the shade. But get used to these shapes, and it's good to see whenever the World Championship takes the next leap forward. It's always so dynamic. And really, over the history of the decade, you think of Ford's involvement in the championship, and it's been very, very strong indeed. We saw the Escorts at the top of the hill that were just so mighty in Escort Mark II gauge. Now the P25 BRM, this was the car with which they finally took a win. They came back in the mid-50s, back into the World Championship, and the P25 in the hands of Joe Bonnier, against the odds in so many ways, against expectation. But Andy Willison driving the very, very pretty car from the late 1950s with good style.
And then behind on the hill, you'll see the P48 that Ben Mitchell is driving. But the likes of Joe Bonnier drove Graham Hill to the third in the Dutch Grand Prix, which was the car's best result. And there it is, Ben Mitchell, very accomplished historic racer. And this car owned by Rotterdam, it dates back to 1960, 2.5 litre 4-cylinder engine. Behind that, there is going to be the Lotus Brm 43 in the hands of Andy Middlehurst. So we're having this 70 years of BRM's Grand Prix history celebrated. There is Andy Middlehurst, this car from 1966, and while Cosworth was working away on an engine, Lotus did a deal with BRM to put this 16-cylinder engine for the 1966 season in the back of it, and regretted doing so, rather.
No one read the handbook that says keep things simple.
Absolutely.
Basically, two 8-cylinder engines mated together, trying to go up to the 3 litre from the 1.5 litre formula. I guess it made sense. The math sort of worked. But for Lotus, they were the first team entitled to run, entrusted with the Ford Cosworth DFE halfway through 1967, and the rest absolutely was history. Now, if you want to go right back in time, we'll go back to the Ferrari 500, fabulous car, constant changing of rules in Formula 1. Alexander Boswell driving the car. They reverted to, well, they went to Formula 2 regulations in 1952 because they felt there were only 2 works teams left in Formula 1. That wouldn't make a world championship, so they invited cars of a lesser specification, and Ferrari nailed it, and Ascari couldn't stop winning. 2 titles on the trot.
And then, going to the 1960s again, this is the engine car Lotus 25. It's a 1962 car, which had most of its success, in fairness, in 63. But it was another lightweight, by this stage, simple design from Colin Chapman's squad, 1500cc Climax engine in the back of it. Monocoque chassis. It was immediately able to make every other rival car really seem somewhat outdated. The Repco engine Brabham here in the hands of Jeff Underwood, which was another step forward. Of course, Jack Brabham building cars, racing cars, winning world championships.
First driver to do so, bearing a car of his own name. And we're talking about Penske. We're going to now fleetingly talk about John Watson, because he was the driver who gave them their first Formula 1. The Österreichring, the Austrian Grand Prix 1976. That helmet still absolutely timeless. Great to see Watty back in the car with which he shone.
And he's bought new overalls for the event. He's bought new underwear for the event. He's, well, I'm going to do it properly, you know. And it's 40 years, lest we forget, this year that John won the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. It's the 18th of July date this year. It was Saturday, the 18th of July, 40 years ago, when John won it, and it was his day of days. It was a win that came out of nowhere. But this, as Bruce rightly says, was the car that he had his first Grand Prix win with the Penske. And on the back of that, he said, if I win a Grand Prix, I'll shave off my beard. And he was good to his word.
He was indeed. Took years off him, but that win also, don't forget, the first and the only one for Penske in Formula 1. That was the year, the battle between Ferrari and McLaren, with Lotus trying to play a bit part, but great that Roger Penske's efforts were rewarded. Now, Jackie Stewart aboard the Tyrrell 003, and it just looks right, the classic elf livery on that car, and Jackie has had this one in the family ever since the 003. Just such a great car, started to change its shape to become the 005, 006 range, with which he got the second title, but this was the car he drove to that first title for Tyrrell's team in 1971.
And remember, 2 years ago we had that amazing moment with the presentation from Jackie to his wife, Lady Helen Stewart, heading up the hill on the final day of the event. And Jackie, a tremendous supporter of Goodwood events, whether it's race meetings, whether it's the festival. And as ever, being reciprocated as he accelerates now from Walton Corner, but his enthusiasm for the sport remains undimmed.
Undimmed, and also an event like this where the attention to detail is so exquisite. That is how Jackie runs his life. It's attention to detail. There is no such word as retirement in the Jackie Stewart diary. He's always got not one thing on the go, but many, many things. And it's great to have the 005 starting to follow Jackie up the hill, and it shows that quick evolution that went on to that 1973 title. And such a part of racing, and Jackie just always such a delight to spend any time with.
Yeah, the 005 behind being driven by Paul Stewart. And that car heading up towards the top of the climb now. Then we go back to the Lotus 18 behind it, with the side panel removed as it was for Stirling Moss in the Monaco Grand Prix. There is Paul Stewart then in the 006, in fact, badged as the 1973 car. And it was still for that time Jack Stewart, Severe chassis, but Paul Stewart heading to the completion of the run. run. As I say, behind is a little Lotus 18. Fantastic car with its Climax engine. But Sterling Moss took to win the Monaco Grand Prix. And after that, there is Adam Tyrrell at the wheel. Fine in the entry, which is another of the Tyrrell 001s.
And again, just worth reiterating the Lotus 18 you were talking about. That was in the days when privateer teams could still win Grand Prix. So despite Lotus having its work team, that was Rob Walker's team. And the scion of that whiskey family, Johnny Walker, loved his racing and did it very, very well indeed. Really, probably pretty much the last of the privateers through into the mid-70s. So that win was famous for Lotus and a big, big reward for the great Rob Walker.
The ex-Carlos Royterman Brabham there in the hands of Marino Franchitti in that glorious Martini colour scheme. And Marino driving this properly, isn't he? He said he was going to try and do justice to the late Argentine driver, so in the ex-Royterman car, Brabham meeting B, slightly enhanced version of the car with that huge airbox towering over the driver, Marino Franchitti, chasing after Jamie Burgle, who you'll have seen go through with the BRM P153. And then there's the BRM P160 just heading up towards Vulcan Corner now in the hands of George McDonald, that car running in its Vulcan colour scheme.
It wasn't only the sponsors who were unhappy when those high air boxes went away. I just thought they were such a fabulous thing. But Spanish Grand Prix 1976, off they came. And we've not had that sort of trademark ever since.
There goes McDonald in the BRM P160. It was BRM's effort against the Tyrrells, but just couldn't quite match the pace. David Brabham here, making his way up the hill as we cycle through the different eras of Formula One racing.
That looks more like a Formula 5000 car in some ways. I'm trying to see, not used to that race livery, the Matic race livery from Australia. Yeah, it's got a rumble of a Chevy V8 from the tail of that, so that would be a car that raced down under when the Australian Grand Prix was not a World Championship event. We had those fabulous Aston series in the early to mid-60s, and then the sort of Formula Pacific took over down there a bit. Now, Graham Hill, helmet black or very dark blue with white vertical stripes, comes to London Rowing Club. Ewan Surgeson driving that Embassy car, the first car built by the Hill team, with a good start up the hill. Fittipaldi was a driver who took a decision that most considered absolutely crazy. He just won his second World Championship. The first was with Lotus in 72, 74 one with McLaren. At the start of 76 he went to the family team, and his career never looked forward after that, I think we could say. But of course he then went on to win in Indy cars, but it was a Formula One step backwards.
And then the Tyrrell 012, I should say, the car from 1984. It debuted in 83 in these colours. So in 1984 it didn't actually run in Benetton hue, but this is the sort of car that Michele Alboreto raced initially in 1983 and perhaps all famous who drove it in the 1984 season. The likes of Martin Brundle after Martin's accident in America, Stephanie Hansen took over. But the other car, Stefan Beloff, third in the Monaco Grand Prix in the wet, and everybody bangs on about how Ayrton Senna was catching Alain Prost and was going to win had the race not been red flag. But Beloff was going quicker than both of them, and he was catching both for the lead.
Oh, they don't have Grand Prix like that anymore. But yes, you can just imagine the race was stopped early. Alain Prost delighted, nobody else behind at all pleased.
And who was the clerk of the course?
I do know that, but give me a moment. Go on.
It's relevant to this weekend.
Duke of Richmond and Gordon.
Jackie Hicks.
Good research, I do know that. It's been lost in the mist of time. Now, the tattooist from the W Series, Caitlin Wood drove it yesterday. She's driving it again today, loving her time. Hasn't, of course, got the Formula One performance, but not really pressing for time either. She said it's not about time, it's about showing for the W Series. But with their place on the Grand Prix support, of course, the more people who can see these cars, the more you get to understand them. Jamie Chadwick may be driving it here this weekend. Of course, she was the inaugural champion in 2019. In the series, but Caitlin Wood, former GT racer from Australia, finding a single-seater P.
Now we have the Honda-engined McLaren MP4 5B going up the hill, part of the Ayrton Senna tribute. Rob Garofal, McLaren factory driver, at the wheel of it, and taking this car from 1990, which was an Ayrton Senna-Gerhard Berger partnership at McLaren. Of course, it was a World Championship win from Ayrton after the clash with Alain Prost in the first corner of that last race in Japan. There is Rob Garofal pressing on, doing the car justice, it is fair to say, with that hugely successful period that Ron Dennis was running McLaren. Behind it, you have got Rob Hall going back to our BRM subset of cars within this group. The V16, the Type 15 BRM in the hands of Rob Hall. That was a fantastic car. Rebuilding implications of that car in recent times. There it is, Rob Hall started off in motor racing before going into historics, and still very, very accomplished racer repairer.
I often wonder how many sorts of cars the likes of Rob Hall have had, because Hall and Hall famous for restoring racing cars, and you know, if you build them, you can rebuild them, you have to go and test them, and then quite often the owner says couldn't race them. So what a good subsequent career for a driver who sort of cut his teeth racing Ford Fiestas back in the beyond.
1982, Keke Rosberg, world champion, only one race wins, the car that he and Derek Daly, and initially Carlos Royterman would have driven that season, carrying Chandler with the wheel of the FW08B, and it was coming towards the end of that Cosworth DFV era. The turbos were getting more reliable and therefore more difficult to overcome, but the FW07 world championship winning car in 1980, with a few tweaks, a few modifications, was still competitive in the right hands, but that was the world championship that had all sorts of ups and downs, great races, controversy, big accidents, fatal accidents, and ultimately it was a season that was won by Keke Rosberg. It was appointed almost as a bit of an afterthought. It was said that Alan Jones had retired, Frank Williams thought who could get, who's cheap, who might be quick, Keke will do, and boy did he do.
Didn't he just, but it wasn't a season where anybody grabbed more than a handful of wins. It was 1-1-1. Literally half the field had one win. That's a really hard thought to get your head around at the moment, but it certainly was exciting.
Runner-up was John Watson. Earlier. The Maserati 250F. Okay, we're going back to the 1950s as we celebrate Formula One, and there's nothing wrong with that, because this, with its wasp tail, was just magnificent.
Stood the test of time, run by so many privateer teams as well, and I don't know, sometimes a car just stands for a decade, and when you look at the way it's being driven, you just have to think, who made it really great? Juan Manuel Fangio, and some of the drives, and everyone always talks about the 1957 German Grand Prix, quite rightly so. He drove with a fury around the Nürburgring Nordschleife to catch the two Ferrari works drivers who in their own right was trying to string clear of the field, but it wasn't often that Fangio ever had to drive that hard, and afterwards I think he was quite spooked. Don't forget he was in his 40s at that point.
Was that the race with the one pit stop?
Yeah.
Quite an exemplary drive. Simon Diffie, you'll have seen if you've been to the race meetings, you know, spectacular looking lead through the corner, elbow in the air, lead across the car. Good character, Simon Diffie, and another driver that experience the race event, because he does it properly. Then after that, you've got, and indeed whistling up the hill, the Lotus Pratt & Whitney 56B, with Arthur Chapman at the wheel of it, the car from 1971, 500 horsepower at a dizzying 45,000 RPM, but a lot of turbo lag and horrendous fuel economy. The turbine engine was another effort by Colin Chapman to push the boundaries of technology, to try something different. It was a good idea on paper, but in practice...
Yes, I say, good idea on paper, not on tarmac. But don't forget, road cars had been... Chrysler were pushing to use a turbine engine in their road cars in the early 1960s. But one thing I note, of course, in that glorious, largely gold and black front and back livery on that car, looking at the new Lotus Evija yesterday, the one with, let's get this, 2,000 horsepower in a road car, they've mimicked a lot of the colour scheme on this Pratt & Whitney Lotus 56B. That whistles across the line, huge heat haze behind it. It's not always good as you go past the straw bales.
Just thinking that. Also, just to make the point, we didn't see it on the screen, but having been up the hill as well, Nick Padmore in the ex-David Hill Brabham BT60B with a Judd engine from the 1992 season, the car that Damon made his Grand Prix debut in, as everybody was looking at the front of the grid, getting excited about Nigel Mansell winning the Grand Prix. So a lap down at one point was Damon in the Brabham, but things changed the year after.
They really, really did. But, you know, it just, again, focuses how the teams that had been great, they never stay there. Very, very seldom stay at the top. And Brabham was in marked decline at that point. Ownership issues left, right and centre. But for Damon, you know, he held it together, but he could so easily not have had a Formula One career.
So just thinking, I mean, it's great remembering all these different constructors, but it's sad in the sense that so many have faded away from them for myriad reasons. Right, a Ferrari Formula One car from a more recent era. Onto the line. Blasting away now. Mark Genet, who is a regular here in the Ferrari F60, another glorious car.
again, just showing how the changes of the car shapes from time to time has been decreed. The wings need to be narrower at the back, anything to sort of make it easier for a car to pursue and overtake. Doesn't always work, but let's face it, Formula One is always tweaking and twiddling. But Mark Genet feels like part of the furniture here. He's been coming for so long. You know, first came his brother Hordy, and then came Mark. Mark got to Formula One, Hordy didn't, but he stayed true to the Ferrari brand. And don't forget, he's a qualified accountant in his own right. He's a very busy, very studious individual.
He knows how many beats make a Ferrari.
He does, doesn't he?
All right, yes. But you're right, he counts every year, and we saw him at Speed Week, for example, last year on the circuit, which really did make one do a double take when you saw Grand Prix cars go around there. Liam Lawson, part of the Red Bull program now, the DTM, he is behind the wheel of the Red Bull Renault RB7 then, as that accelerates away. This car from 2011, Alex Albon might be driving it as well over the course of the weekend, but Liam Lawson, great young talent, not been here before, but that's not going to stop him. This is the ex-Mark Webber car from the 2011 Monaco Grand Prix, for example, where Mark Webber finished fourth, and a glorious period in terms of the noise of Formula One cars.
Oh, just fantastic. Oh, what a massive twitch. That was a little bit too much ambition as he left. Again, showing he's a novice here. That was out of Moulcom when you're trying to put the power down, and there was a real right-left twitch. He's young, the Kiwi, and that would have, even his heart rate would have risen above 30 beats per minute with that one. Young, keen, fit, but possibly just earned a little bit more respect for the hill.
And then we have Marie Sertin with the Ferrari F2007. There it is, from the 2007 season, 2.4 litre V8 engine by that stage. It's going to be a more gentle run, I suspect, this, but it was a Kimi Raikkonen, Felipe Massa type car, and with the success that the two had, it came down to the wire with Kimi Raikkonen taking the World Championship from Lewis Hamilton. And again, you can see now how all the little appendages were starting to grow on the car.
It certainly was. If you had a little off, you do an awful lot of damage to things that don't look much, but they have a huge role to play. Now, one thing, this would not have happened, a Ferrari in Formula One car in privateer hands. In the days when Enzo ruled, they were largely put to the back of the factory and ignored or disappeared. But recently, the past 15 years or so, the Ferraris have been let loose, and think of the lucky individuals who get to buy them.
It came close to Rob Walker before Sterling Moss's accident at the Goodwood race circuit. Now, Esteban Gutierrez with the Mercedes then from 2019. We are almost up to date now, as this car, with all the technology on board, which rather trounced people in Formula One that season, heads up the hill. Esteban Gutierrez, perhaps a missed talent, a missed opportunity in Formula One, but a very, very capable driver.
And again, it was absolutely emphasised, David, that you have to have your ducks lined up. And some years you're in the right car. You were talking about Carlos Royterman going to join Lotus just after, they'd conquered ground effects, and the fact 2 years later Mario Andretti was only scoring 1 point in the whole season. It wasn't the driver.
No, that's true. I mean, this car, yes, it was the car to have. 15 wins after 21 Grand Prix between Lewis and Valtteri Bottas, but he still had to be able to drive it. And even so, that was a car that made an enormous impact.
Undoubtedly so. I'm absolutely loving the sights and sounds from Formula One cars. I think we're pretty much at the end of that batch, unless I'm looking out of the wrong window, David. It's quite possible, but
I'm rather hoping there might be an Aston Martin still to come.
That's what I'm looking for, but just waiting for the gap. We're expecting Lance Stroll, contemporary Formula One driver, in a contemporary Formula One car, and of course Aston Martin back for their second crack at Formula One.
But that has been a fantastic batch of cars, the majority of which we've not seen on the hill this weekend thus far. Remember, every batch gets 2 goes each day, so we look forward to seeing them back out again. In some cases, it might be a different driver across the weekend, but the course cars, I think, are making their way up the hill. Yes, so that is indeed the end of that batch, but we'll have another chance to see the Formula One cars this afternoon. And, of course, if you're near the Moulcom crossing, they'll be heading back past you in a few minutes' time in the reverse direction and slower, so cameras at the ready.
And also together,
yes,
because of course they go up one at a time, but then they come down nose to tail, because, don't forget, we're running to a very, very tight schedule here.
Indeed so. So the course cars go charging up the hill, partly officials, partly VIPs. Lots of you enjoying your time here. You can get in touch, hashtag FOS on Twitter. It's at FOS Goodwood. And Billy Woolacott enjoying his day here. Mark O'Halloran saying it's great to be back at the Festival of Speed. Always an amazing day out. Couldn't agree more. Absolutely right, Mark. F1 Dow's Darren says he's here and he's found the McLaren to go and drool over. Driving lessons, 16-year-old Archie Collins at the start of the day. Darren Collins taking this, like the classic car guru. Day 2 at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Got a posh hat on, says EV Man UK. And a brilliant first day of Goodwood, says this gentleman, thanks to Polestar Cars. Now, Polestar, you'll see in the manufacturer batch later on. Back to some living, hooray. And lots of you enjoying being back at Goodwood with Gordon Murray posing for selfies with Scott Horton, which is good to see. And also Esteban Gutierrez here, courtesy that tweet of the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula 1 team. Festival of Speed. Ticket at the ready, here we come on Instagram. And Phil Pond saying he's arrived at the festival. He's excited as always with, that's just the car park with lots of Porsches to drool over. Darren F1 Daz saying he's found the Gulf liveried McLaren that was the colour scheme run at Monaco this year by Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo. Lando on the podium, and it looks a thing of beauty. It's not just cars, it's fashion as well. A happy place trying on pretty hats. That's got our producer all excited on the big screen coverage. He'll be off there in a minute, I'll tell you. So we've got the Formula 1 batch to come back down the hill very shortly. More to look forward to here. Of course, we've got the red arrows. We have our Lotus moment again during the course of the day. We will cross over to the rally stage once more in due course and see what's going on up there. The next batch will take us to sports racing cars and pro drive. We've touched on that already, but there's more from that to come. Then we're going to have a look at road cars and supercars a little bit later. It's a really busy day, taking us all the way through to about 6:30. So make sure you bought yourself a copy of the programme, because with it, as that gentleman is wearing there, look, you get your earpiece radio, so you can hear what's going on all through the course of the day. Lots of places to get something to eat or drink. There's the rally stage to keep you occupied. Have a look in the centre of the venue, because that's where all the manufacturer areas are. They're not necessarily going to try and sell you a road car, don't worry, but it's fascinating to go and see what the manufacturers have brought. There's the Future Lab, there's the Michelin Supercar Paddock. You're not going to get bored, let's put it that way.
Certainly aren't, David, and of course the manufacturers don't just have cars, they have concepts, they have ideas, and of course they've got merchandise as well. You know, you can't leave this event badly dressed.
This is very true, this is very true. Right, we'll be back very shortly with more action on the hill, more interviews to catch up on as well from some of the people that have been driving the cars up the hill as we continue to enjoy the return, and isn't it great, of the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard.
John Watson, you've got a new race suit on, and for a very special occasion. I think this is the first time you've driven this car in 45 years, is it not?
That's true. It was a very wet day in Fuji in Japan, the final round of the 76 World Championship, a great event. Legends were made, and anyway, unfortunately, at the end of 1976, Roger decided to pull out of Formula One, and so this is the first time I've actually seen, let alone sit in, and driven a car that I raced in the latter part of 1976, and of course, with that wonderful day in Austria when we won my first Grand Prix, Roger's first Grand Prix, and in fact, that's the last time an American entrant and an American manufacturer has won a Formula One Grand Prix.
And is it how you remember it?
Let's say I'm a little bit thicker in the body than I would have been in those days, and it's just your body gets out of sort of phase with driving a racing car, and just the acceleration, the feels that you get. So I'm sitting in the car quite a lot to try and get the memory, the body memory, to come back. So it was fine. Came up the hill. First time I've driven the car, ratios, acceleration, all that sort of stuff. A little bit of an adventure.
Now, we're celebrating Roger Penske this weekend. What was he like to drive for?
Roger was a great team owner. I mean, his enthusiasm for motorsport across all the different categories that he races in is undiminished. And I've never known a team owner who just the most remarkable man. And what Roger's achieved in his motor racing successes is just it's not only rewriting the history book, it's just history. It's phenomenal.
And he famously got you to shave off your beard, didn't he?
We had a sort of a gentleman's agreement that when we won a Grand Prix, our first Grand Prix, I would shave. At the time I had a beard, and Roger's team was always very, what I would describe as clean-shaven. Everybody was immaculately dressed and immaculately presented. So I had slightly longer hair and a beard, but he wasn't employing me for my looks. He was employing me for what I could do behind the wheel.
John, it's great to see you back in the car. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Now, the wonderful thing about this batch is it really is a who's who and what's what of Grand Prix history. We've got cars from the very start of the World Championship, and as you walk up the top paddock here, you can see behind me we've got the 3 Stewart cars driven by Sir Jackie and his 2 sons. And then as we walk up on my left here, we've got this fabulous turbine car. And as it came to a halt, it actually slightly smells like an airport because it is effectively a jet engine. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep moving up through past the RB7 Red Bull, and then behind is the W10 Mercedes. I'm going to catch Marc Genet. Marc Genet, I'm sorry, if I could just jump in. It's lovely to see you again. You were in the F60, I believe, coming up the hill. How was it?
It's always nice, the first time, especially back to normal Goodwood. And it's good to see so many crowd. The track was similar to every year. So I always try to give a little bit of speed, but of course being careful so people can really hear the Formula One sound.
And what are you up to at the moment in terms of racing and testing?
Yeah, I'm supporting the team, in the Grand Prix. This is part of the F1 Clienti program that the Formula Ones we bring, but of course with Scuderia Ferrari, so this is the official Formula One team. So I was in Austria last week, and now we're going to stay in England for the next Grand Prix, which is going to be very unique because of the qualifying race on Saturday. So I'm just supporting the team in any way I can, but my racing, it's gone now. I just support the team if I can.
Now, your racing might have gone, but as you come up the hill over the weekend, do you tend to get a little bit faster and a little bit braver as the weekend goes on here?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we do, of course, burnout and things like that you don't do on a normal weekend. And then when you feel the grip, then you push it a little bit more. So probably the run after, yeah, I'm going to go a little bit quicker. And then, of course, we have to see also the weather, how it's going to be like. If it rains maybe tomorrow, but we're going to go up anyway if it rains. But yeah, every run you do, you push a little bit more and you try to do a little bit more top speed.
Fantastic. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'll see you soon.
Thanks. Thanks.
So great to hear from John Watson, as ever. And John, as I say, celebrating 40 years also of his own British Grand Prix win. Marc Genet in fine form as well. So drivers at the top of the hill. We'll see them all again later on in the day. Also, let's catch up before we have our next batch with what's been going on elsewhere around the Festival of Speed. Out and about are Bryn Lucas. And first, Gemma Scott.
in the grid right now, which is where there's plenty of food and drink, which is just behind us over here. Champagne and the lot. And of course, we've got our manufacturers, our gift shop from Goodwood as well, if you want to get yourself some souvenirs and really lap up the atmosphere. It's wonderful over here. There's DJs dotted around. Over here you can see behind me the Porsche simulator, which is open for everybody to have a go. See if you can set yourself a decent time. Lotus are just behind there, of course, displaying their brand new Amira that was launched, I believe, on Thursday, in fact, Wednesday. And over this side, we've got the Electric Discovery display with Ford, celebrating electrification. There really is something for each and every one of you. And people dotted all around having fun. Let's see if we can have a quick chat. My poor cameraman, Heath, moving around with me. Let's have a quick chat with some fans who are sitting down over here. These gents look like they'd like to say hello. Hello, gents. Are you having a good time here at the festival this weekend?
Yeah, thank you.
Have you been here before? First experience. You need to get up and have a good walk around. There's plenty to see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's come across these guys. You all right, gents? Having a good time here today? Have you been to the festival before? Aha, nice to be back then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to be back in it, yeah. Great to see everyone out and, yeah, really good.
Well done. Have a fantastic
Will do.
weekend.
Thank
And you
you very
too,
much.
make sure you get on over here into the grid. Enjoy the ambience and enjoy everything that we've got on offer for you.
Well, the Goodwood Festival of Speed 2021 is all about the maestros of motorsport. And on the McLaren stand, they've got this, the car driven by Emerson Fittipaldi. Now, this is a very, very special car because it won the world title in both drivers and constructors in 1974. The first time McLaren ever did the double win, should we say, in one season. It was also the catalyst that kept McLaren in motorsport, and you know, we really, really are very, very grateful for that. It was also the same chassis that James Hunt won the title in 1976 as well, but there's more on the stand than just this one car. Quite a lot of road cars. There's also the Golf car that we saw in Monaco just a few rounds ago in Formula One. And to tell us more about the cars they've got on the stand here at McLaren, I've got Piers Scott. Piers, great to speak to you. A lot of beautiful cars here. What are we looking at? Behind you, you've got the P1, but this is really about electrification, isn't it?
It really is. It's great to be back at Goodwood. The sun is shining. I mean, what a fantastic day. And we're celebrating 10 years of McLaren Automotive this year. Star of the show is our McLaren Artura, our first V6 plug-in hybrid. But that electrification journey started quite some time before that. The P1 here is a really fantastic example of the combination of lightweighting, electrification, and what we can do in terms of just exhilarating power and performance. That flowed through to the Speedtail, and now, 10 years on, we've got the Artura.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago you had the 570 and the 720 here. I know you've got them going up the hill, or at least one of them going up the hill, and they blew people's socks off when we saw that. And now we've got the P1, but as you say, the new one, should we say, and it is a bright green car. It's very, very exciting. It's kind of, if you can't hear it, you'll see it, because, you know, it just takes your breath away. And it's one of these cars that, when you see it, it looks like it's moving even when it's static.
Doesn't it? There's a purity of design with the Artura. You can see that with the very clear, simple sculpting of the bodywork. It follows the natural forms that you see in nature. Very clever aero in terms of the treatment with the big air intakes that you can see at the side. But also the sense of lightweighting really comes through, and that's so important when we introduce electrification. We've got a V6 hybrid powertrain. It's a plug-in hybrid, a very compact V6. The engine is a hot V configuration, a 120-degree V. So we've been able to achieve a very powerful, very lightweight plug-in hybrid concept that we know people are going to love.
And it's stunning, and it looks like a McLaren.
I completely agree, and you can't miss it, as you say. This flux green colour really jumps out, doesn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. And if we head this way then, we've got, as I mentioned at the top actually, we've got another F1 car. This one was the Golf coloured livery, or the Golf livery car that we saw at Monaco just a few rounds ago in Formula One.
You're absolutely right. So this brings the traditional Golf colours, the papaya orange, and the colours that you'd be very familiar with our partnership with Golf. It was a one-off that ran for the Monaco Grand Prix just a few weeks ago, and obviously a great crowd pleaser here at Goodwood.
Yeah, and a lot of us, when we saw this revealed, and it was a big reveal on social media, when we saw this revealed, we thought, why can't they use this all the time? You know, because it's just iconic, it's beautiful, and, I mean, look at people around it. They just want to see it, don't they?
Isn't it stunning? Well,
yeah.
As I say, it's there's a great story behind the papaya orange for McLaren that started with that car. But speaking of which, we now come to the far side of our stand, and this really is the pinnacle. This is our Ultimate Series Elva, the latest and most recent Ultimate Series car that brings a lot of very, very clever technology to bear. It features what's called the AAMS, our Active Air Management System. The way this works is a small gurney rises up out of the bonnet. We channel air in through the front intakes and then project it forward, and it creates essentially a virtual windscreen, or as we call it, a bubble of calm.
Wow.
So that you can drive the car at up to speeds of up to 70 miles per hour with no windscreen whatsoever and have absolutely no buffeting, no helmet
That's this
required.
venting here?
That's the venting there that projects it forward. Air comes in through the air intakes here and projects it forward here. But the aero treatment doesn't just stop there. We channel air in through the doors, and there are enormous great cavities running in through these doors that then channels air through to the back of the car. And the other thing you don't notice straight away is that this is comprised basically of just 3 giant panels of carbon fibre. The front bonnet area, the door, and this entire rear clam, which is all one piece. Beautiful in its simplicity, you might say.
You might. I'm just thinking, what if you knock it in a car park?
You want to be careful with that. But
is it primarily a track car then?
We call it an A2A car. This is very much a car for the love of driving. So it's primarily a road driving car, but we've had this car out on the track here, and it always leaves a smile on your face.
It's a beautiful thing, and you've got a very young driver in at the moment, but it's a fantastic thing to see. And Piers, thank you very much for talking us through all the cars you've got here.
It's my great pleasure.
Great stuff.
Everywhere you go, there is something of interest and somebody fascinating. And another of the things we're celebrating this event is the life of Luigi Macaluso, who amassed an amazing collection of race and rally cars. And Monica Macaluso is with Gemma Scott.
Monica, it's lovely to have you here with us, celebrating the 10th anniversary of the foundation, I believe.
Yeah. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Duke of Richmond and to be here with with part of our cars and to remember my husband. It was supposed to be last year, but Gino Macaluso, and it was supposed to be last year, but unfortunately because of COVID we couldn't do it. So it's a very emotional moment for us, and we have the first car that he developed after winning the European Championship and the Italian Championship, the X19 that I'm so lucky to drive today. And we will have fantastic pilots driving our rallies and the cars we have here, the Martinis that you will see here. And so we'll have a lot of fun. But we love Goodwood since I think quite the beginning. So we are so happy to be here. And,
a wonderful place to celebrate the foundation.
And thank to York and thank you to Stefano, to Emanuele, in particular to Mickey Biasion and to all the other pilots, Fabrizio Giugiaro and so on, that are driving today. And thank you to my family and to Stefano Macaluso that is driving, and Margherita that is coordinating the whole group.
A big group of people to look after as well. Monica, thank you very much.
And the mechanics, of course.
Of course. A wonderful collection to see. Thank you very much. We're going to walk over this way and meet Mickey Biasion. Mickey is driving one of the Lancias over here. Mickey, of course, multiple champion in rallying. Mickey, can we just come and jump in? We'll open the door. You're keeping cool as you're preparing to head off up the hill. Are you going to come out? Oh, I'm sorry. Look, he's just got it. I've literally just seen him get himself in and ready to strap in, but pull you back out. Mickey, lovely to see you here, smiling as always, enjoying your time, but wonderful for you to step back into that Martini era of your career.
Yeah, first of all, it's wonderful to be back after such a difficult moment for everybody. So I'm very happy to be here, and finally I'm happy also to drive a very important car of my career, the Lancia Delta S4, one of the most powerful rally cars ever. So it's a big emotion for me to be back.
What's it like for you driving up the hill as well?
Well, actually, I'm more in the rally stage, but I mean, it's nice to drive this car also in this uphill because it's very, very emotional also for spectators.
Absolutely, a wonderful moment. Thank you very much. I know you've got to get in the car. They're telling me to stop talking to you to let you go, but
thanks a lot.
We'll let you get into the car and strap up. But you know, a wonderful experience to be up here at the Will Hill, and of course, Mickey, a great friend of the Festival of Speed, having been here many times over the years. Plenty of action, all live throughout the course of the weekend. Stay with us.
Gemma, thanks very much, and we'll look forward to seeing those Italian cars very shortly. Lancia, Fiat, from race, from rally, that will be taken to the hill. Now, I mentioned rally. We've just heard from Mickey Biasion. The rally stage is still in full operation. The Group A Audi 200 Quattro there, part of this outstanding entry that we have up there, and in fine voice, and no doubt enjoying a very dramatic day. Xavier McCartan and Tony Jardy.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. We're having a wonderful time, and we've seen a few incidents as drivers are climbing the banks up in this very, very tricky 1.9 mile circuit, which has been designed by Hannu Mikkola. Hannu, we're celebrating his life. He sadly left us earlier this year. We have a lot of his cars up at the top of the field as well, and you're seeing Audi Quattro going around. You're seeing the McRae Evo buggy going around, so we've got a huge variety here. And this is earlier on in a car that he only purchased last night, the Group A Subaru Legacy, and many will think of Colin McRae when they see that car on British Championships, or they'll think of Richard Burns and 309 GTI, and that is another little off for one of our competitors. Look at the front of the Rover as we look in the highlights here with Adam Keeler, who took off part of the nose cone. But the big Rover, whether that was Tony Pond driving it with Rob Arthur alongside him, or the Nissan Sunny's app.
Yeah, a car that was seen in the British Championship with Tommy Mackinnon back in the mid-90s. We've been doing some very special machinery here today. Famous Andrews Heat for Hire colours, one of the longest sponsorships in rallying. And of course Mitsubishi very well represented here with David Pavley coming up out onto the trees towards the end of the 1.9 mile stage here. Martin Spurrell in the Subaru Legacy, reminiscent of the great legend Possumborn, with many fans out here in Europe for the Asian driver. And of course George Levely, who is contesting the BTRDA. I mean, we're really spoiled for choice here, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. His aim is to win that championship in 2021. Part of the Lepley family. Jason here as well, his dad. And this Martin Spurrell had a problem at the end of the stage, and we believe that a stone holed the radiator. So he was getting pretty hot by this time and had taken off. So there's young George going through the stage, and he is off to do the Nicky Grist. That, by the way, David, is one of the cars that was driven by Derek Bell on the RAC Rally, and you'll remember that
Crikey, yes.
famous in-car episode with his co-driver.
Mike Nicholson, wasn't it? Telling him to calm down. But the previous year, Tony, from memory, was the awful Vauxhall year where all the cars drowned in a water splash on day one in front of live television cameras.
Well remembered. I would save them from embarrassment, but you're absolutely right. Yes, it was. So, and then we got Ryan Champion here, and Gemma, his wife, is alongside. A great stalwart at the rally stage, but a great champion as well. Now, David Wright's been going really, really fast in the Ford Focus. Look at that, absolutely committed. And Zav and I have been enjoying that.
I mean, some great lines. And every time he goes out and does a run, it's not a spectator run, as you would call it. He really does put a show on for the spectators here. Very quick look at the stage here. Shelley Taunt, new Subaru here this year. Very good to see Shelley out, one driver of the day a few years back. And as you can see, we're spoiled for choice. Ryan, as we say, Ryan does love a donut or two, no matter what car he's driving. This is down at the end, the nearest part of the stage to yourselves, David. But it's kind of a little treat for all of us up here. And as you can see, great opportunities for any photographer. Quite a rare car here in England, Tony.
Yeah, this is Kevin Ferber, and many will remember him as winning the Peugeot Championship. He now does a lot of TV work himself as a cameraman and producer. Or the Dacia Dusters, two of those which did the Morocco rally with the forces veterans, some of them who'd been wounded, and Shelley Taunt and Julie Murphy coming to the end, and they've won driver of the day before now. And this is Marty McCormack's brother, who was chucking around the Super 2000 Skoda Fabia. And I was saying that this car still looks so modern, but believe it or not, it's a 2013 car, and his brother was really giving it the edge there. Look at this. One bang, next bang, bang, and over to the other side, and he still came out intact.
It's terrifying, guys, isn't it, though, to think how fast technology moves on. I mean, we're talking about it down on the hill in terms of race cars, but it's the same in rallying. You think, oh, that must have been, you know, a couple of years ago, and yet a decade has passed by very quickly.
It's amazing when you look into it that we're nearly getting to 10 years. The Skoda Fabia S2000, you know, that launched onto Intercontinental Rally Challenge is 10 years old. As old hat as we see Rob Gill just take a bank too tight. But yes, technology is moving on. I mean, of course, you guys yesterday had the Ford Puma and the hybrid rally car. I mean, that was a great bit of news that came out yesterday.
We like that because not only is it very quick, it makes a noise. So it's still got that element that we enjoy in a rally stage in a forest, of hearing a car popping and banging and the excitement building as it comes towards us. And for me, yes, okay, hybrid is coming, but I still like cars that make a noise.
I'll tell you something else, David. We were watching Rob Gill there, motoring editor of The Sun. You just saw him going up on two wheels, and that very precious, valuable Ford Escort has been loaned to him by Ford for the weekend. So he was quite close to putting it over on its roof just there. But we've also got Steve Ward out. His Renault Alpine has got a head gasket problem, so he's got this fabulous Hanu Mikola Jean-Francois Pio Escort out. And then we've been talking about Tony Bond and Rob Arthur and Work 6R4s, which I'm sure you love too.
Well, absolutely, and I'm glad you mentioned Tony Pond, because of course on the hill we're celebrating great all-rounders, people that in racing terms excelled in Formula One or IndyCar or sports cars or all of the above. But you know, Tony Pond and indeed another Austin Rover driver, Mark Dewey, they were great in racing and rallying. You know, Tony Pond, while he was racking up rally wins, also had a separate, smaller career as a driver in the British Saloon Car Championship, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And just looking at the Subaru, the Work Subaru 1989-1990, I was part of the team that persuaded David Richards to put Derek Warwick in a second car on the RAC Rally, and he was teammate to Mark Wellen. You know, for a Grand Prix driver like Martin Brundle as well, to love rallying as they did and to have a go out there was great. But you're quite right. Mark Dewis, for example, was great in sports cars, racing, and he could just turn his hand like Jackie Hicks to anything.
Yeah, and Vic Elford, I mean, I'm going back a lot further, I know, 1968, he went from winning the Monte Carlo Rally to winning the Daytona 24 Hours to the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres to racing in Grand Prix. So that was the most amazing season that Vic Elford had.
I absolutely take my hat off to those guys. They go on all the surfaces and they can go on and racing. And I don't know whether I've got his name right, whether it's Kim Mather or Kim Mather, but he's here in a Sunbeam Talbot Lotus, and you remember him in Formula 2 days and Libra days. A great racing driver.
Absolutely.
And
he's from Haydock.
And he's going around here on the rally stage at nearly 70 years of age and having an absolute ball.
Well, Tony, after he stopped racing in things like the Aurora AFX Formula 1 Championship, Kim came back because in the mid-80s, the 108 Car Club, based in the Northwest, ran a race series for rally cars on circuits like Alton and Mallory and occasionally Donington. And Kim Mather had a 4x4, four-wheel drive Volkswagen Sirocco with which he was very, very competitive. So there's a hint of a rally background there from a few decades ago.
OK, we've got it. And can we say Mather?
I go Mather, yeah.
OK, we'll
I think it's Mather. Go Mather, yeah.
No problem at all. We will do.
Excellent. Right, guys, we'll be back with you later on. Enjoy the rally stage. Again, as I say, we're very jealous of you, but have a good day. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been good.
Cheers. So our thanks to, as ever, Xavier McCartan, Tony Jardine up on the rally stage, and we'll go back and join them and have more sights and sounds from up there, and more memories as well. That's the problem with this. Every car you find, Bruce, you go down another rabbit hole with memories and another tangent.
But they open up other tangents. It's like conversation with our great friend Neville Hay. You never knew what you were going to get, but it was all glorious. And again, I think anybody here with a group of friends, they all have different memories. They all come from different backgrounds, different periods, and it's the mixing and the matching. But really, any time you get to see the rally cars on the screen, go up and see them in the flesh as well at the top of the hill. You can also... Not right now, David. Sit right back down. Sorry, you sit down, you normally stand up all day. There we are, that's better. He's standing up again, ladies and gentlemen. Likewise, but so much to see. But do please take a trip to the top of the hill. And also stop. The off-road arena is halfway up the slope as well. Take a look at that. That is phenomenal. We've got cars back onto the hill, and that's how it is all day. One batch leads to another. Sam Hancock, one of my favourite cars ever, BMW M1 Pro car. He's driving that with his tail absolutely in the air at the moment. Getting some great pace in the ex-Giacomelli De Angelis car. What a series that was alongside the Grand Prix, David.
1979, 1980, the car had been built for the sports car regulations and then couldn't race in that. So BMW said to Bernie Eccleston, what can we do with this? Great idea. And we had this one-make championship that, yes, Bruce said, ran largely at Grand Prix, but it also was the headline event at Donington for the 1979 Gunnar Nielsen Memorial Trophy meeting, where there was this great shot of the cars arriving at the chicane at the end of the opening lap, and all bar one were on the circuit. But one of the cars in sideways was hatched up, inevitably. Standard. Who missed everybody and came out many places higher up than he'd gone into the chicane. But it was, I think it was live on ITV. It was just a mega race. But yes, it supported the Grand Prix. The fastest 5 qualifiers from Friday on Goodyear tyres were then put into, or had the option to go and drive those cars. Nicky Lauda had a full season driving for Ron Dennis, didn't he, in 79.
Please bring back an equivalent. How would that not draw in the crowds? Now let's move to Le Mans, and Rondo spent so many years pitching, trying to win his local event. He was a man from the South, that means the area just around Le Mans, and this was a stage, like many stages in the World Sports Car Championship, in its various derivations where cars started to change shapes. And then manufacturers came back to play. Rondo's goose started to be cooked when Porsche really applied itself, but again, it's great to have the cars that are just so of their nation. Rondo could not be more French.
No, indeed. Rondo and Jean-Pierre Josseau, winners of Le Mans, and then you fast forward to the Group C era proper, and things like the Spice and the March and the Argos and the Lolas that came into either C2 or the so-called IMSA Lights category in the States.
How would you like your car to rumble? How would you like it to look? And I always think one of the meanest looking cars was the 84G fabulous Cosworth powered March, and this was a car that when the IMSA series was really stretching its legs, Blue Thunder Racing, there's a name in its own right, Randy Lanier, Bill Whittington, drivers who alas didn't stay clear of the law forever, but they had a phenomenal time in that championship.
So also having a phenomenal time is Jeremy Smith with the Marlboro Spice. Now we normally see him here in Marlboro colours in a champ car, Indy car going up the hill. First time we've really seen him in this Spice, and boy is he attacking. I mean, this is very, very quick indeed. Jeremy is here to try to win the shootout because he's been a staunch supporter of it. And this car from 1988, the car that Gordon Spice, Ray Bell, Pierre de Toissy drove, is looking mighty competitive. It looks good in those colours too.
Well, it really stands out. Now, just don't forget, if you see a time on the right-hand side of the screen, that means the driver has been nominated or nominated themselves to go and set a time. We will build towards the very fastest cars on Sunday going for the shootout. But Jeremy Smith, a driver who, when you into him at the top, he takes his helmet off, the balaclava comes on, and he's put a lot into it. You can really see, you know, when a driver's still coursing with adrenaline.
We also got Kenny Atchison, there he is, in the car with which he won the 1989 Brands Hatch and Spa, wasn't it? 1,000-kilometre races. He was with Mauro Baldi, a Cookstone flyer, Kenny Atchison, who owns this car. He has a little collection of his cars from the ages. And behind there is...
It's not one of the wacky races. It's a car with Gordon Murray on board. He came over to the UK. It's the IM. It's called the IGM, I beg your pardon. IG Murray, the T4, and of course Gordon's still building cars now, but he came here, couldn't afford to race anything at the top end of the spectrum as he tried to plough his craft as a designer and a draftsman, so he designed his own for the 750 Formula, an entry-level category that sparked some great careers for designers.
Alex Ames at the wheel of the Porsche 962, this car owned by Martin Halusa, and it's the 962 011 built and developed by the factory to race their lead car in 89. He won at raced well, I should say, at Nürburgring and at Silverstone. Behind that, you've got the Jaguar opposition, although in IMSA spec, Justin Law's Jaguar XJ R12D going up the hill, and then Romain Dumas.
Well, Oh, I was about to say there's sure to be a clock on the right-hand side of the screen, but regardless of it being on or not, Justin Law is always, there it is, 42.5 seconds. He's going through the twisty bits at the top. Here's the finish. Under 50 seconds is good, 47.21. Justin has clearly had 2 double espressos this morning. He knows this car, he knows this hill, and it's just great to see it being attacked. Now, David at Glickenhaus, this is a story in itself.
What it is, James Glickenhaus, big, enthusiastic American. He's been a regular at the Nürburgring 24 hours and has now committed to building a hypercar for the next generation of World Endurance Championship. Romain Dumas behind the wheel of it. It's in its infancy. There's more to come, but it's a really bold effort for a privateer to come and take on manufacturers like Toyota that's already there, like Peugeot that's eyeing up a return to top-line sports car racing. So it's a big, big commitment.
Absolutely enormous. When the manufacturers were wavering, should we, shouldn't we, James just wrote the cheque, entered the series and has built the cars.
Andrea Caldarelli, multiple GT champion in one of the Super Trofeo 1 Make Series cars. Andrea, the London-based Italian, comes over the line. He won GT World Challenge Europe in 2019 in sprint, in endurance. His team won sprint, endurance and overall. I mean, there was nothing he didn't clean up.
It was a Caldarelli explosion. Now, a lot of people, their favourite car is the F1, McLaren F1. And this is a car that Thomas Boucher, who was one of the people who encouraged McLaren to turn it from a road car into a racing car. McLaren wasn't all for it, and we all know what followed. 1995 victory at Le Mans with the great JJ Leto just performing wonders through the night. Now, I'd like to throw this one to you. The McMurty, it's a car that's short on racing experience, but it's something really novel, David.
Dual electric motors, instant torque, more than 800 brake horsepower to the rear wheels, a 1-to-1 power-to-weight ratio. It's got a fan-powered downforce on-demand system, and it is a revolutionary bit of kit. Not only that, it is small and light and compact, and it is very quick indeed. Alex Summers is driving it at the moment. Derek Bell is due to have a go behind the wheel as well. By the way, helping to reference, that's Harry King, last year's Carrera Cup GB champion. And we've also got Ben Collins in the Praga heading up the hill as well. Ben Collins of Top Gear Stig fame. He's just gone whistling out of Bolton Corner. But it's astonishing, isn't it, as we get all misty-eyed about the past, what technology we have in current, future technology cars as well.
When I first saw the McMurty, I just thought it was a shrunken Batmobile, but this is no novelty vehicle whatsoever. And just listening to an interview he did with, I think it was with Gemma earlier, that is so packed with technology. To an extent, a Ford Escort Mark II was packed with technology. Not a lot of it, but just enough to make it one of the standout rally cars when people could afford to compete in the World Championship or the British Championship or the German or the French. And the Mark II Escort, the fact that people still choose to rally them today says it all.
The chairman of Motorsports UK, 1981 World Championship winning co-driver David Richards in the car that he used to sit in the other side of to take Ari Vatanen to the 1981 World Rally Championship. And David and Ari will split the driving of this car. There was a sort of unofficial co-drivers championship that year, but David Richards on the maps took Ari Vatanen to the World Championship, and it was at that point that Liverpool-born David Richards decided that actually I might give up on accountancy now. I think I might go into a bit more of this motorsport administration. And so ProDrive was born. Massive success in rallying, starting with, for example, Porsches. BMW M3s came next, race and rally, and then the list got longer and longer, taking Ferrari back to Le Mans, for example, with the 550 Maranello, the Aston Martin sports car project. And there you have it. So Valentine Lindsay in the Jaguar XJR 15D. Well, that was, if you like, the equivalent of Pro Car for one season, because we had 3 races that were all Prix.
It certainly did, but it didn't have to have the long-lasting legacy. But Valentine's been at the forefront of getting these cars back together in recent years. And it's just great to have them back out here. You know, we have to accept, David, over the decades, not every idea works. But then just go back to ProDrive, pretty much every idea they have has worked. But anyhow, so the great to see the XJR 50. It was a very, very hard car to race by all accounts. And really, when you look down the people who raced it, quite a lot of luminaries did have a go.
Indeed, so there's another from the ProDrive collection, the Dakar VRX, which gets some terrifying angles, doesn't it, as it hustles up the hill.
It's one of the few cars where the driver can actually see over the straw bales when it crosses the start-finish line. It feels as though you're really in a funnel when you get up between the trees, between the straw bales. But sitting up high, the VRX, very exciting machine. That made the purpose, and the purpose was not here with the Paris Dakar.
That's right, there is the Richard Burns. Subaru, Paul Howard, that from the Pro Drive collection, the 1999 impressive WRC. Turbocharged engine in colours that everyone remembers. Also from Pro Drive, the Aston Martin Vantage GTE, Marco Sorensen at the wheel of it, and very, very fast Danish sports car driver.
Part of the Dane train with Nicky team for so many years, as Nicky would always describe him, my brother by a different mother, and almost inseparable. But again, another race livery that's been established. Younger Aston Martin fans, that's probably what drew them in, that bright acid yellow on the sort of traditional Aston Martin green. But for those of us, David, who worked through the night at Le Mans, it was always an easy one to pick out, even though the flies started to spatter the front and the cars got grubby as we like them, but still a very crisp race livery.
Absolutely right. More Gerardo through with his Subaru, and you've got Mick Sleep taken to the hill as well. So the Yellow Canary Cobra, Mick Sleep, races that car in the Prix 66 GT events with aplomb.
I was given a passenger ride up the hill here in a Cobra like that, and I was pretty petrified by the time we got to the house, and I was thinking, but hold on, it starts to get really serious. But just, I must say, the driver taking me up was very, very good on the brakes, thank goodness. Now, one of the craziest cars, one of the noisiest cars, in fact, Duncan Pittsbury doesn't race anything that doesn't shake the tiles off the roof. And the mighty Cheetah Chevrolet, take a look, the driver literally hanging out of the back of that car, sitting over the rear axle. Fabulous machine Bill Thomas created.
And that is Stéphane Richelmy on the line in the new Michelin concept that takes the next generation of car and fuel as well to Le Mans.
Yeah, well, hydrogen, you know, people have looked at hybrid, they've looked at electric, but I'm a big, big fan of where the hydrogen revolution is going. A good friend of mine builds hydrogen cell cars down in Wales, Hugo Spaz, with River Simple, but this is the racing end of the scale. And certainly it's always great. Le Mans has had this incredible history of trying to introduce new technology with traditionally the one extra entry. But again, we're big fans of racing being used to stretch technology, and it's great to see Stéphane here. I don't know if it's his first visit to the Festival of Speed, certainly be a rare visit, but for the H24, good-looking car. And let's see how that develops over here. Or might it be one that goes up a cul-de-sac and doesn't emerge? But you've got to keep trying.
I think so. Very different from the GT3 that he was in a week ago in Italy, less than a week ago at Misano. And then the next couple of cars, Sam Schmidt, the quadriplegic American driver, big accident that caught time on his driving career, but Champ Car team owner, he's going to go next in his specially adapted Corvette, and he's just up at Malton Corner. And then Alex Albon, former Grand Prix racer, now DTM driver for Red Bull, he will be next to the line.
Well, that will be in a Ferrari 488, so successful in GT3 racing, and of course DTM reinvented for this year, no longer a touring car series, and trying to, well, in fact, join a pot that's already fairly full with GT championships, but we don't mind. We like looking at the cars. We still like a 488 in any particular form.
And the Red Bull coloured Ferrari making its way now up through the left of Malton Corner, Alex Albon being moderately cautious. And after that, we will go to the Macaluso collection. You've just heard from Monica Macaluso. Well, she's going to be the first driver in one of those glorious Martini liveried cars heading up the hill. And the Lancias and one or two Fiats also will be the next cars that we turn our attention to.
First, a Fiat X19. In fact, this is the car that Monica is driving, as you pointed out, David, the X19 Rally. It seemed the most unlikely of rally cars, that great funnel airbox out of the top, but certainly Gino Macaluso just had an incredible rally career with those two titles in the early 70s, and then the collection he built as he built his business empire. And a lot of people have an enormous amount of time for Lancias. I know we're looking at the Fiat coming up the hill, but the rest of the collection, all Lancias. And in the sort of mid-80s in rallying, Lancias just always seem to have something exciting. We're going to build up towards the Delta F, the Integrale, and the S4 as well.
I actually saw an X19 racing last week, which I haven't done.
Was it still Steve Soper?
It wasn't Steve Soper in the Radbourne car. No, it was a very, very random Italian saloon race, which had everything from current TCR and GT4 spec Porsches to Fiat X19. It was the most amazing entry.
And this was at Misano.
This was a
Misano Melange.
Absolutely.
Or the Italian word for melange.
The X19 is going at a modest pace, but this 1979 built car, which had success in car racing now. Fabulous car, fabulous livery. This could be my personal highlight of the day.
I was thinking along similar lines, and then the engine note, that rasp, it's just such a brilliant car, the Lancia Stratos. So nimble, of course, later used like so many cars in rallycross as well. But to me, the sight of that at the start of each year on the Monte Carlo rally, will there be thick snow, will there be ice as you go up over the top? And then when it got to the middle of the season, went to the tarmac rallies, different thing. But look, it's short wheelbase, it's that brilliant, crisp Alitalia red, white and green patriotic livery. There's nothing wrong.
I was going to take my headset off, but it went past. Keep going.
David's now licking the windows as the Lancia Stratos comes off, but up to Moulcom it goes. Past us from our commentary position. Now the power goes down up the hill, but just exquisite in shape.
And in sound, and next we turn to the Beta Monte Carlo with Cristoforo Pirro at the wheel, Emanuele's son, and this car from 1980. It was built really to take on the Porsche 935s, 400 brake horsepower. It was a winner in the Mugello 6 Hours with Riccardo Patrese and Eddie Cheever at the wheel of it, but another car that was just beautiful, and the livery helped.
The livery really helped because it's got that bluff nose, and then it goes to the enormous overhang. If you look at the tail of the car, it's a long way back behind the sort of working parts with that enormous tunnel out of the back. And again, trying to harness some aerodynamic efficiency. But the Lancia LC1, this is the open-top car, and on board that looks remarkably like Jochen Mass. There it is. You can't keep Jochen out of cars here. It looks tiny, Jochen sticking out of the top, but then of course this car really started to get out there and challenge, but Lancia got super serious with the one that followed, the LC2, the car with the roof, and such a pretty, not just a pretty car, an effective car. Don't forget, it's not about beauty, it does help.
Yes, going from Group 6 to Group C regulations, and Jochen Mass, very, very versatile driver, sports cars, GT cars, Formula 1 machinery, of course, and rallying. There was the Lancia 037, Stefano Macaluso at the wheel of this car that fought for as long as it could against the four-wheel drive revolution up to 1983, but Lancia eventually had to bite the bullet. But on the tarmac, this was still a very, very quick car, because inevitably it was like the likes of Marco Allen and others. Great success, and the 037, another so distinctive shape that I think has stood the test of time.
Really have. In fact, there's a car here you'll see later today in one of the manufacturer parades climbed up the hill. It's a replica, it's a tribute, or whatever you want to call it, the Camaro Evo 37. Just to reiterate, David, if I may, this is the collection of cars from one individual, the Gino Macaluso collection. He competed and then he collected, and boy, what a pleasure it is.
And he's got some stars behind the wheel. I mean, we've just had Jochen Mass go through. We're going to have Emanuele Pirro next, because we're talking about Lancias with a roof. The LC2 coming up the hill shortly, which was Lancia's attempted on Porsche Beta. There it is. One car attempted Rob Wallach away from Porsche for a season. It was really successful, but this was what Lancia came up with to try to counter the Porsche attack in 1984 Group C time.
And they always looked, with the Lancia LC1, it was underpowered. There's more grunt behind the LC2, but they just looked so exquisite. Their ability in the corners, they were much more delicate cars to drive, maybe less robust, but certainly a real counterfoil, if you will, to the Porsche challenge.
And then one of the ultimate rally cars, the Delta S4. This is not the Delta S4, this is the Delta Integrale. So the Delta S4 is up at the top of the hill already. This is Fabrizio Giugiaro at the wheel of the 1987 Delta HF Integrale. And there it is, 542, the number of the car for purposes of this weekend. But carrying its period rally number. And as Group B was outlawed, say the manufacturer was slower, less modified, less outlandish Group A route. And straight away, Lancia was winning.
Absolutely was, and I tell you what, anybody who's driven even a road-going Lancia Delta Integrale, they're winners as well, because they are fantastic. But do watch the tyre wear. It's very hard not to be over-enthusiastic in them. Brilliant, brilliant cars. We sometimes forget, I think, David, that racing and rallying spawns some fantastic road cars that are required so that they can go and do that, but they do leave a legacy that lasts for a lot longer than actually the competition legacy.
This is very true. Well, that's that batch at an end. It just flies by far too quickly, doesn't it? I mean, each car we could bore you to death on, because each has got such an amazing history. We'll try not to, though, and we'll come back to that batch a little bit later on for the second run up the hill. Very shortly, of course, there'll be more to enjoy, both in terms of cars and indeed planes. But Romain Dumas is a Goodwood hero. He has just been up the hill at Glickenhaus. He's now with Ed Foster.
Romain Dumas, a very warm welcome back to Goodwood, the Festival of Speed. Last time we were here, we're going to walk and talk because we're going to head towards your car. The last time we were here, you were setting fastest times on the hill. You're in something slightly different this time, the Glickenhaus. Tell us about the car.
Well, for sure, yeah, the Glickenhaus is a hypercar, you know, the Le Mans car. So actually, this car I will use next weekend in Monza. So you can imagine that I need a little bit to take care of the car here. And yeah, it's for sure you cannot compare with the Volkswagen. It's not an electric car already. I mean, the difference is a little bit more heavy, more than 1 ton, around 600 horsepower. But for sure, as you can see, it's designed and built for Le Mans. So it's good that I guess the spectator here can see for the first time one hypercar, it's new category. So yeah, quite interesting.
Now, you're famous for jumping from a rally car into something like that, IDR, into this. How long does it take you as a driver to get acclimatised to all the new systems, the hybrid systems and things like that?
Well, not so long. I mean, this new car compares to Porsche, the 919 we have in 2016, it's a lot more easier. You know, a lot less electronic. And I guess for a driver, you know, what we want is to drive. It's not to be an engineer who is driving. So in my case, I prefer to be focused on driving. So to jump from one car to the next one, I guess, you know, I'm doing that for so long now that it's not so complicated. For sure, you have to read some books, you know, before to jump into the car, to know what you do with the switches. But at the end of the day, it's our job, so we have to do it well.
I love the thought of the drivers reading a manual before you get in the car. Now, just quickly, because I know you're being called to get going again, are we going to see you at Pikes Peak again?
Well, I was in Pikes Peak last week. So it was, yeah, again, a great race. I mean, we finished second with the GT car. For sure, the weather helped us. It was a Porsche GT2 RS. And next year, I don't know, will be the 100th anniversary. Somehow, in my mind, I would like to go again. I was speaking with Seb just before about Pikes Peak. You know, we always speak about Pikes Peak, actually. The dream would be to be in Pikes Peak next year and to bring after the car here. So it could be an idea.
Well, I'm already looking forward to it. You better get in. Thank you.
So thanks very much to Ed Foster at the top of the hill, and one of the regular treats at the Goodwood Festival of Speed is in the sky up above. Shall I make you guess what it is? I think you know. Start to look to the skies, because that is where you will see the stunning show from the Red Arrows.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is Squadron Leader Adam Collins. I'm Red 10, the supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows. Well, it's my pleasure to be here at sunny Goodwood today, talking you through the display. I'm going to describe the manoeuvres, give you some background on the team and the pilots, and talk to you about what's going on in cockpit. Well, it's nice to be at an event, seeing so many people. We had a very quiet year, as you'd imagine, displaying only 3 times to the public in 2020. But we're here today, ready for display to you. The jets airborne, the smoke systems tested, the aircraft ready to go. Well, I've spoken to Red 1. The jets are on the run-in. The smoke systems are primed. Is everyone ready for the Red Arrows? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 2021 RAF Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows! Red 1 leading the aircraft over with the red, white and blue smoke on as they bank left to start our rolling show today. We have 3 displays we can fly in the Red Arrows, the full, the rolling and the flat display, normally dictated by the height of the cloud. However, at Goodwood here, we have some controlled airspace above us, so the team restricted to the rolling display today. Red 1 has called the aircraft into 8 Arrow, the aircraft moving in closer, the smoke systems turning off as they pull round from our left-hand side. Leading the team is Red 1 Squadron Leader Tom Bold. Tom has previously flown the Typhoon, instructed on the Hawk, and he's in his first year as the team leader. Diamond Go calls Red 1 as Red 8 rolls back into position, tucking in behind the right-hand side, his smoke turning off as they're about to bang Diamond around to the right. Now, the more observer Tom, you will have noticed there's only 8 aircraft today. Unfortunately, due to illness, Red 9 is unable to fly in this display. But we'll still be putting on our full 20-minute show with the red, white and blue smoke that you're used to seeing in the classic British summer. And roll calls Red 1 as the smoke comes on. Our trademark diamond roll across the skies of Goodwood. As Red 1 gives the voice commands, you'll notice he uses a very metronomic cadence. The pilot's reacting to the tone and the rhythm of his voice rather than the movement of his aircraft. That allows them to anticipate the maneuvers and keep the lines very straight and the shapes very symmetrical. Well, Red 1 has now called the aircraft into one of the most complex formation positions we fly. This is Swan. The smoke comes on as Red 8 moves to the back of the formation. Everybody's sliding back to form a distinctive shape as they come in from our left-hand side. On the right of Swan is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Will Cambridge. Will has previously flown the Tornado Gtr and the Typhoon and is in his 2nd year on the team. In from the left-hand side with the white smoke flowing, this is Swan. Red 7 in Swan is Red 3, that's squadron leader Nick Critchell. Critch has previously flown the Typhoon on the front line. He's also instructed on the Hawk T2 and he's in his 2nd year on the team.
No.
As Swan moves ahead of us, the Red 1 has called the aircraft into Big Vixen. This again a very complicated shape to fly. Reds 8 and 9 when he's there on the wingtips, very far away from each other. And this is the widest formation rolled by any formation team in the world. Red 6 and 7 have moved into position behind Reds 2 and 3. As the nose lights come on towards us, they'll roll out. The smoke will come back on. They'll ease up, ready for the Vixen roll. And roll calls Red 1, that very wide Vixen shape, rolling across in front of us. The aircraft trailing the white smoke with the clouds behind us. Well, as Big Vixen moves off to our left-hand side, we're approaching the end of the first half of our display. Red 1 has just called the aircraft into one of my favourite formation positions, ready for a very dynamic and colourful manoeuvre. Red 8 has dropped to the back of the formation. The remaining aircraft are in position. The smoke about to come on. The air brakes are out. As you look out to your front left, we're about to see 7 aircraft flying in close formation with Red 8 rolling around the back of them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Tornado. As Red 1 calls for a little bit left, Red 8 is changing to red smoke, now rolling around the aircraft as they continue the left bend. Keep those cameras rolling for Tornado. Well, the air brake's coming in and the smoke off goes, signals the end of Tornado. And that concludes the first half of our display. Red 1 now positioning the aircraft in dagger formation, ready to kick off into the second half. So far we've seen 8 aircraft flying graceful formation shapes across the sky, while as we move into the second half, we're about to switch up the tempo, we're about to shift up a gear as we split down into the 2 sections and the synchro pair, ready for their dynamic opposition maneuvers. Now look out to your front left, the nose lights are coming on towards us, the front 5 aircraft, the back 3 below them, ready for the first of our dynamic splits in the detonator. Brake, brake, go, calls Red 1. There's the back section of 6, 7 and 8. Red 6 and 7 trailing the red and blue smoke. They're the synchro pair. Keep your eyes on them as they stay low. They're about to pull up. Red 6 following Red 8 as they peel back around, ready for the start of their first opposition maneuver. Red 6 is in from the left, Red 7 is in from the right. As they descend, they'll have a closing speed of over 700 miles an hour, passing 100 feet apart. Red 6 and 7 will roll down the line as Red 8 pulls up in the Jippo Pass. Leading the synchro pair is Red 6, squadron leader John Bond. Bondy has previously instructed on the Tucano and flown the Typhoon on the front line. Red 6 and 7 now pulling away from us with the white smoke on. They'll pull back round towards us, reverse the turn, the red and blue smoke will come on. They'll cross 100 feet apart in the Cyclone. Red. Red 6 and 7 pulling up with the red and blue smoke, and in from the right comes Red 8 with the white smoke on. He's going to pull hard to the right to pick up Reds 1 to 5. They'll form an inverted V formation. Red 8 flying straight down the middle in the Goose.
So fantastic sights and sounds in the skies above us from the Red Arrows, but already the Michelin Supercar run is on the hill. I'm joined by Erin Baker, and some of the most powerful car is on the hill right now, 2,000 brake horsepower. How do you pronounce the second name of the Lotus, the model, the all-electric supercar?
Oh no, don't do this to me.
Gevea, should we go with?
Let's go with that. We had this yesterday as well. Whatever you think, but it's a beautiful looking car, we can agree that.
It is. Its origin, it's obviously the wonderful gold and black livery that they ran in the 1970s. But it's the other end of the Lotus Extreme. Great to have the history of that really crisp Lotus Esprit.
Yeah, Lotus having a really strong showing this year. Critical year for them, of course. We wave goodbye to the likes of the Exige, the Elise, the Evora, and we say hello to their last petrol-powered car, which is quite a thing, right? But, you know, we're all headed on the road to 2030, and it's goodbye to petrol, but not at the moment, and this is a really strong showing from them this year.
It really is, and hearing from one of the Lotus staff yesterday was saying people have been flexing they want that last petrol engine Lotus. It's been a very good show, and that was just the Thursday for them here at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, lots of interest. That's the Emira, of course, V6, Light, of course, as they all are from Hethel, nearly 400 brake horsepower, beautiful little thing.
Yes, it's quite a thought. Looking back, we've had the Elan on the hill, the Mark I Elan, and just to realise the thought of a 400 horsepower Lotus back then would have just been anathema. But Project Prix and Aston Martin, well, going sideways off the line, but they have a big presence here as Aston Martin keeps on producing new models.
Yes, here we are, the DBS Volante. Volante, of course, their convertibles coming up, and it's a great day weather-wise for the Volantes and all the other convertibles on the hill. plenty of traction and roof down motoring too. Just wonderful to see. Aston, of course, also I hope we're about to see, I think we will, did yesterday, the DB11 AMR and the Speedster coming up, which we'll talk about in a minute. But AMR, Aston Martin Racing, I think, you know, Aston's been doing some great stuff with this sub-brand for their road cars.
No, it really has. I think Aston Martin has been building its racing side. Of course, they're in Formula 1 now, but to me, it's always a sports car brand. It's the World Endurance Championship, but doing great things in GT2s. But this, again, there's that Formula 1 connection, the Vantage F1 edition. But no manufacturer of supercars is afraid of special runs, are they?
No, you know, limited edition, special runs, things where you either get those styling tweaks or there's a power upgrade, sometimes both, a bit of a stiffening of the chassis. They're really desirable, especially in the limited editions. Great collector's edition.
In fact, I was speaking to Andy Wallace yesterday with the Pure Sports Bugatti Chiron, and that's just beyond phenomenal. But they almost come the other way. They look at the comfort almost first and foremost. Yes, it's lovely having a car that can do nigh on, 200 ridiculous miles an hour, but you do have to drive it as well. And they really get that.
They really do. And there's that DB11 AMR just showing what they can do when they put that badge on something. You know, you get a sharper feel, sharper look. I love those kind of lime yellow green calipers on it. Fantastic.
Now, Chevrolet Corvette, the C8, I gather the first right-hand drive model of that was unveiled just yesterday, and Oliver Gavin, of course, has raced it for seemingly decades, but he's right behind the full European push. Now he's stepped down from the racing seat. May not be forever, but for now, Oliver, such a good ambassador for the brand.
Yeah, and a really, really good to see some Americana on the hill, you know, especially a bit of an electric antidote, one might say. Now the turn of the Ferrari is starting to come up. The Portofino, I just thought, you know, in terms of drop-top motoring from Ferrari and an everyday livable GT, really, that you can just pilot all over the place. Wonderful.
I think the sort of GT element's got a bit stretched and a bit forgotten. They forget these aren't track day cars. These are, you know, I think for a while they all seemed to go that way. It was maximum this, maximum that. But as you see, David Good pushing on the F8 looks super crisp as well. I think drivability has just become more and more in vogue.
Yes, well, especially as engineering prowess has meant that having a boulevard cruiser doesn't necessarily mean you can't also rag it round like a track day Warwick.
No, exactly. It would be a shame if that went, but I think it's the realisation track days are probably fewer and further between. But again, gosh, every time you turn your head, there seems to be a different Ferrari coming up the hill. Yeah, now there's this wonderful
812 super fast. I love the kind of, that's got a real American look behind with those kind of rollovers at the back there, that bodywork rising up behind the driver. Really fantastic.
And it's a thing that I always gauge it by is when you talk to the regular racing drivers who are normally the drivers in the seat here, they've stepped into these cars and they get out and they just are blown away by the progress that supercars have had in the past half dozen years or so, because these are just getting seriously phenomenal.
Yeah, they are. And also the fact that you lose the top on something and it becomes a drop top, a convertible, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get, you used to get that scuttle shake, didn't we, in cars that lopping the top of it meant that the handling went, but that's, you know, no way.
It was one or the other, wasn't it? Sun on the head. But of course, you don't even have to worry about wind in your hair anymore, because with McLaren doing their sort of active air management, is it, that blows the bubble of air over you? This isn't a McLaren, of course. This is very much a Ferrari.
This Monza SP2, quite incredible. Limited edition, no more than 500 of the SP1 and the SP2. And I love this Speedster looks. We've got the Ferrari, of course, we've got the Aston Martin Speedster here as well this weekend, and we've got the Elva from McLaren. And this, you know, lose the weight, lose the windscreen. A crazy car. Not practical at all, but that's not the point.
It's not the point, and if you squint, there's a lot of 1950s, almost the Testarossa when it was racing. Pat Blakely driving with some dudgeon up the hill, but a lot of these drivers get a lot of track time in these cars, but with the manufacturers making so many different shapes, they haven't all driven every single one of them.
Oh, I just think the romance of that, look at that. I mean, that is proper, pure, wonderful motoring, isn't it? I just love it.
Well, it makes a statement even without moving, and I'm, you know, as one manufacturer produces one, the others look and go, we've got a history too, let's dig in the toy box, but we forget how exquisite they are under the skin as well.
Yeah, now the first of the McLaren starting to come up. McLaren, again, a really strong showing from them this weekend. That's the Artura, so that's the hybrid. Of course, first step to electrification and plug-in from McLaren, from Woking, and a fine job they've made of that too.
Yeah, Charlie Holling's one of the drivers on the roster driving a lot of their cars, but it is just the fact these cars do seem to become easier to drive. I think a handful of years ago, you know, you really needed to be on top of your craft, and a minute's inattention, you'd be in trouble with all that horsepower. But McLaren in particular really seem to have the handle on their chassis development.
Yeah, interesting as well to see what they've done with electrification. You know, some have used it, of course, just for range and for driving faster with fewer emissions. Some do it to kind of boost the power, help with that element of it. That's the point of electrification. It helps in all areas of motoring.
Yes, I think when it was first discussed long ago, it was just considered for power output, wasn't it? But the way it can be regenerated and so on and so forth.
Now, here comes the GT. This is the car for me that is the most significant car McLaren has built, and I don't feel it's had the recognition over the past few years, because this really was the softer side of McLaren. Now, this was McLaren saying, yes, we're driver-focused, but it doesn't mean that we don't want to engage with female consumers. It doesn't mean that we don't want to engage with those who want to do grand touring across continents, true old-fashioned comfort and style. We can do that. We know how to do that, and it doesn't mean a drop-off in engineering prowess at all. And I think that's a fantastic iteration of that belief.
And then the opposite end of the scale is now following up. There were no wings and things, if I can call them that, so it was rather sadly on the GT, but with Rob Bell hustling that 720S, the GT3X, the GT3 race car with a bit more. Why not?
Absolutely crazy. I mean, just without all that, that's a ferocious car. Just the 720S on its own, the bog standard 720S. 720, the moniker reflecting the horsepower, of course. That's 720 horsepower, lightweight, incredible, and also the stopping power of that car, the brakes. I've taken that round a circuit. My goodness, you know when you stop.
Well, I suppose with all those horsepower, you do need a bit of stopping power, but it is a thought. What's the next model? Well, Aston Martin, for their next model, they thought, should we build the Valkyrie? Why not? Absolutely brilliant name, but this is technology dripping from every pore.
I think that car's hilarious. I remember speaking to Darren Turner about it, the wonderful, humble Darren Turner, saying, nah, it's a pussycat to drive. We're thinking, well, that's you talking, Darren.
Yes, thank you. We're picking it out of the... Now, is this a problem? Because it appears to be stopped and drifting back down the hill. The driver's, oh dear, had a little stoppage yesterday, so that...
Oh, and it's got the Jaguar F-Type coming rapidly up behind it, F-Type R. Good job, that's got some good brakes.
That certainly is, and always a problem here is you go on a bright day from bright sunshine into the shade, and hopefully there's a point at which the Valkyrie can be pulled off. But when you look at the car, the actual cockpit is so tiny. Adrian Newey, well, F1 designers, they never want a lot of space for their drivers. They want space for what they need aerodynamically. And if you look from the back in particular, you can see the cockpit's super narrow.
Yeah, also very hot in there, I imagine, today, hence the going door flew up as well as communicating, a bit of ventilation. The Jaguar going round it there, the drop top, isn't it? I mean, that F-Type R that we're looking at there, that's gingerly threading its way around, very carefully around the Valkyrie, that is some car too.
Now, one of the things you definitely need to do when you're trying these cars for the first time, you never think to ask, how do I open the gull-wing doors if when you come to a stop? And I've certainly heard drivers, I was very near the top of the hill, and don't know what went around, but this driver certainly knows it. That is Darren Turner, who's done a gazillion miles in every sort of advanced Aston Martin.
Such a pro and such a nice guy.
You said humble, didn't you, earlier?
Yeah, absolutely.
He really is. I always remember in his early days, Darren was going, am I being interesting enough? You go, yeah, I'm listening. You know, it's fabulous stuff, but, what he doesn't know about race driving. And also, he's got his simulator development company, and he's got many other things beside.
Yeah. How he does that simulator work, I don't know. Not for me.
You've tried it?
Oh, I feel so queasy in that stuff.
So, change of scene. What have we here now, Erin? Just ahead of the Rolls-Royce, by the looks of things, at the back of the pack, but stationary because the Aston Martin is being pulled to the side.
Yeah. Hopefully not too much of a delay.
Well, it's all been happening on the course, but while there's a little delay on the hill, let's go up to Ed Foster, who's been very busy up in the top paddock.
Gordon Murray, you've always been about adding lightness, as they say, but this takes it a step further, doesn't it?
This is quite ridiculous, actually. This is 280 kilos, yeah. I'm the ballast.
So just talk me through the car. What have you got up front?
Quite unique. It's a car I raced in, as you know, in South Africa. It was my first T1. When I got to England in 1969-70, I was desperate to carry on racing, and the only thing I could afford was Formula 750. And this one, where you used a standard Reliant engine, gearbox and back axle, you could tune them up to about 60 horsepower. And you could build a car for about 200 quid. And this is an absolute cheat with the regulations. You weren't supposed to use monocoques. You're supposed to use 2 steel tubes, which this one's got lying in the bottom of the monocoque, but they drilled. And it was 100 kilos lighter than everybody else at the time, and it would have been really quick. But Bernie bought Brabham, and I never finished it. Gave it to one of our mechanics to finish so we could race it together. He tragically died in a level crossing accident, and then I lost track of the car. 6 years ago, we got a tip-off. We bought it back in a barn on the south coast, finished it, and this is the first time I've driven it, and the first time anybody's seen it. So it's quite a radical car because everybody puts pull rod suspension, rising rate suspension down to the Brabham 44. But actually this has got rising rate pull rod front and rear 2 years before the Brabham. Of course, every racing car on the planet now has that. So this humble little car was the beginning of that revolution.
And what are your plans with it? Take it out on events like this, Festival of Speed, or are you going to race it?
First of all, it's wonderful to be back, just to be back here again. I love these events. And, yeah, we're building a heritage collection. We've got several cars already. And we'll do events. Yeah, absolutely. I've rebuilt my 72 Le Mans car, too, the DFE, and I'd like to race that, maybe somebody at Laguna. Yeah, so... It's fun building up the heritage collection.
Gordon, it's fantastic to see you. Thank you very much for coming.
Cheers.
Sebastian Loeb, we're used to seeing you in rally cars. This is almost, but not quite a rally car. Tell us about it.
Yeah, that's a car for the Dakar rally. So, like you see, it's quite big, big suspension travel. It's a car that has to be very strong, so it's quite heavy, but it's just amazing to drive in the dunes and in every ditches, and you can go nearly where you want with the car.
Now, you famously, obviously, been racing in the Dakar. How have you found it? Because it's an enormous challenge, even with someone with your history and all your experience. It's quite difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something completely different from normal WRC rally. You have a lot of part of the job, which is the navigation. So you have to trust your co-driver. You have to drive like you feel to find your own rhythm. You start stages, you don't know where you go. So it's just amazing to drive like that, and you drive only visual. And it's fun. It's a great challenge. It needs some experience. You need some experience, I think, to be able to win. I fight it for the win a few times. I never won it at the moment, so it's a good challenge for the future.
Talking of the future, this weekend we got a glimpse of the rally car for next year, the hybrid. What do you think about the future of rallying?
Yeah, I think the performance of the hybrid cars will be great. I think the power will be just amazing. I think they made also a good job on the body shell for the safety, so I think it's a good evolution for the future.
Sebastian, thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Ollie Gavin, you've had an extraordinarily successful career racing Corvettes all over the world. This one's a bit different. I'm used to seeing Corvettes with a great big V8 up front. Very much a new car.
Yeah, the new Corvette Stingray. It's finally here in Europe. And in fact, we launched the right-hand drive Corvette Stingray on this Michelin Supercar stage yesterday. And but this is the European spec, so this is the left-hand drive version that we're bringing up the hill. But it's exciting. It's great. It's great that we've got the brand new Corvette Stingray here in the UK and in Europe. Yes, after 68 years of producing the Corvette, the engine has moved from the front now into the middle, which is fantastic. Traction, weight distribution, the car pivots and rotates around you when you're turning into the corner, rather than it being just sort of like around your knees. The traction, like I say, is fantastic. We've managed to get the engine a little bit lower, so again, the centre of gravity is that little bit lower. So all-around performance, I think, is just that step higher. And we've maximised everything we possibly could in the front engine configuration of the car. So that was why it was a big step, but I think it's the right step.
As I said earlier, you raced Corvettes for so many years. How much of that racing knowledge fed into the road cars? Is that just a myth?
Oh, no. The road car engineers and the race engineers work really tightly together. I was testing this car at the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, 2 years ago, in fact, it was. And before that, I was running there in ZR1, road cars, C7, ZR1, road cars, and then of course I was competing in the race car, and so I was going backwards and forwards between the engineering group and the race team, and you know, feeding back both ways. And you know, the engineering group, the road car engineering group, were really taking a lot of lessons from the racing program and back the other way as well. So this tech transfer really has been well and truly sort of seen in this vehicle now. And you know, the racing program is going from strength to strength. They're winning races in the United States all the time now in IMSA, and the car will be appearing at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year in the C8R. So fantastic.
Ollie, thank you so much. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, great job in the top paddock by Ed Foster, and you can't manufacture enthusiasm and passion on Oliver Gavin all those years with Corvette, and I think he's probably had more than a little say in it. And Aaron, you know, again, it really is such a point, a Corvette without a V8 in it. It does seem just like a massive sea change.
Yeah, but how exciting. I think, you know, a massive sea change as the entire industry is currently facing. I mean, if people haven't made a move down to Electric Avenue, opposite the house on the other side of the hill climb today, they must go over the bridge, get over the track, go and see all the electric cars that are out there. 30, I think, a record 30 pure electric, that's not hybrid, cars there for consumers to go and look round, talk to the manufacturers, understand about their range, understand what they're capable of and how easy they are to live with and to own. Perfect, you know.
It really is, and when you consider the first electric cars when they came here, how many people in the audience here had an electric car? So few. Now, it looked as though the Rimac Nevera was stopped on the hill. Hopefully we'll get clear sight of that later, but a lot of the cars, or some of the cars, are still down at the bottom of the hill climb course. As we go through this run for the Michelin Supercar run, and for many people, it's the first cars in the first glance batch that really get them super excited. And of course, we've got road bikes as well at the back of the batch. There is the Rimac Nevera. The R squiggle on the bonnet, so they've managed to get it back down or to a point where it can go up to the top of the course.
That's quite an incredible car. I mean, all you really need to know about that is 2,000 horsepower, well, 188, I think, to be nearly 2,000, let's say, 1,888. But more importantly, with a range of 340 miles in the real-world cycle. I'd like to see someone get 340 miles if they're putting their right foot down in that.
Yes, there should be a very, very big gauge in the front, you know, swingometer. What do you want, mileage or fun? But it is phenomenal, and I think anyone who underestimates what Rimac has done and will be doing is going to miss the point entirely, because secretly, but sort of out of the public eye, they've been performing wonders with electric cars.
Yes, and I think we can all kind of raise our eyebrows at 2,000 horsepower equivalent electric cars, but the point is how that then trickles down to road cars, that technology and production cars that we all buy. And we need these heroes. We need the heroes on the hill that make electric look sexy, that show you about the rapid acceleration, all that stuff about maximum torque from zero revs. The 0 to 60 times for electric cars are phenomenal. Oh, and here comes one of my favourites, Rolls-Royce Dawn Black Badge. Black Badge has been a really important sub-brand, as it were, for Rolls-Royce. It has lowered the average age of the consumer across the world to something approaching 40, I think, now, the average age of a Rolls-Royce customer. And that's because we've got that kind of positive attitude for Black Badge.
Yeah, I heard that figure yesterday from you, and I'm sure in my childhood years the average age was sort of around 60 or what have you. Right. Porsche 911 GT3, always something a little bit different, and Ben McLaughlin waving out the window as he comes up. What do you think about this one?
Still such an icon, that car, isn't it? I mean, the 911 for me, actually, I know, whisper it softly, I can take or leave the GT3 part of it. The 911 is just, you know, a hero of the motoring world throughout so many decades.
It really, really is. And, you know, I come at it from the racing angle, and I love all they've done for that. But up and down, in fact, when you get let loose from a commentary box and you can get down towards the car parks or even the car displays, not on Electric Avenue, obviously, for this one, just seeing what people lust after all these years of the 911, they still do, don't they?
Exactly that. I remember speaking to some of the design bosses who've had to tweak it throughout the various generations without losing the essence. And actually, speaking of generations, this is green example coming up the hill here.
Singer doing what everyone dreamt of, all the best elements in people's minds. And Porsches, they've mixed it, they've matched it, they've taken the best of everything in so many ways. And I think that's a pretty evocative colour for a car that's looking back with more than a nudge to the 70s.
Yeah, people increasingly like, don't they, to take modern iterations as well of these retro or older designs, heritage designs with a modern twist and modern engineering. Another crazy car coming up from McLaren. I mean, we're just seeing more and more of these big wings, aren't we? Downforce back.
well, obviously the Lanzantes had a huge connection with running the McLaren F1s back in the mid-1990s, and this is a car that, had this existed back then, it would have blown the socks off everything on the planet. But the P1, very, very much a driver's car. This is not its natural habitat, between great big tall straw bales that almost encase the car as it goes up there through the dappled light, but super, super dynamic.
Oh, now moving on to BMW's offering this year. Again, a strong showing from them, the M240i X-Drive. X-Drive, of course, meaning four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, which tomorrow, when it's a bit wetter, we might all be grateful for. That's a proper little pocket rocket, that. All-wheel drive, but rear bias, 374 horsepower, and the six-cylinder inline engine making an appearance there.
Whenever I think of BMW, I tend to still think of a straight six. That's how old I am. But, you know, I like it when they keep a configuration now, because I'm getting towards the end of a batch, but it seems to be something with wings that is a Lamborghini at the back of the pack, just waiting for the last ones to come on up the hill. Just shows, with so many cars on show, the great cars in the Michelin Supercar run, but also the first class, as we said, and at the back of all that, can't yet see them, there'll be some radical road bikes as well.
Yeah, a really great showing from first glance. I'd like to see some more of these production cars come up the hill. There's some great stuff out there from the likes of Land Rover today. There's some great things that should be, they're around the paddocks anyway, and as I said, loads of them in Electric Avenue to go and have a look at.
Yes, and a lot of the cars, if you get a programme, and do make sure you get a programme, you get the earpiece with it as well, so you can listen, but you've got the list of all the cars, and if they're not in this batch, they're more than likely going to be in the batch later this afternoon. Now, the wildest car on the hill in terms of livery is not the Lamborghini Urus, but it's the Lamborghini in the background with the jazzy colour scheme. It's the Essenza SV12. It's basically, I think Essenza is translated into too much of everything, but that's rather lovely.
Yeah, well, how Lamborghini is that? I mean, it's the perfect iteration of the brand, isn't it? And you'll need earplugs, I warn you, if that one comes past you based on
I was going to say, it's not I saw you coming, it's I heard you coming, and at the top of the hill yesterday, you could pick that one out long before you could pick other ones as it came up.
Interesting to see the Urus. You know, we were making this point yesterday about those who are a little bit, their eyebrows are raised when they see SUVs come out from performance and luxury brands. Well, you know, these are the cars that allow the two-seater sports cars that we love to be on the road and keep being built. And whether we like these SUVs or not, and I'm a big fan actually, you know, they are for many brands the cash cows that keep them strong in the market.
Yeah, and looking at the Ford with its Mach-E and Mach-E GT range, I can't think which of the drivers I was speaking to yesterday. I said, you're normally sitting rather lower in the car. What's it like when you can see over those straw bales? And he said, you know what? After a few moments, you absolutely forget it. You just drive it as it is. Absolutely.
And, you know, that's the point really about the SUVs that these brands are producing. They use their chief engineers to design them. You know, they make sure that, yes, they might have a raised ride height, but the chassis are completely on point still. They're incredible cars. They fly around a track, which is insane. It shouldn't happen, but it does.
No, it doesn't. One of the championships I work with, the GT World Challenge, we've had the Urus as the sort of pace car for years, and you might have thought that would just wallow round at the front end of the pack, but you know, when you see it cracking off out of a corner, getting the power down with ease, and with the car not sort of rolling till the door handles straight, you know, you go, oh, actually it wasn't designed by the chief financial officer to get the money coming in. There was a serious design team, and they get sharper by the year.
Maserati coming uphill here, the Maserati Ghibli Trofeo, which the Ghibli is a fine Ford Orsolino Trofeo, adding some, as well as some nice little design elements. I don't know if you can see, but the grille, there you go, see the flashes of red there on the side, the little vents, that marks it out as a Trofeo, which means it's a little bit more hardcore version.
Now, is this the dark green? That's the Alpina, and I really, really approve of this sort of late 70s, early 80s metallic green. It looked fantastic on the Alpinas in the day. The Bogensiepen family have just done wonders with the marque, and I'm really pleased to see it back out in a very large and comfortable but super quick car. So having seen the Maserati Ghibli Trofeo just up in front, and then that, it's a different mix, and this is being driven with considerable dudgeon and a little too much dudgeon. Airbag, unfortunately, Moulcom has claimed, I think that's the first car off at Moulcom. It's the second day there, I would say it was being driven at great speed. Just a little bit too much. There's a bit of a crest just before the cars get to Moulcom. So just as Andrea Caldarelli, I think, was about to blast off, that BMW the B8 Grand Coupe will need to be recovered from Moulcom.
What a shame that is. Quite some car. That's the kind of the rarer, softer alternative to the BMW M8 for those who are interested in that sort of power. 621 horsepower, we just saw going to the hay bales there. Alpina, I love that brand. Let's hope they can just recover that car quickly.
Yeah, let's hope so. And Moulcombe, it's such a tricky corner, and we could see the V8 being pushed with, I thought, great style, but just a little bit. You know, it's small, tiny differences when you get to Moulcombe. If you left it too late, there is no real alternative, unfortunately. The driver's all aware of it, but anyhow, hopefully that will be cleaned up in quick order. And don't forget, the Goodwood team, they're accustomed to it, so they have many spare straw bales and lifting devices down there to clear up and get the show on the road. So the red flag's out, up and down the hill, the course vehicles and the officials doing what they need to do, coming up to investigate and make sure that everyone is fine. So temperatures under the tail end of that is Senza with a gazillion and a half horsepower under the tail. I have to keep that cool.
Yes, I know we always say it, don't we, Via, but it's deceptive. The hill climb is deceptive. It looks, well, to my mind, as somebody who's just got their Nat B race on, it looks easy. Always looks easy to me. I think no problem.
Yeah, but again and again, when we look at particularly at the cars in the supercar run, they're carrying an awful lot more horsepower than an awful lot of racing cars have to play with. And that was a car driven at speed, in comfort, but unfortunately just a little bit wide at Moulcombe. And the straw bales did what they needed to do. They arrested the pace of the car and came to a standstill very quickly after leaving the track, so done what is required.
Fear they all might get a little bit hot behind. There'll be some windows coming down there and some doors opening.
OK, well, while we've got a stoppage, we know that Ed Foster's been very busy at the top of the hill. Let's go up and find out who Ed has caught most recently.
Now, of course, all eyes have been on the new cars from Lotus this weekend. It's a very bright new dawn for the very famous manufacturer, but I'm surrounded here by some of the stars of the past. I've got the Esprit behind me, unforgettable shape. There's the Elite, the Elan, and then, of course, the Elise. I was lucky enough to drive a Lotus Elise, a 111S on the road for a very long time. And the Rover K Series, it was just fantastic, especially when you got to a B road. Moving on from the Lotuses, I'm going to just squeeze around here. There's a huge number of Lotus technicians, all obviously doing very important jobs behind me. And I've actually spotted down the front here Marek Royterman, a huge motorsport man, Aston Martin man. A very warm welcome to the Festival of Speed.
Hello, good to be here. Thankfully.
Yes, indeed, finally. Now, there's a huge array of Astons here. Tell me about what you've got.
We have most of the core range. One of the special cars, obviously, we have the Speedster, which is here, the V12 Speedster. Limited number of cars, 88 units. This is one of the first prototype cars. And also we have the Valkyrie running up the hill. So you've got the DBSs, you've got the DB11, you have Valkyrie, you have the Speedster. We've got Vantage as well, and obviously the course cars are the Vantage and the DBX. So it's a huge array of cars, and there is the Vantage coming up now. So it's really important weekend for us. This is a fantastic event, and thankfully it's back on. We can show everything that we've been doing.
It's a hugely exciting time for Aston Martin, as you say, as the safety car arrives, as if we've planned it. The Valkyrie is just such a machine. It has people pouring over it. Have you managed to drive it yet?
I have driven it on the Stowe circuit, so our circuit within the Silverstone circuit. It's an incredible car. You know, it's a naturally aspirated V12. It's 1,100 horsepower and it weighs just over 1,100 kilos, so you're 1-to-1 in terms of the power to weight. But it's about the precision, the engineering nature of that car, and of course its glorious sound. I mean, you can hear it here. Naturally aspirated V12, it's just an incredible sound. It's an incredible machine, and only 150 units ever will be made.
Now, I know you're a big motorsport man, you love your historic racing. It must be wonderful to be back in Formula One, isn't it?
Oh, it's just fantastic. And, you know, actually, Sebastian getting on the podium was our first podium in the modern era. So it's amazing. You know, the car looks incredible. We're getting more and more competitive. But just to be around the buzz and the value of F1 for us as well, you can see the direct translation from F1 down to a Valkyrie or a Valhalla, as for instance. So it's really important for us as a mark, as a brand, to be in the sport competing against the greats.
Marek, thank you so much. I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you very much.
Andy Wallace, you really do have one of the greatest jobs, don't you, driving the Chiron up the hill. We were having a long conversation in the commentary booth yesterday about the costs of running one of these. We were talking about the wheels just now, whether or not they needed to be replaced every 5 years. You don't on the Chiron. It's clearly a much cheaper car to run than the Veyron.
Well, I mean, as it comes with 4 years of servicing and 4-year warranty in the purchase of the car, yes, it's much cheaper to run. No, this was actually the case with the Veyron. It was early days for hypercars of this much power, and we were also using the Pax run flat tyres in those days. So the fitting of the tyre was so tight on the rim that actually fitting the tyre and taking it off many times was compromising the rim. So we had to change them every sort of 5 sets of tyres. Nowadays, we don't do that anymore. We've got the same as a lot of cars now. We've got the mousse and a compressor if you have a puncture. But the tyres themselves are actually fitted by any normal machine, whereas before there was only 2 machines in the world could fit the Veyron tyres. So that's where that all comes from. So it's not an issue anymore.
So you've obviously been doing the development on these cars. You're obviously looking for performance, you're looking for comfort. How much do you think about, how these are going to run 10 years later?
Well, the thing is with one of these, the materials that they're made from, they're designed to last pretty much forever. So when you actually spec out a car, you're talking about a car that's in 50 years' time still going to be around and still going to be used. So what I do is I do a lot of customer drives. So if you come to drive a Chiron for the first time, 1,500 horsepower, it can be a very intimidating experience. You arrive, you're not really sure what's going to happen, but actually it's a pussycat to drive. It's really, really easy, and it really works with you, and all of the systems really help the driver. So after 5 minutes, a new driver feels like they've been driving the car their whole life. Then, on top of that, if you want it to be, it's an absolute monster. But it's up to you, and if you put the throttle down full in first gear on a dry road, there is no wheel spin. It's pure 1,500 horsepower of acceleration, which is something which I've never experienced before in my racing career until I joined Bugatti. And it's absolutely amazing. It's a hypercar, yes it is, but also some other thing you must say about this car that's above all else, it's a luxury car. It's made of the best materials, it's comfortable, it's quiet, it's refined, just happens to do over 300 miles an hour, as we know now.
Well, Andy, thank you so much and have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Hey, the sun's shining, it's good, but of course I am having a great weekend, and you too. Thanks.
Action still going on with stunt bikes on the hill, but I think during this slight hiatus, let's go down and join Bryn and Gemma, who've been out and about, starting with Bryn, who caught up very recently with Karun Chandok.
Well, I'm here in the F1 pit lane, and you can see all the F1 teams over my shoulder. Mercedes are here beyond, there's Aston Martin there with the new the new team name, the Cognizant F1 team. Beyond it, there's W Series as well. If you pan to the left, we've got Red Bull, then there's Ferrari, the prancing horse, are here, of course. United Autosports, including the Andretti car. McLaren are here as well, and you can pan around because we've got so many cars to see, so many amazing F1 cars to see, and one driver as well we're going to catch up with too. I'm going to make my way in. Let's find our way in here, fight our way through the crowds, and get in to see Karun Chandok. So, Karun is here. Hello, Karun, how are you?
How are you? Sorry.
Good to see you. And you. You're getting to drive a very, very special car up the hill, but there's a nice array of Williams that we can see too. So at first glance, you go, oh, that's the Mansell Red 5. It isn't. That's from 86. But over to our left, we've got Hills.
Well, it's still got a Red 5 on it.
It's got a Red 5 on it. Yeah, exactly. And Mansell did drive it, but, you know, it's not the one he won the title in. But then we've got Hills one as well. But you're driving a slightly different car from the bunch. They're only running one car up the hill, aren't they, this time round? Tell us about the FW08 there, Keke Rosberg's car.
Yeah, it's down here. This is the car that Keke won the 1982 World Championship in. He won the Swiss Grand Prix, as it was called at the time, in Dijon that year. And this, so this is a fantastic car. I've been very lucky to drive it on a few different occasions, including at the Speed Week at Goodwood last October. Sharing the car with Jensen through this weekend and Jamie Chadwick.
How does it compare to some of the other cars you've driven then? Because you've got to drive the more recent cars as well. When you talk about the experience of stepping into something like this, what is the main difference?
Every car is different, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you know, in that era, at that time, this was one of the best cars on the grid and obviously won the World Championship. But, you know, you could just see from where the driver sits, it's, you know, so far forward. You know, my feet are sort of down there. Which isn't very far away from the front of the car. No. Which is why you see a lot of drivers from the early 80s still limping around because they've had frontal impacts. Obviously, this is pre-carbon fibre as well. Right. So, you know, the monocoque is in carbon fibre. The amazing Ford DFV engine, manual gearbox, and I mean, if you look at the steering wheel...
I was going to say, this is the big difference, the steering wheel and this area here. I think I've got computer consoles from the early 90s that are more advanced looking than that, you know?
Yeah, exactly, you know, so it's more raw, it's more pure, there's... you know, nowadays with the modern Grand Prix cars, so much of it is filtered. You know, you've got so many electronics and there's different levels of filtering from everything. You've got power steering, from the way the engine power is delivered through the throttle, the brakes, all of that have got a layer of electronics on it. With these, it's just pure. It's analog in some ways. So
and no front wing either.
Yeah, I mean, they ran two different specifications, but the current spec we got here doesn't have the front wing on it.
Which is a weird thing to see. And you look at the car and you're trying to work out what's different about it, and that just is a striking thing that jumps out at you.
It's got the skirts, though, for the ground effects. You can see it on the side of the car. You know, that's where it produces the downforce through these big tunnels on the side, and that was a big part of this era of racing. From
outlawed for a while, wasn't it? So it was a strange...
from I think 79 till 82.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you're getting to drive it up the hill. But let's just have a very, very quick chat about having people around. And it's just look around here. There are spectators and there are smiley faces. And for you, I know meeting the fans is quite a big part of Festival of Speed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to have fans back at the event. I have to admit, it's a little bit of a shock to the system, seeing so many people around, because we're not used to it in the last 18 months. But, you know, I always say Charles March seems to have this ability to pull off the impossible. The fact that we're all standing here with this crowd of people in the sunshine is he never ceases to amaze.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. It's so nice to be back. And Karun, thank you very much indeed.
No, pleasure. Thank you.
Well, finding friends of Goodwood all over the venue. Chris Evans, great to see you here. Enjoyed the end of the show this morning, which I managed to catch.
Yeah.
And great fun to see you here.
I mean, to be here today, you know, the Festival of Speed is back, 45,000 people every day in the blooming sunshine, you know, on the eve of this mad weekend we've got with the football as well. Everybody's so happy, cars are great, everybody couldn't be keener to get back doing what they do. I mean, you know, people are always full of passion when it comes to Goodwood and what they bring to it, whether they're a spectator or a curator or a team owner or just a passionate, you know, practical classic guy or family. But you don't know what you've got till it's gone, and we didn't have this last year, but we've got it again this year. Bring on the revival, you know, it's so exciting. There's Nick Mason's Ferrari 250 GTO going in there. You've got the Gold Leaf Lotus going in there. I think that's Adrian Newey's car. Look, they're all back. You've got the crazy sidecar nut jobs.
Yeah, there's Maria Costello coming down.
Yeah.
It's insane, isn't it? The amount of offering that you get here, not only on the hill, but the rally stage, static as well, is pretty impressive. Have you seen the Drift Kana that's taking place this year?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I know, it's incredible. We saw it last night in darkness with flames coming out of all sides of that particular car. But like you say, it's a buffet that you can gorge on.
Yes.
And apparently it's calorie free. You know?
We like calorie free.
And but all the future stuff. I know that you have to sort of be on message, really. Well, you sort of did 3 years ago, but now, it's not really the future. You got the Future Lab, you got the Electric Avenue, which all the manufacturers of their new EVs. But it's not so much tomorrow, it is sort of today now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And actually, you're a massive petrol head, there's no secret about that. But looking at the electric stuff now, it's getting more and more impressive, isn't it? The technology.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive, and it's you could say it's overtaken or it's superseded, turbocharged cars, diesel cars, hybrid cars, petrol cars, but it's not like that. And I think that's what we feared. I think we feared conflict, the death of one, the birth of another. Yeah. But they're not, they're just living alongside each other, and it's our differences as people that make us stronger, and it's our difference in taste and culture that did the same. And this is the first time I've seen, the electric vehicle world embraced in a formerly, notoriously petrol-driven, world-renowned motorsport event. And there are people here that still haven't jumped on the bus, but you can feel them twitching, thinking, okay, I'm open to that.
That's impressive. It's a combination of the Batmobile and an LMP1 car.
Wow.
It's electric and it's got the most incredible sound to it with the fans.
Yeah. No, I can't wait. If you've got time to get around. I mean, that's the other thing at the Festival of Speed. How would you pace yourself from an energy point of view, right? Yeah. From a cold drinks point of view, shall we say? And also, what to see. And that's why people come for 3 days, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Take your time. You're never going to do it in a day properly. Focus on one part, just enjoy yourself. But the team at Goodwood, yourselves, awesome. I am a friend of Goodwood, but I almost consider myself part of the family now. I haven't been invited. I'm self-appointed.
Do you just ring the Duke and say I'm coming along?
No. If I had his number, he'd have to change it, frankly.
But you had his son playing on your radio show today.
Yeah, Freddie played. Yeah.
Awesome.
Little Lord Freddie. He's an actual lord.
Yes.
They all are, lords and ladies, and dukes and duchesses. And he said last night, he was talking about music, and I said, "What do you play?" He said, "No, I was at open mic night around the corner, pub around the corner," and I said, "Do you want to give it a go tomorrow?" And the way he said yes, thought he could probably do it. It was a very confident yes.
Right.
And he smashed it. Absolutely smashed it.
Amazing, wasn't he? Yeah, so fantastic. Thank you so much
You're
for making
welcome.
time to chat to us. Where are you going to head off to first?
I'm going to get some sunblock before I do anything, because it's baking hot.
It is.
Absolutely blooming baking. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Well done, Gemma, for catching up with radio presenter and arch enthusiast Chris Evans, overlooking the scene. And the scene we're looking at on the big screens is a screen that's been rebuilt, because that was the scene of where we had the straw bales pushed backwards, but we've now got new ones in place. And we'll continue with the supercars. The first glance, your first chance to see an awful lot of amazing cars and the latest and greatest road bikes, and perhaps one of the greatest noises, certainly the loudest noise in this batch, Erin Baker, is the Lamborghini Essenza. It is full of everything, brio and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just saying before the break, this is what Lamborghini is all about, right? If you want a wallflower type shy and retiring car, you don't buy a Lamborghini. Even the Urus, which we can just see hovering behind it in the yellow livery, even that is mad as a box of frogs, and that's just how it should be.
And that's when you're just looking at the styling details. It's what goes on within and what comes from within to outside. Certainly the noise the Essenza makes is phenomenal. But the good thing is there's a queue of cars in behind, just behind the heat haze being issued down there. And as Chris Evans pointed out, it's really an increasingly warm day, and the hill will be echoing to the sound of these supercars in the next few moments.
You see that Veloce there on the livery, just on the bonnet. Veloce, of course, Super Veloce, Super Speed. These are the Super Veloce iterations of the Aventador, of the Huracan, and the Performante iteration. Crazy, stripped out, even more power, uprated everything, as if you require that in the Lamborghini.
I just think it's an extraordinary thing. We saw it with the McLaren 720S GT3X. In the old days, to say, here's a really successful racing car, let's make it more powerful than let the public buy it. It seems an extraordinary thing, but the appetite is there, and certainly excess is something that Lamborghini has done very well for decades, and hopefully the sound will be issuing any moment now. That hinge door will need to be closed, but I think it would be Andrea Cordarelli at the wheel. He's certainly been super successful racing Huracan over the past 3 or 4 years, and his team has been phenomenally strong last year in particular.
It also shows you it's a great view we're looking at there of Lamborghini. You've got the crazy, mad supercar at the front, the SUV behind it. If you think that not only these days car brands have to do various different styles, various different body shapes to appeal to as many consumers as possible, but also they're having to juggle V12s, V8s, V6s with plug-in hybrid, mild onboard hybrids and full electric. Never has the industry been so busy trying to juggle so many balls in the air at one time.
You could say some of it's guesswork, but I think you put it rather better than that. It's appealing to entirely different markets, and they can spread the net wide, but it's never that wide with Lamborghini. There's always one clear design and performance element there that is crucial to the brand that, of course, don't forget, started long ago by making tractors, and until Ferruccio Lamborghini decided that he could do Ferraris as well as Ferrari, and that's where the battle began.
I think I'm taking a bit of a punt here, but I think that white car that we see as well behind the Urus is Polestar, which just is lovely to capture those 3 cars there, showing the breadth and depth and width of the stuff that's being produced at the moment that's available for consumers to buy. And if I'm right about that, which I think Polestar out there with the Polestar 1 and the Polestar 2 today, which we'll see shortly.
Yeah, the Polestar 2 is the 4-door version. The other one very much has the... Is it not?
You've got the Polestar 1 is the left-hand drive limited edition hybrid that really Polestar launched with, and the Polestar 2, the fully electric, far more consumer-friendly in terms of price, right-hand drive, really a model Tesla Model 3 rival. Polestar's stand as well, if you haven't visited it yet, go over across the track from the house, have a look at it. It's very minimalist, complete opposite brand Lamborghini.
Yes, in fact, with the 2 Polestars I saw yesterday, they ran in matte white and matte black. Oh, Emanuele Pirro. Oh, well, he'll be hating every second of this, the driver who's become Goodwood's pet Italian arch enthusiast and driven with... Well, he doesn't come from Rome for nothing, with the panache and brio that anyone who's driven around the parts of Rome in the centre knows very well with the city.
Wow, quite a thing as it went past the commentary box there.
Yes, cars are back on the hill. You can hear them from a long way off. You don't need to be trackside to hear the ascents are driven with a great deal of speed past in the shade past the flint wall, and then the final sweepers up to the top of the hill, where when it gets to the shootout, this is where drivers are going, I mustn't ruin my run, but I have to keep my foot pedal to the metal over the finish line. It'd be interesting to see what speed Emanuele Pirro is doing in the Ascenza, but he was not hanging around at the top of the course.
And just gone past us there, I think, again past the commentary box, is the Mini, that Pacesetter E. That's the Mini E iteration, and it's the safety car, I believe, for Formula E, is it not?
It is indeed, and being chased by the latest Cooper Works Mini up the hill as well. Good to, in fact, I spoke to Charlie Cooper, grandson of the man who put the Cooper in Mini Cooper yesterday, fiercely fond of the brand for clear reasons. Another dark green BMW, this one I would presume... Yeah. Is that the N5 CS?
Yes, that's right, and you know, a kind of a distant cousin from the Alpina that we saw earlier, making out of the hay bales. And that is, I believe, BMW's fastest production car to date. There's one every year, of course. This is it this year.
Understated in a world that's often not understated, but you cannot put out a bad car with M5 on the boot. There's too much history there to not absolutely nail it every time. 626
horsepower on that. And mind you, here then we see, following it up the hill, the Polestars, Polestar 1, Polestar 2. We've got that Volvo design heritage there from when Polestar was more closely aligned with Volvo. Now, of course, a performance electric brand in its own right, and doing some great things. Some clever little design touches. They're very keen on yellow seatbelts.
But that makes all the difference, Erin. I must get some at home. But no, but when you stand by the car, it's just not flash. It's fancy. It's 2 shades of the matte black and then the fairly matte white on the sister car. But I like, when I talk to the drivers, they were going, these are really seriously good cars, and I like the fact they're pretty understated.
Yeah, and also they've done a very clever move. They've teamed up with Google connectivity in them, which go, now the Land Rover Defender V8, this isn't going to happen.
That's a proper rumble. Sort of takes one back to the early V8 Land Rovers, but with an awful lot more speed potential.
Some Jaguar SUVs starting to come up. We've got the Jaguar E-Pace. I think that's a plug-in hybrid. Making its way up. Jaguar doing some really, there we go, PHEV, the plug-in hybrid. Jaguar and Land Rover are doing some lovely, a whole rash of plug-in hybrids coming out from them at the moment, actually on sale from both brands.
No manufacturer can afford not to be doing this. Jaguar Sport Brake will be working through. There it is, going up the hill as well. I rather like the look of that, I must say.
Yeah, now we've also got the F-Pace SVR, which is just absolutely crazy. I drove that last night. We've also just seen go past the Porsche Taycan Cross Turismo, which answers the question nobody asked, but did it so well around. Please going to have an electric sports supercar estate.
How many Toyotas would you like? Looks like the Italian job in a way. They're lined up in red, white and blue on the start-finish line. I think there's going to be something rather special from these, Erin.
Yeah, I think they're wearing that wonderful GR Gazoo racing badge. We were talking about AMR earlier. Just wonderful to have that racing iteration.
So, red, white and blue, 3 versions of the Toyota GR6. One is the Super Harama Racetrack Edition, one is the GR Yaris. And let's take a look at some moving Toyota images. So great to see the synchronised driving there. The car should be released, but phenomenal performance there from the drivers in the video and the dancers too. So the car's ready to go back on the hill, just waiting for the signal to take off. And we've had formation driving in the video, Erin, and we seem to have formation driving at least from the first 2 up to turn number 1.
Yes, very nice. The GR86, of course, pre-production car, I believe, coming out towards the end of this year next. I'm hoping the GR Yaris is going to make an appearance, because that is a proper little pocket rocket. We saw it yesterday fly up here with Jason Stanley at the wheel. But as I was saying, Gazoo Racing, it's just these brands such as Toyota taking the knowledge and the know-how from motorsport, applying it to the road cars, and the result is something where you've got Toyota reliability, tick, 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 but some extra little verve and spice.
And they look fantastic too. I like the sort of pared down nature, proper little sports cars in a way that in some ways slightly is getting forgotten now. We've had the supercars going up, they're all about horsepower and luxury to an extent too, but these very, very pure.
Yeah, I'm also not sure about the transmission there, but I know that when I drove the GR Yaris, it's got one of those lovely little transmissions which helps you with your down changes, flatters your down changes,
really?
shall we say.
I've never had one of those. So they made the hill climb course look very, very easy indeed. The white and red Toyota GR86s, the GR Super Harama as well. Racetrack edition, hopefully we'll be seeing it shortly. But very neat, very tidy, and I'm a big fan.
There it is, in fact. I mean, wasn't that a good move, Toyota, to bring back the Super badge? Weren't people just waiting for that moment?
Yeah, no, they really were. You know, I like a badge that can be carried through the decades, and it might have a little hiatus, and then back it comes, and you want to see what it does next.
The love just doesn't die for that model. We just, you know, people have fond memories, and here it is again.
Now, Genesis, if you weren't paying attention, you may not have seen them before, but another brand that's been created, and certainly they haven't just arrived with one car or two, but it's 3, 4, 5. So this is the shooting brake version, getting Jones at the wheel as it goes up the hill. It's an explosion of mark.
Yeah, Genesis making its European debut and its UK debut this summer. Of course, the luxury arm in many ways of Hyundai, so Hyundai reliability under there, but Genesis styling, Genesis design all the way. And Genesis are doing a really great thing. This is where I slightly get on my soapbox, because they're really focusing on female consumer, female buyer, who's been, some would say, has been slightly ignored by the industry over the years. And so they're gunning for female drivers who want luxury, want comfort, want power, want something that's fun to drive but has loads of space, want the reliability and the safety and the peace of mind. And I think Genesis has a really good chance with this. They've got the GV70, that's the G70 I think going up there, not the GV70 which denotes the SUV version. Oh, I've got to flip momentarily, I'm very sorry, to the Rolls-Royce Wraith Land Speed version. And the totally amazing thing about this is its roof, the headliner, which recreates the salt-flat night sky from 1938, the night when the Land Speed record was set. That sort of attention to detail makes my heart sing.
Wow, that is niche cubed, I think we could call it. That is a phenomenal, fabulous fact there, but in its own right, just the Wraith Land Speed looks phenomenal. Now, Ineos Grenadier, for those not paying attention, another new mark.
Yes, and the only car perhaps going up the hill climb this weekend named after a pub, which I think gives it a certain amount of kudos. The pub in Knightsbridge where the team sat down to design the car. This is the Defender for people who loved the old Defender, who wanted that rugged practicality, those rugged 4x4 designs. And this is the offering from Sir Jim Ratcliffe. This is his baby.
So I'm hoping next on the hill will be the TVR Royal Oak, if we're keeping the pub theme going.
Following it close behind was that the Alpha, Giulia Quadrifoglio, I think, GTA or GTA M, V6 bi-turbo, lightened, limited edition. Yeah, there's the GTA. So that's the road-focused one. The GTA M is the track-focused one. And now it looks like maybe we're moving on to our two-wheeled machinery.
So Erin, fantastic job. That's Erin Baker. Now I'm going to welcome, in quick order, Barry Nutley to join in alongside me for the bikes, Barry.
That was the Suzuki Hayabusa with John Reynolds on board going up the hill. There, Adam Childs, renowned MCN journalist, on board. One of the offerings from Triumph. We've got a couple from Triumph. We've got the Speed Triple, and indeed we've got the 765, which of course is the Triumph which forms the basis of the Moto 2 engine. The MV Augusta Super Veloce Serie Oro. How is that? Gold Series.
It just looked phenomenal. It crept up behind me, not quietly, at the top of the hill yesterday. I turned around, and the detailing on that bike.
It's an amazing, and the colour is beautiful. They've moved away from that crimson red to a slightly metallic red. You can see it's glinting in the sunshine. They're the R18 BMW. They've got a competition here for Hoppers for the uninitiated. Solid back end, bit of a chopper, if you like. Right behind us, we've got BMW Motorrad with all the dealer entries from the BMW Bobber competition. That is the CCM Spitfire with Dougie Lampkin on board. Dougie Lampkin working closely with Carl Fogarty on the CCM project. And Dougie Lampkin here, always a big friend of Goodwood, doing his wheelers and things up the straight, Bruce. He's entertaining.
Well, look, a lot of people go, no, it's really not a good idea, but it's in safe hands, in Dougie's hands, and he's super busy around here. He's from one stand to another, but great to see him actually on the hill. It's a relatively rare place. He's normally on the roof.
13 times a World Trials champion, a mixture of indoor and outdoor titles. Our Dougie, up there from Silverstone, the family. That is one of the latest versions of the Spitfire, but basically the chassis design through 5 or 6 models is consistent all the way. So those bikes going up are just as we've seen from the car manufacturers. The 2021 version from some of the manufacturers. A lot of exotica. There's a Bruff Superior here, which isn't actually running up the hill, but it's being built in conjunction with Aston Martin, and it is a super. It's first turbocharged Bruff Superior. That's down there as a static display. You can see these bikes, ladies and gentlemen, down in the first glance paddock, right down the bottom by the start line footbridge. So it's a good way down.
And it's great to see them on hill. Fantastic to go and see them at the standstill.
Indeed.
But the thing that really amazed me yesterday, it shouldn't after all these years in the top paddock, was seeing all the car drivers going across to look at the bikes when they arrived at the back of the batch. And certainly that R18 BMW drew all the glances.
Wonderful, thank you.
Now looking back onto the hill, and it's another Lamborghini moment. These are more cars from the Supercar run, and of course the first glance, and Lamborghini getting some really serious hardware up the slope. And this is Huracan Plus. It's the STO. And again, it's that distinctive Lamborghini sound. So we're getting towards the end of the car batch. Great to have the motorbikes there in between. In fact, I think they're the last two vehicles. Looks like the Aston Martin course car is, the Vantage course car is not too far behind them, so the course about to be closed. But two BMWs and those two Lamborghinis with the Aventador in there as well, and the Huracan STO. So certainly a fabulous run of cars, and it's been a busy time. Slight hiatus with one car just having a little bit of a moment at Moulcombe, but we are pressing on, and there's an awful lot more to follow. We're going to have a Lotus moment sometime soon down by the house, but that for now is unfortunately the Aston Martin Valkyrie has to be recovered from the side of the hill. It was pulled off to the edge to allow all to continue. In fact, that's right at the top of the hill. The day moves on, but it's been a phenomenal time seeing cars we would never expect to see. But let's go down and catch up with Ed, who caught up at the top of the hill with Marino Franchitti.
Marino Franchitti, we're stood here at the back of one of the Singer cars. What a lovely view it is. You're the test driver for the company. There are worse jobs, aren't there?
There's definitely worse jobs. For someone who's so passionate about Porsches like I am, it is my dream job. And to have two production DLSs here is really cool. Having introduced it here a few years ago, obviously COVID got in the way of everything, but to have customer cars here, run them up the hill was very cool.
So just talk us through exactly what Singer does, because they, if I'm right, they take a 964 generation Porsche and then they completely change it.
Yeah, it's underneath it's a 1990s 964, so it's still trailing arm suspension at the front, but we put double wishbone suspension in at the front, some lovely Brembo brakes, BBS wheels, just all the nice stuff. And then in the back, we take the flat six with Williams and 4-valve heads. So it's still normally aspirated, but it's a red line at 9,000, which I'm sure a lot of people have heard going up the hill. Lightweight it, so it's about 1,000 kilos with 500 horsepower. And it's just, I think, all of that aside, it's the detail on it, and it's so beautiful. And even someone like me who gets to spend a lot of time with it, I just can't. I keep finding angles and things that I love to take pictures of.
You've got two production cars here now. How many cars are you doing a year?
So once we're into full production with these, it'll be 75 cars total and one a week. So they're going to start flying out soon.
And obviously the most important question of all, I take it you're going to get one, aren't you?
I wish. I tried to, even one of the mule cars, which is an old cut-up 964, they won't even let me have that. So luckily, there's a lot of customers who want me to keep making sure that their ones are okay. So hopefully I'll get to keep using it.
And just finally, being the test driver, you've obviously had a huge racing career behind you, the winner of the Sebring 12 Hours. When you were testing before, it was all about finding time. It was all about going faster. Is it difficult testing something like this where you've got to think about so many other things, the comfort and the drivability? Yeah,
this is like my alter ego. This is the part of me that just loves road cars and loves all the cars we race at Goodwood, Revival. And the special cars, it's actually relatively easy to make a car go quite fast, but making it special to drive, to make you feel special, to ride properly, for everything to just feel, to connect with a car in a certain way. That's what I concentrate on with this. The performance is almost the easy bit, but the detail is what takes the time and is what I put my passion and sort of annoying the whole team that build this beautiful car. I annoy them and yeah, it's still not quite there. Like, well, what do you want? And we get there eventually, but it's a special thing when you can push for things and then eventually they're put into the production car and you're like, yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted. And it's, yeah, just a lot of pride from the whole Singer team to have these cars here.
Well, Marino, thank you. I think they look absolutely marvellous.
Thank you.
So plenty more to come here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard. We're going to turn our attention shortly to a very different discipline, to Drift Kana, and more on that in a few minutes. But also, we're not just looking at present-day activities and the heritage of motorsport, but the future as well. And Gemma Scott has been investigating what's going on in the Future Lab.
The Futures Lab is incredibly fascinating, somewhere where we're discovering so much technology and interesting facts and figures and all sorts. And I'm joined now by Dr. Maggie. Thank you so much. It's lovely to meet you. You are a space scientist.
I am a space scientist and a science communicator.
Wonderful. Now, you could probably give me a lot more information in here than I can do in 5 minutes. So can we take a tour?
Oh, I'd love that. Because when I first came in here yesterday, it blew my mind. But there's so much to see. Let's start over here.
OK, brilliant. Race for the deep.
Yes.
What have we got?
So these guys are actually sending missions. Well, I say missions, not space missions, but they're going deep into the oceans and getting an understanding of how the oceans are changing due to climate change. They're working with sort of various island nations to understand the oceans and do something about climate change. And yeah, you can see sort of they submerge into the oceans, looking at mountain ranges in the oceans. And I love this bit because it almost feels as if you're there. Now, I've always dreamed about getting into space, but I think second on that list will be going deep into the oceans. So.
Absolutely, that's fascinating.
So shall we continue round?
Yes, absolutely, we'll follow you. So round this side, we're still looking at the ocean, right?
We are, and I think these are some of the scientists. So I think what they're trying to do is not work in isolation, but work with the island nations to actually understand what their needs are. So as well as sending people down there, they're also sending sort of rovers.
So this is a rover that will descend into the ocean itself?
Yes, and we have those sort of submergibles which we saw next door, but these also gather data, and we don't really know that much about about our oceans. It's weird. We send probes into space, we pick up a lot of information about what's out there, but yeah, our oceans are still fairly unknown, so it's very worthwhile work.
It's incredible, actually, because there's so many new species that we know nothing about, as well as, like you say, ranges of the ocean that we literally don't know at all.
And it's quite interesting for me, because as a space scientist, one of the things that sort of opened up our eyes about life on Earth is finding life in areas we didn't think were possible. So we found life in the deep oceans where we didn't think life was possible.
Which then must relate back to space.
Yes, because we suddenly think, oh, well, maybe you can get life on maybe a moon like this or something like this. So I love the way the synergy is between them.
Fascinating. Let's come over this way, because this is something that proves very, very popular. Always a big audience around this section.
I can understand why. I did an interview with one of the people who operates Spot, and Spot is... I want a Spot.
What's the relevance of Spot, though? What's this for?
Yeah, so Spot the dog is a semi-autonomous robot. Now, what Spot can do is, as you see, as he walks around, he walks in very much the way a human walks, and so he can go into areas that humans perhaps shouldn't go, where there's sort of a nuclear waste or things like that. Spot can go and investigate. So, in terms of sort of a robot, the way he moves, I've never seen anything like it.
It's fascinating.
And
dances and everything.
He does, and he can climb stairs, unlike the Daleks. So he's definitely one step ahead. But the people who are operating him, they give him a character. So yesterday he sort of came up and said hello, and it's like, hello Spot, and he that's all computer controlled, but it just brings him to life.
Yeah.
And I think some people are worried about robotics and that sort of automation, but I don't think anyone can not like Spot.
No, absolutely not. Adorable. He's waiting to have his tummy tickled over here. But, fascinating to see how that technology is then used to help develop and nurture all of the future technologies that we've got, and help to build things, and not to replace humans, but to make our lives easier.
Yes, and it's quite interesting because, again, I keep on referring it back to space, but we send probes where humans can't go yet. And Spot has been one of these has been to Chernobyl, for instance.
Wow.
And so it does protect humans, and so we're using tech to help human life, really.
Fantastic. Coming over this way,
yes.
Is this something far more space-related for you?
It is. We're slipping into my domain now.
Right, what have we got?
So this is made by Airbus, and this is a rover called Fetch, the Fetch Sample Rover. And what a Fetch does is we have a number of missions on Mars at the moment. One of them is Perseverance, landed earlier this year on the Martian surface. And Perseverance, it's quite interesting because we take samples of Mars and we want to analyse them. We're looking for signs of ancient life, things like that. But we're limited in what we can do actually on the surface, because all the sort of equipment, the lab equipment we can send is quite small to get it into space. So what Fetch will do is, Perseverance is taking samples, putting them all in a cache, and then Fetch will go in a few years' time, get those samples and bring them back home.
Fantastic.
So we will have Mars dust here on Earth and be able to analyse it and look for signs of ancient life and understand Mars a lot better. It's important because by understanding Mars, we understand our place in the solar system. Are we alone? Was there ever life on Mars? So these are sort of questions that Fetch will enable us to answer.
It feels that we're getting closer and closer to understanding and knowing what's out there.
Yes, well, the thing is, the great thing about being a space scientist is space is everything but Earth. So we've got a lot to study. But yes, as our technology gets better and things like this go out there, and our messengers, they bring back samples and we can analyse them and know a lot more.
It's so inspiring, Dr. Maggie. Thank you so much. I urge everybody to come over to the Futures Lab to have a look for yourselves, especially for the younger generation. This is your future, guys. Come and have a look.
Now, very shortly, we're going to be turning our attention to our Lotus moment, the Lotus brand, of course, with a brand new chapter ahead of it, a great future ahead of it, and a great heritage as well. And we're celebrating the history and the future of Lotus this weekend. And for more on that, let's go to the front of Goodwood House and join Bryn Lucas.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. I am in front of the house, this beautiful house, as two of these Lotuses have come in for us to see. They are absolutely stunning, and we're getting ready for this big Lotus moment. Now, we had this big moment yesterday. It was a massive Lotus moment, and to tell us a bit more about it, I've got the Managing Director of Lotus Cars with me. So, Matt Windle, tell us, what are we expecting to see here, and what cars have you brought with you?
OK, so here in front of the house, we've got our two newest cars, a Mira that we launched this week, which is on the stand as well. You can see it there, and a Via, which is our all-electric hypercar. It's great to be here. It's great to be part of Goodwood and everybody being back and being able to see the products. We've also got some of our historic cars that are on the road, mainly celebrating the Elise, which is 25 years old this year, with a Mark 1 and then the latest Elise as well.
Fantastic stuff. It is about to get very, very noisy here as the band strikes up, and then some fireworks are going to be hitting the sky very soon. But some cars we're going to see: the Elan, made famous with the Avengers, the Esprit, the Bond car. Doesn't go underwater, sadly. We all wish it would, but there you go. You're bringing these cars with you in 25 years, as you say, of the Elise. It's a shame to say goodbye to the Elise, isn't it?
It is. But to allow us to build this, we've had to completely reconfigure our factory, so we haven't really got space to build the Elise. But it will go down in history, and it's a fantastic car.
Fantastic. Well, we'll turn our attention then to these two beautiful cars in front of us, in front of the house as well, and in front of the structure too, as the band will kick off in just a few seconds. Thumbs are up, and then we're going to have the fireworks.
So as the two Lotuses sit in front of Goodwood House, as part of this celebration of Lotus, we, of course, also celebrate the career of Mario Andretti this weekend. There's another link to Lotus there because of his 1978 Formula One World Championship for the Hethel constructor. Created Lotus back in 1952 by the late, great Colin Chapman, whose son Clive we've seen already today going up the hill in examples of the Lotus Formula One heritage. But here at Goodwood, it's time not only to reflect on the past, but look forward to a bright future, we hope, for Lotus. True Goodwood moment. Only Goodwood can do things like this. For Lotus, everybody, then, the company now with this bright future ahead of it, with the recent purchase of the brand by Geely, and with electric cars to come on stream, the future is looking bright. It's a brand, it's a manufacturer that has huge heritage, huge support, huge affection, partly through its sporting activities, partly through the fantastic road cars that have been produced over the years, and of course, and Bryn Lucas, you heard there touching on it a little while ago, appearances on the small screen as well, from the Avengers to James Bond. Anybody who is anybody on television has had a Lotus at some point. So we'll have Lotuses on the hill later on in the day. We're going to turn our attention in the not too distant to Driftkana. We're running a bit behind inevitably because of the earlier delays with that red flag during the manufacturer batch, so apologies for that, but we'll see if we can make up some of that lost time over the course of the afternoon. But we've got Driftkana and then a second run through all of those 6 batches again during the course of the afternoon. Plus, of course, we have got the shootout timed practice as well, so it's another busy afternoon to look forward to as well. But Driftkana coming up next. The cars for that will be brought towards the hill shortly, and it's going to be something very different indeed, and we'll look forward to that, the Driftkana drivers and machinery on the hill, in a few minutes' time. So let's turn our attention next to Driftcarna, because this is our next activity. We enjoyed the practice yesterday, but now it really matters. This is the serious bit, and at the top of the hill to tell us more is Becky Evans.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the top of the hill. We are here for the Driftcarna, my favourite time of the event. I mean, we've got everything here. We've got sunshine, we've got drift cars. What more could you want? We've got 12 cars that are going to be coming up the hill, and they're going to show you their absolute best. It's all about creativity, it's all about style, precision, speed. They've got to get it all down on the line, and they've got to get those all-important points. The points are what's going to make the difference here, guys, because at the end of the weekend, there's going to be one winner, and I know that all of those guys are wanting to win this. It's going to be a very exciting time up on the hill. Part of this whole challenge is the fact that we're going to have some style points awarded. So we've got a freestyle area after our timed area, and that's going to be awarded by Terry Grant. Now, Terry Grant is no stranger to giving style points to people. He is one of the best stunt drivers that we have in this country, and you know what? He knows exactly what he's looking at.
Thank you, Becky. I'm quite looking forward to it, actually, and I'm sure the person that pays me the most amount of money by the end of the weekend is the guy who's going to get the most style points.
So first to go is Alexandra Claudin in this Dodge Charger, and now we have to think, first of all, Terry, about proximity sensors. And he's just thrown hit the barrel there, so that's not a great start. Becky, let's talk us through this.
Leave the mic up. Well, he's given it his best shot. I mean, he's gone down the track there, and he may have just taken out one of our sensors, but if you're not crashing, you ain't trying, and he's definitely put it all on the line there. So he's coming up the hill, and he's out of the style section, and he's kicking, he's certainly sideways. Look at him go. I mean, I just love that car. It's so old school, Dodge Charger. I love it. He's coming up the hill now. He's sort of stopped drifting for a second. He's taking it easy through here. Oh, mind the wall. He's absolutely flying up. He's definitely getting his speed there. Now, coming into the trickiest part, at the end of the course, we have a wall ride that he's going to have to meet and pick up those sensor points. And the sensor points are worth 100 points each. So he really wants to make sure that he's got his tail right to the edge there. Absolutely flying. I just want to see how he does with his parallel park, because that is the last part of the course. They're going to have to put the car into a parallel park bay. But, of course, this is Driftcarna, so you've got to make it jazzy. I want to see him pull a fat handbrake and get it in there, because it's actually the distance between the sensor in the parking bay which is going to denote which score he gets. He's slowing down a little bit here. He's going to need to up the ante. I can hear the noise. Here he is. Round the wall ride, setting the sensors off. Lovely. Good job. And into the parking bay. Wonderful. Well, it's a big car. Like, I'm very impressed with how well he's managed to thread that through the hill there. Goodness me, it's noisy. He's having some fun now, doing his donuts. Terry, what do you make of that? I think that was a very clean run. He only had that one little boo-boo down at the start there.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I guess if you can call wiping a barrel out a clean run, then that's fine. Obviously, the technology of that car isn't like the cars we've got coming up. I want to give him a big amount of style points, but I know what's coming, and I don't want to mess it up now. So he has got some style points from me. It's 250 at the moment, and I know what's coming up. So it was amazing to see that style of car do it. But let's see. We want the boys to bring it on. That's not good enough as far as I'm concerned.
Terry, very stingy there.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I've not been paid yet.
He's not giving out the points for free here, are you?
No, well, I kind of, yeah, they've got to earn it, haven't they? I'm not going to give it away. They've got to earn it.
Well, we've got Martin Richards coming up on the line here. Now, I know Martin's got a 2JZ in this car. He's very quick. He's actually our King of Riga from 2019, so he certainly knows how to put a car around a track. And he's off. He's heading down the course. He's giving it a little mangy and sending it in. Love it. He's a very precise driver, is Martin, so I'm interested to see how he takes on this course. So this bit is all timed. Coming down to the front of the house, he's got to get round those sensors. He's not quite close enough because you can see that the beacons aren't actually going off. But realistically, guys, you've got to be within 1 metre of these beacons. So you're really going to have to try and push it out wider. Coming in here, he's using a bit of front brake. And he's got into... Oh, very close on the barrels there. I saw the beacon go up, so he's definitely got a few more points. Speeding up the hill. Lovely little Manji there. He's just enjoying himself. That's the main thing. They're all out there just enjoying themselves. Gone are the days when you could go up the hill and do a few skids. No, Goodwood had to put points on it now to see who is actually the official best. Okay, so speeding up the hill. Lovely job. That car just looks so mean. Terry, what do you think so far? Because this is actually a clean run. I'm not going to say the last one was completely clean because he didn't clip the barrel, but so far so good.
No, it is a good clean run, and Martin, I know that he broke his gearbox yesterday, and all the guys mucked in, and they were there till, I don't know, well past midnight, pulling the gearbox apart, dropping new gears in, and getting it mended for him. So I'm sure Martin's just making sure that the gearbox is fine, and over the weekend he's going to get wilder and wilder.
So, just coming up. We're going into the final section now. He knows what he's got ahead of him. He's no stranger to a wall ride, so I'm expecting big things, Terry.
Martin he always goes for it. Like I say, I think he's been very conservative at the moment, which is wise. But when he sees people standing there watching, he has to just show off.
He's a showman. And lovely job. Lovely job there by Martin. Okay, well, the bar's been set quite high, I think. Yeah. So that was Martin just there, and he's just showing us exactly why he was the King of Riga in 2019. He knew exactly what he was doing. Very nice clean run, got all of his sensors. So I'm actually really interested to see what score he gets.
Yeah, so Martin for me got a 500 in that one. Again, nice. It was definitely better than the first car, but I know there's a lot more to come from him.
Okay, so we've got George Barkley out there now. He's got an all-new livery, and this is one of our V8 cars. I mean, we've got a lot of 2JZs out there, but do you know what? There are a few guys still flying the flag for the V8. So George Barkley, as well as Bagsy, who's a very close friend of his. I think they just love the noise, really. 2JZs have got a very particular sound, but you can never mistake the sound of a big V8. It looks like he managed to get round pretty cleanly. Very nice. God, I look at him tapping his roof there. In drifting, that basically means get closer. So he's out there having fun. If he's got one hand off the wheel and one on the roof, then you know he's definitely feeling comfortable. Storming up the hill. Okay, so he's heading towards past the wall there. There's so many things for you to hit. That's the thing about the drift car now. There are so many obstacles, not just the hay bales, you've got the barrels themselves, and it's just so easy to clip one because you think, well, you know where your back end of the car is, but actually, when you're in the moment and you're pumped full of energy and you're really kind of nervous because you're on the Great Goodwood Hill, it's very easy to go one step too far and unfortunately take out a sensor. But so far, Terry, I want to know what you think. How's George getting on?
Yeah, George was great. We saw him nip the grass on the way up, which normally is disaster, but he held it well, went in between the barrels and still picked up the proximity sensors. So really good of George. Obviously putting his hand out and showing off halfway up as well. But I'm glad him and Bagsy are both running the V8s, and they're louder than them too, because when they get talking together, you need the engines to...
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
I do. All right, George is just coming through. He's just having fun now, making as much smoke as possible. So, George Barkley there, I can see the points all adding up, and he's got a total of it's going up even more. 3,531, that is a great score for him. But as I can see behind me, we have Martin Richards. Okay, Okay, so on the track right now, we have the lovely Tessa Whittock. Okay, we have Martin Richards with me right now. Martin, how much fun was that?
Oh man, that was amazing. First of all, it's so good to be back at Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's on, and to be here and doing this Gymkhana element. It's so much fun. I was buzzing from the bottom to the top, and yeah, I don't know where I came, but it was fun no matter what.
Do you know, I was just saying this, because half of this is just having the crack up there on the hill, isn't it? I mean, they've tried to put the points element in there, but the main thing is just going to let it skid, isn't it?
Just have a blast, yeah. We've not driven these cars for such a long time, and yeah, just getting to stretch your legs at the legendary Goodwood Hill climb is an honour and just so much fun.
And tell me, Tessa is out there on the hill. It's her first time that she's ever tackled the Goodwood Hill in her drift car. She's got a 1JZR 33, and she's just having the most fun. I spoke to her last night. But how does it feel to have your girlfriend going past the big walls, past the hay bales? What does that feel like?
Nerve-wracking, a great feeling that we've come on this journey together. You know, there she is now on the screen waving at the crowd, doing what she loves. Both of us are doing our passion, and to come and represent drifting here at this venue is an absolute honour and dream.
Absolutely. Well, here she comes. She's flying.
Yeah.
She seems to be having a better day. I know yesterday she had a few little technical issues, and they've managed to get those gremlins out, so she's absolutely flying now, coming up past the finish line. And she's heading into the final section of the course, which is the wall ride, as I said, and then the parallel part, but make it fancy. Talk us through it. Once you get
touches the barrels.
Let's see if she touches the barrels.
Blocks, yeah.
Martin, talk us through it. Once you get to this point, and you're like, oh, thank God, it's over.
Coming up through this gateway is normally the finish line. Here she comes now. She's on the hydraulic handbrake there, and then she's just trying to power and looking for the parking spot now, and trying to get it in, and she's in! Yes!
In. Woo! Well done, Tessa. Well, there is Tessa Whittock having the best time. She's banging it off the limiter. She's just delighted that she's made it to the top of the course. She's absolutely redeemed herself. That run was stonking. I'm so proud of her. So she's got a score of 2,622. Style points 500. Terry Grant, definitely. She was giving it her all up there.
She was, yeah. Yeah, she definitely was. Tessa always pulls it out of the bag, but I'm always quite harsh on Tessa. Not many people know she's part of my stunt driving team as well, so I can't favour... Okay, I can't favour to give her too many points. I'm always harsh, I always give her a hard time, so she can do better than that for sure.
Harsh words from Terry there. Honestly, there is no love lost between teacher and student. Well, she's got another couple of goes right over the weekend, so I'm sure that she'll be able to carry some favour with Terry eventually. So we have Axel Hildebrand here. He's got his 200SX S14. Pretty sure it's a JC in there. We'll be able to hear it very soon. But he's coming off the grass a little bit, maybe a little bit too wide there. As I said, guys, it's very easily done. I know from driving myself, you'll think you know where the rear of the car is, but there's always another probably 3 foot beyond that. So he's just trying to get his... one sensor down. But that's fine. He's trying his hard. Okay, little donut in front of the house. He's now coming out of the time section now. This is Terry's decision here. Terry, what are you thinking so far?
Up until that point when you just given him a Murray Walker and he's kind of stopped in front of the house, he was doing amazing. Actually, I know he was on the grass by a good way and he clipped a sensor, but his style so far has been amazing.
So he's just come past the house. He stopped for a second there. Do you think it was almost to just recenter, get his bearings and be like, oh, which way?
I think you just gave him the kiss of...
Did I do that?
Becky. You did,
I did,
yeah.
didn't I?
As you said it, the car broke.
Nice and sideways up the hill here. It's actually really... So, I have behind me the wonderful Tessa Whittock. Tessa, first time on the hill this weekend. How exciting.
Oh my gosh. I am thoroughly excited to be here and I feel very, very privileged to be here.
Brilliant. And tell me about that run just then. I saw you yesterday, you had a few technical difficulties, which kind of made things a little bit harder, but you've completely redeemed yourself. How do you feel?
Nearly. We did have my rear bumper off, and we did knock a barrel over, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're testing the limits.
So, Tess, I want to get your commentary on what's happening. I mean, obviously we have Axel coming up here. Tell me what you think of Axel's run. We're going to throw it back to the driver to give the commentary here.
Oh, that's really bad. I didn't actually watch it. That's terrible. I'm so sorry.
Right here, he's coming up.
Oh, excellent.
He's
we'll
coming
watch
up.
it now.
It's really nerve-wracking when you're a driver yourself.
I've got so much adrenaline as well. It's crazy. Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Oh, he knocked his bumper off as well.
Oh, we lost the bumper.
Go on, Axel. Is he going to make it? I mean, he's in. He's just doing donuts. Did he make it?
Feel?
He didn't.
He made it.
He did make it. Not bad. Not bad at all. A lot of showmanship.
Okay, so let's have a little look at the scores handed down to Axel here. We've got a 4,436, and he got 750 for style points. Terry, honestly, you've given him out like sweets at this point. You've got Tessa beforehand. You've been very harsh. Very, very harsh.
Being a bit of a rebel, that always is good in my book. He was a bit of a maverick. It all started going wrong, and then he ripped the bumper off. So fantastic.
That's why.
It was very good. I can just see the excitement in his face. Once the drivers get to this point, they're just like, donuts, forget it, forget the course, just do a load of donuts, it's fine. So, we are back on the line with Kevin Quinn now in his S15 GC powered. Kevin is a guy from the north of Ireland, and he is an absolutely mental driver.
He is a lunatic.
Yeah, he's a lunatic. He's very nicely to the edge of the track there. Tess, what do you think?
He's always got the speed, he's always got the flair, and he's got so much style, and he loves to limiter bash.
Oh, it's a limiter basher, isn't it?
Yes,
it does. For you guys at home, a limiter basher is basically where you reach the end of your rev range and just keep your foot in at the same time. So, here he is coming to the front of the house, getting his donuts in. I can see the beacons going off there, so he's obviously within his 1 metre. This is the part where Terry, what are you thinking? I mean, just look at this car move. I mean, I am biased because I love an S15. I have one myself. But I just think it looks amazing with that big wing.
Same, I love an S15, but when Kevin's behind the wheel, I mean, look at him. I've got a set of buttons, and I don't want to press the top one as yet. So I know what I'm going to give him, but he deserves way more than I'm going to give him for this, because he has, from start to finish, has been mega. And I'm actually quite shocked that he's made it all the way up the hill. Not that he's going to crash, that he come and found me the other day and couldn't remember where he parked his car, so I had to direct him to Cathedral Paddock, bless him. So, yeah, I'm quite... Mind you, I guess there's not too many turnings off. He has to go from the bottom to the top, doesn't he?
Well, Terry, I'm very impressed, actually. Kevin is normally one of the looser drivers. I was expecting to see a bit of a wheel drop there, here and there, but he was very precise. My commentary team at the top here is growing by the second. We have Axel with us here. Axel, how was that for you?
It was awesome fun, but a little bit disappointing. Sounds like we're in the middle of like a war zone here. Well, it sounds like the Taliban have just arrived. My car.
Well, Kevin Quinn, everybody. Kevin Quinn. So here is Kevin.
And I disappeared in smoke.
Well, let's have a quick look at his score. Let's have a look at his scores. Style points 750, sensor points 1100. That means he got every single sensor available on the track. That's all 11 that he managed to hit there. That's a very good score of 5,574. So very impressive stuff from the Northern Irishman there. Tessa, it was very good.
Yes, it was very good.
Just very
and
exciting.
abnormally good, actually. I'm going to kick it. I'm going to kick him on the next one.
So we have James Dean. This is the guy from Cork. He's he is our ultimate champion. He's 19 titles in now. Just recently taken the FIA European Championship as well, and he's in his 2JZ 800 horsepower E92 M3. Now he knows this hill like the back of his hand, so if he doesn't put it down a good run, I'd be very surprised. He's the type of guy that really likes to rely on precision. So make make sure that you're checking out the rear wheels because we want to get them exactly on the edge of the track here. So he's gone through the first sensors and he's coming into the barrels by the front of the house. Very nicely done. You'll see a lot of the time he'll use left foot braking to kind of pitch the car and keep it nice and smooth as he's coming up the hill. It's hard work, this stuff, guys. You've really got to be on... Oh, we may have a bit of car trouble. Oh, Terry.
Again, you've done it again.
What? Do you know what? I'm actually starting to jinx
how
people.
amazing he was, and the car cuts out in front of the house. I mean, James is amazing. He's an amazing character. He's an amazing driver. And when he is behind the wheel of that car, he is at one. You know, they are both together. He knows exactly where he's putting it down. Obviously, now he's crawling up the hill. We know there's a technical issue, obviously, because James would not do that. So you'll have to find out what that is, Becky.
That is an absolute shame because I know that he will be furious that the car hasn't worked, but you know, trust the fact that I start to say how brilliant he is, it then all goes to pot. So apologies there, James Dean. Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Well, we have Kevin Quinn behind us here. Kevin, this is your first time on the Goodwood Hill as well. We've got a few newbies here, but do you know what? You're actually showing up the people who've been doing it for years. That was an amazing run.
Yeah, it's good old fun. Like, it's just amazing to be here. But that was pretty sore in the car there now, to be fair.
I heard you keep your foot in there.
But you got to put the show on when you're here, like, you know.
It's all about the show. And do you know what? Like, how does it feel when you're flying? Can you see the people in the crowds? Because I know people are always waving at the drivers and they think, can he see me?
I don't normally have time to look.
That's a very, very good answer. Because if you were saying, no, I was trying to pick out my girlfriend in the crowd there, I'd be worried, if I'm honest. I'd be very worried. Right, he's going to have to find a girlfriend first, isn't he? Well, guys, we're coming up the hill with another car behind us. It's very, very warm out there. You can see the heat haze coming off the top of the cars. We've had no word yet as to what is wrong with James Dean's car. So I'm hoping it's not something too catastrophic for the rest of the weekend. But otherwise, he'll have to sit and have a beer in the sunshine. Terrible. Terrible, terrible for him, Tessa, isn't it? Exactly. So, Tessa, I mean, whilst we wait for the other car to go, it's Paul Smokey Smith, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It is indeed. And is he a Jay-Z boy?
Yes, he is.
He is a 2 Jay-Z
Yes,
boy.
He is.
You know, it's very much a split between V8s and 2 Jay-Zs. You've got a 1 Jay-Z, which is obviously still a straight 6, but turbo engine, lots and lots of power. I feel like when you're in drifting, you kind of pick your power plant, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we are off now. He is off the line, and it's a strong start. Lovely, lovely smooth run so far. Do you know what, Terry? I'm not going to say anything about someone's run because at the minute I'm having the Black Widow effect.
Yeah, don't say anything. Just say he's doing all right. It's much easier.
He's doing great.
There you go.
So great. Go on, Smokey.
Paul Smokey Smith. Paul Smokey Smith he's a veteran of the sport. I mean, he knows a drift car inside out. This way before I ever got into it, I've been hearing about Jap Speed, and he's brought his GT86 with him this weekend. Lovely looking car. I kind of like the monochromatic on there. So he's gone round his barrels, he's got his sensors, he's coming into his style, freestyle area, but...
So far, so good. The last set of barrels, he kind of drove into them rather than threw the car in sideways. So, for me, that's going to mark him down a little bit. I know he can do way better than that, obviously.
Terry, honestly, stingy.
The points will be up a lot more tomorrow, I promise. Once I walked around the pitch later and took a few bribes.
I was going to say, a pint and a £5 note, it seems like you're anyone's.
20 now.
So he's coming up between... Yeah, no. So, Tessa, we've got obviously Paul coming up here. He's a long-term friend of yours. I want to get the skinny on what his run looks like.
What, so far so good? So he's actually hit all of the proximity sensors, hasn't he, so far?
Do you know what? This bit here I feel like is really difficult because if you're mangy, it's very easy to kind of get it a bit too wide. So he's playing it safe.
I did that yesterday. He's fast. Come on, Paul. Oh, he's got all of those. Yeah!
Very nice.
In the box.
It's a lovely little clean handbrake into the parking bay there. Now for a little bit of a donut. we have a whiteout up here. The donuts are absolutely sending our cameras insane. So, total points, 4,380. That's 500 style points. Again, he's got all of his sensors with 1,100 there. Okay, right. Who do we have here then? 350Z. Ian Phillips in the 350Z here. I love the little wrap on it. It looks great. Looks like a little Terry's chocolate orange, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm enjoying this. So he's taking it of a little bit more of a considered approach, I would say. Considered, but you know what? For a lot of people this weekend, this is the first time they've come up on the hill. So if I was driving, I would probably, my first run would be very much Miss Daisy. So. Really, wouldn't I, Tessa?
No. No. Don't put yourself down like that.
So he's in the freestyle area now. So Terry, this is a very reserved run. I'm going to say it.
Very reserved. You know what's coming from me, don't you?
I do.
And again, I know he can do way better, but actually he's doing the right thing for today. It's Friday. We've got Saturday and we've got Sunday. So he's going to get marked down a little from me on this run.
How's he doing?
You know, it will come through, I'm sure.
Let's start with a scary moment there.
Okay, so we have our commentating team growing once more. This time we have Paul Smokey Smith. How was that?
Pretty awesome. Yeah. Every time I'm getting a bit more confident going up the hill. When I first got here, I didn't realise how tight and narrow it was and how fast it actually is going up that hill.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I was in the adrenaline rush right from the start.
It's really difficult to explain to people really how narrow it is when you're coming up through Molka past the Pheasantry. It's just incredible to think that you're having to keep the car on a constant slide as well. That's so much to think about.
Yeah, we're kind of trying to keep the car controllable, but make it look like it's out of control. So yeah, it's pretty difficult.
It's a skill. Some would say it's drifting, you know.
that's what we call it.
So I want your opinion on Ian Phillips coming in here.
Okay, he's just coming in now.
He's here. He's by the wall ride.
Yeah, got.
There we go. Lovely.
Good. All four lights.
He did.
Good. Yeah.
He set off all four beacons. Yeah, so he'll definitely get his points there. Our results here. A bit more of a reserve run there from Ian Phillips, so he's not going to reflect too well on his score, but we have a score of 2,781 style points, 250 there from our good man Terry Grant, and 0 points for the parking, which is making me think. Okay, so we're going to have a quick look at our point standings so far. So in first place we have Kevin Quinn in that Nissan Silvia S15. So the rookie is taking top spot with 5,574 points. In second place we have Axel Hildebrand with 4,436. In third, Paul Smith, 4,380. Fourth, George Barkley with 3,531. Followed by Martin Richards with 3,104 points. And then Ian Phillips, 2,781. And our girl Tessa Wittek, here she is with her 2,622 points. Unfortunately, James Dean is not going to make it onto the board this time, but hopefully we can figure out what happened there and get him back on the board tomorrow. So, Terry, Drift Kana, it's our first big run up the hill, scored, pointed. What are you thinking?
No, it's all good. I think that scoreboard is extremely right, to be honest. I mean, Kevin deserves to be at the top there. He just went for it, and that's what you've got to do. You've got to go for it, as you know, and it makes the car easier to drive if you just go like a lunatic.
First time at the hill.
First time at the hill.
So we have here Ian, who's just stepped out of his 350Z there. You can almost hear it humming away. She's very hot out there.
Yes.
How was it for you? I know this is your first time up the hill.
Oh, I'm still shaking. I was up here yesterday, but man, the feeling you get coming up this prestigious place is out of this world. And also being able to come and do the donuts in front of the crowd up here, getting the vibe from everyone is just tremendous.
Isn't it, Biz? It's such a buzz, and how delighted are we all to be back here at Goodwood, bringing drifting to the masses.
Exactly. You know, this it's so nice to see this finally happening again. Obviously, we had Speed Week last week. It was a great taster, but to actually see everyone out here back enjoying motorsport, Goodwood obviously is fantastic for all realms of motorsport as well, and it's great to see drifting actually getting up there as well. So good to see it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Right then, guys, that's your first instalment of speed, sensors, style and precision. We're going to be back tomorrow with the Drift Corner, where we're going to see our drivers go head-to-head one more time to see if they can get a better score. But other than that, that's it from me. Thank you so much.
So, welcome everybody. Everyone's listening now. Welcome to the top of the estate here at the rally stage, the Forest Rally Stage, 1 mile long. And you've just seen the incredible Mercedes of of, that was the 16-valve Cosworth-developed car. And those of you who will remember Ayrton Senna winning the one-make Mercedes race at the Nürburgring in one of those. Well, they were developed to take on the Ford Escort Cosworths, but they failed, sadly. But we're looking at Alan Weston now in the 505 Evo pickup. Very much an African, a racer, a rally man, and this a long-distance car, which you'll see when it goes round the back. He's got his lights on as if he's going through Kenya, keep the animals out of the way, and giving it lots of berries off the line. Xavier, this is an Evo.
Yeah, it's amazing to see something like this, because even though it's a recreation car, or recreation, it's the kind of car that was used on the Safari when the Safari was an incredibly difficult and long-distance demanding event, and also the likes of the Ivory Coast rallies that were all about endurance, reliability, rather than flat outright speed. You can see on the back of the pickup where tools would have been to keep weight on the back of the car, the jerry cans. For the stage here, it's quite a long wheelbase car, but there's no doubting its agility and nimbleness. And I mean, to be thinking you're going to do maybe 800-900 stage mile on one of these is unbelievable.
Yeah, indeed. And as we look at the larder of Tim Bendel as well, he was going through this stage last night, his foot recce, checking everything out. He was having a look at the jump there, the flying fin, because Tim Bendel's also got his Toyota here as well, and his older brother is out in the MG ZR. This car had quite a history in Eastern Europe as well. I think that's where he picked it up from, Xavier.
Yeah, I mean, it featured with a lot of 1983, and it was a challenge, but where it had 6 class positions. Russian Allied driver Igor Bolshik used one who would later become famous for the BMW M3s rallying in Ireland. But you know, it's a 1600 engine, there was about 160 horsepower, but it's a fan favourite here, just like the Rover SD1 here of Adam Keeler. Folks' memories of Tony Pond and Mike Stewart in the computer vision 3.5 litre SD1s. I mean, they were a massive brute of a car on some of the tight Manx lanes.
Yeah, but nonetheless, they were a spectator favourite, as they are here, not just because of the noise, because at the time, the Rover SD1 was a great revolutionary shape. People really loved it, that you could have a big Rover like this, and especially the Vitesse like this. Listen to that big, rumbly engine. Ken Wood drove one of these as well, if you remember, and I think he had Golden Wonder Chris sponsorship on the side.
Yeah.
And he was air traffic controller, he loved them. But Tony Pond and dear Rob Arthur, who was president of Southern Car Club, a great co-driver with Tony Pond. And we were talking about Ypres, for example, not just with the TR7 V8s. Did the Rovers ever go over to Ypres?
They did, but in private hands. I mean, we were talking earlier about things that drivers sort of come out of their comfort zone. And I mean, Tony Pond, if you remember, in the Rover Sterling, when he went to do the Isle of Man TT lap in the production car, you know, it was things like that. Here we have the Dacia Duster, which moved back now to a really good shot of the 504 pickup, making its way down to Flying Fin, the jump, and probably the straightest part of the stage here at 1.9 miles. And this part is really fast. There's a square left comes up here, and you must pay attention on it.
So let's go back to the hill then and enjoy the next batch of cars, which is currently making its way up the hill. Roderick Jack is first to go as we head back to the very early days of motorsport. Chris Druitt rejoins me. Now the sun is shining and a glorious day continues. A chance to step back in time, Chris.
And we're celebrating the glorious Alfa Romeo 8C Straight 8. This one, the 8C Monza. Virtually a two-seater racing car. And we've got more to come later on in the same class. These beautiful straight 8 Alfa Romeos, but we're followed by Porsche.
James Turner is the next man to go, followed by David Donahue and then Gary Pearson. But Roderick Jack in the Alfa Romeo about to break the timing line at the end of the run. Yes, Porsche coming next. James Turner there in the Porsche. And David Donahue there in the Cooper. So we're slightly running out of sequence, but David Donahue in that early Cooper from the very first days of Can-Am with all that grunt in the back.
That's a King Cobra, isn't it? With the space frame, and then when McLaren and Lola came along with the monocoque, it was much more advanced. So King Cobra heading for the finish. We've had a lovely white D-type going past and safety around Morecambe, but we're focused for the moment on the Cooper. We've had a fairly short history at Can-Am, but Cooper caused a revolution at Indy when, in the days when they had the Curtis Roadsters, one of which we will shortly see, and then Cooper brought the little 2.7 rear-engine Cooper, and suddenly the guys there realised that their technology was way out of date.
Now, Porsche 911 is one of the most recognisable cars, and decades on, you look at a modern-day Porsche, you can still see the origins of it. I mean, the 911s over the years have got a bit longer and a bit wider and a lot more powerful, but this inherent shape still prevails.
1963.
And still going strong.
Still going very strong. And we're shortly going to see the 1903 Mercedes of Ben Collins, but driven this afternoon not by his 16-year-old son, but by his daughter, Felicity. She's in the wheel. We'll see her in a second or two on the big screen, but in the meantime, we're focusing on this classic 911.
And then after that, you're going to have the Beast of Turin, so a couple of cars to wait. If you've not seen the Beast of Turin before, it is one to savour. But Philip Basil in the 911 then is making his way up towards the end of the run.
Porsche wanted to call it the 901, and then Peugeot objected. They said, we've got the right on all the car numbers with a 0 in the middle. Here's Felicity on board the Mercedes, 60 horsepower Mercedes from 1903, which her father Ben raced in the members meeting Edwardian race, and I keep saying this, but his speed past the pits was greater than the 1903 land speed record. So it's a rapid car, well over 80 miles an hour, but Felicity wisely taking it fairly gently, and she's being guided and coached, which I'm sure she's extremely grateful for.
Yes. And then the Beast of Turin is popping and banging its way up through Molecombe Corner.
Now, if Duncan gets his foot down in the Beast, he might even catch Felicity before the finishing line. It's immensely quick, the Beast of Turin. 136 it was timed at in 1911 or so.
Yes, you look at them now and you don't think they are that quick, but actually the statistics still stand up, don't they? I mean, even decades, hundreds of years on, they are still competitive, still quick. Got Lucas Hooney just going through as well in the Bugatti Type 51.
Yeah, we'll catch the 51 in a second. The Beast of Turin's going to follow Felicity over the finishing line. For the anoraks amongst us, you can tell a Type 51 from a Type 35 by the twin fuel filler caps behind the driver. Here's the Beast of Turin, just past the finish. Duncan, of course, raced it in their Edwardian race at the members' meeting, never using more than quarter throttle, he said. Maserati 4CL, pre-war, four-cylinder Voiturette racing. Voiturette was the posh pre-war name for Formula 2. And Maserati really made hay in Voiturette when they realised they weren't going to compete with the Silver Arrows of Mercedes and Auto Union, so they focused on effectively Formula 2. And originally these Maseratis of this age were very, very fragile because Italian metallurgy at the time was not very advanced. A lot of them have been rebuilt, had re-engined or had engines rebuilt with modern materials since that time. And so in historic racing now, not only are they quick, but they're reliable.
Oh, you said that at the right time, didn't you?
That is known as the commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yes, this ex-Johnny Wakefield car was ground to a halt almost at the top of the run. So Gareth Burnett, who's an accomplished historic racer, behind the wheel of it, has got a problem. And that's a red flag. So the next car to go was meant to have been Chris Keith Lucas with one of the Jaguars, but we've got a red flag, I'm afraid.
I wonder if he's done what I did once at Chelsea when the car came to a halt with the petrol pump ticking away. Oh no. And I said, he's got fuel pump problems, which it had, was drinking air. Here's a C-Type, which I guess, well, he's getting a red flag. Will he proceed slowly or stop quite rightly?
I do what the marshals say, I suspect.
Yes.
So Chris Keith Lucas, this is the Stefan Ziegler owned Jaguar C-Type, which was the car that Jaguar took to international sports car races really from 52 and 53. This was the Ecuria Cost car, the Scottish privateer team. Ian Stewart, one of the drivers, and it was a successful car, this, with something like 14 wins in those couple of seasons.
But the C-Type was particularly designed just for Le Mans.
Yep.
And so it wasn't terribly successful in other races, particularly Dundrod and places like that.
Yeah.
But Bill Lyons knew what he was doing, because he knew that a win at Le Mans would give him terrific publicity, which of course it did. The C-Types, Sterling Moss told me he much preferred driving the C-Type to the D-Type.
Really? Yeah. I mean, the D-Type came obviously next. It had those 3 Le Mans wins on the bounce. It was an extension of the success and what had been learnt in this car.
Trouble nowadays, if you've got a C-Type, is when you stop to the traffic lights, pick up and tap the bodywork and say, is it a real one? Because there are so many rather nice replica C-Types available.
Now, Gareth Burnett is being told, we're going to push you over here. So the marshals, for whom, as ever, we are eternally grateful for all their efforts as volunteers for the 4 days of the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard. Without the marshalling force, we could not run events like this. So to all of them, thank you so much yet again.
In the queue for the start line is E-Type number 5, ECD 400, which was the first E-Type Jaguar to win a race. It was driven at Alton Park very shortly after it was announced. It was a sensation. You won't remember, David, the E-Type being introduced, but I remember what a sensation it was.
Well, even now it's a head-turner, isn't it?
It really is. And what did Enzo Ferrari say? Most beautiful car in the world.
There you go. Yes.
And there's one in the New York Museum of Art, isn't there?
Yes, I think
on
you're
a
right.
plinth.
Yes.
Yeah. Lovely the way Ecuria Costs, their blue C-Types and D-Types were Lance Corporal, Corporal and Sergeant, the stripes on the front.
Well, there's a frustrated Gareth Burnett walking away. The car hopefully out of harm's way, so that'll need a bit of love for tomorrow. It's parked.
Yeah, it's well out of the way,
isn't
isn't
it?
harm, isn't it?
So thank you, marshals, for getting the car out of the way. Chris Keith Lucas, I think he's going to be allowed now to carry on his run to the top of the hill in the C-Type, so away he goes.
His daughter Sarah will be telling us what the weather's like for the weekend.
That's right, yes, she's often to be heard with weather reports.
I've just had a treat, which was to watch the Red Arrows from the roof of Goodwood House.
You can go off, people.
They were going past us, below us.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
It was great. Malcolm Sayer, who designed the C-Type, the D-Type and the E-Type, he was an aerodynamic genius. He came from the aircraft industry, worked at Bristol Aircraft during the war, and so he applied aircraft knowledge to the design of Jaguar bodies. And then Bill Lyons was a genius at getting the lines right. You see, early prototype Jaguars, they weren't very pretty, but once Bill Lyons helped sort them out, they became very pretty indeed.
So, red flag not yet withdrawn. Marshall's getting to post, but while we await the restart, let's catch up with Duncan Pittaway. He's at the top of the hill with Ed Foster.
Duncan Pittaway, you are very much part of the furniture here now with the Beast of Turin. I don't think it would be a Festival of Speed if we didn't have it. What I love about this car are some of the facts and figures that you put together. Am I right in thinking that at the time this was twice as fast as the fastest aeroplane?
Indeed, absolutely twice as fast as aeroplane. I think if you think about it, imagine then, I know aeroplanes are pretty slow, but imagine if I said, Ed, outside, I've got a car now that will go twice as fast as the fastest aeroplane. Do you want to come for a ride? You go, what? Are you insane? So, yeah, no, it was. In fact, the other fact is, apparently, if you in 1911, if you fell off the tallest structure in the world, man-made or otherwise, you wouldn't go faster before you hit the ground than you would sitting in that car. So
One wonders what you do in your spare time to come up with all of these, because I think there's another one that aren't you a second quicker to the start line from the chicane than a Cobra on the circuit?
Yeah, I'm really pleased about that. It's funny that when we first raced at Goodwood, I hadn't raced it at all initially. I raced at Goodwood, and I was slightly disappointed to be, I don't know, 8th or 10th on the grid, because in a straight line it's really fast. And then there's this sort of informal competition between drivers about how fast you get through the speed trap on the start-finish line, which is maybe, I don't know, 500-600 yards away from the chicane. And interestingly, I was talking to a mate, Mike Spy, who's got a Cobra, and I said, what are you doing through the speed trap? He said, 88 miles an hour through the speed trap, which is pretty cool. And I said, and this thing is doing 90 through the speed trap, which is just insane. The slight problem is I have to lift off just after the start-finish line to be able to go around Magic, otherwise you go barrelling through it. So, yeah, no, it's good.
And you've always got passengers with you. I think this time someone who's won a competition.
Yeah, this is Chris. He won a charity auction to be in the car. I mean, before we got in the car, I said, Chris, have you been in an old car before? And he said, oh, yeah. So I've been in an E-Type Jag. He said, I should be fine. I said, well, it's very similar to an E-Type Jag in many ways. So, no, Chris, he was volunteered or paid, went to a charity auction for the ride, and he was fairly speechless by the time we got to the top.
I'm not surprised. Thankfully, you never are, Duncan. Thank you so much.
No problem, Ed. It's nice to see you. It's lovely to be here. Lovely to be back.
I think those are thoughts and words that everybody echoes. It is great to be back, isn't it?
And he's such a delightful character,
Oh,
Duncan.
absolutely. Great enthusiast.
And he loves cars that are very, very different.
I was about to say he loves quirky cars.
Yes,
yeah,
he's got a lovely, mechanically perfect but scruffy-looking Bugatti Type 35, which is very rapid.
Yeah,
but I like old cars with patina, as the antique dealers say.
What was the pre-66 Plymouth Barracuda he's wheeled out, hasn't he?
Yes.
Revival and had great fun with. Right, the E-Type is about to go. This Keep Endeavour car, the Tommy Sopwith team, ECD 400, with the wheel of it. It is
very
Ballard, yes, driving it.
Very flat floor E-Type. Pretty soon they realised there wasn't much room for the driver's feet, so they actually dropped the floor to allow bigger feet to reach the pedals. Interesting. There's always an argument: do I put the soft top up or down? Aerodynamically, it's much better to have it up.
Well, this is an absolutely pristine example, and as Chris was saying a little earlier, when the E-Type had its first competition outing at Alton Park, it was a race win for Graham Hill. It was a real head-turner, and straight away people realised this was going to be a car to beat in GT racing.
This was found derelict in a garden in North London, painted purple with yellow stripes. And it's lucky that it was saved. It was in a pretty bad state, but now it's lovely.
This is Miles Brown. Bentley heading up the hill.
Old number 6, reminding us that Bentley won the 24 Hours of Le Mans on, I believe, 5 occasions. The car that never won Le Mans for Bentley was the Blower Bentley, which Mr. Bentley very much disapproved of. Birkin was sponsored by a very rich lady to have a supercharged 4.5 litre Bentley built, which he raced very successfully, but he raced it in the French Grand Prix and came second. And HWM.
Yeah, Gregor Fiskin, the wheel of it, very accomplished, historic and modern GT racer, actually.
Yes.
Classic car dealer of repute, and the HWM Jaguar then accelerates towards
Simon Taylor, whose articles I'm sure you've read in Motorsport and elsewhere, has written a 2-volume tome about the history of HWM, which is really worth saving up for.
It's a huge amount of
yes,
to expect.
And of course Simon drives an HWM on the road and on the track. Isn't that TZ a beautiful car?
It is. Just had Alex Ames down the hill in the 250 Ferrari Bread van. Alex Ames in the Junior, Simon Kidston in the Alpha Junior TZ. Carl's owner.
Yes, he's based in Switzerland and deals in ultra expensive cars, of which this is one.
And then you're going to have the bright yellow Hairy Canary Cobra of Nick Sleep still to come. It is a mini Ferrari 250, really, isn't it?
It is. Nice, boomy, four-cylinder engine note. A twin-cam Alpha engine. Here's the Hairy Canary. Raced in the Bahamas.
And another car that just makes one of those fantastic, ear-shattering noises as it approaches.
It's looking very smart. When we first saw the Hairy Canary recently, well, in the last few years, it was well battle-scarred, but now it's immaculate.
You see the little bubble in the roof for the taller drivers. Over the timing line, it will go shortly. Nicholas Lee, another regular historic racer, who's been a car that we've enjoyed seeing on the circuit at Goodwood over the last few years. And a car that needed an awful lot of work, constantly drivers having to twitch on and off the lock and then correcting it, and it was a nervous car for a long race. It must have been very hard work.
It's always fun at Revival to watch the battle between the E-types and the Cobras.
Yeah. With the on TV gripper thrown in for good measure.
Yes.
And then you start to worry about brakes late race.
And until it loses its rear window.
Very true. So Nick Sleep over the line gets to the end of this short batch of cars. I'm not sure there's anybody else on the start line, because there is. There's been a long gap. Oh no, there are 1 or 2 more still to go, because we're heading to single-seaters.
No, I'm going up.
But let's just catch up with 1 or 2 more of the drivers at the top of the hill, because Ed Foster is being very busy up there. Ed.
Gary Pearson, we're used to seeing you herring around the Goodwood Motor Circuit in various Jaguars, whether they're D-types or E-types, but this is a very, very special D-type. Tell us about it.
This is probably outside of the works D-types and the Acura Cost cars. This is probably the best of all the D-types. The big thing about this car is it's the car that Jim Clark, phenomenal history, still extremely original engine, original gearbox, original bodywork. Yeah, privileged to race it some, many times over the years, but now it's retired from racing, and it's just brilliant to bring it here.
Now, as I said, you obviously, Mr. Jaguar, you're always racing Jaguars. What is it about these cars that you love so much?
I had a privileged upbringing, if you like, or a very, very closely guided one, because my old man John Pearson is Mr. Jaguar. He was working on them back in the very, very early 1960s. Peter Sutcliffe and John Cownley and people like that. So my whole life was brought up around racing cars. With Jaguars has always been there, and I started working for Dad when I was 21, and still got the business now, and we still specialise in Jaguars and D-types, and so yeah, it's well and truly in the blood.
Well, we love seeing them. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Yeah, Gary Pearson. Interesting that car, as he says, has now been retired from racing, but the one in which Jim Clark made his name. You tend to forget that Jim was a very good sports car racer going back to the start of his career, but for the Border Reivers team, sort of smaller than Acura Cost squad, but still representing Scotland's honour, Jim Clark drove for them. Still lots to come during the course of the afternoon, because we have a second run from all of the batches, of course. So we'll have the Jackie Ickx, Roger Penske, Mario Andretti look back next, followed by Aston Martins. We have an Aston Martin moment, as well as Grand Prix greats. It should be 4:10. I suspect it might be a little bit after that now. We're going to have the timed practice for the shootout on Sunday, followed by another touring car, rally car and NASCAR batch, and then sports races. The last batch of the day is going to be the road cars and first glance. Now, another of the real motorsport heroes who is here this weekend is the 1978 Formula One world champion, the great Mario Andretti, and Gemma Scott caught up.
We're down in the assembly area, and Mario Andretti just hanging around, waiting for a drive, perhaps, Mario?
Waiting for a drive, indeed, yes. Yeah, maybe it will arrive here.
What are you waiting to be driving?
It looks like the Lotus 79, but whatever they bring, I will try to get in it.
You'll take anything.
See if I can start it.
Of course, we're celebrating people of motorsport who have been successful across multi-disciplines. It doesn't get much more successful than your career.
Well, thank you, and again, it's just a joy to be able to be here and to be invited. I keep using this, keep using the word magic. It is magic just to be here, quite honestly, and because this is a true celebration of motorsports. Every discipline is represented here, and it's something for everyone to love.
Looking back at your career and the cars that are here, of course, this weekend, IndyCar you've raced in, Formula One you've raced in, GT cars, sports cars, NASCAR. If you could just pick one car to take up the hill from your career, what would it be?
All of them.
One by one, get them all up there. What a great answer. When you get in them, do you feel like you've taken a step back in time and sort of settled back into that seat once again?
Yeah, to some degree it brings some of it back. Yeah, of course. I mean, you're just reacquainting yourself with the old gal, you know, and yeah, you know, it's always a great feeling, no question, a great opportunity.
What do you make of all the electric vehicles that we're seeing around the show?
Well, I'm sticking with the ones that make noise.
Great answer, love it. Mario, enjoy your run up the hill. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's really great to see Mario Andretti here this weekend. Absolutely fantastic. And we look forward to seeing him back behind the wheel of cars this afternoon. Of course, one of the batches does celebrate his truly illustrious career. More to come here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
incredible Ferraris, and probably more, I imagine, as well. This is one of your cars that you're taking up the hill shortly, here in the assembly area. Can you tell us a bit about this particular car?
Well, it was built for the 1970 sort of World Championship. It's very similar to the sort of car that Mario Andretti drove, and I think there's the possibility that actually he'll take it up the hill on Sunday, which would be quite nice. It was a winner in America in its day, and ran at Le Mans, and was for a while rather famous for a major accident that it had during the filming of Le Mans with Steve McQueen. I've got a great picture of McQueen leaning against the car, which I think is probably nearly as good as having Andretti on board.
Absolutely. We've just been talking to Mario about which car he'd like to take from his previous career, and he said every single one of them. So I think he'll be a happy man to get in.
Feeling.
For you, I mean, obviously, do you have to make a decision of which of your cars you'll allow to come here for Goodwood?
Sorry, so
how many of your cars have you got at the show? Two. And you're driving both of them over the course of the weekend?
That was the original plan. I've now lost out. My wife and daughter are now driving the 250 GTO.
What a gentleman!
Pragmatist.
Keeping the peace at home. Of course, it's a fantastic event. You come here regularly. It's wonderful to be back, isn't it? 2021, finally.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's the social as much as the driving that one misses.
It really is. It's a wonderful event. And just to see and smell and hear this current area as you guys all drove in, suddenly got this wonderful feeling of nostalgia with the smells of the fumes. As a petrolhead, that must be quite special for you as well.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Well, have a great run, Nick. Thank you for chatting to us.
Fiskin, you were racing this lovely HWM at Speed Week. You're coming up the hill in it today, and every time you get out, you're always smiling. It's a lovely thing, isn't it?
Well, who wouldn't smile in it? It's a real treat to have the car here, and you know, this car's got a lot of Goodwood circuit history, and I think the last time she raced here in Period, she was raced by the late great Peter Blond, who we sadly lost last year. So I was thinking about Peter when I brought her up the hill, and last time Peter actually sat in this car was at Hampton Court last year, and he just sat and he was interviewed as I'm being interviewed just now, and when the interview ended, he gave me a little look and he said, "Shall we go for it?" And he just revved it up, he dropped the clutch, he ripped up the red carpet, and I just thought, you know, time shall not age them, and you know, once a boy racer, always a boy racer.
And you've done quite a lot of work on this recently, because you've made it a lot quicker, haven't you?
Well, I don't think we made it quicker. I think we made it back to what it should be. And in Period, interesting, Peter sold his red D-Type, which he bought from Bernie Eccleston, to his cousin, so he could join HWM, the racing team. And you know, I would say in Period, this car was as good as a short-nosed D. There are only 2 Series 2 HWMs made. And yeah, it was a very fast car in Period, and I think we've got it back to where it should be, which is faster than the Jag C-Type, as quick as a Works DB3S, and probably a little bit better than a D. Depends on the day.
And sometimes the driver, but you're always at the front, Gregor. It's great to see you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Lovely to see you guys. Thank you.
HWM, Gregor Fiskin, as he says, the ex-Peter Blond chassis. Peter had the most remarkable life in not just motorsport, but all sorts of business and charitable interests, as well as quite a nice collection of cars that he built up himself over the years. Now, very shortly, we are going to turn our attention to batch 3, having its second run of the day. That gives us a chance to look back on the careers of Jackie Ickx, for example, Roger Penske, Mario Andretti, but also motorbikes are in that batch. So while we have a moment, we can see the cars making their way down to the start. Let me get Barry Nutt to whet your appetite about not only what, but who you can see within the two-wheel element. Because I come back to it, Barry, we get all excited and we focus on cars, but the bikes are a key part of this weekend.
Indeed they are, yeah, absolutely. We're celebrating 110 years of Isle of Man TT.
110 years?
110 years.
And tell me, what was that first one like?
Back in the day, you know, I cleaned the plugs. 1907, yeah, 110 years plus in actual fact. I mean, they missed a couple out in the war, of course, so we're talking actual races. But 110 years of that, 50 years of Suzuki's Grand Prix involvement, which is absolutely amazing. And there's some lovely stories over the course of Suzuki's Grand Prix history, of course. Ernst Degner, who was Polish-born East German, rode for the MZ factory. He was a factory rider. During the communistic era, he bundled his wife and 2 children in the back of a Wartburg and fled the country. He defected and took the MZ technology to Suzuki, and that spawned the first 125cc Suzuki and also the RG500. So more about that later, but we've got some lovely old stuff coming back down here.
Yeah, Duncan Pitterway, as ever, playing to the gallery in the Beast of Turin. It is, I know we keep going on about it, but it is one of the star cars of Goodwood. It just, however many times you see it or hear it or are dwarfed by it, it never tires.
You also feel it.
Yeah.
It's the most extraordinary thing. It just shakes your skeletal frame to a wonderful form of jelly, and then you eventually get your feelings back. But it is. I mean, the word visceral, I think, was invented for that mighty. But that towering thing. If you've never seen it, the bonnet is only a very tall people can see over the top. It's just. It's like a cartoon car.
It is, yes, from Wacky Races. And Duncan tells the story about, of course, driving it on the road and arriving at traffic lights and looking down on people in their road cars. Right, Barry, the line of bikes is growing, but we are headed off by, and I confess to being a fan of this because I just love watching it, sidecars.
Indeed, yeah. Ben and Tom Birchall, 10 times Isle of Man TT winners, but they are not in their TT outfit. They're in their, I call it Formula One if you like, their short circuit outfit, which is a different animal, basically.
In what way?
The construction is totally different. This thing is monocoque, aluminium pressed, aerodite bonded, box section. Oh wow! Very lightweight, very square. TT demands a very rugged chassis, and the outfit behind the trio there, Maria Costello, is on such a chassis. She's on her short F2, which is designed. Bit of a compromise, really, from a sidecar motocross outfit and road race. It's sort of, it takes the bumps, it won't shake to bits. These things are totally different. And behind Ben Birchall, he's got someone else running in colours. Now, this is a guy, Craig Curry, who is a 4-wheel champion. You might have heard his name. He's Renault Clio Cup champion. He also rides in the Ducati Tri-Option Series, so he's done 4 wheels. He's done 2 wheels. This season, he's taken the bull by the horns. He's in 3 wheels in a Birchall racing bike, and I can tell you he is only about 2 seconds off the pace.
Wow.
Already. That's impressive.
But, of course, what he's now got to adapt to is having somebody else with him to work with as a team. He's now got a passenger, and getting that relationship must be key.
Indeed, yeah. And he's got a good passenger. He's got Justin Sharp in there, who is an experienced passenger, and I can't understate the importance of having someone good with you, because you can forget that job.
Yeah.
Just get on with what you're doing. The bike won't handle in a funny way because the passenger's doing his job.
There's the team photograph before they go to work.
It's the first time we've seen Ben and Tom Birchall in a team with anyone. They are now Birchall Racing, and they are responsible for the construction now of the LCR chassis, which is the one they're driving. It was built and designed by a Swiss, Louis Christen, very clever guy, who is now in advancing years, but still very sharp, still finger on the pulse. But he basically said to the Birchalls, look, you take it forward.
Okay.
It's my name, it's my bike, but you look after them, and you become the LCR people, and that's what they do, and they do it now from Mansfield.
Where does sidecar racing sort of fit on the radar these days? Because I have it in my mind that in the Hewitt-Webster era, you know, it was pretty popular.
Well, it ran then with the World Championships in all the classes.
Yeah.
Things are slightly different, but we broke ice again just last week when we ran a round of the World Championship with World Superbikes back on the stage, owned by Dorna.
Right.
That was no small negotiation, I can tell
I'll
you.
bet, yes.
You know, and to get 2, we've got 1 in Aston as well. So it's a bit like where we are this weekend. It was a pilot job. If it works, more will happen. And that is our goal.
Yeah, which is good, because the better the platform you can operate on, the more competitors are interested.
If you're on the big stage, you get the TV that comes with it, it's the big spectators and everything else.
Right, I think we're almost good to go for our second Sunrise match.
Engine behind the driver. This is the short circuit chassis, Ben and Tom Birchall. 3 times a world champion with that sort of bike. 10 times a TT winner with the short chassis, and they've also won a 600cc World Cup. Now, all of the engines are 600, that's the maximum, that's the formula. Stock condition, basically, no heavy tuning. You can play around with the electronics, that's about it. But this thing is very fast, very light, about 360 kilos maximum combined weight driver passenger and outfit. This is Maria Costello on the Kawasaki powered 600 LCR, the short chassis tubular section LCR, much more rugged, as I was explaining to David, so it will take the bumps and the jumps and all the rigors of the Isle of Man TT. There the works Norton, Jeff Bain, rigid girder forked, the very early overhead camshaft Norton, which spawned the succession of Max Norton, which follows. So we've seen Ian Bain riding here, and Bruce Jones has very kindly co-commentated with me when Ian Bain, that's Father Jeff out there on those Nortons. They do a great job with the Nortons. That's the Velocet, the KTT Velocet, swinging arm suspension, and yet they've retained the girder forks right up to post-war period. They still had the girder forks in the post-war years, but they'd already advanced as far as swing arm suspension. He's not totally comfortable with that, having a look down. It sounds wonderful to me, but I'm not sure he's convinced. This, I'm pretty sure, is the Sealy G50. It is indeed, from the Sammy Miller Museum, the G50 500cc overhead camshaft, matchless single cylinder again, in a Sealy frame. Sadly, Colin Sealy, a brilliant designer and engineer, we lost him recently, as indeed we've lost so many famous names in this awful period when we were not able to celebrate their lives properly. The number 11 bike, that's the Max Norton of Mike Jones. 500cc Max Norton double overhead camshaft, massive fitting, and they ruled the roost all the way through the post-war years, into the 50s, and very much into the 60s, against the might of the Italian Gilera and MV Augusta factory. When they came along, they stole an awful lot of the thunder. But Max Norton, open hairpin valve springs, like so many of those early camshaft engines we see. That the RS250 Honda, the Gemini Honda, so-called, it's a twin-cylinder, water-cooled. That one is owned, in actual fact, by Adam Childs. Very pretty little bike, ridden interior by Joey Dunlop. This, a Kawasaki, is it the 750 Kawasaki that Mick Grant took around the Isle of Man TT? It sounds pretty noisy, it looks like it. Yes, it is. This is the bike. Chris Wilson on board, the KR750, named after the road bike, which had the nickname Widowmaker for so many obvious reasons. But Mick Grant led the Isle of Man TT until the very last lap and had beaten Mike Halewood's record, would have won the race, but broke his chain on the last lap. Such is the power of those fearsome 750 triples. Very hairy, scary thing. RVF 750, Phil McCallan, Honda carrying the number 11 Isle of Man TT wins, and Phil McCallan on board there with the RC45, which was the latest version of the RC30 that went to such great lengths of establishing fame through that period. And the first time I ever saw single-sided swinging arm, and I thought, where's the other half? You know, but then you realise how easy it is to change the rear wheel, and there it is, exactly that, single-sided swinging arm. Now, of course, commonplace with Ducati. Phil McCallan from Northern Ireland, a fantastic TT campaigner in his time. Another man to win 11 TTs, of course, the late great Steve Hislop, and his Arbus Norton, the rotary Norton, is here in all its glory, courtesy of the National Motorcycle Museum. That looks to me like the Vimto Big Twin Honda. Yes, it is indeed. The SP1. Andy Caddick owns and is riding that bike. That bike was built by Honda to compete with, there's James Hillier. That is James Hillier on the M1000 RR BMW, which is the latest version. The S1000 RR is for 10 years. He is going to race that in the TT when we finally get the TT underway. And now Hickman. This is the Hickey bike which set the 135 plus mile an hour lap around the Isle of Man TD. That's not Hickey on board, I can tell you. That could well be Adam Childs on board, but it's the Peter Hickman machine. Who have we got? Let's have a look. It's a Quattroplane ZX-10R. It is indeed John McGuinness on board. And John McGuinness put on a little bit of comfort over the over the lockdown. He won't mind me saying that because he calls himself an FB, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Lovely man, John McGuinness, 23 Isle of Man TT wins. Some great names here, of course. If we look down at the numbers of TT wins, the league, of course, Joey Dunlop in the lead at 26, McGuinness second, 23. Will he ever get those other three? I do not know. Is this the David Jeffers bike? Carrying number 29. Let's have a look. No, it's not. It's the Daytona from the National Motorcycle Museum in the V&M livery. That's the Jack Valentine V&M Triumph. And now this looks very MV-ish. But is it the Ducati? Number 59, that is MV. That is definitely MV. Not on my list, so that's a newbie.
To my untrained eye, that looks like Giacomo Agostini aboard. Please tell me I'm right.
You are right. And it would be an MV, and it's a Super Veloce, isn't it? And it's a Serie Oro. It looks like a Serie Oro. It is Agostini. Agostini up there in the league of TT wins. 10 to his name, and 16 World Championships. Giacomo Agostini. Very much associated with MV Agusta, of course, over the years. Would have expected him to be on his triple. We're celebrating 50 years of Suzuki glory and Grand Prix racing. So many of them carry the number 7, of course, from the late, great Barry Sheen. All of them RG500 configurations, which is the square 4 disc valve. And that is basically the RG500. As I was describing to David Anderson, the technology here came from the MZ factory in 125 form. You've got there, Bruce, 4 pots, if you like, tied together with a ratchet strap and a crankshaft, and there you have it, you know.
Well, you know, particularly over the years when I've talked to bike riders from and racers from the 1960s, small was so beautiful, was it? And it didn't mean keep your number of cylinders down at all.
KTM,
or your front wheel.
I beg your pardon. KTM, Sam Sunderland, Dakar winner 2019. 2018, injured 2019, didn't compete or didn't score last year, so there we have Sam Sunderland. He'll be back for more, and I was talking to a very interesting man who was riding Harley Davidson down in the First Glance paddock. Mick Extons, who's another Dakar competitor, has had surgery on a brain tumour but plans to be back for the Dakar in 2022. These guys are astonishing, you know, absolutely astonishing. Gentlemen, it's all yours, four wheels. Thank you for the pleasure.
Barry, thank you very much indeed. One or two of the next cars we can see are slightly out of sequence from that earlier batch. A chance to have a look at some of the early single-seaters and indeed some of the Americana, in as much as cars that would have run in the 110 years of the Indy 500, the Great Brickyard Classic that we're celebrating this weekend as well. So we've got there the Curtis Craft Offenhauser from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that heading up the hill, and a car, as I say, from 1951. Merrill Ballinger entered this car in the Indy 500 17 times before he had a victory. There behind Bruno Laumann in the Ferrari 375 Grant Piston Ring Special 4.5 litre V12 Ferrari, because Bruce Jones, that's from an era when the Indy 500 was part of the Formula 1 World Championship on the brand.
It was the most extraordinary thing between 1950 and 1960. It was a round of the championship, and ironically, in that period, I think only Alberto Ascari went across to compete in it. And as soon as it wasn't part of the World Championship, the likes of, well, the then reigning world champion Jack Brabham then considered it was time to cross the other way and then start playing. And of course, imagine those little Coopers and things with the engine behind the driver's shoulders, sitting low beneath the scuttle line of these enormous Indy racers, and of course it soon turned around very quickly indeed. But between 1950 and 1960 it was a gesture more than something that was actually achieved and used by any of the competitors.
Now that is the Ford GT40 that Michael O'Brien is behind the wheel of, this car that takes us through to more celebrations of different drivers' careers, and a chance to have a look at another great GT car. So GT40 through the kick up towards the finish line. This is a Jackie Ickx car. Jackie having won Le Mans no fewer than 6 times. Some of that success coming from the Ford GT40, and this car owned by Peter Teichmann. Behind is going to be, we are told, Andrew Dance at the wheel of Alex Elliott's BMW. Now, if that is right, that is a rarity, partly because Alex Elliott normally does the driving, but Andrew Dance, go back to the 1980s, was a bit of a star in hot rod racing. His brother Steve was meant to be here with his Cologne Capri, Ford Capri, but Andrew Dance behind the wheel of the BMW is something very different indeed. But the BMW, again, a great touring car from the early 70s.
These are the posters I got. My father worked for Ford, and from the motorsport department we get these yumping, fighting Cologne Capris against these Batmobile BMWs, and they were just brilliant images. I mean, how difficult is it to get a brilliant image around the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Not particularly, but when they took off at various points, it was magical, and a whole host of absolutely brilliant drivers, both young and established, were competing in that amazing Ford versus BMW battle. But it still looks crisp today, the white with the three colours of BMW, and even more so when you go from sun to shade on such a brilliant day at Goodwood.
And in a sense, nicer, that car, cleaner, because it doesn't have the big wing on the back. It's the original shape. And you've also got, hurtling up behind it, Nick Mayton in the rally Porsche, the 911 SCRS, the Jackie Ickx was behind the wheel of for things like the Dakar Rally. Then there's Annette Mason in here, the Ferrari 250 GTO, but as Nick was talking about. And then we've got the Penske with John Watson at the wheel of it. So Watty, having had his first Grand Prix victory for Roger Penske's team, great to have that familiar silver and Dado orange helmet back behind the wheel of the car. Because I know John, he's always telling me, no, I'm a retired racing driver, but just now and again we can tempt him back.
He does protest too much. New suits, new boots, yes, and the same smile, and this will, I just think, give him a bit of a boost the year, won't it?
Absolutely, yes.
That adrenaline pump working all over again, but it looks fantastic, and I think this was a car that was largely forgotten in 1976. It took that victory, the one and only victory for them in the Austrian Grand Prix, and then it very nearly won the Dutch Grand Prix, and had it done so, that would have pretty much derailed James Hunt's championship charge in the McLaren M23. But from that glorious Formula One car from Penske, we're looking to a car that's just Italian, the 512S Ferrari, but did such great things on the American racing scene.
And the Mario Andretti car, and as Nick Mason was saying earlier in the interview to Gemma Scott, this is a car that had a film career as well. It was used in the Great Steve McQueen Le Mans movie, but absolutely immaculate. Being driven gently up the hill, understandably, because we're talking telephone number value.
Certainly, I don't think that was one that was fired over the barriers in the Le Mans film. But right, Lotus 49B 1968 vintage, and this is the car that Mario made his Formula One debut in, and of course managed to stick it on pole at Watkins Glen, and the others stood back in the paddock, went, he's coming to join us, isn't he? And what an illustrious career he took, as we say, to the Formula One part of his career. Went on to get the championship in 1978, but in between established so many wins in the USAC series in the States.
That, I think, is Clive Chapman. It's shown as Mario Andretti behind the wheel, but I'm not convinced that that is.
His helmet has never moved far from silver and red. No, green and yellow, that's Norfolk, that's Lotus. So we'll go with Chapman.
Go with Clive Chapman. Now, what about Formula 5000? Because that was a great category for its brief span of life, both in the UK and in Australia and in America, and Lola built some great cars for it.
Didn't they just? And Tom Christensen, his birthday just a couple of days ago, Mr. Le Mans, but he's someone who Goodwood opened the toy box, and Tom says, oh, I think I might have a go in that one. And I absolutely adore these Lola with the huge high air box and that great solid rumble, that Chevy V8 under the tail.
He would have been, had he been around at the time, the ideal person for Formula 5000. You can just see Tom in those cars, can't you? And with his ability, he's great. talent, he'd have been a star. Now that
is most
definitely Mario Andretti in the car with which he took the 1978 Formula One World Championship. This is quite a moment, actually. So the ground effect car, the Lotus 79 from Colin Chapman's great imagination. Mario and Ronnie Peterson worked as a superb team through a bittersweet 1978, Mario's championship, the tragic death of Ronnie Peterson, but this is quite something, isn't it?
I almost can't think of a year when two greater drivers were in the most beautiful and the most effective car at the same time. It stands the test of time. Even today, it looks crisp and sharp, but that was the second year of ground effects, all invented in so many ways, or finalised by Lotus, and they really duked it out. But between them, Mario came out ahead, and very, very sadly, we lost Ronnie Peterson after a crash at the start of the 78 Italian Grand Prix at Monza. Do not let it darken the name of this car, though, because it is still the most exquisite Formula One car.
I've just been a 6-year-old all over again. My first Grand Prix, sitting in the grandstand at Paddock Hill Bend, watching these two JPS Black and Gold Lotuses come around the corner. And gosh, I've just gone into a time warp.
But they were intimate experiences at Brands Hatch. You were really close to the car.
Oh, yeah,
almost gladiatorial arena before they went out into the country.
That's right.
But for the other drivers at the time, I mean, just the experience of spotting what Mario and Ronnie could do in cornering. Why are we not at races?
Yeah, indeed. Although that wasn't a Grand Prix they won. I mean, that was a Carlos Royterman, as it happens. Ferrari win the late Carlos Royterman now. Porsche 962, Martin Overington at the wheel of one of the best Group C cars.
No need to discuss, quite frankly. The history stands for itself, and if you couldn't decide what livery you wanted, it's all right. There are 10 others on the grid, and I think that was really one of the heydays of sports car racing.
It was, wasn't it? Yes, yes, yes. Which, as it grew in popularity, and Bernie Eccleston decided that really it ought to be for the manufacturers, and of course the costs went up, and sports car racing, thankfully, really was rescued in the early 90s by BPR, Jürgen Barth, Patrick Peter, Stefan Rattel, to get GT racing underway. And that in turn has spawned FIA GT and these days GT3 racing. Now we've come to the end of that batch, but it's time therefore to start talking to some of the drivers and riders at the top of the hill with Ed Foster.
Ian Bain, we're so used to, at the Festival of Speed to hearing about bikes and cars that won this race, that won that race, and that's what they're famous for. But you're riding this lovely Works Norton that is famous for not winning the TT. Why is that?
They snatched victory. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. This bike in 1935 won every Grand Prix, and comes the TT, they were so confident. On the last lap, when he pitched up before the last lap, they told Guthrie to take it easy, such was his lead in the race. Unbeknown to them, Stanley Woods, who was second on the road and second in the race, ignored his last pit stop, just went for broke, hoped that he had enough fuel and just went for it on the last lap. And Norton had no way of responding or telling Guthrie to speed up again, and just sat there with fingers crossed. But at the end, Guthrie came over the line thinking he'd won, but a minute later, Woods came over the line and beat him by 4 seconds, so it was very embarrassing for Norton. You know, more so because they could have had a clean sweep of every major race in the season.
We've got the two strokes arriving behind us. What is this like to ride? Because it looks like a lovely, lovely machine.
This motorcycle, although it's rigid with girder forks, it's an absolute joy to ride. Many a star rider at the revivals had to go on this bike and are shocked at just how well it handles and the torque in the engine. It's got the same torque. It's only got 50 brake horsepower, but it's also got 50 foot-pounds of torque, which for a 500 single is phenomenal. Yeah.
Ian, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
John McGuinness, it's an absolute pleasure to see you again at the Festival of Speed. We've just come out of lockdown, but you've been a very busy boy.
Yeah, I've been here, there and everywhere now. The job's opened up a little bit. Yeah, but I'm doing that Ducati Tri-Options Cup, so I'm running my own little team now, so with me and the families, which is quite cool. So busy prepping Ducatis for that, and then did the first round at Donington last weekend, which was good, and then I've been preparing some of my bikes for this event. I have a Honda Vimto TSR that I won my first TC on. It lives under the stairs at home. It's the wife's favourite bike, and the HM plant bike lives in the hallway. So we ragged them out this week, and we've been preparing those for the last few days. So it's been a busy week, but I wouldn't miss this for the world. You know, everybody's been excited, the kids, the missus, everybody to come here, and thankfully the bikes have got up here safe. I've given them to a couple of friends of mine. I've just warned them, do not stick one of them bikes in one of the bales. So they're up here. It's nice to see them up and running again. You know, it's my first 130 bike from 2007, which was a great milestone for me. I loved every second of it. So it's good to see the bike running again.
Now, obviously, talk is turning to the 2022 race. Are we going to see John McGuinness on the grid? And you must be looking forward to it if we are.
Definitely, that's on the radar. I'm desperate to get back there and do some riding. The next time I'm going to be on the start line, I'm going to be 50 years old, and it will be my 100th start. So I'd like to tick that box. And I'm going to be going back. Yeah, I can't finish my career the way it ended on that other silver bike, the Norton. It was a bit of a disaster for me that year. But I need to go back and cross that line and then, maybe ever think about hanging my boots up. But, in is still 29, but the body's 49 now. But, we're going to be on the grid next year, sure.
Now, you obviously race across Britain. There's something special about the TT, though, isn't there?
Absolutely. It's 110 years old, isn't it, this year? That's why a lot of the TT riders are here. But, it's been a special place. I went across there as a 10-year-old kid to watch it with my dad. My dad was racing over there in a small race at Derby, and I just, as a 10-year-old, I stuck my head through the ropes to watch the bikes come past, and at that point I thought I'm going to be a TT rider one day, and I did my first TT in '96. It's in the great race there. It was a part of the World Championship. It's just an epic place. 37 3/4 miles, 250 corners. You're going about a lot of other tracks in the world, but they're just a car park compared to that one. That's the daddy circuit. But, I've done over 50,000 miles around there. I never get bored of it. I always look forward to going, and long may it continue.
So many remarkable achievements. We can't wait to see you back. Thank you.
Fingers crossed, we'll be there.
Jochen Mass, I'm used to seeing you in Group C cars or pre-war Mercedes. I think you quite suit an IndyCar.
Well, actually, it was always on my bucket list to drive one of the early Indy cars, because I drove once the 1939 Maserati from the museum in Indy. It was a fantastic car. And this one was already then a new engine, the Offenhauser. It's a complete different animal again. And, it didn't run. It was too rich now, so we didn't get it right in adjustment, but it's highly interesting. And, of course, you can see it's got 2-speed. And the brakes, the brakes in here as well, but, it's easier to pull this one than fiddle for the brake pedal in the bottom somewhere in this maze of metal and whatever. So it's very difficult to actually think about it. Here it is. I saw it. You have to move the outside to see some movement in the bottom. So, but anyway, it stops all right, on the handbrake, just the same, and so on. But these cars, they really ask for very dedicated driving. You have to drive it very aggressive. Otherwise, it doesn't go. It needs to be driven in anger. And, that's what they told me too, and I can see why. Because when you drive it up there, unfortunately now it didn't run properly because, as I said, we richened it up too much. We thought we had leaned it off, but it was the opposite. Or maybe we leaned it off too much.
Jochen, you've driven so many cars in your time. Is there anything that you haven't driven that you want to drive?
The Formula 5000 I had never driven, which is also something I would like to do, and so on. So I've driven, obviously, a lot of pre-war Formula cars for Mercedes, and also from I drove Ferraris and Maseratis and things like that. So I've done all that, but Formula 5000 I hadn't driven, and that's something, which I can still do, I would think. They're very nice. I find them very attractive. They're great power, amazing cars, and I think at the time I should have done it, but for some reason I didn't do it, because probably was a good reason.
You maybe weren't paid enough, Jochen.
It's most likely it.
Jochen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have that last batch of cars doing the return run down towards the paddock, and we've still got more to come this afternoon with an Aston Martin moment not too far away, and also of course with another run for a number of the batches still to go as well. So we have the Grand Prix Greats coming up next. There's also the Goodwood Action Sport Show, the Gas Show at 3:30. Time practice for the shootout, looking forward to, of course, at 4:10. That's followed by the drift cars again, the NASCARs, the touring cars, the rally cars, the sports racers and pro drives. History is showcased at nearest off at 5:30, and then we've got another go from the manufacturer cars and the supercars at the end of the afternoon. So still a lot to enjoy. Enjoy the glorious weather that has been arranged, and don't forget lots of places to keep you entertained on the opposite side from the house. If you come across either the bridge or the crossing, there's a lot going on this side of the hill as well. Now, we've heard from some of the drivers. There are plenty more milling around during the course of the day, and Gemma Scott has been busy catching up with many of them.
Tom, we've just seen you chatting to Mario Andretti. Were you giving him tips, or was he giving you tips?
He was giving me a lot of tips when I was a small kid. I mean, with this morning I spoke with him about a picture which I've taken of him when I was a kid, 9 years old in Sweden, when he had just retired from the Grand Prix, from the lead. And he's embraced by Colin Chapman, and I'm taking the picture down from my height. But obviously we've had some contact over the years. He doesn't agree with my success at Le Mans. I doesn't agree with his success as everything else from NASCAR to IndyCar to Formula One. Now he's driving his Formula One winning Lotus. It's amazing, but there was a little tip about the assembly area and where we turn around down, so it's nice to be able to give somebody like Mario just a little bit of an indication.
Absolutely. And what a lovely feeling for you, having watched him as a child, as a fan, and then come into have an incredibly equal success as him.
It's the versatility he showed in racing and motorsport. That's something which inspire any young kid around there, boy or girl, and that's why it's fantastic that Goodwood this time that they certainly celebrate him as one of the all-time great and heroes, and to see him and talk to him, that really made my day. Absolutely.
You talk about inspiration there. The Goodwood Festival of Speed has got to be inspiring for the younger generations. They see so much here. It's a place where we've got every walk of motorsport together.
Yeah, it's in the depth, history, heritage, but you also going forward. You can also see a lot of new technology, how we environmental are going forward. So everyone, even a young boy, a girl, has to look back before you self go forward, and that's happening here.
Absolutely. What are you driving today?
Oh, this brand new electric Formula car from 1974. It's Mario Andretti's Formula 5000 car. Amazing. A lot of grunt, a lot of torque, a lot of noise. He finished second to Brian Redman with this back in the day. And I look forward to hear later in the evening. I'd like to hear the story about why he only finished second.
I'm sure you win as well. Thank you very much. Enjoy your run. Lovely to see you. Take care. Thanks, Tom. It's like we're making clones of Mario Andretti down here at the moment. I've got another one in the form of Clive Chapman here, who, of course, for you, this moment of celebrating Andretti's career is also about Lotus, isn't it?
Yeah, Mario and Dad had a really close relationship, almost as close as Jimmy and Dad. And when Mario got in this car, the 49 at Watkins Glen in 1968, he said, "Colin, tell me when to put her on pole." And Bob Dance recounts this story, and Dad gave him the nod, and sure enough he did. He stuck it on pole, first Formula One race, first time at Watkins Glen. And I think at that time my father realised that he'd found another winner.
Something very special was discovered, absolutely. Yeah. And that story just continued to grow with success after success after success.
Yeah. So they worked together, particularly with the ground effect. It was a real collaboration. because you needed a lot of input from the driver to understand how to really get the best of it.
Yeah.
And Mario was particularly strong at that point, and played a large part in, well, obviously, the World Championship in 1978 was a great achievement for him, but also for Lotus as well.
Lotus have been predominant throughout motorsport ever since, and I think it's really interesting to look at the technology changes. And I know you're looking at a car here where there's no communication. Once they're out on track, they're out on track, they're on their own. You know, the steering, there's no power steering, the electronics are so basic on it. You know, there's so much change that has taken place and continues to take place. And we are looking at the future and focusing on that, but looking back, it shows how incredibly talented the drivers were and how much confidence they had in their teams.
It was all about finishing the race. You know, you had to have a quick car, but you had to get it to the finish, and Mario is an ace at that. You know, Ronnie was fantastically quick, but Mario, you knew, was going to get it there in the end. And that's what my father liked particularly, was to see the cars getting to the finish. And yeah, it's a challenging car, the 49 DFV engine, and long races as well. And it's all shaking around a lot when you're sitting in there, I'll tell you.
I can imagine. What's it like up the hill?
Great at the start, because there's no grip at all, so you can give it loads and lots of wheel spin. And then it's a little bit tiptoe around Molecombe, of course. You don't want to embarrass yourself there, or delay the event. And then it's just a cruise up the hill, and it all goes quiet, and it's just a treat.
So what a pleasure to be back in.
Oh, fantastic. We've got 6 cars here, and Goodwood, once again, has paid a terrific tribute to Lotus. All my children are here. My son Arthur's driving here for the first time in the gas turbine powered 56B, so you can imagine what a thrill that is.
And of course Lotus sponsoring the structure.
We were standing under it at a family photo, and it's just, you know, we're just privileged.
The legacy continues. Thank you very much, Clive. Enjoy your trip up the hill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It may say Coulthard, but it's definitely not. This is Alex West, who's currently driving in the GT World Challenge Championship. David, wonderful to see you here at Goodwood. In David Coulthard's actual overalls, right?
Yep, it's very good. So McLaren has been great with the support for that. So I asked them if I could have McLaren racing suits, and they delivered.
Wonderful news. And the reason being, of course, because this is Coulthard's 2000 car?
Coulthard's 2000 car, the car that won in Monaco back in 2000. So it's a special car, and I was always been a big fan of the McLaren cars from that era with the Finnish driver Mika Häkkinen and Kimi driving them. So to be able to drive it up the hill is really fantastic.
Absolutely. And this is your car, right?
Yeah, it's my car.
How long have you had this car?
I've had it for a couple of years now, but I haven't been able to drive it that much. COVID obviously came in the way, so I've done a little bit of practicing with it, but I've driven other F1 cars, so it should be okay.
No, it wouldn't be Goodwood without all the noise, would it? It's wonderful. Tell me, you know, you got a car like this, how often do you get to run it? And what are the, you know, how often do you have to rebuild the engine and then the maintenance that goes into owning a car of this caliber?
Well, I mean, we're lucky in that we have people within the R59 that can run the car for us. But then these days you got noise regulations as well with most of the racetracks. You just can't come with an F1 car. It won't go on a Brands track day with 105 decibel exactly.
Now for the guys watching, Alex won his last race by 1,000th of a second. It was incredible. It's like a horse racing finish. But jumping out of that Aston Martin into this Formula 1 car, how difficult is that?
Well, it's very, very different, obviously. But these are surprisingly easy to drive if you drive them at 80-90% of what they do. Obviously, to drive them at the pace that Coulthard or Häkkinen did, it's a very different story. But at the pace I'm going to be driving it, it's not that difficult.
And of course, for you, a real pleasure to be on the hill.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. It's so good to be back at Goodwood and actually seeing an event and with all the people. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Have a great time, and thank you for chatting to us, Alex.
Thank you.
So more to look forward to shortly, with more Formula 1 machinery taking to the hill. I'm sure you've got your own personal highlights of the day. I've had one of mine, I think, which was just seeing Mario Andretti in that Lotus 79 a little while ago. You can share your best bits of the day, of the weekend, if you so desire, on social media, on Instagram or on Twitter, at FOS Goodwood, if you want to, as many of you have been doing. bringing social media to it. So hashtag FOS at FOS Goodwood, goodwood.com/FOS. Keep in touch. Let's find out what you've been enjoying around the Goodwood estate so far this weekend. Thanks so much for having us. W Series and Caitlin Wood, say 2 new young converts to the W Series. Caitlin Wood we've seen already once today, and we'll see again in the next batch, and indeed hopefully next week at Silverstone when W Series makes its Silverstone debut. Jonathan Wilcox says can't get enough of Goodwood. The very best of Father's Day gifts from Mrs. Wilcox. Excellent. A bit late, grant you, but it's good that you're here. Everyone enjoying themselves on Instagram in front of the Goodwood house, which is great to see. As ever, big party atmosphere here. Catching live updates and action from home sweet home. So yes, you don't even have to be here to enjoy the best of it. With our camera team doing as much we can to bring you the action. Paul Hugh remembering 1970s and 80s with lots of the star names at FOS Goodwood. Amelia Kirby has bumped into Jochen Mass and has had photos there. Marco Halloran having a good day, an amazing day. I'm doing you a disservice. It's an amazing day. Good. Glad it is that good. Excellent. What else do we have? Chris Falder, pleasure to meet Roger Penske, who has been at the wheel of that Porsche RS Spider and going quickly, which is mighty impressive. So fair play to Roger Penske, and hopefully we'll hear from him, of course, over the course of the weekend. Bruce Jones and I looked at one another earlier when that coming up the hill and shook our heads and said, it can't be Roger Penske, he's going too quickly, but he has certainly been pressing on.
I think I can guarantee he'll be even faster tomorrow and faster still come Saturday, come Sunday. People don't lose it when they get a little bit older.
That's true. Sure. First race at Goodwood in 1963 in that single driver Tourist Trophy, and here he is back on the hill. So more cars to make their way up the hill very shortly. Bruce Jones and David Addison with you for this next batch, which will bring more Formula One machinery through all eras onto the hill. And then, as we've been saying, after that we will have further excitement from the shootout timed practice, followed by the NASCAR and touring car and rally batch, sports races and pro drive, and then to round out proceedings at the end of the day, the Michelin Supercar run at the first glance, and so forth. But let's have a look down to the start line, where the BRMs, the Grand Prix greats, the Ayrton Senna McLaren, the Tyrrell Miscellany, and assorted single-seaters presented by the FIA are all poised, ready, and this is a chance. I know they don't come up necessarily year by year, but it is a chance to compare and contrast how Formula One as a category has evolved and how the cars have become somewhat different in their appearance.
Yeah, some of the cars, of course, were changed in shape according to the whims of the designers, and in recent years it's been less of that, but it's more controlled in terms of what they're allowed to do. But I think we all have our favourites across the ages, but I really like the days, probably because I was a teenager then in the 70s, where you could look at cars and you knew full well, regardless of their livery, what each of them was, and you knew the designers, because one designer, perhaps two designers, would do a car in its entirety, whereas now that is no longer the case. But we always like the cars of our youth. But the fact we go all the way back to 1952 for the third year of the Formula One World Championship, that should be the earliest car in this incredible batch of cars. But don't forget, at the head of that, we should be celebrating 70 years since the first BRM hit a Formula One grid. It didn't achieve a blaze of glory. They went away, regathered, resorted the company, and came back and did start winning from 1959. So great histories to be celebrated. And as you mentioned, we've got a McLaren came up the hill towards the end of the batch. We're celebrating Ayrton Senna's 3 Formula One World Championships, and the magnificent MP4 5B McLaren from 1990 will be coming up, and still one of my favourite sounds. A lot of times when people have been complaining about engine notes in Formula One not being what they were, they do hark back to the V10 normally aspirated engines, and the Honda in that fabulous McLaren certainly purposeful, I think we could describe an engine note, David.
Indeed so, and a car that was in that famous World Championship battle, Senna versus Prost, but this time on opposing sides, McLaren versus Ferrari, and it all coming to a head at the start of the Japanese Grand Prix that year, which for some took the shine a little off Ayrton's achievements, certainly that season.
Yeah, it didn't end in tears. Oh yes it did. Unfortunate, but we move on. But I mean, it's only occasionally in Formula 1 you have these real clashes of the titans. And to have Senna against Prost, I mean, to have the two of them in one team at McLaren, I mean, that must have been like, here we are, David, hold these two firework rockets. They've both been lit and you've got one in either hand. I mean,
Yes.
it must have been like that.
And good luck. Yeah. But Ron Dennis was determined that it was going to work, and it oh so nearly did. However, we're going to start with Aston Martins, because they are at the front of this batch. The Aston Martin name, which is great to see returning to Formula 1 this year for what was Racing Point, which was what was Midland and Spiker and Jordan, and the list goes on and on and on.
The Force India for quite some
right,
while. But yes, they had a very quick turnover of ownership after Eddie Jordan sold the team on. But actually, it doesn't seem a million years ago that incredibly glorious green Jordan was launched in 1991. Fireworks within the first year when one of your driver isn't allowed to complete the season because he's ensconced in prison.
Yeah.
But, you know, they really hit the ground running. And history keeps on moving.
It does indeed, yes, and that original Jordan wanted to be a 911, and then Porsche said, can't do that, so Eddie Jordan said, well, give me a car and I might change the number, because you have to all this work. 911 is the type number, we've got everything printed, and all right, then you can have a car for me. Yeah, so good old EJ did another deal, didn't he?
Nothing changes.
No, indeed.
His lifeblood.
That's right. So the Aston Martins for our Aston Martin moment head towards Goodwood House, the Formula 1 safety car, and that'll of course be, well, we've seen it up and down the hill already this weekend, but again we'll be in action at Silverstone in a week's time for a full house for the British Grand Prix.
I rode up the hill in that yesterday morning to take me to the hill climb paddock at the top of the hill, so that was my flying start to the weekend. All downhill from there. Absolutely phenomenal bit of kit, and the noise, oof, not bad.
And the DB3, sorry, DBR1 is there, ready to be part of this moment, and also the Ulster.
I think it's the Ulster, and today it has four wheels, because yesterday we did see Edward Bradley, did we not lose a wheel turning just out of Moulton?
I thought it was a red Ulster.
You could be right.
Either way, I think it is an Ulster, you are correct, but great diversity to show Aston Martin's motorsport and motoring pedigree as we get set in front of the house where the Lotus drapes are for the moment, but the Aston Martins are parked. They are ready for this acknowledgement of Aston Martin's pedigree. So as they are parked in front of the house, let's just reflect on the contribution to motorsport that has been made by Aston Martin. Formula 1 to Le Mans, from James Bond to humble motorist. Aston Martin represented here. The safety car blasts away. A chance to have a look at modern day Astons and also have a look at that DBR1, the sort of car that won the 1959 Le Mans 24 hours. All of them charismatic cars, all of them making a great noise.
Always did. I always love a story that Carroll Shelby, one of the winning drivers in '59, told me. he spotted that David Brown, boss of Aston Martin at the time, had gone off when it looked as though victory was around the corner to change into a light-coloured summer suit for the celebrations. And immediately he got to the end of the race, Carroll grabbed David and popped him alongside him where it was awash with oil. He said that the celebratory drive was not enjoyed at all by David, who was trying to keep his suit somewhere near presentable. That's Carroll for you. Texan chicken farm.
Oh, absolutely. First world problems, keeping your suit clean at more 24 hours. You have that every year as well as an issue, don't you?
By Thursday, frankly, I look shot.
The Aston Martin Ulster, they're making its way up the hill, and another of the Formula One official vehicles to round out the moment for Aston Martin. It is good to have Aston Martin back in Formula One. If you go back to the 1950s, the DBR4 was a Grand Prix car, and amongst those that raced it in Formula One, the Australian Max Davis, part of a fantastic motorsport dynasty that prevails to this day. But the good thing that we've seen this year is the pace of Sebastian Vettel and Miles Stroll has been encouraging, and bit by bit moving further up to the front of the grid.
And onto the podium for the first time. But I just looking at the other cars following up, Aston Martin's doing all sorts of interesting things at the moment, and they have to, because the competition in the Supercar League seems to be turbocharged at the moment. Every manufacturer's got to keep upping their game all the time. But you know what? Looking at a shot of the DBR1 being followed by the latest Speedster, there's an awful lot in common if you squint slightly.
Absolutely. That DBR1 was the car that was built for the privateer driver Peter Whitehead. It was the only example built for a privateer indeed, and was very, very successful in his hands, and was raced extensively in 1959 and had a podium finish at its first outing at Goodwood, quite appropriately. So
it all ties up, David.
Indeed. There you have everybody's sort of quirky Aston, if you like, the Ulster from that very, very first car, and it comes towards the area at the top of the hill, but they're going to be joined shortly by more recent Formula 1 machinery like the Lotus 72, which again is one of those cars, JPS colour scheme, that's just fantastic.
It looked crisp in the gold leaf colours beforehand, the red, the white and the gold, but there's something about that magnificent black and gold livery. It really stands the test of time. And with the wedge shape on the Lotus 72, that too looks sleek even all these years later. Don't forget, it was introduced in 1970. It wasn't a great success when it hit the road. They kept going back to driving the Lotus 49 that looked wholly more old-fashioned, but they got it to work, and by golly did Emerson Fittipaldi really deliver. World champion in 1972.
Now the six-wheel Tyrrell is one of those cars, again, that you never tire of seeing because it is quirky. James Hansen is at the wheel of this car that has been put together by Jonathan Holtzman with the backing of the Tyrrell family. David Clark here at the wheel of the Coppasucar, the Fittipaldi F6A. Emerson Fittipaldi elected to take the Coppasucar money and construct his own chassis. It wasn't a great success, sadly, and then the Coppasucar money dried up. Skoll Lager backing came along, but the Fittipaldis were struggling, and it was a great shame in a way that period of Emerson's career ended the way it did.
But it's a really tricky thing, because at that stage, we sort of almost joke sometimes you could have put a Ford Cosworth DFV in almost anything and have a serious crack, but it just, for whatever reasons, wasn't a competitive car. And each year it sort of stepped away from the pace a little bit more. I love that livery, though, on the original gold bodywork with the multicoloured bird on the side, but the Brazilian State Sugar Company couldn't give the car the oomph it needed, alas. And, of course, Keke Rosberg got involved as well with the Fittipaldi crew when it became Wolf and teams merged.
So we've got also next on the hill Andrew Beaumont in the ex-Marianne Andretti Japanese Grand Prix winning Lotus 77. That was the car that won the wet 76 Japanese Grand Prix, not this one, but this one here, slightly quirked in as much as Andrew Beaumont has a Ronnie Peterson helmet. But just to finish the story, everyone was focused on what was happening between James Hunt and Nicky Lauda. The race delayed for hour upon hour upon hour because of the heavy rain. Eventually they went racing, and James Hunt won the World Championship. Nicky Lauda retired from the race, and Mario Andretti came through to win in that car.
And in fact, another person with a starring role, I think he might have been the first drift car driver, Vittorio Brambilla, in that race, kept racing forward, spinning, going backwards, coming back up the field again, because no one had told him it was wet. And once of all that amazing rough, it didn't take anybody out, which was fortunate, because that was a world championship poised on a knife edge. But let's go back, David, to BRM's, the V16, already up the hill, and then swiftly forward to a car that was very important to Mario Andretti, the Porsche with which he oh so nearly won the more, the 956 driving with, it would have been very special. Not third for them at the end, but driving with Michael, his son.
Indeed, and Philippe Alliot drove with them as well that year. So the 956, the earlier Group C Porsche, yes, it was, as Bruce rightly says, so near and yet so far against the factory cars that year. But Mario didn't give up, came back years later with Porsche after Payno's effort as well.
And a Courage as well.
Right, yes.
Many things he drove, and you know what? Surprise, surprise, he was competitive in every single one of them. Lotus Brm coming up the hill. Andy Midler as well. He drives a whole host of 1.5 litre Formula 1 cars, but this is just that little bit later. This was 1966. This is when the 3 litre engines came back, and Lotus started the season. In fact, ran the season with BRM engines, but in '67 they got an upgrade, and Ford Cosworth DFB came to a party, their party, and transformed Formula 1, and also Lotus's fortunes were reinvigorated.
Indeed, there is Tayfun Salisbury with the Lotus 18, the Rob Walker coloured Sterling Moss car with the side panels taken out, which is how Sterling Moss drove the car to win the Monaco Grand Prix. And as that heads up the hill, we've also got behind it the evocation of the shark-nosed Ferrari, Jason Wright at the wheel of it, which is a 1961 style car. It's a faithful reconstruction of chassis 0002, the Olivier Gendebien car, and as I say, it's been recreated by Jim Stokes' workshops down in Hampshire. Chassis and suspension components fabricated from original drawings, and debuted at the 09 Goodwood Revival. This is Nick Padmore at the wheel of the 1992 Brabham, the sort of car that David Hill made his Formula 1 debut with.
Driving a Brabham in the 60s, the 70s was a very, very good thing. By the 90s, it wasn't at the front end of the field anymore. Money problems were definitely an issue, but Damon put in some superstar drives simply to qualify the car. Absolutely took all the speed he carried through Formula 3000, but really, it could have, if he hadn't been as good as he was, it could have been DNQs and the end of a burgeoning career, but persevered with that. And Nick Padmore, he never hangs around, makes everything look exciting. And as he goes through the runoff area at the top, or the run-through area after the finish line, you can see the car moving around, David, on the bumps. It's not a smooth ribbon of tarmac up there under the trees.
No, far from it. And this is David Brabham at the wheel of more Formula 5000 machinery from the Frank Matic team. Formula 5000 was a big hit down under in Australia and in New Zealand. This Alexander Boswell next up the hill. He is heading towards us now in the Ferrari 500 625A, a 1952 Formula 1 style Ferrari. Very simple in its shape, very simple in its design. Again, driver sitting up high, huge steering wheel. Forget roll bars or any real safety. It was just you in control of that car.
It was, and Ferrari really hit the ground running. They were ready when Formula 1 dropped down to Formula 2 rules for 52. Alberto Ascari didn't attend the first race. He won everything thereafter and carried that form on into 53. So 2 titles under his belt. Another driver who hit the ground running, didn't matter what when he started Formula 1 in the mid-60s. But Jackie Stewart, it's just a timeless sight. Jackie in the Tyrell 003, with which he took the first of his World Championship titles with a Tyrrell. Of course, he picked one up in a Matra run by Tyrrell in 1969 and then completed the hat-trick 2 years later. But this is a very sweet car for Jackie, been in the family collection ever since. And so Jackie just loves bringing it here to Goodwood.
Yes, we were discussing earlier, weren't we, 1971, his World Championship season, his second victory, and it had come after Matra had decided it wanted its own engines and its own cars, and Ken Tyrrell didn't want to go that route. They had a march for a season, but it wasn't a success, and so they brought out the Tyrrell 001 at the end of 1970, and it was quick, but not quite right, not quite reliable, and a lot of development was done, and so as the 1971 season started, they came out fighting. It didn't dominate the year, but it had the advantage over the Ferraris, which was effectively the next best opposition, and the Ferraris were just unreliable.
There certainly were, and another driver in that mix, of course, was Ronnie Peterson, who was in a march, so times were changing all the time. Good to see the 2 003s with very different frontal treatments. In fact, there's an 001 going up the hill, I beg your pardon, with that flat plane across the front. Adam Tyrrell, son of the great Ken. It's lovely to see those cars in the sunlight here at Goodwood.
We've also just had Marino Franchitti through in the Brabham BT44B, the ex-Carlos Royterman car, and as we've been saying over the course of the weekend, the Argentine sadly passed away yesterday, so it's particularly poignant that an ex-Carlos Royterman chassis is here as Nick Fennell comes across the line in the Lotus 25, the sort of car that Jim Clark had colossal success with. And Marino Franchitti in that Martini livery in Brabham with the monster airbox has already gone through. We have then Andy Willis with the BRM, got Jeff Underwood to come as well, Drew Marsco heading to the line. This is Jeff Underwood that we're looking at next in the Repco engine Brabham 3-litre V8 car. And by that stage they were getting, still without the aero, but slightly wider and much fatter tyres.
Much louder, suddenly having that doubling of engine size. But Repco, the little Australian engine manufacturer, not really even a racing engine company, but Jack Brabham spotted the potential. He took the title in 66 in the BT20, we've seen that up the hill. And then his teammate Denny Hulme from across the Tasman Sea from New Zealand won the title in 67. Right, the first BRM to take a race victory, the P25. Driven up the hill very, very nicely indeed. That first win came in 59. It didn't open the floodgates for a couple of years, but then in 1962, Graham Hill delivered in style both the constructors' and drivers' title for BRM.
Yes, this is Charles McCabe's car that Andy Willis, that looks after it, is driving. It was a car that Joe Bonnier took to race win. Drew Marsco here in the BRM P261, which is another car that is great to see on the hill. Drew Marsco at the wheel of the, again, very, very attractive P261 that is again from that cigar-shaped era, successful in Formula 1 and the Tasman Series. And it's a Jackie Stewart car as well, because he drove that to honours in Monza in 1965 and Monaco the year after.
Yeah, Jackie really did arrive in a splash. He'd been racing north of the border, gradually creeping south, and as soon as he came down to Goodwood Motor Circuit and had a test. Smaller car for one, Ken Tyrrell. Ken knew what he was looking at there and then. Jackie went off to BRM, started becoming a winner, but Ken couldn't wait to get him back on board.
No, that's Ben Mitchell driving the Rob Zlamplu-owned BRM P48, 2.5-litre four-cylinder car. This was a rather hastily created machine, in fairness. Parts from the Type 25 were used, and the Monaco Grand Prix, when they debuted, Joe Bonnier took 5th, Graham Hill had a 3rd in the Dutch Grand Prix, but the cars were so unreliable, they were really only the 2 finishes worth shouting about.
Absolutely so, David, but of course the main job there was to get the engine behind the driver's shoulders. The writing was on the wall, courtesy of Cooper and Lotus, that no longer could you achieve great things in Formula 1 with the engine at the front. Now, BRM did things very differently. For some years they had as many as 4 or sometimes 5 cars at a Grand Prix. Management was trying to get more and more money into the team. Didn't always work, and often just that little bit too complicated, but they were great looking cars at the early 1970s. Very, very sleek. In the hands of the likes of Pedro Rodriguez, boy did they fly on the circuits where all that V12 power was used.
Yes, I mean, BRM had a tumultuous end to its time, didn't it, with Louis Stanley's autocratic way of running the team, but he did a lot of good elsewhere in the sport. Now, what about this? The Aston Senna McLaren, the 1990 World Championship winning car. Rob Garofal at the wheel of it, but compared to today's cars, even though 1990 doesn't seem that long ago, it is a very simplistic, almost basic design, but it worked and it was effective, and it was a battle all season between the McLaren of Aston Senna, the Ferrari of Alain Prost. They went to Japan to buy the championship title, and at turn 1 there was contact between the two, Aston effectively admitting that he took Prost off, and it was his world championship, and created even more bad blood between the two.
Well, don't forget, just a year before at Suzuka they'd come together at Chicane, and many people sort of blamed that one more than slightly on Alain Prost, but it wasn't Formula 1's finest moment, but it was one of its finest cars. And frankly, David, when you just point out that the car is only 31 years old, I find it hard to believe. Back even further in time, back to 1982, a tumultuous year in Formula 1, because very few people managed to find an advantage, and that was the FW, the 82 car. Jenson Button at the wheel. I thought he was due to be down. He'll be hating every moment here.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Team owner these days. Formula 1 world champion. Jenson Button raced in British GT at the end of last year, and intrinsically involved these days in his own race team with Chris Buncombe, his best mate, with Bob Neville, who used to engineer and race cars himself, and is now the RJN in Team Rocket RJN. Rocket, which was the team name that Jenson and his father played, John Button, had when they went karting, and Jenson Button taking over this FW08, the sort of car that won the 1982 Formula 1 World Championship. Keke Rosberg took only one win, the Swiss Grand Prix in France at Dijon, but it was enough on the points with all sorts of dramas over the year. He won the World Championship from John Watson that year, and the 2 Williams then goes over the line. And dare one say this was the Escort Mark II of Grand Prix cars. I mean, it was just
slab-sided.
Well, the FW07 was simple, but it was so effective season after season.
It was, and the power was nice and plain and easy to use. Of course, there were the turbo years, particularly early turbo years. Would you like some power? Order it now. Here it's come. Yes, we've delivered it for you. Sorry you were mid-corner at the time. They took a lot of learning. But we moved through the years. We've had a Ferrari just running up the hill. Now Red Bull, great to see them up on the hillside. Liam Lawson seems to be a school of young New Zealand racing drivers coming to the single-seater racing in Europe. And for a small country way away from the centre of the racing world, it is truly amazing, this conveyor belt. A bit like Welsh Fly Halves back in the 1970s.
Yes, you could argue Denmark is another tiny nation that keeps belting out very good racing drivers. But yeah, Liam Lawson is a man with a great future ahead of him. Currently one of the leading lights in 2, heading now up the hill to the kink and then through past the flint wall. There he is. But yeah, Liam Lawson in this Red Bull, the Mark Webber car from 2011. And it's great to have Liam Lawson here. First time at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It was a Mark Webber and Sebastian Vettel partnership, of course. Is partnership the right word by that stage for their relationship? Anyway, they were the 2 drivers of the cars, let's put it that way.
They like to get together. That Turkish Grand Prix, do you remember? I shall have a go at you, you shall have a go at me. But that's the history of Formula One. It hasn't been harmonious from one side of the pit garage to another, even in the days when they didn't have pit garages. But of course, back in the 50s and 60s, you couldn't afford to take the risks they did now because the cars were certainly not as robust. The tracks certainly were a whole lot closer. Ferrari F2007. Fabian Setang driving up the slope, and again, I think just experiencing, the fact these cars are now in privateer hands. This wasn't a Ferrari thing when things like that were things.
Yes, we've got close for a walk in it, but these days, the Corsa Clienti, the privateer element of Ferrari race days, where the factory come and run the cars for you, is quite something. Esteban Gutierrez then now in this Mercedes-Benz F1 W10 EQ Power Plus, to give it its full title, and it was the dominant car of its season, wasn't it? 15 wins out of 21 starts that year, and Esteban Gutierrez, dare one say, is another of those talents that Formula One allowed to escape.
And often you can't work out why he didn't put a wheel wrong, except the stars weren't in alignment, but they seem to be now very, very precise in terms of his spinning in front of the house. It's so embarrassing when it goes wrong.
It won't go wrong for Esteban. No. He was one of the stars of the Formula BMW Championship that supported the Grand Prix with his oh-so-enthusiastic mum, who used to be omnipresent in front of the cameras. Then he dominated the first season of GP3, rose to Formula One, but the momentum wasn't quite able to carry him to the very top. But now with his relationship with Mercedes as development and test driver, he is still very much involved in experiencing what Formula One cars are like and maintaining a relationship with F1 in this guise.
Mexico, of course, have plenty to cheer on these days because, of course, Checo, Sergio Perez has been putting in, his career had almost come to the end at the end of last year, and everyone felt really sorry because he's put in a good, solid stint, and it's great to have him at Red Bull this year.
Yeah, and a winner after that rather turbulent race in Baku, yes, with Max Verstappen's accident and a bunch of Lewis Hamilton making that mistake and going up the escape road. Now, that, I think, is Alexander West at the wheel of the McLaren, but the car doesn't want to yet play ball. This is the McLaren from 2000, which was the year after Mika Hakkinen had taken his second World Championship, the David Coulthard chassis of this car. But Alexander West, for the moment, is a rather frustrated owner of said machine because it ain't going very far. So fingers crossed it won't be long before we get an answer to this. All the effort of bringing the car here. Alexander West is a very quick AM in GT racing. He was a class winner at Misano last week by just, get this, 1,000th of a second. That was the margin between him and the Mercedes of Dominic Baumann when they got to the line. Had that timing line been, a millimetre left or right, it could have been a different story. But as it was, Alexander West just hung on for a class win.
It's almost impossible to calculate that little measurement. It is the paint on the nose of the car, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Yes. I mean, these days, timing is down to 1,000th of a second, but everybody that looked at it as the camera shot had them coming towards us thought, no, I think the Mercedes has got it, but Alexander did hang on. Right, the car is, by the look of it, good to go.
There's a heat haze, the chocks are out when the car wasn't working, and now the marshal waving it into position. So Alexander West, the very, very enthusiastic Swedish racer who has really hit the racing scene in a bang. I think he first surfaced about 5 years ago, but he's been ticking off his wish list and certainly driving down the thing. But while there's a standstill, let's go to the top of the hill because Ed Foster has got Jenson Button.
Jenson Button we see you in all types of machinery, but Keke Rosberg's championship winners, something else, isn't it?
It is. It's very special. First of all, it's amazing to be back here. Yeah, I'm so glad today as well that the weather's beautiful and we can have a full house of people, and all the fans are here to watch these beautiful works of art driving up the hill. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, some of them 6. Yeah, it's a really special event, Goodwood, and I think we love it more than ever this year.
Now, you've stepped away from Formula One, but you're probably almost busier now than you were when you were racing. What are you up to?
I definitely have a lot of different things on, but loving it. I'm working with Sky Sports F1, obviously, for a lot of the Grand Prix. I'm also working with Williams as a senior advisor, which is great because I get to play in such beautiful cars like this. This is, as you said, this is Keke Rosberg's championship-winning car from 1982, the FW08, and apart from not having a front on it, I mean, my legs are dangling out the front of the car, which is a little scary. Apart from that, it's just stunning. The gearbox just works beautifully, and yeah, it really is a pleasure to drive. As so many of these are, we just forget, I think. We keep moving on with time, looking forward, and it's nice to take a step back and really reminisce.
Now, you mentioned Williams there. You are there as a special advisor. We've seen Williams move up the grid this season. What's the future look like for them?
I think it's been an exciting year. I think, seeing the last couple of races, the qualifying job that George has done and the whole team has done, and also the race performance. They are a little bit more competitive in qualifying than the race at the moment, but it will come, and I think the important thing is that they can see a future, and that's what's always key within a team. If you can see a bit of light, you do work that extra bit, and it's lovely to see the progress. The atmosphere in the team is good. I think Jos Capito's doing a great job of leading the team. Yeah, great atmosphere, and it's exciting for the future, I think. But it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. They're not going to be winning races next year, but in a few years' time, they could be at the front again, which is what we all love to see. It's such a special team to so many of us.
Now, you obviously get to drive cars like this now, but do you miss it? Do you miss the Formula One cockpit?
I miss the cockpit, yes. I don't miss travelling to 23 races a year. I've got 2 kids now and fully settled in California, so I couldn't do the travelling, but I love driving. I'm a racing driver. It doesn't have to be Formula One cars. It's everything I love. So really enjoying, out in my life outside Formula One, and I get to drive other things. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Tomorrow is a day of Lotus for me. I'll be driving the Emira up the hill, which should be fun. I've done quite a bit of work with it already, and in the future you might see me at a long distance race, which I'm hoping to get to in a couple of years.
Well, we'd all love to see that. You've stepped away from the cockpit, from the Formula One cockpit, but you are now a team principal in in Extreme E. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Extreme E's been great. The first race in Saudi, I think everyone's like, oh, there's so much sand, there's so much dust, how can they race? Yeah, but it's a learning experience for us all, and that's why it's been fun also working with Lotus Engineering, because it's a big learning experience for all of us together, and it's amazing how far the category has come in just 2 races. Our team has done a great job so far, running 3rd in the championship. I was racing in the first race, not the second, and after seeing what job Kevin Hansen did in the second race, I think I might leave it to him. But Michaela's done a great job as well. She's a very experienced circuit racer and really got to grips with it off-road. So really enjoying the category. It's got a great meaning behind it, travelling to countries that have been really affected by climate change, and a lot of new technologies coming out of it, whether it's electric or hydrogen, which has been the big thing with the hydrogen generator charging the cars. And yeah, it's a fun category to be part of, and it's got real meaning. So,
Jensen, it's absolutely fabulous to see you here. Thank you so much for coming, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Cheers, thank you. I love that long piece after.
that win. So here Sanchez are the only two to win both their heat races and go into the final as favourites. Round 2, heat 2. Kenny 3390 managed to take Comas 74's lead away from him to go on to win the race. They're the only two qualifiers from this heat. Prima Almado, Maxi Depeche, Sawlow off the road for the last corner, giving Rocky 05, Dean Allen the race lead, and ultimately the race win. Wheel back between TQF James, Volume Coupe. That resulted in a spin for James, the end of his qualifying home. 10 qualifiers. Faye FedEx and Jorge won both their races, while the other 6 drivers with one race all earned their places in the final. 1 second or 1 third was enough for Kaisuke, Calvin Tong and Sitcam Alexander Brown to make it through. 7 different countries are represented in the final: Uruguay, Spain, France, Denmark, Australia, Hong Kong and the USA. Both represented nations in France with green lights.
So as the next group of cars will shortly be making their way for the start line, we're not that far away from the next look at timed practice for the shootout. One of the star cars of the weekend, as ever, here has been the Beast of Turin. I know we've talked about it a lot, but it is one of those cars that you can't help but just marvel at. And somebody else that's been jaw-dropping in its company has been Bryn Lucas.
There are many stars at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This one here comes year after year after year, and it is a thing of beauty. It is the Fiat S76, the Beast of Turin. It's a fire breather. These exhausts here, they just lick out flames. So when you're in the passenger seat, here, you will get hit by the flames itself. 28-litre engine, that is incredible, isn't it? 28-litre, 4 cylinders. It must be a bucket per piston. Absolutely incredible beast, this thing here. It was built really as a land speed car, and it does go very, very fast. There were 2 of them made, and this one here is an amalgamation of those 2. And if you have a look inside the cockpit, it's a chain-driven car, so you've got these big chains that drive the wheels, and when you're in it, it feels like you're chugging. It doesn't feel like you're driving. It feels like you're being in a train, being chugged up the hill. But you can see just how rough and ready it is. You've got the wooden panels inside as well. And when Duncan Pittaway, the driver, is driving this car, if you're in the passenger seat here, all he spends most of his time is reaching between your legs to fiddle with these different levers. And I'm sure that's not just for fun. But it is an incredible, incredible car, and it really does get a lot of people excited. And it is easy to see why when you see it going up the hill with those flames licking out the side of it. And let's get a reaction from a few of the people that are here. If we run around, let's talk to these 2 guys, because they look like they're admiring this Beast of Turin. Gents, you look like you're admiring this.
We are admiring.
Have you seen it before?
Yeah, I have seen it before.
What do you think?
Awesome.
Awesome.
It's just something else, isn't it, with the flames coming out of the exhaust. And
what is it about, in particular, the S76 that makes people get so excited? Because it is a thing of beauty.
It's the atmosphere around it, isn't it? Just how everybody looks.
I heard a rumour that Duncan Pittaway, the guy who owns it, when he drives it here, he has to refuel 11 times. He only lives in Oxford.
Well, I'm not surprised.
And yourself?
Yeah, I just think it's a marvellous machine, really. I mean, they done it up a few years ago. Absolutely superb. When it goes up the hill, it's shooting out flames. It's, yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely right. That just gives you a sense, thanks guys, it gives you a sense, doesn't it, of the excitement that this car can bring to Goodwood Festival of Speed. Another quick story for you about Duncan Pittaway. He had a big crash in a historic race, not in this. It wasn't a great crash, but you can see it online if you want to. And he came out of the car in the crash and he injured his collarbone. He actually broke his collarbone. About 2 weeks later, he then went and saw his mate in his garage and fell in his mate's inspection pit and did his collarbone in again. So the guy's, what's the word, I suppose, accident prone, maybe, but he has got a beautiful, beautiful car, and it's always a pleasure to see it here at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Well, back in the assembly area, and I've bumped into Sally Mason-Stirrups. Have I got that right?
Yes, absolutely perfect.
Wonderful. Now, Sally, you have been at every single one of the Festival of Speed events. 20-something years.
28 years, I think it is. But bearing in mind, we all started as children, you realise, we're all about diddly boos.
But how wonderful, and you've driven at every single one of those?
Every single one. I'm a very lucky girl with a vast selection of cars. So this year I've got the old 166, which was the first car on the hill on the very, very first Festival of Speed. So it was #1 that very first year. And since then I've been lucky enough, we had a little single-seater Ferrari, GT40s, Maserati 300Ss and the old Comp Daytona. So who's a lucky girlie?
Absolutely. And you actually own this car as well,
yes,
don't you?
Well, we're very good, husband and I. We jointly own everything. We just leap from one to the other.
And how long have you had this particular car?
Don't laugh, getting on for 40 years. I mean, a long, 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 long time.
Insane.
So it's very much part of the family.
Absolutely. And what I love here at Goodwood, we see the cars running, but we see how immaculate they are. This is a member of the family.
Very much so, but bearing in mind, he's full of patina like me. He's not a restored car. He's a very, very original car, which, it's a racing car. It needs to have that patina. It comes alive when it's, the engine and the noise and the whole shebang.
Absolutely, and I love it because here at Goodwood, for less and less we experience the real visceral feeling of motorsport, but now we're getting the older engines running, we're seeing the old cars moving around, and we get the smells, and we get the sound, and we get that rumble through the body.
Absolutely, and it is, it's hairs on the back of your neck.
Yes.
It's so exciting. And I love this electric area, is amazing. And, when you see the times they do and all the rest of it, but you need the noise.
Yes.
You need the noise.
What do you think of the festival? If you've known it from day one, how has it changed?
Obviously, it's changed within, you just can't imagine it, because the very first year, I think the Duke thought there might be 5,000 people who would arrive, and I think there were 25,000, and they were collecting money in plastic bags and God knows what. So obviously I've seen it go from a very, very small event. We had baling twine by the side of the hill and all the rest of it. So now, it's mega, mega enormous. But what a fantastic job.
Yes.
This year out of any year, I think we all feel so lucky to be here.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for chatting to us. Lovely to meet you, and enjoy your run.
I will indeed. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sally.
Thank you.
Roger Penske, great to see you here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. You brought the sunshine to start with, so thank you for that.
Well, listen, I wouldn't want to run up that mountain or up that hill in the rain, I can tell you. I heard it might be coming, but no, it's been a fantastic couple of days for me.
Yeah, how many times have you been to Goodwood?
Well, I've been to Goodwood Rolls-Royce because we represent them in our car business. This is the first time that I've been to Goodwood. I know the Duke of Richmond has asked me many, many times, but because of our racing schedule in the U.S., it's always been a conflict. But this year I was coming, and again, we're glad to be here. My wife's here with me, and to think about it, it's really amazing.
That is fantastic. It's nice to make it a family affair, and I think especially in the backdrop of COVID, where so much uncertainty. It was only like 2 weeks ago we knew this event was really going to be going ahead with the pilot scheme in this country. So it's great to have people like yourself here. I'm really eager to find out where your love affair with motorsport came from.
Well, if you go back, I guess, to 1951, my dad took me to Indianapolis. And I've been to Indianapolis every single year except when we had a little bit, when we stepped out with kart championship auto racing teams. And I guess that was the bug. And from that point on, I either wanted to be a driver, and I turned out being a car owner and a track owner, and now we're a series owner. So I guess once it gets in, you can't get it out.
Well, you did race as well, didn't you? Had a couple of dabbles in F1.
Right, had F1 a couple of times, and ironically today a man brought me a program from 1963 when I won the bank holiday race at Brands Hatch. Can you believe that? How many years ago was that?
It's
almost 60 years ago.
You're looking good on it.
Well, listen, I was amazed, but there was I remember Graham Hill, many of the great drivers, Mike Parks, a lot of people were in that race, and I had a chance to compete here. So that's the last time I really raced here until I tried to go up the hill here with a Spider.
What then was your transition from driver to team owner?
Well, I think one thing was that I became an automotive dealer, and in order to become one, General Motors didn't want me to be a driver. I couldn't get insurance. I had borrowed money from banks, so I made a decision at that point to step out of the driving seat and become a businessman. And then through that, we were a Chevrolet dealer. I decided to race Corvettes. We started a team back, many years ago. I think 66, 67. We got into Trans Am, then to Indianapolis, and we never turned back.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And of course, IndyCar, NASCAR as well. Wherever we look at American motorsport, your name is all over it.
Well, we've been fortunate. I think we're at 592 victories now, and ironically, last weekend we won the race at Mid-Ohio with Joseph Newgarden in IndyCar, and it was exactly 50 years ago, 5 decades, we won our first IndyCar race at the Pocono 500 in a McLaren, I would say, with Mark Donohue, so must be karma coming here.
I remember an interview with him straight after, actually. He seemed to be so happy. He was buzzing about that fact as well. He couldn't believe 50 years, and he was a part of that history as well because of it.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think about that long. But the team and the people have made the big difference in our organization. And we've just got great people, longevity, and I think the drivers are just been outstanding.
Yeah, and of course, Formula One in America as well is a growing sport as well. We're seeing Americans take to Formula One now and see it as a not competition to F1, to IndyCar, but certainly work alongside.
Well, I think it's maybe a different demographic. We got a lot of international people come to Formula One. COTA was always very successful, and now with the race in Miami will be terrific. So we hope to maybe have a Formula One race at Indianapolis because, we have an FIA certified track there. So we'll see. The last time they were there, they had the tire problems, but we'd love to have one at Indianapolis, but we'll see.
We certainly shall. Roger, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm joined now by Harry King, Porsche Junior driver. What does that mean to be a Porsche Junior driver, Harry?
So the Porsche Junior program is a 2-year program which you get supported by Porsche, not only financially but also in every other respect. For example, your physical, also media training. So I'm very privileged to get the opportunity to race in Porsche Carrera Cup GB, and as a junior, this is just another one of those prestigious events that you gain access to for being a junior. So I'm very lucky to be taking the brand new Porsche 992 race car up the hill. It's the first time it's appeared in the UK, so got to keep it on the black stuff. But what a trusty tool it is for the hill.
And what a wonderful experience for you to be driving the hill at such a young age.
Yeah, I haven't noticed, but I am one of the youngest guys here, I think, something like that. But it's a real honour to share the same bit of tarmac with some legends and some legendary cars. So it's a really cool opportunity, and I'm just soaking it all up. First event on the hill. I was lucky enough to do the circuit last year due to COVID, but the hill is just a completely different event, and I'm loving every moment.
So was last year your first festival? Well, it wasn't Festival of Speed Week, wasn't it? But this is your first Festival of Speed, is it?
Absolutely, yeah. I was a bit gutted when they cancelled the hill climb. The circuit was, I thought that was amazing, and then we come here and this is just another level. So it's such a cool event, and those 50 seconds up the hill, the adrenaline rush you get from that is just second to none.
Absolutely wonderful. Well, when we were introduced yesterday by David Addison, he did say that you are tipped to be a future GT star. So, ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen him here first, but Harry King, Porsche Junior driver, thank you for joining us. Enjoy the hill.
Thank you. I will. Thanks.
And if you follow Carrera Cup GB, one of the support races to the British Touring Car Championship on ITV4, you'll see this season's battle between Harry King, reigning champion, and double champion Dan Camish, and it's getting very tasty indeed. Next stop is Alton Park for that championship at the end of this month. We are almost ready for the timed practice session for the shootout. That is coming up in the next few minutes. We've got the teams coming back from the top of the hill, some of the support vehicles coming back as well, and once we are clear, then we will be in business with the timed practice. But let's just remind ourselves what the ultimate run looked like all those years ago when Nick Heidfeld took to the hill. Nick Heidfeld at the time racing in Formula 3000, he was given the tools for the job, the latest Formula 1 McLaren, and away he stormed. This was quite some run up the hill. You can see just how much effort was put into the run itself because Nick Heidfeld left nothing on the table, but never was that car totally stable, darting around, bouncing around. You think it's only 1.16 miles, but this was some commitment as he charged his way up towards Molecombe Corner, having to try to get the tyre temperatures and the pressures up, having total confidence in the car, going from the light to the shade, up towards the Flint wall, darted past it, massive precision on that. Then through the kink, speed building now up towards the finish line. And this was, for the time that stood for well over a decade as Nick Heidfeld got to the line. Again, the car quivering as the power kicked in, 41.6 seconds. And it was only last year that Romain Dumas, sorry, 2 years ago, the last running of the event, that Romain Dumas in the electric Volkswagen IDR went quicker within the qualifying session. But because it had been a damp and drying Sunday, didn't go faster in the actual official run. So arguably the record stands, but a faster time has been posted. It's one of those rather grey areas, but that was quite some run, wasn't it?
Every time I watch it, there seems to be more bumps in the track.
Yeah,
I know it's a replay,
yeah.
but I mean, that car was never in a straight line. And Nick was young, impressionable, but very, very keen to impress McLaren. Every opportunity had to be grabbed. He didn't get it offered a bowler hat and an ice cream like that gentleman sitting in the grandstands, but it was phenomenal. And at the time you think, wow, that was amazing, but it will be beaten. But I think it took such a long time, and then it took a car that conquered the Pikes Peak hill climb. Couldn't be more of a different event, but that VW ID.R was phenomenal in the hands of Romain Dumas. But full marks to Nick Heidfeld.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for it to stand for so many years was quite something. Now, on the subject of the shootout, the Volkswagen IDR was much the quickest car 2 years ago. That has now been retired, and so what we have this year is a shootout which is perhaps more competitive, more closely fought, harder to pick a winner from than we've had for a few years. Maybe Justin Law is going to prove to be the man to beat. Maybe it's Rob Bell in the McLaren GT3 car from yesterday. Maybe Jeremy Smith in the Marlboro liveried Spice. That's one of the beauties of this year, and we're going to have a few more clues maybe after this session.
Exactly. Yesterday was very much their sighter lap. In fact, Justin Law didn't realise he was in it. He was heading. He said to the champagne tent, they said you're due in the car in 20 minutes' time, starting your hill climb practice. But of course, the XJ R12D. He knows it forwards and backwards. He knows the hill. He's taken to it every single year since I was a child, it appears, and is fantastic. But it really, I think this year looks like it could be the closest one for a very long time. I think there are 4 or 5, maybe other drivers who were just being a bit careful yesterday who could take a tilt, and that's a very good way to start a hill climb. We're going to build, of course, towards the finale when it all comes to that fine point on Sunday afternoon. And I cannot wait for that. But today the track is in much better condition. Yesterday morning, believe it or not, there was a slick of mud over it. It had been rain overnight, and it takes a while, particularly, David, up under the trees at the top, under the trees at the bottom for the heat to get in the track. And now I think we're in pretty perfect conditions.
Well, yesterday the best time that was done was Rob Bell with the McLaren 720S GT3X, 48.91 seconds. As there you see the start line with the bricks from Indianapolis, from the Brickyard, given to Goodwood some years ago as part of the start line here. Rob Bell, Justin Law, second yesterday, 50.04 seconds. Travis Pastrana's Subaru Impreza was third quickest. Harry King, fourth in the Porsche. Jeremy Smith, fifth in the Spice. And Jake Hill, another of the young guns, another of the stars of the British Touring Car Championship, sixth fastest yesterday in Rick Wood's Nissan Skyline.
And I think what we forget, a lot of these drivers, I won't include Justin Law in this category, are drivers driving cars up the hill that they haven't driven in anger up the hill before, and that's a big thing. You don't want to be the young superhero or even the old superhero who then has to apologise to the car's owner because they only did one of the 1.16 miles to the top of the hill.
Well, the order in which they will go is a rather random one before we get to the official shootout itself, but I think the hill is pretty much clear, so we can't be too far away, I wouldn't have thought, from getting cars in business. Yes, the marshals wave them forward, and when Faye Crook there on the right of the screen tells you to move, you do as you are told. So in a moment the cars come forward. Ben Collins, by the look of it, no, Alice Jurasek today is going to drive the Praga. So Ben Collins drove it yesterday. This a car that's doing remarkable things in the British-based Brick Car Endurance Championship. It's almost a sports racer for the road, isn't it?
It really is. It's sort of a squint and you think absolutely that's a sports prototype car. Beautiful waist on it, wonderful. And in fact, David, I really like the blue and white livery with the stripes going from tail to tail, following the contours of that car. It just makes it look light and nimble. You know what? Praga R1 probably is light and nimble, and Alice Jurasek very quickly into Moulcombe, a little bit of caution right towards the end of the track on the outside, into that bank of shade, which can't make it easy when trying to spot exactly where you're trying to place. And just remember, the clock keeps ticking on, but the best time yesterday, just a whisker, 59 seconds. This shouldn't be able to challenge it, but actually putting in a very, very good fit.
Yeah, it won't be far off, I would have thought. Although Alice Jurasek is completely new to all of this, didn't do the run yesterday. It was Ben Collins who was told behind the wheel, so he's learning all the time. We've got Romain Dumas next in the Glickenhaus hypercar. Then there is Ian Simmons in his Formula 1 Tyrrell. We've lost the timing for the moment.
52.15 seconds, just grabbing another screen to take a look. So I said it wouldn't be that close. It's about 2.5 seconds away. I apologise.
Well, yeah, not a bad first effort, that, was it? As here is Romain Dumas, then, the man that has that fastest ever run up the hill to his name, and heading towards the kink now, the Glickenhaus, the next generation of car for the World Endurance Championship. It's neat, this is tidy, but it doesn't to the eye look that quick.
Well, those are often the really, really quick laps, but let's see, slightly slower, 54.01 seconds. I think there is more to come, but of course this is a car a bit not damaged. There aren't that many Glickenhauses around with which to replace it. Ian Simmons in the Tyrrell 012, just coming down under the shade. It appears to have backed off a little bit, to my eye at least.
But he's quicker than he was yesterday, because I think Ian was the first to go yesterday, and he was very, very gentle in that car, perhaps understandably. Rather not gentle is Travis Pastrana with the Subaru Impreza WRX, who is throwing everything at this. He's just gone blasting round Moulcombe. He might even catch the Tyrrell looking at this. There he is, Travis Pastrana on the limit. Oh so close to the bales, oh so close to the wall. And the very spectacular American driver is about to thunder his way up towards the timing line. Alice Girasek is still the fastest, but Travis Pastrana looks as though he might be able to better that. Let's see, 47, 48, 52.1 to beat. Yes, 48.3. Well, 3.8 seconds quicker. Wow.
Wow, and that's the fastest time yesterday. And we saw him just going past the flint wall. He left a sheet of paper between the right-hand flank of his car and the straw bales. If you hit them, suddenly your car will be bounced across the track on the corners. So precision is everything. Kenny Atchison, that fabulous Sauber Mercedes C9. It's a big, wide brute, not the ideal car for up the hill. But Kenny also, he owns this car, doesn't want to dent it.
And he's never been here before either, so he's learning about the hill climb. He owns it. He has won in it in period with Mauro Baldi, both at Brands Hatch and at Spa. Behind him is Harry King in the Porsche 911. He's gone through Moulcombe, and Harry could possibly get up to rival that top time. This is Justin Law in the Jaguar, who certainly will rival that top time, I would have thought.
Well, it was half a second down at Moulcombe, but the grunt of that fabulous Jaguar up the hill. We're all used to the silk cut livery ones, but of course racing in the Bud Light livery in the North American IMSA Prototype Championship looks fantastic. Oh, Justin shaves it so close to the barriers. I think he does this on muscle memory more than anything else. A quick twitch one way, quick the other way. 48.31 is the target. Here's a 46.9 second run. I thought they'd go faster, not this much faster.
46.90, then 147 miles an hour through the speed trap at the finish. Yes, 147 up a narrow lane like this. This is Adrian Formeau in the next generation World Rally car, the Ford Puma. So hybrid technology, the Ford Puma Hybrid Rally 1, which is the denomination for the next set of regulations. You've got Sam Hancock's BMW M1, and then also there is Anthony Reid set to go in the World Rally Ford Escort. So looking at Ford's future. And then past in the moment. In between is Sam Hancock with the BMW M1. Another great charismatic car, this.
Sounded absolutely brilliant as it came past the house and put the anchors on for Moulcombe, but carry as much momentum as you dare. And Sam hops from one historic car to another. Great racer. Won't be able to challenge the quickest of times, but it's a very impressive time. Mid-50s or actually high 50s for him at the end of the run in that fabulous Pro Car BMW.
Right, here comes Anthony Reid towards Moulcombe, doing something different. Ford Escort, yes, it's on tarmac, and yes, Anthony is a very accomplished pedaller, but the ex-Carlos Sainz, Luis Moya Ford Escort Cosworth is totally alien to him, really. But you wouldn't think it, would you? Because Anthony, who is a massive supporter of Goodwood events, is on it.
I don't think he's done the shootout in the same car any consecutive festival, because he just jumps from one to another. This feels a very, very different device for him. And I think with Anthony, he knows the winner. It's not the winner today or the fastest tomorrow. It's the fastest on Sunday. He'll be gaining experience. About a minute square, minute flat, 59.73 seconds for him. So that's 12 seconds down on that incredible run. 46.9. Justin Law, fastest on his Jaguar.
Now this is Graham Hill operating as Ewan Surgison in the Shadow DN1, the original Shadow, the company put together by Don Nichols, the American. Fascinating book on the history of written, and not only the company but also Don Nichols' background, which you could argue was a tad shadowy itself. It was something mysterious. This is James Wood at the wheel of the fabulous Alfa Romeo P3, the Tipo B. James drives this so well.
He does. He's driven it a lot, but again, look at a car from the 1930s. You can see precisely what the driver is doing. The upper half of their body, literally from their hips upwards, almost out of the car. James trying to keep it as smooth as he possibly can. Doesn't that P3 make a rumble in 3/4?
Oh, does it ever? And then behind him you've got Julian Majoub driving as spectacularly as Julian Majoub ever does. Then you're going to have a Ford Mach-E of Paul Swift doing driving duties in the electric Ford. So much variety, so much diversity in this.
It is. Yes, it just jumps from onto another 308C Alfa Romeo with Julian Majoub. Super spectacular. You know, the man is spectacular when he's not even in a car. He's so full of enthusiasm. Really working the tyres. So big twitch at the final corner. Gets it straight for the finish line. And let's see what sort of time Julian managed. He did a 63-second run. That's not bad for a car in the 1930s.
Now, what about a car from next year almost? The Ford Mustang Mach-E. This is the future of Ford. This is the competition version of the Mach-E. Paul Swift at the wheel of it. Let's see what he can do then as he makes his way up towards the line. No, it's going to be way down, isn't it? 46.9 to beat. The Mustang Mach-E 1400 goes 7th fastest. And the next car up the hill towards Molecombe now carrying the Ferrari. You were hearing about it a little while ago. Sally Mason-Stirren at the wheel of it, and she's been understandably cautious in a car that's been in the family for over 40 years now, this Ferrari 166 Barchetta.
And Sally just always enthusiast for all things on this hill. And but what I love, she gets out, she pats the car on the steering wheel or the bonnet and goes, she's still a great girl. And to have a car in your family for that long, among other cars, but Sally and Dudley Mason-Stirren just intrinsically linked to the Goodwood Hill climb.
Now there's another Mach-E thundering up the hill past us, which might be Richard Westbrook, because he's the other driver that's been given duties in that car this weekend, but the timing screen telling us driver is unknown for the moment, but possibly catch up at the end of the run.
He's not unknown on a worldwide basis, so if it is Richard, but he did start some practice runs yesterday,
yes.
So he's dining himself in. I don't suppose he's gone back to Bath, gone home.
And the next car towards Molecombe is Dave Coyne at the wheel of the Lotus Cortina Mark 1, and Dave is perilously close to the edge, but he got away with that going through Molecombe. That was disaster waiting for somewhere to happen, and somehow the road seemed to just get a tad wider when he needed it.
There is an element when you're in a commentary box, you get used to where cars can brake. Dave braked, I would say, about 40 metres past that point, and I think we both breathed in, but that Mark II Lotus Cortina gets towards the top of a hill somehow, but Dave is a superstar.
Absolutely, that was the biggest Co-Brown moment we've had all day. I think Dave Coyne did a ripper job of getting away with that. This car, owned by the Miles family, John Miles, with whom Dave has raced a lot in the last few years in historic races, passed away. So Dave honouring his memory by driving the car in the approved fashion.
I think that was approved plus. Now, not every car goes up with just one person on board. As you see, George Wingard muscling Mercedes up the course, 1914, over 100 years old. And, of course, why not take a friend on board as well? When you think about the car, yes, 1914, but it's being hustled with considerable aplomb up the charts.
Ben Collins also pressing on as he makes the run towards the finish line. George Wingard we had as well on the hill, as has been saying. So having a look at some of these much earlier cars, such as the Blitz and Benz, for example, which, again, when you consider what they can do in a straight line, it is still mighty impressive.
It really is, and George knows this hill very well now, transatlantic visitor, but he's been a perpetual visitor here, and it's great to have that car on board.
Yes, here it is then, heading up the hill. George Wingard with the Mercedes Grand Prix. Ben Collins, that we've just seen go through, that was 71.12 seconds, so this kind of class battle, and see what George Wingard can do. It's not quite as Larry a run up the hill, is it? More caution, certainly understandable.
No, quite so, and car is old, and George is also of advancing years, but he loves his visitor to come and play. No, it's a reality, and I tip my hat off. We saw mid-80s Roger Penske doing a great run in the Porsche Spider early, and George
So Justin Law is the fastest thus far, as expected. Jeremy Smith, Ron Bell, two of those quick drivers still to come. Right, Gareth Graham is on his way up the hill right now. Gareth Graham with the Bentley 4.5 litre Parkwood Saloon. That's just going up towards Molecombe, and it looks as though it should be in the Concours d'Elegance, but it is actually being hustled along pretty effectively. Again, given its years, its advancing age, and its relative lack of power gets out. And there it is, about as standard a motoring machine as you can imagine for this.
It's great though. I love the fact that we've had some great races at the revival and the members meeting over the years with cars with roofs that needed to be folded down in the Georgian, the Edwardian race, but pressing on as hard as he can.
So too is Eddie Williams and the Fraser Nash that we've seen Pat Blakeney Edwards driving. That's just gone through Molecombe. and then Geraint Owen is going to be the next driver up the hill. We had yesterday 38 cars in the shootout. One of those I fear we have lost. Bradley's Aston Martin Ulster shed a wheel, just completely sheared off on the run to the first corner, and that I fear we ain't going to see again. But anyway,
he does. You often see the tail wanting to step out, a little adjustment on the throttle, and gets back into the bottom. Again, just the sheer dynamism of the drivers and the cars in these early races. And you can see as they got lighter and lighter, and the power was kept at the same level, so much more performance on hand. And then if you want something absolutely not made for purpose, it's a front engine Indy Roadster. This is the anathema of what these cars were made for. But Geraint Owen, runs all over it.
A 400 horsepower Offenhauser engine in this. They regularly campaigns in historic events around Europe, but one of Frank Curtis's craft company's creations, Curtis Craft Offenhauser, built in 1954, and had time to go 12th fastest. And then behind there is Simon Diffie, almost falling out of the side. There he is in the Maserati 250F that Simon drives in his own unique fashion.
He's one of the few drivers, David pointed it out yesterday, who leads everywhere he leads out of that car. The famous golden helmet, but such an enthusiast. He gets out of the car, he hops from foot to foot, but it is just such a glorious looking machine. Even if it only had raced as a works car with the like of Fangio at the wheel, but it filtered down through the privateers right up to, I think, 1960. Would have been completely out of place then, but I think Bob Drake raced one of the United States Grand Prix, but such a fabulous car. What was Simon's time? A 63.5 second run.
That's Rory Butcher, a British Touring Car Championship race winner. These days part, as you see, of the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK squad with this Speedworks Motorsport run Toyota Corolla. It's been a bit of a tough start to the season for Rory as he adapts to this new car from the Ford Focus in which he drove last season, but he's gone ninth, new to the hill, new to this kind of activity. But Rory Butcher, another of the next generation of stars of the British Touring Car Championship, and this is another of the great cars that the Championship's passed, the Rover Vitesse, the ex-Steve Supercar. Ken Clark, who is driving this, mechanics for TWR, Tom Walkinshaw Racing, on this car in his youth, and he's bought it, he's restored it, and now he races it.
It's a family affair. They have a Clark as a team manager as well, daughter Clark too, and but to me, I guess if Rory Butcher had been born 35 years older or earlier, he would have been driving the likes of this fabulous 3.5 litre Rover.
Jake Hill here, another of the modern day stars of the British Touring Car Championship in Rick Wood's Nissan Skyline. Jake racing Ford Focuses these days, regular podium finisher in the championship already this year, and this car from the Japanese Touring Car Championship dominated not only in Japan but also in Australia, where it was dubbed Godzilla because it devoured the opposition, no question about it, and the fans at Bathurst particularly were oh so glad to see the back of it and go back to good old V8 Holden and Fords. But four-wheel drive, four-wheel steering, it was a mighty bit of kit, and Jake Hill driving this car, but that was a slightly slower time, backing off towards the end, making me think all was not well there.
Yeah, you did wonder, certainly, Jake, even if the car had a slight problem, moved in a few seconds. Now, Nick Swift, if you've been at the Goodwood circuit over the years, has been a star in the revival and the members meeting in his little mini, and now running the Richard Longman colours. He's trying to be a star here. This is his first visit to the hill climb. But being Nick, he doesn't hang back. He attacks, and then he gets in the car and does exactly the same behind the wheel.
Indeed. Richard Longman on winning the championship through scoring points, 78-79 in the car that this is a recreation there of. Nick Swift presses on. He only has sort of two modes really. One is flat out, the other is in the bar probably, and Nick is just a true mini maestro. Great character and very much part of the Goodwood family. Now this running in a slightly off livery, it's in the Holden racing team colours. It never raced in them in period. It was a Rick Kelly Holden Special Vehicles car built by Walkinshaw Racing, the Holden Commodore of Rick Wood. It was crashed rather heavily at Bathurst in 2008 in qualifying by Paul Radicic. It was rebuilt, it was run by David Reynolds in 09. It was raced by Andy Prio in the endurance events. It became a Brad Jones racing car for Carl Reindler and Fabian Coulthard, but now in the hands of Rick Wood, and he's had some success racing it over here. Arrow's a Formula One constructor that never quite made good on its early promise, and this car in the hands of Marina McLaughlin, the A103 with a Megatron engine.
And Arena, no stranger to Formula One cars. She's had a very nice stable to exercise of McLaren's, Benettons, but this Arrow seems to be actually one of her favoured ones. Maybe it's the one she feels most at home in for this hill climb. right amount of downforce. Actually, you just need a narrow car. I think that's probably the best thing.
So Marina McLaughlin, very active in the British Women Racing Drivers Club, goes through 25th quickest within this shootout. We've just had Mark Jones go up the hill as well in the Renault Laguna. There it is. Students of the time will notice that his wheels are the wrong colour, but let's not split hairs here.
You certainly feel the Duke of Richmond will be on the phone now. Yellow wheels, please.
You thought it was too hot to wear an anorak, didn't you? Anyway, Mark Jones goes through. And just to tie this car in with the Toyota you've seen, the race shop for the Jones family is on the same industrial area.
Nice little facts there, and Emmanuel 250 GT SWB short wheelbase, the bread van. Ability with the longer tail there and the bluff tail, and Emmanuel has driven this superbly at the circuit. It's such an epic car. And Emmanuel, the arch enthusiast, pressing on but within reason. So there's certainly a lot more space to race the car around the circuit. Will he get under a minute? Not quite. It's about 63 seconds over the line. 62.99, that's close enough.
And then you are going to have Matthew Holm in the Spa 24 Hours winning BMW, the Eric Ellery Mark Duet BMW. There it is in the Aston colours, the 320 from the final days really of the Spa Classic being a touring car race, because by this stage touring car regulations were so fragmented there just wasn't the opportunity to bring them all together for one big, meaningful race. Then you've got the Ford Fiesta Pikes Peak in the hands of Ian Gwynn, thundering up the hill. That gets quicker every time we see it, and that could be another dark horse come Sunday afternoon. There is Matthew Holmes' BMW. The next car to try to find is the Pikes Peak Ford. There it is.
And you can really, it's visceral, the banging of that car as he changes up through the gears, and he's going right towards top gear now. Just the last couple of corners, he'll sweep his way to the very top of the course. And finish line just in front of him. He's got a NASCAR chasing him up the hill, but he's not being chased or caught. He's pulling clear. How good was the time at the end? 54.42 seconds. So we've still got that stunning time. Was it 46.9?
Yeah,
from Justin Law, still top of the Jaguar.
Jack Tetley Chevrolet Camaro from 2012. Proper NASCAR this, and Jack, I think it's fair to say, has got faster and faster and faster over the years, and a lot more confidence comes out of this. He's not going to beat 46.9, but he's a million miles away to go sixth quickest. Jack Tetley, who works these days for Duncan Hamilton. Now, total contrast is this. Grant Williams with the Jaguar Mark II. Something went wrong yesterday because it was in a straight line. Normally, it is oh so tail happy, and Grant Williams with a big grin on his face, another Goodwood star.
Absolutely so, and in fact what went wrong yesterday was the brakes jammed on, and they don't go fast with the brakes on. They might go sideways, but he didn't have enough speed for that, but all has been fixed, and certainly Grant is a driver who's been known, if there's been a problem with his car, to drive the whole way back down to South Wales to get replacements and be back by the following morning. Who needs sleep? Grant, 65 seconds or so over the finish line. More rumbling up the hill. We're not finished yet in this practice for the shootout.
No, Duncan Pitway is there, look, with the Gtr. So, again, it is something different. It's something quirky. Chevrolet engined, but Duncan Pitway does not do the conventional thing. Not for him, it's a turnkey race car.
No, and if it doesn't make enough noise to shake the apples off the trees, it's not a car for him. So Bill Thomas's Cheetah Chevrolet, it looks like a car with no other. There is no overhang. You can tell that there is somewhere to hang the rear number plate, and that is it. It's over the rear axle. And Loud, pretty quick too, 62 seconds for him. He goes 19th, but Duncan will chip away. But I'm thinking that time from Justin Law is looking really ominous. I thought a quick time yesterday. He didn't get south of 50 seconds, but south of 47 now, 46.9. Right, this is the Aston Martin Ulster, not the red one that lost a wheel yesterday. This is the one we saw in the Aston moment just a while earlier. Robert Blakemore picking his way up the hill, but clearly not running at the pace of the younger cars.
No, indeed. But again, in that battle between pre-war cars and early 30s cars, it won't be that slow. That's going to be an interesting fight, I think, against, for example, James Wood. Then after him, we are going to have Alexander Boswell coming up with a slightly poppy-bangy engine towards Balcombe. As we look at Robert Blakemore, I sound a little bit nervous about Alexander Boswell's progress up the hill, because that did not sound 100%, that engine, sad to say.
And in fact, that moment when you're nearly trackside, you suddenly get the smell of a hot machine having come past. That's possibly not a good sign. Well, it's an interesting smell, but it's not what they'd have been wanting to put out there.
Now you've got, heading up the hill in the John Pearson-owned Audi A4 Quattro, John Pearson Jr., Cristoforo Pirro. Emanuele drove it earlier on in the day. Chris Pirro is one of his two sons driving it now. That's the Delage of Alexander Boswell that we are slightly concerned about. He goes 33rd. Chris Pirro is next, and then you're going to have Rob Bell in the McLaren, so it's going to be all eyes on that car. the man that was fastest yesterday. Justin Law has gone 2 seconds faster on this run. What can Rob Bell do? There he is, and he's on it.
Yeah, but there was a slight lift as he left Moulcom. He kicked up the dust, slightly came off the paddock. He's got to keep his focus for the remainder of the hill. I just heard the lift. He's still pressing on. At the first interval, he was fastest by 1600ths of a second. Did that lift cost him? Because, of course, you lose momentum when you're accelerating. It hurts the whole way up the hill.
It has cost him, look, because it's a 47.3, so he's just under half a second down. But Rob Bell, then, who was quickest yesterday, misses out today against Justin Law. This is teeing up nicely between the two, isn't it, for a real dogfight on Sunday afternoon in the shootout.
Absolutely, David. It was just looking at the momentum, the warp speed that Rob Bell was approaching Moulcom in. It was phenomenal, and you just think, please, will the laws of physics allow him the opportunity of getting around the corner?
So the shootout completed, and we will round out this batch with a look at Terry Grant's two-wheeling exploits. He oh so nearly got to the top of the hill yesterday, and we'll follow his progress in a few moments' time. Right, Justin Law fastest then at the end of practice 2 for the shootout. Rob Bell second, just under half a second back. Travis Pastrana third fastest, with Harry King again living up to his bill matter fourth. Alice Yerset went first, ended up fifth, which is pretty good considering he's totally new to the hill. Adrien Formeau sixth quickest in the Ford Puma from Jack Tetley's Chevrolet Camaro, and Romain Dumas with the SCG hypercar next. Ian Gwynn's Ford Fiesta Pike to Pete ninth, ahead of Paul Swift, and then Rick Wood with the Holden Commodore. Ewan Sergeson 12th from Julian Thomas with the Andy Rouse Sierra. Rory Butcher's current day touring car 14th, Nick Swift's 1979 equivalent 15th, and Sam Hancock's 1979 Pro Car 16th. Anthony Reid in the Rally Escort next from Mark Jones and Kenny Atchison. Duncan Pittaway 20th, Geraint Owen 21st from Emanuele Pirro in the so-called bread van Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase. Julian Majoub's Alfa Romeo 23rd, and the irrepressible Simon Diffie's Maserati 250F 24th, ahead of Dave Coyne and Ken Clark. It was Richard Westbrook who was next, ahead of Matthew Holm, then Grant Williams and James Wood. Eddie Williams 31st, Ian Simmons Tyrrell 32nd.
Well, what really strikes me, David, those first two, Justin Law and Rob Bell, clear by a nose or two, but in behind it's super, super close.
Yeah, it's very competitive indeed, isn't it, between those top two, and a number of the drivers then having completed the run, having a chat amongst themselves about what it was like, and also no doubt studying the times to see who their opposition is going to be. And Ed Foster has been patrolling the top paddock for us all day long.
Justin Law, you're always quick up this hill, but a 46.9 in this, you've surely got to be quite pleased with.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that for the first timed run of the weekend. Yeah, the car's been going great so far, and I think I just got a good run in, so very happy.
I wondered, there might be a bit more time to come, but if you're choosing a hill climb car, you wouldn't really go for one of these. Is it a bit of a handful?
It is a handful. I mean, I don't know whether you saw any in-car, but on the exit of Moulcom, there was a bit of opposite lot there, which, I mean, cold tyres and 700 horsepower on a dusty road is never really a good thing when you're trying to go for a time, but it is what it is here at Goodwood, and that's what we have to deal with.
Do you always leave something in the tank, something so that you don't go over the edge?
Well, I think it's really important to work up to 10 tenths and not back from 10 tenths, so you're always leaving a little bit, and it's the most frustrating thing actually, because you always know you can go quicker, but you only get, what is it, 6 runs in the weekend, and you know, it really is, anything can happen on that last run as well. Whatever happens over the rest of the weekend, we've seen it so many times before.
Justin, I can't wait for the runs over the weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Travis Pastrana, what a wonderful climb you just did. I know Justin Law in the Jaguar has just gone a little bit quicker. How much more have you got to give?
Yeah, I'd say we probably got about a second and a half. Definitely need to learn the road a little bit. Still finding the edge of the car. I took out the hay bale kind of coming up the top, but it's just such a good wide-bodied car, and so much downforce. Just need to figure out how to use that a little better than the high-speed sections.
Now, the Festival of Speed hill climb is a bit different to what you're used to. How are you getting on with it?
No, this is great. I mean, I definitely love rally. Been doing a lot of racing here. This vehicle was made to do maybe not Pikes Peak, it's probably a little too fast, but definitely Mount Washington hill climb kind of setting. So I think this is right up the car's alley. I just gotta get everything that Subaru has.
Now, tell me a little bit more about it, because it is just, from every angle, it's amazing. From the exhaust coming out of the bonnet, all the way through to all the flips and curves on the bodywork.
No, this thing's absolutely amazing, and it flies well. It actually has adjustable arrows, so when you go through the air, there's no jumps here on this hill climb, but no, it's built for a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, 860 horsepower, super wide-bodied, and I think we can do pretty well with it up here.
Travis, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Nick Swift, we're used to Minis beating larger cars, but at the time of talking, you've put that 12th. What a fantastic effort.
That's quite ridiculous, isn't it? I love it. I'm really enjoying this so much. You know, I really didn't know what to expect, but I think it can really get me. I've worked out, I think, where I can shave off a few tenths here or there, but I'm loving it. It's such an experience.
Of course, you've already worked out where you can shave off some tenths. Now, what I can't believe, this is your first time at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just haven't trusted me or something. But it's such a privilege to be here, and after such a long time, you know, just to come out and really let your hair down and just have some fun. And it is just a huge spectacle. I love every second.
Swifty, lovely to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Cheers.
Now, we will have more cars to come shortly, namely NASCARs and touring cars and more rally cars, but ever-growing aspect of motorsport over the last 18 months or so has been esports, and it's gone from being something to do in lockdown to a really serious branch of motorsport. And let's have a look at the start of the Goodwood Williams E-Trophy presented by MasterCard. So let's have a look at some of the best bits of what has been a really good day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard. We've had Julian Majoub here hard at work in his Alfa Romeo, and as ever those pre-war early Grand Prix cars giving plenty of excitement. Rod Jack with his Alfa Romeo Monza having been amongst them. The Aston Martin Ulster of Robert Blakemore has been a feature of some of the earlier runs, as well as the timed shootout. We've had pretty Porsches, we've had fearsome Ferraris to look for as well, and Archie Collins at the start of the day, Felicity Collins later, taking the family Mercedes up the hill with a little bit of guidance. The Beast of Turin, Duncan Pittaway's omnipotent car, has been, as ever, turning heads. Ben Collins getting well wound up behind the wheel of the Fitz and Ben's Mercedes as that too tackled the hill, but Duncan Pittaway giving passengers the ride of their lives as he pressed on. Possibly, it's also fair to say, the best dressed driver with his collar and tie. Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Eddie Williams have been hustling on in the Fraser-Nash, making that work overtime. Again, all that commitment put in by the driver, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, preparer and racer, very spectacular indeed. The Curtis Offenhauser of Geraint Owen, not designed for the hill, has been another one to watch. We've had the bread van Ferrari, Emanuele Pirro, working his magic in a car. We've seen him race at Goodwood as well as now drive up the hill, and from Bentleys and Bugattis through Ferraris, through Porsches. We've had all manner of manufacturers represented during the course of the days. We've looked at early Grand Prix and sports cars, and we've moved, of course, through to much more recent machinery, but there's barely been an element of the sport that we haven't yet come across. We've had, for example, the Ford Mach-E, Paul Swift at the wheel of it. We have had the Driftcarner, this with Alexandre Clonard's 1968 Dodge Charger that was the first one away. We had George Bradley with his Nissan very sideways. Then Martin Richards and Tessa Whittock went in their Nissan Skylines. And the Driftcarner proving to be a very popular part of the day. Smokey Smith, Paul Smith, was another one with a Nissan Silvia, well worth watching. But then drama hit James Dean. It was all looking good at the start of the run, but then something, I think, broke when he had to do the proximity sensor test, and it ended up with that car bailing from its run. And Steve Biagioni, Bagsy, another driver who was throwing caution to the wind, lining up the tyres and entertaining all in front of the house. But for James Dean, there's a bit of work to be done overnight. And possibly, of course, another set of Falcon tyres needed, as when the car was running, it was devouring the rubber. Axel Hildebrand was very spectacular, as he had indeed been yesterday. The Sunoco-backed car flamboyantly arriving into the top paddock, so too Martin Richards, and then we got Grant Williams ready to go with the Mark II Jaguar, and he believed that anything the drift guys could do, so could he. So lots and lots of tyre smoke. We've had Sebastian Loeb in the Citroën. We've had rally cars from the 1980s, the mid-80s Group B era with the short wheelbase Quattro, a car that probably didn't really achieve as much as it was expected to, but was still in the hands of Volta-Roll a very competitive car indeed. Mark Jones with the late 1990s Renault Laguna Super Tourer. Tom Williams getting on board, ready for his stint. Plenty of action for the bikes as well, whether it's been on two or one wheel, but the motorbike element to the Goodwood Festival of Speed always a key part of the day. Marino Franchitti aboard Carlos Reutermann's Martini liveried Brabham BT44, particularly poignant after the sad death of the Argentine yesterday. Marc Genet and then Liam Lawson at the wheel of the Red Bull, the Honda engine car. Very spectacular indeed over the course of the day. Now another regular at Goodwood, another Goodwood hero is Dougie Lampkin. Action is never far away from Dougie, and right now he's talking to Gemma Scott.
Now I found the gnarly rad action of the gas arena. Dougie Lampkin, no stranger of course to Foz. You've been here for many, many years, entertaining the crowds. Back bigger and better than ever.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to be back. You know, we've all been away for what seems like forever. And yeah, you can tell the crowds have missed it as well. The atmosphere's been amazing. We've got away with the weather's been great today as well. We've had two really packed out shows. Only just finished now doing the autographs, and I've got a couple more things to do dotted around the site, so still got plenty going on.
What can we expect from the shows? We haven't come over to watch the show, I've seen the warm-up, so you said I could take part in the show, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I don't want to give too much away on that part though, but basically it's quite unique that we don't get many disciplines riding together so often, and here is sort of like the best time we get to do that. We've got freestyle motocross, freestyle BMX and mountain bike, and the trials.
Mega.
And we've got flatland on here as well, so it's all happening. But yeah, I've got a little surprise for you on Sunday morning. I'm just going to jump over you and hop over you while you're laying on the grass.
Sounds like a perfect Sunday morning.
Yeah, it's been something to look forward to. Maybe not so much actually, but we're at Goodwood and everything goes at Goodwood, so
Absolutely.
You'll be fine.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Talk to me a little bit about the course that we've got here, because I know you've got an inflatable ramp,
yes.
and you've got the mud ramps, or the dirt ramps, I should say. How easy is it to get all of this set up?
Oh, it takes them quite a few weeks to get set up here, especially the BMX side. That's only with dirt. And I think it's the first time it's been used in the UK, is the landing ramp, which is basically just a big airbag. But as you're riding for 4 days and the stunts that they're doing on there, you do need a little bit of help for the landing for your body, just to survive all the weekend really. They are doing some great things, and yeah, so that's a bit of a sort of a first for the UK here at Goodwood. And then we've got like a bit of a race which is not really trial, so it's quite nice to do something a little bit different. And yeah, it's a great arena. It's just great to ride with all your friends again.
Absolutely. Is it a different technique when you're landing onto the airbag?
Yeah, from what I mean, I don't go onto the airbag. I'm not brave enough to jump over that gap, but yeah, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit more forgiving, which is great because we do suffer from quite a lot of wind here at Goodwood. We always have done, and when it's windy on the floor, you can imagine how windy it is up there.
Yeah, that's true.
So it does sort of get them, but one of the lads came off in the last one, but he's fine. He just had a bit of a barrel roll, but he was up quick and he carried on riding, so we don't have to worry about him too much.
Well, it's always good fun to watch you. Almost takes me back to the kickstart days from when I was a kid, passionate about bikes in those days as well, and loving the technique and how clever you are, because certainly some of the tricks you do, it looks like it's impossible.
Yeah, no, back in the kickstart days was amazing. We used to go back to school, we were like heroes, so it's a shame that's all stopped, yeah, but yeah, no, they were great days, and everyone remembers that, so yeah, no, it's great to be here, and great to have bikes, such a big part of Goodwood as well.
Definitely.
And yeah, looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
Us too. Thanks a lot, Dougie.
Thank
See
you
you
very
later.
much. Thank you.
Gemma, there's a whole generation of people up here going, Kickstart, I remember Kickstart, it was great, used to watch that. Yes, whatever happened to Kickstart, bring it back. We've got still more to come on the hill before the end of the day. Hope you've had a good day thus far. We've got more for you. We've got the drift and the NASCARs and the touring cars, again, some of which you've just seen, I'll grant you, in that time shootout, but they'll be up the hill again. Sports racing cars, a look at Pro Drive Heritage, another action show at 5:30. And to round out the day, the supercars, the first glance, and the road bikes are going to hit the hill as well. So that is what we have to look forward to before the end of the day. The drifting NASCAR touring car rally set to come next. And the drift guys, well, as we know, have been so spectacular. And we'll look forward to that. Now, we've not just got stars from motorsport, we've got stars of entertainment here as well. One such is Trevor Nelson with Bryn Lucas.
Okay. Well, I'm here on the upper library lawn, just behind the Cartier, and I found Trevor Nelson. Trevor, great to see you here.
How are you doing?
I am very, very well indeed. Now, it's nice to see you here. You're sort of living it up, having afternoon tea.
I am indeed at upper library launch. Is that what it's called?
Absolutely.
Well, it's Lord March's garden, isn't it, basically? He's just having a little chat up there. Now, I love Goodwood. This is about my 5th time I've been here, and I'm so glad it's back. Beautiful day. So serene. It's actually, for the amount of people in here, it's quite chilled, isn't it?
It's pretty chilled.
Yeah.
And your favourite car's out there on the lawn as well?
My favourite car's out there. Do you know what it is?
Go on.
Have a guess.
Well, I know.
Oh, I've told you already, haven't I? My favourite car is a Mercedes Gullwing, of all cars. It's the most beautiful 50s car ever created, as far as I'm concerned. Nicer than any Porsche or... I won't mention any other brands.
I'm not going to argue with you. I agree.
It's a lovely car.
It's a beautiful car. Now, what about seeing people here and being out and about with people?
Yeah, well, I think this is the first event. I went to Hampton Court earlier this week, for the flower show, and that was nice to see people. But this is the most I've seen. And to be honest, I've slipped right back into it. I don't feel nervous or funny about it. It's just nice to see people just out and about. I mean, I hugged a few friends that I haven't seen for a long time, and I haven't done that for a year. It's just great, and it's perfect weather conditions. It's a wonderful, wonderful day. And the cars, I mean, gosh, it's car porn here, isn't it? It's just horrible. I walk around these cars, and I'm like, I mean, I've got a classic car myself, but I can only afford one.
Just need longer arms and deeper pockets.
Very deep pockets, yeah.
So it's great to speak to you. Thanks very much.
No problem, man. Anytime.
That's great. Cheers for that. Mate. Nice and short. Cheers.
So Trevor Nelson, one of the many guests that we have here at Goodwood. We're not far off the next batch starting, and we've had a great day thus far. I hope you've all enjoyed yourselves at this Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard. Right, another mixed bag, Bruce Jones. Rally cars, touring cars, NASCAR, drifting. Let's see what we get next.
Put it on the track, put it on the hill, shake it around, see which impresses. We know the drift cars are going to impress, come what may. But I think it's just the story of this event. It's the mixing of every single form of motorised racing, whether on 2 wheels or 4, and across more than a century. Yeah, just think about that for a second. I thought that was a very good point made by Trevor Nelson, just being back out with other people. But he forgot to say one thing, other people having a really, really good time.
Yes. Steve Rockingham is our first to go out of this next batch with the Subaru Impreza. For many, this is how Subaru Impreza should look in those 555 colours. And the kind of car that Colin McRae, that Richard Burns had success in, is another of the great rally cars of its period, isn't it?
the livery just works entirely, very crisp. The person who designed that livery deserves a big pat on the back. And don't forget, when you're designing a livery for a rally car, it's got to be looking good in all weather conditions, often in near darkness. It looks very good as it goes through the shade under, past the flint wall, but much copied by people for their road-going versions. But you think about what rallying did for Subaru. It went from a brand making fairly obscure four-wheel drive cars to the brand of choice from people of a certain age.
And behind is Ender Garvey, another of the rally cars from this set. There you've got the crispy E-Type accelerating away, much modified, but that is another of those great charismatic cars, the so-called Eagle E-Type.
The Egalitarian, did everyone have one? I'm trying to think of the derivation, but look at the venting in the nose. This was a car that was tweaked and fiddled from the original shape, the wider rear wheel arches, the much wider tyres. We all know that 1961, when the E-Type was launched, it arrived on skinny-looking wheels, but at the time it really looked like a bombshell. Past the wall, into the sunshine, back with just a few sequences of corners to the top of the hill, but David, I think those side pipes aren't quite as they left the factory.
I think you might be right, but there were... Oh, red flag we have now. Many a modified E-Type for club racing, as well as for international categories. Behind, you've got John Breslau, and that's the reason for the stoppage. It's Ender Garvey who has stopped
inches before the finish line, but of course that's a corner that people will be approaching at some speed, and the exit is blind from the entry, so the right decision there. The red flag flown. The Ford Galaxy 500 will have acknowledged that going through Moulcombe and backed it off, so I don't know if it's a mechanical problem, but that will be cleared up. Not always easy when you're getting a car running between lines of great straw bales, but Skoda will be taken clear for Ender Garvey. Behind, some stopping before they started, which makes life a whole lot easier at the bottom of the course.
Yeah, slightly strange that has ground to a halt, because that's a modern rally car, isn't it? You expect that it's going to be fairly bulletproof.
Well, don't forget, a lot of the rally cars here are doing endless tours of the stage at the top of the hill, and if you haven't been there, you've still got time to go up there this afternoon. It's a lovely ride back down, so just remember, you ride up on the tractor and then you walk down, not the other way around.
Right.
There's my tip.
Thank you. Okay, duly noted.
Gravity is a great thing.
Still want time to go to the rally stage. Ender Garvey then has caused this red flag. John Breslau's NASCAR Ford Galaxy 500 you just seen going up the hill as that red flag came out. The ex-Dan Gurney car that won at Riverside International Raceway back in January '63. And the next car to go will be the Dodge Avenger of Ross Pannell, but that is going to have to wait just while we get Ender Garvey's car off the hill.
Great to see so many people just here all day. A lot of them will have walked many miles now, earning a sit down and a chat with all of their friends, and it's great to see them out and about around the circuit, soaking in the sunshine.
Absolutely right. Well, we've got one more competitive batch to come at the end of this one, and then we've got the supercars to round out the day, but everyone enjoying themselves, which is great to see, soaking up the atmosphere, soaking up the weather, and the cars will, as soon as possible, be back up and running. Right, in the meantime, let's go and catch up with Gemma, who is oh so busy out and about.
Well, we promise you everything here at Festival of Speed, and everything we bring you. Shots galore over this side. This is over to in the grid on the far side, not far from the gas arena. And look, we've got memorabilia, the signature store, which is all signed photographs, signed champagne bottles, miniature helmets. Then we've got the refrigerators, really cool, funky refrigerators that look like giant toolboxes as well. We've got leather coats behind me to the right. We've got people dodging me because they don't want to talk to me on camera. I'll find somebody. Oh, look at that. We've got motorcycles over here, Dot motorcycles on a display.
On Thursday. How did you get that in here?
This was launched on Thursday? Yeah. Well, isn't it absolutely gorgeous?
1903, original brand. 2021 launched here at Goodwood. How good's that?
Well, that is brilliant. Where can we get our hands on one apart from here at Goodwood?
Greater Manchester we sell them from. So they start from 18 and then go all the way up to whatever you want to spend.
Fantastic. Well,
Steve Parrish rode them. Guy Martin got involved in the build.
Doesn't get better than that, does it?
Does it?
If you want an endorsement for motorcycles.
That's the one.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a fantastic show. Then just behind here, behind the bikes, we've got the Studio Gallery Motorsport. Now, this is where I like to spend a lot of my time, sifting through new artwork to put on the walls at home. And look at these incredible pictures. Wonderful Senna painting on here as well. So not just prints, but models, statues, just something for everybody, whether you're looking to kit out your home, whether you're looking to get a new coat, bit of fashion, or whether you're simply looking to buy a new motorbike, as we saw back there. So do make your way over to the shopping area, get your card out, spend a bit of money, and enjoy yourself.
Now, this is not your only car.
No, I do. I am rather fortunate to have a few other toys, it has to be said. I have 2 or 3 other Subarus and a Skoda and an X-Works TR7 V8. And so, yes, I've probably got the rallying disease quite bad.
It's a great disease to have, I wouldn't worry. Now, tell me a little bit more about this chassis, because it's an important car.
So this car, in technical speak, is a Subaru Impreza S9, which is the last of the GEMS engineered or electronics cars. So it's a paddle shift, gearbox, 2-litre flat 4 engine, and they used this car in 2003. This was the actual car that excuse me, Tommy Mackinnon drove on Rally GB, which was Tommy's last World Championship rally. That was the last rally he did. They made a special pair of gold boots for him for the rally, which everyone remembers. And yeah, that was the car.
Now, I'm obviously a huge fan of Group B cars, but Subarus, I've got a bit of a soft spot for. It must be fantastic to get behind the steering wheel of something like that. Tommy Mackinnon's been behind. It must be amazing on the start line of this Festival of Speed.
The Subaru is just a fantastic car. Honestly, anyone could drive it. It's such a forgiving car. It's got loads of grip. The brakes are phenomenal. It's just a wonderful thing to drive. And yeah, the Group B cars are amazing, but this is probably as quick now, I would imagine. Even though it's not quite as powerful, the transmission's so clever, and the grip, it's just a really incredible car to drive.
Steve, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
So yes, Tommy Mackinnon now, of course, very much the driving force behind Toyota's World Rally Championship programme, and had his time with Mitsubishi, was tempted to the other side, to the opposition to Subaru, and it was there, as you just heard, that he ended his competitive driving career, but certainly not his involvement in the World Rally Championship. So there, sitting on the line, is Ross Pannell's NASCAR Dodge Avenger. That's going to be the next car to go. As soon as the officials are happy, we can draw in that red flag, but I don't think we're quite there yet. That Skoda needs retrieving. Of course, it's, as you were making the point earlier, but it was quite a lengthy run down from the flying finish to that top paddock.
Yeah, there's some places you can pull to the side, and well, actually a lot of places have nowhere to pull to the side. But you may be lucky there may be a gap. We saw it earlier in the day for some. But as long as that car is movable, it's just a question of time. It didn't look as though there was any damage to the straw bales. It looks as though the car just simply trickled, the Skoda trickled to a halt. But right. I'm only guessing at that. But hopefully all will be clear, and the rest of the cars in this batch will go. And let's just point out that we've been kicking off with the rally cars. We've got the NASCAR on the start-finish. On the start line, we've got the Tin Top Titan, so there's a real history of touring car racing. They're normally parked up in the Cathedral Paddock. If you see them on the hill and wonder where they're kept, go and have a look at them afterwards. And I haven't mentioned their fellow rivals, well, not rivals, other people down in that Cathedral Paddock. It's the Drift Kana crews, and we will see them later. And I'm sure there's been a lot of banter between the two sides of the camp down in the Cathedral Paddock.
This is a reminder of the rally stage still in operation as well, so you've got all sorts of curiosities there, from some of the off-road cars to the older generation of rally car to the more recent elements of the discipline as well, so lots to enjoy up at that rally stage.
And I think the rally stage is absolutely phenomenal, and many people get here, plan to get there, and they haven't planned their days well enough and do not get up. They'll have to go the next time they come here, but some of these cars are competing all day. Some of them then come down to a run or two up the hill, but they are busy people, and I must say, having worked and I then go past and look at the cars, and the number of stalls get larger and larger. The entry each year gets better and better at the top. So, David, yes, you do have to go to the rally stage one year.
And it is also worth making the point about the rally stage that historic rally cars, of course, get more valuable. And rally stages are rough, and a rough terrain for a car doesn't do it a lot of good. So it's great that the owners still want to come and bring the cars to a rally stage like this, especially for those earlier generation cars from the 70s, for example.
Exactly so. And there is so much to look, from rally cars to people being completely radical on their bikes. But now Audi Quattro on the start-finish line up there. Well, the start line, I keep saying start-finish, I mean the start on this rally stage. And this year, of course, it's not dry and it's not dusty, because in previous years, if you were up there, you'd still be getting the dust out of your eyes and ears come Tuesday, I can guarantee. So this is a rather nicer surface for them all.
And there, the Audi Quattro, the type of car that introduced four-wheel drive to the sport. Everybody else thought that Audi was mad. And, of course, it wasn't in the regulations to begin with. Audi approached the governing body of the sport and said, have you ever thought about letting four-wheel drive in? And the way that Audi pitched the conversation was rather more for sort of off-road events. They never suggested for a minute that they were going to contemplate coming into the World Rally Championship. So FISA, then the governing body of the sport, sort of dropped its guard a little bit. And four-wheel drive technology was allowed into the regulations. And boom, we never look back.
Never show your hand in cards.
No, quite.
So Martin Sparrow, of course, the legacy was the body shape before we moved on to the Impreza, and I think you described it really well yesterday. It went and got the data, all the stuff that then developed that Impreza, and it hit the ground running.
I mean, it was very good in events where you needed a rugged car, like the Safari or the Ivory Coast, and didn't have a bad track record in New Zealand and some of the Australian events, but yeah, it wasn't really focused on by us over in Europe. Now let us get the run back underway, as here is Ross Panell with his Dodge Avenger. It's got the Petty number on the side of it. It's built by the Petty Autosports team, and it's a moving billboard, isn't it, with all of those sponsors atop it.
You know, but always the key, David, to American sponsors, sponsoring NASCAR, you can go down to a supermarket and buy the product of your preferred team, and that's got to be the most successful way. You know, if you're choosing between types of cereals, types of coffee, or soft drinks, of course you're going to buy those every week. My example is the British Saloon Car Championship. For years, as a student, I only bought Napolina tomatoes in cans to support the Alfa Romeo team.
I still do. I mean, it's ingrained on my mind from all of those days. I hope you're buying Ginster's pasties now in support of Tom Ingram, the British Touring Car Championship.
I will try and move with the times.
Please
frankly,
do.
Any pasty and I'll still buy it.
Excellent. All right. Okay. Ting will I'm sure, honour you with some Ginsters next time you see him if you talk nicely. Right. Simon Chalkley goes next with another of the cars from our American batch. This Ford Fusion 5.9 litre V8 2007 car that was a Carl Edwards chassis.
Carl, famous for doing a backflip off the roof of the car after he'd won a race. I always thought I'd be rather knackered after winning a NASCAR race, and the last thing I'd do would be anything I couldn't do like that. But again, it just changing shapes of the NASCAR championship. I think that's when I started looking at the cars and watching. See them on TV over here back in the 70s, but they were bigger devices. Gradually they worked their way in line with road cars in America being smaller.
After that, talking smaller, you're going to find Jonathan Bevan's Hillman, the recreation of the sort of car that his father George Bevan created and ran for Bill McGovern to win 3 British Saloon Car Championship titles. When I say British Saloon Car Championship, just to explain, that's what the British Touring Car Championship was called at the time. It was only in the late 80s that it changed its name to align itself really with everything else. You had a European Touring Car Championship, you had an Australian Touring Car Championship, so the Brits thought, well, suppose we better have them.
And also one of the delights when you look at any period photos, that little Hillman in with the engine in the back, always cocking the front wheel around corners. So it was really, really wonderful to watch. And a class structure then, but it was down to class and had a chance of taking the overall victory. So the Bevan imp to the top of the hill, and I'd better hand over to David. It's an Alfa Romeo on the start finish line.
That's kind. It's a 155 twin spark. It's from the Italian Touring Car Championship. It runs, as you see, in the livery that Gabriele Tarquini carried to win the 1994 British Touring Car title, which was an Alfa Corsa effort operated by Nini Russo. In 1995, the British Touring Car Alphas were pro-drive entries for Derek Warwick and Giampiero Simoni, but this car from, I think I'm right in saying, Antonio Tamburini drove it in Italy in the Gabriele Tarquini colours of 1994, and the rear wing was very much the sticking point of the regulations because people cried foul, the road car didn't have a rear wing, and Alfa said yes it does, it's an optional extra and it comes in the boot, you fit it yourself, which technically got around the regulations. There was a big standoff at Alton Park in 1994 between Nini Russo of Alfa and Alan Gow of Toka, and Nini Russo threatened to pull the cars out if Alan Gow didn't agree with his version of the rules, and Alan refused to back down, and the Alpha trucks left the circuit, and no points were scored that day. And then a few phone calls carried on the following week, and peace broke out.
I would love to have been a fly on the wall. Nini Rosso, you know, he was like a volcano. And,
absolutely.
You know, the thought of him confronting Alan Dow, the immovable object, that would have been, pyrotechnics, I feel, contained in a small room. But we digress. I digress for the moment because back to rally action up the hill, and the Audi Quattro S1 bobbing up and down under braking and rampant acceleration. Through Morecambe it goes, and of course, what do you really need up the hill? Yeah, four-wheel drive and lots of power. That's a really, really good combination here. Being driven beautifully there. The wide car, quite difficult to place on the track, because it's quite difficult to see the track immediately ahead of you. It's not a wide open rally stage. Skimming the hay, straw bales towards the top of the course, and great to see that bobbing, as it always did in period, that sort of acid yellow, white and black Audi livery.
I mean, the power delivery was like flicking a switch, wasn't it? It was either full on in capitals or it was off. And the likes of Valterol that tried to tame these cars, and Steve Blomqvist and others, I mean, they did a manful job, but they weren't getting towards the edge.
Well, in so many ways, they were doing back then what the drift drivers do now, just so much power, and just whether they could get it down onto the circuit or the track without going off. And of course, precision was the key, and I think Waterroll was the master of that.
He was another good all-rounder, wasn't he? Because he was a very good racer as well as rally driver.
Yes, and I do remember there was a headline in Autosport that went in, get this one, Waterroll won another event. Waterroll carpeting of the opposition.
I like that. That's good. So you've got John Hall's Subaru going up towards Molecombe Corner. Talk about liveries on cars. You do a double take when you see that, but it works.
Well, it does, particularly when you see a livery that you're accustomed to on another car of a different shape from the same sponsor and fuel supplier. But the Texaco livery can be very, very sharp indeed. Right, we've seen the past, we've seen the present. Let's look at the future. And the Toyota Corolla BTCC Hybrid, and it's James Cole at the wheel.
It is. Tell us. Well, this is next year, as you say. This is the car that's being operated by Speedworks Motorsport for next year. Cosworth Technology, in partnership with N Sport, Malcolm Wilson's company, won the contract to work on this car. It's hybrid technology, and this is the system that everybody will use as a standard system next year. The car had a lot of mileage put on it earlier this week. The car, all the touring car teams were Tuesday and Wednesday testing. Speedworks lobbed the Toyotas into the truck, dashed down here yesterday, and James Cole, race winner in the Touring Car Championship with one of the estate Subaru Levorgs a few years ago. These days, the British Touring Car Championship driving standards advisor Darren Turner has put miles on this car, so too has Andrew Jordan, and it's James driving it this weekend. And all of this useful development, because the system has to work so that all the teams can plug and play going into next year.
Just looking at it lower down the course, we're seeing it at the top stretches of the course, but just as it went past the house, James slowed right down and then floored it, and it's got plenty of oomph.
Yeah, I mean, there are discussions as to how best to use that hybrid, whether it's a push to pass, whether it's going to be for a time or a number of uses, or how that's going to be integrated. The first thing is to get it all working. Then you can play around with how you use it. Right, Travis Pastrana, hold on to everything, because here he comes. Another force of nature is Travis with this Subaru Impreza.
The only thing wider for the car as he comes up the hill is his smile. Such a showman. Up to the flip board he goes, flicks around, actually allowed himself, I'd say about 5 centimetres. He's getting a little bit wide away from the straw bales. I joke not, though. He is super precise. He's used to doing mountain climbs in the States. Over the finish line, that's a time that would stand him in very good stead in the shootout. So he's got another useful run in there, 47.88 seconds. That's the best time he's done so far in that Subaru.
Then you've got Pat Blakeney-Edwards with the roller going through. This is Rick Wood in the Holder Racing Team colours. It's got Garth Tan's name on the side, but there's a little debate as to whether Tanner ever drove the car. Aaron Noonan, the great Australian motorsport broadcaster and V8 Supercar chassis number expert, swears blind. Absolutely not. He has traced the entire history of this car, from Rick Kelly racing it to Paul Ranity crashing it, to David Reynolds driving it, to Andy Prio co-driving in Enduros, to Andrew Thompson having the spell behind the wheel of it, to Carl Reindler, and then Fabian Coulthard, Sammy Cousin driving it in Australian events as well. But it was built by the Walkinshaw team that operated the Holden Racing Team, so you can kind of justify putting it into the Toll Holden Racing Team colour scheme, which remains one of those great colour schemes of Australian motor sport. And whatever, it sounds fantastic. And the whole Golden Commodore completes its run. Now, one of the great drivers that is here this weekend is Roger Penske. Let's catch up with one of the greats of the world, indeed, of motor racing.
Yeah. Roger Penske, great to see you here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. You brought the sunshine to start with, so thank you for that.
Well, listen, I wouldn't want to run up that mountain or up that hill in the rain, I can tell you. I heard it might be coming, but no, it's been a fantastic couple of days for me.
Yeah, how many times have you been to Goodwood?
Well, I've been to Goodwood Rolls-Royce because we represent them in our car business. This is the first time that I've been to Goodwood. I know the Duke of Richmond has asked me many, many times, but because of our racing schedule in the U.S., it's always been a conflict. But this year I was coming, and again, we're glad to be here. My wife's here with me, and to think about it, it's really amazing.
It's fantastic. It's nice to make it a family affair, and I think especially in the backdrop of COVID, where so much uncertainty. It was only like 2 weeks ago we knew this event was really going to be going ahead with the pilot scheme in this country. So it's great to have people like yourself here. I'm really eager to find out where your love affair with motorsport came from.
Well, if you go back, I guess, to 1951, my dad took me to Indianapolis. And I've been to Indianapolis every single year except when we had a little bit, when we stepped out with car championship auto racing teams. And I guess that was the bug. And from that point on, I either wanted to be a driver, and I turned out being a car owner and a track owner, and now we're a series owner. So I guess once it gets in, you can't get it out.
Well, you did race as well, didn't you? Had a couple of dabbles in F1.
Right, had F1 a couple of times, and ironically today a man brought me a program from 1963 when I won the bank holiday race at Brands Hatch. Can you believe that? How many years ago was that?
It's
almost 60 years ago.
You're looking good on it.
Well, listen, I was amazed, but you know, there was I remember Graham Hill, many of the great drivers, Mike Parks, a lot of people were in that race, and I had a chance to compete here, so that's the last time I really raced here until I tried to go up the hill here with a Spider.
What then was your transition from driver to team owner?
Well, I think one thing was that I became an automotive dealer, and in order to become one, General Motors didn't want me to be a driver. I couldn't get insurance. You know, I had borrowed money from banks, so I made a decision at that point to step out of the driving seat and become a businessman. And then through that, we were a Chevrolet dealer. I decided to race Corvettes. We started a team back, you know, many years ago. I think 66, 67. We got into Trans Am, then to Indianapolis, and we never turned back.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And, of course, IndyCar, NASCAR as well. Wherever we look at American motorsport, your name is all over it.
Well, we've been fortunate. I think we're at 592 victories now. And ironically, last weekend, we won the race at Mid-Ohio with Joseph Newgarden in IndyCar. And it was exactly 50 years ago, 5 decades, we won our first IndyCar race at the Pocono 500 in a McLaren, I would say, with Mark Donohue. So must be karma coming here.
I remember an interview with him straight after, actually. He seemed to be so happy. He was buzzing about that fact as well. He couldn't believe 50 years, and he was a part of that history as well because of it.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think about that long. But the team and the people have made the big difference in our organization. And we've just got great people, longevity, and I think the drivers have just been outstanding.
Yeah, and of course, Formula One in America as well is a growing sport as well. We're seeing Americans take to Formula One now and see it as a not competition to F1, to IndyCar, but certainly work alongside.
Well, I think it's maybe a different demographic. We get a lot of international people come to Formula One. COTA was always very successful, and now with the race in Miami will be terrific. So we hope to maybe have a Formula One race at Indianapolis because, you know, we have an FIA certified track there. So we'll see. The last time they were there, they had the tire problems, but we'd love to have one at Indianapolis, but we'll see.
We certainly shall. Roger, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
The road to 2030 is all about electrification, and this, of course, here is Electric Avenue over in the grid. Electric Avenue is essentially a display of cars. Many, many different manufacturers, pretty much anybody you can think of has got a car here on display that is electric, and we're all focusing on how we can give back to our world, be kinder, be more sustainable, and of course, be cleaner in the way that we live. And electric cars is all about that, and it's an imperative scheme now in the UK to, of course, turn electric by 2030. Many people are scared. Many people have no confidence on how they can run a car, how they can charge a car, how they can plan their journeys. But here at Festival of Speed, we're making it easier for you by showing you what's on offer. And I have to say, there's some gorgeous models around here that you could be getting your hands on. But we're also educating you on how you can charge your car at home, at a charging point, anywhere on your journey. What apps are also available for you to download in order to plan your journey as well. So get on down to Electric Avenue and ensure that you get all of the information, get genned up, and get yourself on the electrification journey.
Stewart, Graham, we always see you at the members' meeting at the Revival. You raced bikes, but this car must bring back some memories.
Well, it does, yes, because back in 74, 75, when I was running the Camaros, you know, this was the all the times I was enjoying myself. And this particular car is a sort of, it's actually a replica of our 75 car, which we won the Tourist Trophy in, and then went on to modify it again for Super Saloons with a 7-litre engine. So it's a lovely machine, and you can't beat litres, as they say.
There's no replacement for displacement. Now, it's obviously got the enormous 7-litre engine. It's got plenty of grunt. When you're racing something like this, surely the brakes and the handling let it down.
Well, yes, there's always got to be a limit somewhere, and especially with American cars, God bless them, that they didn't worry too much about stopping them and keeping them on the road. It was mainly straight line, but yeah, we sorted them out very well in actual fact, and so with the limitations of the regulations, the brakes were always the sort of the weak bit, but road holding could be made quite acceptable, so they were great fun. I loved them.
I love it. Acceptable. That'll do. Stuart, thank you so much.
Pleasure. It's always a pleasure here. Sunny day at Goodwood. What could we do better?
Simon Shortley, you're on board this NASCAR, sort of squeezed in there. This is a former Carl Edwards car. How similar is this to what he raced?
This is his car that he raced. It was last used in 2011 by Roush Fenway, obviously, to promote the Affleck livery. And in 2007 was its first race at Bristol. And it's got 3 top 10 finishes. And I think the purse on the car is $880,000. So it's got, you know, reasonable pedigree. No, love it. Great fun. I do all the work myself, build it, maintain it, drive it, and pay for it.
The last one of those is probably your least favourite.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So if there's any sponsors out there, here I am.
It's fantastic to see you going up the hill. It must be a bit like threading the eye of a needle with this thing out around the Flint Wall.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you can't get on the throttle, you know, more than maybe halfway. A couple of times I tried to get on it, and the thing just jumped sideways. So it's got over 850 horsepower, and it needs to be treated with respect. But it's awesome fun. Absolutely great fun. And I've had a lot of help from the guys at various race shops in Charlotte area as well. So thank you to those. No, brilliant fun.
It's fantastic to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So let's have a look at the highlights of that last batch of cars, including the John Breslow ex-Dan Gurney Ford Galaxy. We had Steve Rockingham in the Tommy Mackinnon Subaru attacking the hill in the approved fashion. The Colin McRae Skoda of Enda Garvey had dramas, and that rather delayed the run up the hill for the likes of Jack Tetley. And then Jonathan Bevan at the wheel of the Hillman Inn. Andy Dance in brother Steve's Ford Capri, going back to the early 70s of touring car racing. The Chevrolet Impala looking utterly immaculate as it pounded its way up the hill. And then we also had Stuart Graham in this evocation of his 1975 Tourist Trophy winning Chevrolet Camaro. David Kedwood with one of the delectable cars from his stable of rally cars, the X-Works Audi Sport Quattro, and then James Cole at the wheel of the future of the British Touring Car Championship, the hybrid technology Toyota. Travis Pastrana Subaru there as well. Another great batch of machinery here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard.
Rob Bell, second fastest today, but I think you might have lost a bit of time somewhere.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as nice a run as the other day, actually, although we went slightly quicker. Yeah, we're still learning, really. We're new to this, and I'm a bit new to this. So, yeah, we're learning as we go along, but a valuable lesson learned, I think.
Now, it's a notoriously tricky course, because although it's quite short, it does take a bit of learning. I mean, you've obviously got a much sped-up process, because you've only got 6 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're just loving being here and showing our car off. You know, that's the most important thing. And, yes, we're definitely here to try and put the lap time in. But, yeah, it's just brilliant to be here and learn as I go, and it's tricky, but that's the beauty of it, isn't it? You know, things like this are just fantastic experiences in life, and you know, at the minute the 720X that we're sitting in here is just a brilliant car to drive anywhere. So yeah, it's just a privilege to be here and a privilege to drive up such a historic hill, really.
Now, you mentioned the car there. Just tell us a little bit more. I think you're definitely the fastest on the hill climb with a rear view camera, but tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, well, we don't use a rear view camera too much up the hill. But nicely spotted. Yeah, look, it's our derivative of a GT3 car, based on the 720 road car. We race a GT3 car all over the world, and we produce that to customer teams, but to also regulations. Whereas this car is more of a track day car, and we don't have to stick to those regulations. So, in effect, it's our GT3 car, but de-restricted up to in and around 720 PS. So. Yeah, it's just a brilliant thing to be driving around in any circuit, but somewhere like this is pretty special.
Well, I look forward to seeing your runs later in the weekend. Thanks very much.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Now, how about this? It's something rather different. This is Derek Bell at the wheel of the McMurtry Spearling, which, if you're wondering, is Irish for thunderstorm. It is a remarkable bit of kit, this. Big shout out to all of the guys that work on this car back at the UK factory just near Bristol, and I know they've been watching the live stream all day. We are massively impressed, guys, with this piece of kit. It weighs, what, just under a tonne, but it's got amazing downforce, which, thanks to the fan that the car has, sucks it to the ground. So you've got the same downforce, whether it's off the line or around a corner or through a hairpin, and Derek Bell at the wheel of it. So, yeah, massively impressive at that moment.
A fan to suck it down to the circuit. Swedish Grand Prix, 1978. But what I love is the fact it's just so small, and Derek Bell's shoulders are touching either side of the cockpit as he goes up the hill. But then a complete, not necessarily change of pace, but change of shape. And the Lamborghini, Stewart Middleton, young GT4 racer who keeps stepping up and keeps succeeding. 2 years now racing Lamborghinis, and really pedals this very well indeed up the hill. The Lamborghini Huracan looks fabulous.
Do you like the way that the nature of this run has worked out? So that McMurtry with the fan followed Gordon Murray, the Brabham designer, every time.
Oh, I see what they did.
Yes.
Again, it's this
Neat,
level of detail. What a fantastic shot to give the comparison. The McMurtry, which looks tiny anyway, but then you have the big Lamborghini up behind it, which isn't that big really anyhow. We're used to them racing in GT3 around the world. Yeah. Sam Schmidt in the Chevrolet Corvette, a racing driver who became quadriplegic, and this Corvette driving up the hill is just fantastic. He runs a fabulous team, but for him to be back driving something competitive, it's rather special.
Yeah, it is, and somebody that wasn't dissuaded from coming back to the sport as a team owner. You've got Liam Lawson's Ferrari 488 GT3 on the hill. There's also Stefan Rochelmi and William Ianson. So lots of interesting cars still to come in this batch, which really showcases the sports racers. Sorry, Bruce, yeah.
I was going to say, in all their shapes and all their sizes, looking to the future, looking to the past. The hydrogen, I think there's the hydrogen car coming up the hill. Yeah. Yes, this is the one that the ACO has been really behind. Stefan Rochelmi, contemporary racer, at the wheel, and this is the sort of car that may or may not be the future of sports car racing. But the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, they're always looking to propel and promote something new. Whether hydrogen cell is the way to go, I think it has a big future. Whether for racing cars, again, that's another question. But the H24, well, the message is totally clear on the door and the note of this car. So Stefan Rochelmi takes it through the last few corners of the course to the top of this short blast up the hill climb. Screens as yet. This isn't necessarily a time run for all of them, but if you like a rumbling racing car, Blue Thunder Racing, suitably the March 74G, big engine powering it up the hill. This was a car that won the championship back in the mid-1980s, Randy Lanier and Bill Whittington. And then its Porsche time. Alex Ames in, if you thought the 962 was the ultimate Porsche, stepped up from the 956. No, it wasn't, because the 962C was the next shape on the block. The F8 Turbo Company, F8 Turbo Express, and it most certainly was one of the liveries that shone out in the mid-80s in endurance racing.
Yeah, John Gouillet, one of the drivers who carried those in the Renault one-make championships as well, and stepped up to Group C. Yes, absolutely. So the Porsche, Alex Ames at the wheel, goes through. Monica Macaluso with the Fiat X19 comes next out of the Macaluso collection. The X19 Rally, built in 1979, this car. Then you're going to have Christopher Rapiro next through, another of the examples out of that collection. Competitor and then collector, and what a collection was built up.
And I certainly feel we ought to mention, of course, the Fiat X19 was developed for competition by Abarth. To keep people happy around here who have that proclivity in their life. But yes, for Gino Macaluso, rally driver, rally co-driver, an entrepreneur, but that collection of Lancias that he built up is truly fabulous. And again, one of these honours and treats of being at Goodwood is getting to see them in all their shapes and forms, from rally Lancias and to the probably less well-known sports racers from Lancia. But they shouldn't be less well-known. They look fabulous, but they did things differently.
And all with that Martini colour scheme, which just made them look even better. It was a simple but crisp and clean design. And there on the line is Chris Pirro, ready to go in the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo 1.4 litre engine, 4-cylinder turbo, a 1980 car that was built for the Group 5 regulation at the time. So I think most people can picture a Porsche 935. Well, this was Lancia's answer to it. It was smaller, maybe prettier, wasn't as successful, but they gave it a good shot.
They certainly did, and both of those cars, if you go up close and take a look at the back end of the car, it's not irrelevant in terms of aerodynamic, but in terms of anything else, it most certainly is, because the bodywork is just there to be on top of these great big tunnels under the car to get the Venturi effect that is so required for speed. So Cristoforo Pirro, keeping that family name a-flying, as Emanuele, his father, does so as well here. But great to have him here, second generation of Goodwood lover, I think we can say. So up the hill he goes through Moulcombe.
And Emanuele Pirro is going to be next in the Lancia LC2, the Group C Lancia, the 2.5 litre V8 car. There it is, another turbocharged engine, this car from 1984. So you've seen the Porsche 962. This was the car that was designed to take them on. It even tempted away Bob Wallach from being a Porsche driver. He was a bit miffed anyway that he'd not been given a factory contract. He was still very successful in Porsches, but he got a bit grumpy, as Bob Wallach tended to do. He went to Lancia thinking, this will be it, this will be my year. And it so wasn't, I'm afraid. The car did have honours in its 1985 Spa 1,000-kilometre outing, but it was an overshadowed bit of that race that took the life of Stefan Belloff in his Porsche after the Porsche, but the Lancia LC2, one of the better looking Group C cars at the time, for my money.
Yeah, and it always looked so nimble, but for Bob Wallach, yes, it's very sad if you want to take your revenge and suddenly you found you haven't got the tools for the job. And following it up the hill, still one of my favourite cars ever, the Lancia Stratos, short wheelbase, and just so handy in rally. For Domenico Fasano, he'll be loving taking it up the hill. This is one of the few cars that doesn't make the hill look really, really narrow. And suddenly, when you stand next to a Stratos, you realise you've almost got to the back when you've only just passed the nose. It's very short wheelbase.
Still debating whether this or Mario Andretti's Lotus 79 is my car of the day. I'll get back to you. Now, what about 1987's rally look? This was the Lancia Delta HF Integrale that was winning straight away with the likes of Mickey Biasion, Bruno Sabi and others. Jürgen Kankkunen went to Lancia as well to drive the cars ultimately and had great success. And even though the regulations for Group B were axed during the course of 1986, there were manufacturers that did have Group A cars available, but Lancia worked so hard at the back end of that season to build a car that straight away, out of the blocks, was the benchmark.
It really, really, truly was. And it didn't seem to matter what surface you put it on. And let's face it, when you're designing a car to compete in the World Rally Championship, it has to be good on every single surface, whether it's snow, ice, gravel, tarmac, or anything in between. And also the dust and the dirt and the bumps and the ridges, you've got to make them solid.
Stefano Macaluso in the 037. You've got Tom Christensen going up the hill in the Lancia LC1, just had a Moulcombe corner. This is Mickey Biasion in perhaps the ultimate Lancia rally car, the Delta S4, which made its impact really on the world scene on the 1985 Lombard RAC rally.
And did you notice right at the first couple of corners, as Mickey Piazza was getting the power down, there was a pigeon just walking away to the side of the track, must be a deaf pigeon.
This was the car, turbocharged and supercharged, but straight away ruined the plans of all the other manufacturers that were thinking of Group B. It was the same event that the 6R4 came onto the world scene, and although Tony Pond took third place on that rally, even then I think John Davenport and Austin Rover Group knew that they were in for a tough time. The Ford hadn't really arrived on the scene at all, and this, Lancia had been very, very tight-lipped about what it was up to, but it just moved the game on straight away.
Frankly, it must be a bit like when Lotus arrived with the Lotus 25, the first Formula 1 car with the monocoque, and all the rivals went, oh. Who's coming second? Now, the Jaguar XJR15, we're celebrating sports cars as always here, sports races. This was a one-make series in 1991, and it was we had regular racers, we had the stars getting in the cars. They were hard to drive, but the racing was always very, very spectacular. Valentine Lindsay has brought that here. Something larger, taller, more extreme. The BRX Hunter, well, it dwarfs the circuit as it goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah, Dakar construction, Dakar event regulation. Yeah, that Jaguar series, just going back to the XJR15s, only 3 races, Monaco, Silverstone and Spa, $1 million to the £1 million to the champion. Everybody wanted to win it, so the last race at Spa just became a crash fest, and it was Armin Harman who won the money. Well, of course, Armin was a big mate of Tom Walkinshaw's, had driven for him for many years. It was a TWR operated championship. People went home happy.
Didn't they just? Arm in armour. Raced in Formula 1 very fleetingly in the early days of March 4. And this Subaru being driven with a lot of twitch, a lot of attack, and in fact that's how we like to see it. We get used to seeing them by and large. This is Marcus Willis, this fabulous Subaru Impreza, and he's been rocking around on the rally stage all day. You must see tape on the tarmac coming up the hill with a surface that actually gives the grip you're looking for.
And you've got Jimmy McRae as well, honouring his late son Colin too. There he is. So Jimmy, who is still an active competitor and British Rally champion, very successful when he was Britain's round of the World Championship, inveterate enthusiast, can't even put that down. And here to remember Colin's success with ProDrive, because many of these cars are coming from the ProDrive batch. Yes, we're talking in terms of rally, but they, if you like, cross that bridge between ProDrive as well as the World Rally Championship.
And it, again, just something to emphasise. Cut its teeth in rallying, went sports car racing, and Dave Richard got involved with VAR as well in Formula 1, and then Paris-Dakar, the World Endurance Championship. They have done it all. They've succeeded in pretty much everything they've done, and that is no coincidence.
Absolutely right. So we are going to have next Ari Vatanen. He's heading up the hill now in the Rothmans colours and going at some pace. The 1981 World Rally Champion, Ari Vatanen. It was David Richards that sat alongside him on the notes to guide his man through the stages. But Ari, who had arrived on the British Rally Championship scene, and a few trees escaped in his early days, but not many. But he eventually calmed down. He became less wild, but no less exciting a driver to watch. Won the 81 title in the David Sutton Escort, and remains a hero of rallying.
Absolutely so. He was a photographer's delight. Something extreme, yes, I'll do that for you. Wheels hanging over the edge of the cliff, not a problem. And that Mark II Escort, it just has been a star of so many. People have calendars to hang on the wall. It was all Ari in those days.
I'm assuming you've read the Ari Vatanen book. Massive accident in Argentina. Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant read, even now.
And he is just an amazing man. He's totally on it. And, of course, don't forget he challenged to be president of the FIA. And would he have made a good one? Absolutely, he would have done.
Yeah. Had a political career in Finland. Ironic, wasn't it, that he and David Richards won the 81 World Championship from Guy Freckelin and Jean Todt. And, of course, they ended up fighting, as you say, for the FIA presidency. So, Ari Vatanen, good to see. Now let's go to Ed Foster.
Johnny March, you must be breathing a huge sigh of relief seeing all the cars on the hill and the Festival of Speed going ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. To think 2 weeks ago we weren't sure whether we'd be able to host it, and now we're all here having a great time, and it feels, you know, fantastic. We're all so excited to have everyone back, and it's just such a pleasure to host everyone.
Now, you just come up the hill in this lovely Stratos. Tell me a little bit about the car.
This is a great friend of my dad's, the late Gino Macaluso, is part of his foundation, and we've done a big collection of his cars today. You see all the Martini cars, all the rally cars around here. They were all his, and he was a great man, and we're all just out here to kind of show our respect and to drive the machines that he loves so much.
Now, I know it was only a 1.16 mile hill climb, but do you get a sense of what this must have been like to rally?
Yeah, I mean, it's, even if you're going 30 miles an hour, this thing's pretty terrifying. Especially when the brakes and the gearbox are cold, it's pretty scary stuff.
Now, we're getting calls for you to get back in the car, but thank you so much for having us all here. It is absolutely fantastic to be here.
It's such a pleasure. It's not the same without everyone here, so great to have you.
So the Lancia Stratos is one of the highlights of the day. So look at that last session, the Lola T70 Spider. This is Gordon Murray with his self-created car. Gordon, of course, synonymous with Brabhams, but still with that fertile imagination creating concepts. And this was the McMurtry Spearling, something very different indeed, and one that's turned many ahead. Stuart Middleton racing Lamborghinis these days in North America, but back this weekend to drive the Huracan Super Trofeo up the hill with some gusto. We also had the Ferrari in the hands of Liam Lawson, the hydrogen sports car in Stefan Richelme's capable paws as well. There it is, the nascent future of sports car racing with the ACO firmly behind this concept. William Ianson's March 84G, the IMSA car from the American sports car derivation of Group C. The 962C, Alex Ames at the wheel. Very, very competitive car. And then from that Macaluso collection, the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo. Emanuele Pirro hustling on in that, and so many of these beautiful Martini liveried cars from racing and rallying from the Macaluso connection, including the HF Integrale that we saw earlier on, the 037, which was up to really the end of 83, the ultimate tarmac rally car from Lancia. It was able on its day to fend off the four-wheel drive opposition, but when it turned wet, it was all a different ball game completely. Valentine Lindsay with one of the Jaguar XJR15s. He'd been very busy finding the surviving cars and trying to put a full grid together, which he managed to do 2 seasons ago at Goodwood. Got lots of the old drivers to come and play with them. The Subaru was busy with Paul Houth, Jimmy McRae, amongst others, firing the cars up the hill. And good to see what was going on there. Plus Marco Sorensen lighting up the tyres in the Aston Martin. So great value from that last batch of race and rally cars, and more from them tomorrow. We've got one more batch to come this evening. That's going to be from the supercars, and we'll look forward to that in a few minutes' time. But before all of that, you see Harry Bassenden's escort going through. Let's go back to the top of the hill and rejoin Ed Foster.
Derek Bell, you've driven hundreds, if not thousands, of cars in your time, but even for you, this must be a very new experience.
Yeah, it really is, and a big surprise experience in that I'm not sort of terribly with it with electric cars, and I still love the smell of the old gasoline and, you know, the sound of a V12 at 9,000 revs. But I must admit, I got the opportunity from a couple of friends who were, well, they become friends that were at the same school, King's School, Worcester, as me. You know, I was there a long time ago. And they all went to Bath University, and there's just a group of about 20 of them that are all young and have this enthusiasm and a wonderful mentor putting, you know, Sir David McMurtry, and they built this car. And they spoke to me before as the pandemic started, but then it went quiet because obviously we couldn't do much. And I didn't come back to England until 10 days ago, having been there for 2 years. And we came back, and they said, well, we got, I mean, I was seeing Zooms, so I was seeing how the car was coming on, and I didn't totally want to get that involved. But in fact, I love their enthusiasm, and, you know, as a British project, I think it's, you know, I'm lucky to be able to put something maybe back into motor racing, having had so much out of it myself. And it's encouraging these young men to carry on. I mean, we got a lot of work to do. We only took it out for the first time 6 days ago, but they've done a lot of work with the motor. But it's getting the handling right, and it's going to take, it's quite nervous and reactive at the moment.
I was going to ask, what is it like to drive? Because it must be like nothing you've ever driven before.
Well, the weirdest thing is, I mean, there's no revs. That's all I've got is 3 buttons and a little readout. And, I mean, you just keep putting your foot down, and you go, oh, whoa, I want to shift gear. But there's no gears to shift. It just keeps rocketing on. And we're running at half boost or something like that. Because they've never really done any testing. I mean, the testing did a little bit the other day at Thruxton, and we did last Monday in Wales. And it was so bumpy that it misled us a little bit, I think, in the handling. And I thought Goodwood was smooth until I went up it just now. And I realized that it's not so smooth when you get in this car. But, you know, they've only done 5 days with it, and really 2 days on a track. And you can't say 1 minute run up here and another minute later on is enough to really develop a car. So I think in time they'll make it really good.
Derek Bell, it's a pleasure to see you in something like this. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
I've seen many, many wonderful things at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and this gentleman, Ian Cook, aka Pop Bang Colour, is one of those weird and wonderful things of which I'm talking about. Ian, it's great to see you here.
What an introduction that was.
I know, I thought, why not? Let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. Now, you do something very weird. You draw and paint. You paint cars with cars.
Yeah, so normally, 2019, here with Michelin, I paint with radio control cars. That's my normal job. So that's what I've done for 15 years, from 2008. Here at Goodwood was my first event. And that's what I normally do, like kind of painting giant artworks 2.5 meters in size. This is a Ford Mustang on a Ford Mustang bonnet. But during the last year, I've not been able to do massive artworks like that because I live in a 2-bed flat, and my studio was closed because it's non-essential retail, which is awkward.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. So, so I had to change things a little bit, and I started to do continuous car drawings. So online, I spoke to people whilst drawing a vehicle generally of their choice, or sometimes I say, I'm doing this, do you want to join me to talk? And it just went really well, still going well. So it's been really enjoyable. And now I've created over 940 drawings.
And these 940 drawings are going to turn into 5-ish books?
Yeah, a series of books, which is going to be really exciting. So we've got... I'm told there is a kind of a prelim edition that I haven't seen yet, because generally I've been in the field somewhere for the last few weeks at different events now that we've kind of reopened. But at the same time, we've managed to get stuff done, all the merch, so that people can own something and have a nice cup of tea with some of my artwork on.
Which we love. We love tea, we love art. It's brilliant. And if you want to find out more, then you're on Instagram, you're on Twitter.
The gram, so Pop Bang Colour on all of the channels, where people can get involved still. They can commission their vehicle. It doesn't have to be cars. I've drawn all kinds of stuff over the last few months. Agricultural stuff like tractors are really popular. That was fun. Here at FOS, I'm doing people's cars to commission, and I'm also live streaming it so they can watch their car being done still as well. It's just great to be back. It's just great to be out. Sun's shining today as well, so it's been great so far.
Fantastic. It's great to see people. It's great to see you, and thank you very much for telling us all about Pop Bang Colour.
Thank you very much, mate.
So we've got one more run from the supercars and the first glance before the end of the day. That's coming up in a few minutes' time. Everyone will shortly be allowed down to the start. I know many of you have been busy keeping in touch on social media at FOS Goodwood, goodwood.com/FOS, #FOS on Instagram. And let's have a look at what people have been up to. A great day for my nephew's birthday, says Sophie Martin. So glad that everyone's enjoying themselves in front of what Lamborghini stand by the look of it, in front of the Huracan. The opportunity to go back to your childhood with the Lotus 76. I know what you mean. Yes, it was the 79 that got it for me. But we are in business just about. Batch 6 is go, and I've been joined up here by David Green, who's been fortunate enough to have been driving up the hill on occasions over the course of the weekend, but we've got a really mouth-watering assortment of the very latest supercars now to have a look at.
Well, yes, last run of the day, it's the Michelin Supercar run, and it's always a favourite, I think. We're seeing some of the latest and greatest from the manufacturers. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to get a chance to drive up today, which would have been perfect given the weather. So
well,
I think,
indeed. And what did you get yesterday? Just remind me.
It was the Maserati MC20, which was the first one in. But
right. Let me just check my sympathy app.
Exactly. Yes, I'm not feeling. I'm trying to keep it to myself. But I've got the glories of the 2,000 horsepower Rimac in the morning in the wet, I think, which would be lovely thing to try.
Good for you. Right. Now, look, Aston Martin, we discussed this a little bit yesterday when Harry Baker was out here with us. Aston Martin is undergoing yet another great period, it seems, with not only its Formula 1 connection now, but some gorgeous shapes, and of course has got an SUV, and it's starting to expand again. The future's looking good.
Yes, well, it's had a troubled past, Aston Martin, as we all know, and it's now getting into that place where they need to be, where they've got multiple ranges. They've got a big range of cars. SUVs, obviously, the DBX, going to be a huge seller for them in China and America, and you can just see the range of cars they've got up here. Seeing going up the hill there, that's satin green. That's the F1 pace car. It's a special edition of the Vantage that's actually just gone on sale, which is in upgraded performance, upgraded suspension and a slightly lighter car as well. And then, of course, you've got the glamour car here, the V12 Speedster from Aston Martin here. One of 3 of the big manufacturers bringing their roofless, windscreenless cars that you have to pay more for less for. But that's a very beautiful version there of the V12 Speedster. And then we have the more everyday version here. We've got Vantage, we've got DBS with that huge sort of whale shark grill going up the hill there, sucking in air. But yeah, a fantastic range of cars, and then of course the rig star of the show for Aston Martin, I'm sure we're going to see in a moment, which is the Valkyrie.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Norse god coming up the hill.
Which just makes a great noise as well. And I know when we get to the road cars, we've got to embrace electrification and all of that, but they don't make a noise and they don't have that same charisma.
Well, I was having this conversation today down at the Supercar Paddock, and it's an extraordinary when the Valkyrie fires up. There's an amazing amount of electric hypercars in there, but the whole crowd just gravitates straight to that noise. And I think, we're witnessing that transitional time where we're seeing cars going up the hill from pure ICE internal and combustion engines to pure electric and everything in between. Of course, we're back on there now with the last of the Astons coming through. And I think we just saw a Ferrari Rover there going past the wall. This is Ferrari's entry-level car now. They're trying to appeal to a whole new market. They want 75% of new owners buying this Rover car here, and it's sort of reminiscent of those elegant 50s sports cars they used to make with less appendages on them.
Concepts of Ferrari and entry-level. Exactly. Entry, I guess, doesn't it? But even so.
But and then the Portofino M, which is the modification of the Portofino, is the new version of the Portofino, and then quickly followed going on there by F8 Tributo, both in Spider version and hardtop, and the not so subtle yellow Spider there for those who like that sort of thing.
Yeah, some of the supercar colours have become a bit more outlandish. Lamborghini seems to be pioneering.
Well, they've never been shy, have they? And I think obviously we're seeing press cars going up the hill here, so they're built and made and designed to grab attention. We're never going to get too many subtle cars on this run, I don't think. We've got the gorgeous there, and then I think this SP90 SS Stradale 90 is a fantastic looking car. See the open top version for the first time in gold going up the hill, and that's that hybrid power coming Ferrari, and it's really their first step towards that full electrification.
Wheel of it.
Yes.
Experienced GT racer in his
He's
time.
not too shabby, is he?
No, not indeed. Pat Blakeney next. Thruxton circuit manager when he's not driving Ferraris.
Yes, I think he knows his way up the hill as well.
Do they ever?
In the Monza SP2, obviously limited edition cars, there's only 500 of these cars made in the world. About £2 to £3 million, depending on how you spec it. But even that looks cheap compared to the Chiron going up the hill and the Pure Sport version here.
Go on, depress me.
Well, you probably upwards of €3 million for this one, depending on if you want to go for the gold carrot badge on the front, or little extras like that. But
you can imagine the insurance phone call, can't you? Yes. I'd like to take out a policy. What's
I
it
noticed
worth?
you went a little bit slow through the flip wall. And the Pagani, probably one of the leaders of the whole hypercar range, and just extraordinarily well built. They're limited to, I think it's 100 units of these cars, and that's because of the deal they have with AMG for the engine.
That's an attractive car.
This is the car I was lucky enough to drive yesterday.
Exactly. Yes. What's it
fresh
like?
Fresh off the transporter. Basically, it made it through Brexit to join us on the hill yesterday, and it's a big Renaissance car from Maserati there. It's a V6, which has raised some eyebrows because we all expect V8s and V12s not supercars, but it's 621 horsepower with this car, and I think it's a fantastic looking car, very clean. A lot of the aero happens underneath the car with Venturis and the aero, so you can keep that very clean looking lines. And they're bringing the car building back to Modena with the V6 here, and it's should grab some headlines and some sales.
It's nice and understated, isn't it?
I think so. I really do. I mean, as unstated as a mid-engined Maserati supercar can be.
I know what you mean. And where are we on a price for something like that? What's it aiming at?
That's starting at 187,000. So in amongst that sort of McLaren, Ferrari range for their cars.
Bruno Senna's been busy this weekend, hasn't he?
Yes, McLaren keep him very active there. You see that air brake spoiler going up and down as he comes into the corners, just pushing that 765 LT. Fantastic car. The long tails, as we've known them now, this sub-brand now of McLaren's, where they've put an LT onto the cars. Doesn't necessarily mean for a much longer car, but it's just shedding normally about 100 kilograms from the traditional models, which is a huge amount from a car maker who prides itself on light costs.
McLaren's range seems to have really expanded quite quickly.
Yes, it's still basically based on that carbon tub. They've got a whole new factory up in Sheffield, just building carbon tubs, but they're still working on that twin-turbo V8 model, but you have this extensive range now, and then we've got...
This is the 720S GT3X, effectively a GT3 track day car. This is the one that Ron Bell is driving in the shootouts as well. So he was quickest yesterday, second quickest today, and up until yesterday, certain timed runs, he'd only ever been up the hill as a passenger.
I find that extraordinary. I feel like he must have been up there. To push that hard is incredible.
Absolutely.
Really. And if it doesn't win, it wins the biggest wing award. And I have to say, not far behind it is the Rolls-Royce Dawn, which isn't too shabby on the hill either for a big luxury car.
No, Jack Goff, that is driving it, is one of the stars of the British Touring Car Championship, and he's a proper trier, is Jack, and he loves that car.
And it's, you know, upwards of 2.5 ton. It's he's making it look a lot lighter than it is, I think, behind the wheel. Here we've got the gold Glickenhaus 004.
That is Harry King at the wheel of the Porsche, with Porsche's motorsport manager James McNaughton sitting alongside him. It was James who had a rather large part to play in Harry King winning the Porsche GB scholarship. So, in theory, you're not going to do any more here, Harry.
Now, do you think you drive faster or slow when you've got the
you drive faster? And Harry is a very, very fast driver. We've seen him up the hill already in the shootout. He's a great young talent is Harry King. He's got a big, big future ahead of him. And, yeah, he's a proper trier.
And just Andrew Frankel being mentioned there for the GT3 as well. I don't know if he's in that car as well.
I think he might have been penciled in to drive it, but James has sent me a message saying he's alongside Hamilton.
Maybe he's just stole the keys and jumped in before Andrew got a chance. But obviously the latest version of the GT3, and he's going to get a little fright as he comes across the brow there. Oh, he saw it in good time. He's caught up quite quickly with the Glickenhaus.
Has he ever? Yeah.
Obviously the American, named after the American film director Glickenhaus, who's trying to get into that low-volume sports car world. It's quite a striking-looking car, has to be said there.
Yeah, exactly. He's been a regular in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, now coming to the World Endurance Championship. The Singer Porsche, it's amazing, isn't it, that with all the iterations of 911, people still want a retro feel.
Absolutely, but this lightweight study, I mean, when you see the work that's gone into the car, Williams F1 Engineering designed this car. I looked at it a couple of years ago at the last Festival of Speed, and we took the prototype car, and to see that development over 2 years, it's just extraordinary. I'd encourage everyone to get down to Supercar Paddock and have a look at the detail in this car. It's quite something, and goes some way to justify the Northern for a retro-looking 70s car.
And yet, under the skin, a lot of modernity on it.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got with these cars, especially with the DLS Singers, I mean, it's quite a step on from just the reimagined Singers. And, you have a bespoke 4-litre naturally aspirated engine from Williams, which is quite something and sounds wonderful.
Yeah, there's a Porsche preparer near me where my Cayman goes called Ninemeister outside Warrington, and they have a couple of cars in that are modern 911s, and they're making into a sort of retro car. Basically, they're taking retro and modern together, largely because the owners want the modern bits, but in a retro car. And these are from Florida, so they're coming from Florida to the UK, worked on, taken back.
It's incredible.
Because they want that retro look of the car.
Look and feel and sound, to be honest, as well. True. Because that Williams brief, I think I'm right in saying it's the most powerful air-cooled engine yet built, and that was the brief, to keep it air-cooled, to keep that back to the traditional 70s Porsche feel.
Now, what else have we got? Because
we've got the Avaya
Lotus,
there. So that is, I think such an extraordinary design there. Hopefully celebrating the relaunch from Lotus, new funded, obviously. And right behind it is the Amira, their new, let's say, entry-level car, available in V6 with automatic or DSG, and then the 2-pot, well, the 2-litre 4-pot AMG engine as well. So two quite interesting engine choices there.
On the one hand, we've got talking about banning from sale in terms of combustion engines by 2030. You've got other countries that may not come on the boil that soon, granted. It's also possible that the government might not hit that day, you never know. But it's interesting, this is what I guess, that manufacturers are still building cars with these engines. Okay, we are the best part of the decade away, all right, but you know, I'm sure they're looking to the future, but clearly they expect these cars to have a much.
Yes, I think, well, the thought being, I think initially people were thinking, you know, you might have to tail these cars off, but I think there's a huge appetite to buy them while you can, if you like. I was talking to Land Rover, and I think we'll see that soon, the Defender V8, which you wouldn't have thought would be a particularly practical purchase, but it's something people are really gravitating towards because they feel like, you know, how long is it before they can buy these cars? True. They will certainly become the collectors of the future, you would imagine, before the tap gets turned off.
Exactly, and there might be a raft of imports, Brexit permitting, from abroad, where they might be a bit behind the 8 ball on electrification.
I'm sure there might be some great imports in those days. This is a very unassuming Lamborghini hypercar, the Essenza SCV12. Now this again is the sort of last hurrah, if you like, of naturally aspirated V12 engine Lamborghinis. We saw an Aventador going up the hill, but this is probably one of the loudest cars in the supercar run, and it just sounds marvellous.
It does, doesn't it? It does, yeah.
I think they could have made more of the livery there, made it a little bit more, you know...
It doesn't catch attention to it, does it now? Stewart here, who's been up the hill in other Lamborghinis over the course of the weekend, very accomplished GT peddler, and I mean, this is a head-turner in itself, but after what you've just seen, it almost looks ordinary.
It's time to have a conversation after the last one, isn't it? You can actually hear yourself speak, but yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's a track car, of course, the Essenza. I don't think it would pass the noise test for some circuits around this country.
No, you're right.
We're seeing a lot of this satin colour scheme again. We had a flood of matte cars a few years ago, but there's something in between gloss and matte now. This satin colour seems to be de rigueur this year.
And again, it's Lamborghini doing quick thinking colours, which is good to see. And again, for a brand that was in the doldrums not that long ago, it's very heartening to see how many more you find on the road. And of course, they've got a big race programme, which is helping sell cars and promote the message anyway.
Yes, absolutely. And they've got the Urus as well, which is, you know, the sort of keeps brands alive these days if you can pull up a nice SUV, and that is one powerful SUV.
Absolutely.
Mini here. Again, I mean, we've seen so many different versions of the Mini coming out. This one being the John Works hatch. Fantastic car.
And they keep on selling. There's so many on the road, and as you say, they keep on bringing out new models and new variants. And there's a massive appetite for them, it appears.
Well, it's a well-built small car that just, you know, people just gravitate towards. And I think there's a version for everybody in there now, and including electric.
Indeed, yes, it's the BMW half series. It's a bit below the 1 series, but a very well put together car, as you say. British Touring Car Championship race winner Tom Oliphant had a win at Brands Hatch 2 weeks ago. To go with his win of last season at Brands Hatch, and he's at the wheel of this BMW. His teammate Colin Turkington is on the hill now in a car that was launched here only yesterday.
Absolutely, yes, and they're all getting their hands behind these really quick, you know, M versions of the BMW range there. Colin, obviously no stranger to the brand.
Indeed, 4 times British Touring Car champion.
And pretty decent at the revival as well.
Absolutely. Yes.
I saw him with the drivers out with a friend of mine who was driving with this one. My friend managed to roll his Mini at revival and landed on the roof, so Colin is strange to say.
That's right, yes.
We call him Turtle now.
That was the really genuine 2 cross cars, the roll at the Speedway. Yes, I remember that now. Yeah.
12.5 GT. Here's the V8 in 90 short wheelbase format, which I think is going to sell well, and the Jaguar there, the F-Type, won quite a lot of awards. It's one of Ian Callum's last designs before he left Jaguar, and the SVR, this car sounds incredible. It handles very, very well. I mean, it was, as SUVs go, the F-Type's a great handling car, and in SVR form there, with that 5-litre V8, it's just a marvellous thing. Jaguar in there, showing well.
SUVs getting more and more powerful all the time. You know, yes, they are for a purpose, but even so, they are becoming performance cars in their own right.
Well, what you're seeing now is you've got the halo model of each SUV car now trying to claim all the records around the Nürburgring, and that can wear the crown as, you know, the most. The funny thing is they're trying to be the most car handling of the SUVs. Which you wouldn't think is the way to sell an SUV, but there you go.
Strange, isn't it? And it was a market nobody knew we needed 20 years ago. And now, like you say, every manufacturer has to have them, and it's keeping that company alive.
And here's the current gold medal winner going up the hill now, the recently named Cayenne GT, which just claimed the record for the fastest lap around the Nürburgring.
Wow.
In that sort of crayon grey colour, I think it is, that first one.
Now, the Toyota GR86 is very, very pretty little cars, and we've seen how the GR brand has expanded very rapidly of late. Toyota putting a lot of effort into this, as well as the Yaris GR.
Yeah, with their race division as well. I mean, this car is all about small tyres, thin tyres, bit of a drift specialist, easy to get sideways, very predictable, and it's just got a huge cult following already. I mean, it's been around for a few years now, but it's just a great, fun car that's fun to drive. You can't say that about everything these days, that's for sure.
Jason Stanley here at the wheel of the second with the Supras, and the racer himself. Those red, white, and black colours of Gazoo Racing that we've seen earlier on in the day on the British Touring Car Championship Toyota Corolla against the shootout before we butcher at the wheel.
And I think we've got this is obviously the little Toyota Yaris, which is getting lots of critical acclaim. Little three-pot there.
Now, on the basis that my wife was listening if she was at work, have I done the right thing in putting down a deposit on one of these?
Well, you've done the right thing. I'm impressed you actually managed to get a deposit down, because they're in... what's the delivery? What are you looking like?
I think mine's October, November at best.
Right. Well, that's still not
but
too
I know
bad.
somebody who knows somebody. That helps a bit.
Are you just going to pretend it's not the Yaris when you bring it home?
I'm going to say it's on road test, and then I might just forget to give it back. We'll see how it goes.
You could just tell her it's an absolute, bog standard Yaris. She won't know. That's the whole point, isn't it, with these things?
I'll take your advice. I'll report back in due course.
And then here we got the DBX Aston Martin's, very well received SUV, and they're hoping for quite big numbers. Of course, I think it's also very well in China and America as well, especially, which are big markets for Aston. Built in that new factory down in Wales that they've opened up, and it's these huge XRF air hangars, which is fantastic, and it's going to be brilliant. And then this new company here, Genesis, first time on the shores and here at the Festival of Speed. Genesis was showing us a couple of their models, the GV70 SUV.
And this is the luxury arm of Hyundai.
Well, it's kind of its own company.
Right.
It's a luxury brand in its own right, and it's making a really strong push. It's already obviously very active in Asia, coming into Europe in a big way, and it's all about the way they sell their cars and the way they service the cars as well.
Right.
And that whole experience, cars get dropped off to you, and they're trying to bring something new to the car world in the UK, certainly from a point of view of how you buy and how you run these cars. And I have to say, having driven one of these companies, it's a very well put together car.
I think Erin Baker was saying to us yesterday about the fact that they're targeting, in all the right ways, female customers and not patronising, looking after them and helping the female driver get what they want out of the car.
And I'm not going to argue with Erin on that point.
Oh, no, quite. Perish the thought. We've let her that. Yeah.
And here we have the throwback, if you like. The car named after a pub, the Grenadier, by Jim Ratcliffe's Ineos brand. Now, the rumour has it that he, was upset at the demise of the Defender after 70 years, so decided to make one himself when he couldn't buy the mouldings from Land Rover. And, I have to say, I think it looks echoes of a G-Wagon as well when you see it now on the road there. It's very utilitarian. It's very practical in lots of ways. It's going to have a 3-litre both petrol and diesel engine sourced by BMW.
Okay.
And expected to come in at £45,000, which doesn't sound too much when you look at it.
No, that's not bad, is it?
Now here Lotus are just showing off with past greats as well. We've got the Elise S1 out of the track. Such a fantastic car.
And they sold well, haven't they? It's rather terrifying to think we're talking 25 years of that car.
Yes, exactly. We've got S1 there, and then the final edition in very similar colours. And I've heard there's a lot of cars going to be going off to America now, so past that 25-year-old threshold mark where they can bring them in under dubious import laws. But I still think you'd find it hard to get a better car to drive these days than the S1. Just looks good, great proportions, just wonderful fun to drive. Everybody gets in that car and enjoys himself. I drove this car up the hill a couple of years ago. We managed to producer and sound man, just huge amounts of horsepower, just pulls and pulls and pulls over the hill. Unbelievable. You wouldn't say it was subtle, would you? But it's a very fast, very big SUV.
I've not seen many in orange. I've seen lots of yellow ones, but the orange looks good. Now, I also, as somebody who's had lots of Alphas over the years, do adore this GTA.
It's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, when the Juliet portfolio came out a few years ago, everybody was saying how good it was. We're seeing both the GTA and the GTA M for the first time in the UK. It just arrived 2 days ago, fresh in, and we're seeing them for the first time in the UK in dynamic form here, going up the hill, both in the same colour. I think the reference is kind of like a Porsche GT3 or GT3 Touring, so you can go hardcore with the roll cage in the back and lose the back seats with the GTA M.
Yeah.
Or you get that slightly softer version, but I was speaking to Alpha around this morning, and I think the key is buy the GTA, but get the aero package from the GTA M. So you get that back seat so you can frighten 3 of your mates instead of just 1.
Now, Polestar is another brand that's turned heads this weekend, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. They've got their Polestar 1, which actually came out about a year ago, based on a 2012 Volvo concept. But that was their sort of halo car, very expensive, £139,000, but over 600 horsepower from 3 electric motors and that 2-litre turbo supercharged engine at the front. And it's a really quick car, and I think it was just meant to say Polestar's here with that hybrid tech. Very unusual, bit of a Q car, probably only 1,000 built, all left-hand drive. But we're seeing a few of them going up the hill here, matte black and matte white. And then Polestar 2, which is really going to be the volume car, the car that's going to sell for Polestar in this country. And it's a really interesting proposition if you're looking for a fully electric car in that market.
It's going to be interesting to see, and a bit like Genesis as well, how a totally new name goes about its marketing and how it builds a customer base in a short space of time. David, for now, thank you very, very much. We'll hear more about road cars over the course of the next 2 days, but we have bikes on the hill to round out the day, which means we all defer to the knowledge of Barry Nutt.
Thank you very much, David. Triumph Daytona on the hill, wheeling up under the bridge. We've got the same 2021 list of manufacturers you've seen with the cars. We've got these on bikes. Now, look at this. This, the Pan American Harley-Davidson 1250cc adventure bike. And Mick Extons is the man in charge of that. He was the chap I was talking about earlier who had been diagnosed and subsequently treated for a brain tumor. A very experienced Paris-Dakar rider, but he's determined to compete in the 2022 Dakar. So Mick Extons very much there on the Harley-Davidson. There, the Ambi Augusta Super Veloce. Seria Oro. World Series. I can't speak Italian, but it'll do. That's what. There's a whole range of bobbers here, and this a Triumph bobber.
A bobber?
When you say bobber, yeah, it's a solid back end. It's a sort of a cross between a chopper and a tourer.
Right.
Bobber is a name really for the rigid back end, and that's the important thing. Now this looks like Maria Costello, the lady sidecar driver. Now, Maria Costello, what's she on? Is that on the Triumph? Is that the Speed Triple? It looks as though it could well be the Triumph. Big wave from Maria Costello as she heads on up the hill. There, another one of those bombers, great fat slick. And this, the R18, the BMW, there's a stand behind us where they've invited custom dealers to build this. And I'm reliably informed this one, the PC18, from a local company, Pier City Custom, here in West Sussex. And it's replaced that very, very elegant looking Spirit of Passion, which is parked out here behind us as a static display. So Pier City Custom have produced the PC18, which is using that R18 enormous flat twin. This looks like a Langan two-stroke. It is is indeed 250cc Jenny Tinman on board. Lady Isle of Man TT rider, the Langan two-stroke, harking back to the days of two-stroke Grand Prix racing. This, just the most delightful sound. There it is. Zing, 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 as it goes past our commentary box. Ring, ding, 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 ding. I just love the two-strokes. And up she goes up the hill. Jenny then giving it some stick. 250cc water-cooled two-stroke, following the big BMW. She was looking forward to running. She started her career on two-strokes in the 125cc class. Led a race at Brands, I remember. Are you going to do a burnout, Jenny? Be careful. Has it got enough steam to do a burnout? No. It's stopped.
It's resting.
It's resting.
It is parked so people can admire it.
She's
with a view to
paddling
buying
it away,
one.
but it's a beautiful piece of machinery. There's no doubt about it. That the very special Langan two-stroke that is for sale. You can buy one of those. Price to be determined. If the price is out there, I certainly don't have it. But look at these massive cylinders, 1800cc, so 900 each pot. Fantastic. Through they go. There, the house and the sculpture at the front of the house. Sculpture at the front of the house. What a beautiful day it is. The weather seems to be, David, on the turn. As we come to the end of the bikes, I thank you for indulgence. Thank you for your efforts today. I'm going to be talking about that on radio till the cows come home. Cheers.
Barry, thank you very much. We'll hear more from Barry about bikes tomorrow on the hill, but for the next hour or so, because Radio Goodwood will take over from us on the big screens very shortly. We've not done yet, though, because we've got people to talk to, people to hear from, and also being busy today. At the top of the hill has been Ed Foster.
David, thank you very much. Now, what a day it has been. I know you guys have been very busy down in the commentary box, but up here in the top paddock, we have seen everything. We've obviously got Batch 6 with us now, what is effectively the world's most expensive traffic jam. They're about to head back down the hill. We've had chats with Jenson Button. We've had drift cars throwing smoke and tyres in our faces. It's been absolutely fantastic. And we're going to get to do the same again tomorrow and on Sunday. So stay tuned, and we'll see you then.
Ed, thank you very much indeed. We'll hear more from Ed tomorrow, and we'll look forward to what promises to be a really good day of action once more on the hill tomorrow. Thanks for your company today. I hope you've had a great day at the Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard, and you're going to be back with us for more of the same tomorrow. That's it from all of us on the big screens, from Bruce Jones, from Chris Druitt, Barry Nutley, Ed Foster, and from me, David Addison. It's good night. But as is inevitable these days, the final words go to Bryn Lucas and Gemma Scott.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you to our commentary team. A sterling job once again here on day 2 of the Festival of Speed. And it's been a fantastic day. Haven't we been blessed with the weather? Absolutely glorious sunshine. You might need to bring your brollies tomorrow, I'm told. I think it might be raining. But Bryn, have you had a good day?
You don't need your brolly. You don't need your brolly. Just everyone, a nice sun dance tonight, it'll all be fine. I've had a brilliant day. You know, I got to speak to Mario Andretti.
Amazing.
I mean, pinch me now, right? Mario Andretti, Roger Penske as well, and many others. It's been brilliant. I know you spoke to Mario, didn't you, as well?
I did. I had a lovely chat with Mario in the assembly area. He was very relaxed, looking forward to getting out in the car. And I think he actually kicked Nick Mason out of a car in order to get a drive. But Nick was here as well. I had a lovely chat with Nick. He was very excited about being here, as always, and seeing all of the fans on site, which was nice. Who else have I caught up with? Gosh, it's been such a busy day.
Chris Evans. You spoke to Chris Evans.
That feels like it was a long time ago. This morning, of course.
Oh, Chrissy boy, as you call him, you know.
And we got to hear Lord March.
Yes.
Freddie singing this morning live on the radio, which was pretty awesome as well. So it's been an incredible day. I've been over at the Gas Arena, catching up with Dougie Lampkin, and we've got lots of excitement over the course of the weekend coming up with the boys over there.
And a little birdie told me that you're going to go up the hill tomorrow and something quite special.
I am indeed, apparently.
Do you want to share or not?
Let's just say they've kitted me out with some leathers.
Leathers and yeah, and you need to be have your wits about you, I think, as well.
Dougie gave me a bit of a briefing and told me to hold on tight, so you know my mum's a bit scared.
So if you're here tomorrow at Goodwood, then you'll be able to witness exactly what happens to Gemma in all its glory. And if you're at home and you're watching, you can see it as well on the stream. So it's something not to miss.
Well, Bryn, I know you're off to Donington for the rest of the weekend.
I
Thank
am.
you very much for your hard work the last few days. I'll be here with you tomorrow, joined by Tom Clarkson. So we'll see you once again live on the big screens and all around the venue here at Goodwood. Join us from 8:30. Don't forget to share all of your photographs and all of your reactions to the event using the hashtag FOZ. And for now, if you're heading home, drive safely and we'll see you again tomorrow.